Chen Zimo, at the tender age of 26, finds himself prematurely ensnared in a midlife crisis. His father is gravely ill, marital discord festers, and he faces unemployment. Yet, he fortuitously binds himself to the godly wealth critical strike system. At the stroke of midnight each day, 100 yuan will be transferred to Chen Zimo's account. Should he accomplish hidden tasks, he shall receive critical strike rewards ranging from tenfold to a billionfold. His wife proposes a divorce, demanding that Chen Zimo relinquish all claims to their daughter's custody as a condition for the separation. Coincidentally, this activates a hidden system task. Propose divorce voluntarily and agree to leave with nothing. The critical strike reward shall be in the millions. Following their divorce agreement, his wife acquires the house and the car. While it appears that Chen Zimo has merely secured custody of their daughter, he has, in fact, garnered the system's millionfold critical strike reward. 100 yuan transforms into 100 million. On the surface, his wife makes a modest gain. In reality, Chen Zimo reaps a significant profit. With the rewards from the godly wealth system, Chen Zimo embarks on a life of affluence alongside his family. When his impoverished ex-wife eventually discovers this turn of fortune, she brazenly demands that Chen Zimo remarry her. At this juncture, Chen Zimo, now wielding a commercial empire worth hundreds of billions, adopts a singular stance: leave. Eventually, his ex-wife humbles herself, shedding her pride and transforming her demand into a meek request. This change in demeanor prompts Chen Zimo to reconsider his attitude towards her. Depart and take your distance. Chapter 1. System Task. Propose divorce voluntarily for a millionfold critical strike reward. Chen Zimo, age 26. Having graduated 4 years ago and married for 3, he has a daughter under 3 years old. Yet, he confronts an early midlife crisis. His father is critically ill and has undergone surgery, but the road to complete recovery demands thousands in monthly medication for at least a year. The couple frequently quarrels. Their home life is tumultuous, and today he has been dismissed from his job, severing his source of income. Upon returning to the parking lot of Jinhua Community, he does not head home immediately, but instead sits in his car, lighting a cigarette. After inhaling deeply, he closes his eyes, leaning against the driver's seat. His weary body finds a fleeting moment of relaxation. It seems that only in this instant does he possess a semblance of freedom. Suddenly, a sound resonates in his mind. Ding. System binding in progress. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the godly wealth critical strike system. Chen Zimo remained momentarily dazed, having just lost his job and yet found himself bound to a system of extravagant wealth. Could this truly signify a glimmer of hope amidst despair? Before he could utter a word, the voice within his mind persisted. The Supreme Wealth Critical Strike System will transfer 100 yuan to the host business account, ending in 0088 every day at midnight. Note, this system guarantees that the source of funds is legitimate and fully compliant with legal procedures. Should the host trigger a special task on any given day and successfully complete it, they will receive a critical strike reward ranging from 10 times to 1 billion times the initial 100 yuan. The 100 yuan for today has now been transferred to the host's account. Upon reaching this point, the voice in Chen Zimo's mind finally ceased. He comprehended the workings of this system. So, you mean to say that I receive a guaranteed 100 yuan each day? And then there's the possibility of triggering a critical strike. If I were to obtain a billionfold strike, would that not equate to receiving 10 billion yuan directly? In response to Chen Zimo's inquiry, the system remained silent, offering no further sound. Chen Zimo extinguished his cigarette and tossed it out of the car. It seems this system lacks intelligence. It cannot even answer a simple question. Just then, a new message notification chimed on Chen Zimo's phone. Chen Zimo picked up his phone to find a notification indicating that 100 yuan had been credited. Dear Chen Zimo, your account ending in 0088 has received a payment of 100 yuan. Your account balance is now 5,400 yuan. For inquiries, please call 97878. Upon seeing the credited amount, Chen Zimo confirmed, this system does not deceive. It delivers precisely as promised. However, the arrival of 100 yuan did little to stir his emotions. What he truly anticipated was the arrival of funds following a critical strike, for instance, a billionfold critical strike. Subsequently, Chen Zimo exited the vehicle and made his way to the elevator. The sense of despondence brought about by his unemployment had significantly lessened due to the successful binding of the system. Meanwhile, on the couch in Chen Zimo's home, his wife Li Pingping, her mother Zhu Chunmei, and her brother-in-law Li Wensheng sat together. "Sister, you summoned me and Mom today for a specific reason, didn't you?" Li Wensheng was the first to inquire. Li Pingping glanced at Zhu Chunmei and Li Wensheng before declaring, "Mom, Wensheng, I intend to divorce Chen Zimo, and I would like to hear your opinions." At this revelation, Zhu Chunmei's expression brightened instead. "Really?" Li Wensheng also looked at Li Pingping with surprise. "Sister, you should have thought of this long ago." Observing the reactions of Zhu Chunmei and Li Wensheng, Li Pingping felt a twinge of astonishment. "You both support my decision to divorce Chen Zimo?" "Of course, we support you," Li Wensheng replied with a smile. "Sister, I have long disapproved of Chen Zimo. If it were not for your sake, I would have been far less courteous to him." Zhu Chunmei chimed in. "Pingping, last year when you lent your brother 20,000 yuan for a house, he went to your brother's neighborhood and made a scene, causing your brother significant embarrassment. I only said a few words in support of your brother, yet he responded with disdain and has not visited me or your father since. At that moment, I realized he is an unreliable person. You have only one brother. What is wrong with helping him with 20,000 yuan? Yet he insists on making it public knowledge, displaying a complete lack of respect for his elders." Indeed, Li Wensheng added, "To this day, people in the neighborhood still point fingers at me. It is all due to Chen Zimo's actions, and he must be held accountable." Li Pingping nodded. "I understand now. It seems I am making the right choice in wanting to divorce him." "Yes, divorce is essential," Li Wensheng insisted. "He needs to see how he will survive without you." However, Zhu Chunmei appeared puzzled and asked, "Pingping, although I fully support your decision to divorce, what prompted this sudden change of heart?" Li Pingping did not conceal her reasons. "Mom, you are aware that his father is ill, right?" "Yes." Zhu Chunmei nodded. "Hasn't he already undergone surgery?" "He has indeed," Li Pingping replied, her expression darkening. "However, he still requires ongoing medication, costing 6,000 to 7,000 yuan each month. As of now, he has already spent at least 200,000 yuan on his father, and there is no telling when it will end. Yet, that is not the most critical issue. The most pressing concern is that since I lent Wensheng 20,000 yuan last year, he has stopped entrusting his salary to me. I have discussed this numerous times and even argued about it, but he refuses to allow me to manage his salary, and that is what I cannot tolerate." As she spoke, traces of anger emerged on Li Pingping's face, as if Chen Zimo's refusal to hand over his salary was a grave transgression. "Then it is even more imperative that you divorce him," Li Wensheng concurred. "Sister, Chen Zimo's refusal to entrust his salary to you clearly indicates that he no longer loves you. There is no need for you to remain with him." "Exactly," Zhu Chunmei nodded in agreement. "Pingping, Chen Zimo's father's illness is also a burden for you. Divorce with nothing but the clothes on your back?" Zhu Chunmei exclaimed in astonishment. "Pingping, do you possess any evidence against Chen Zimo?" Even Li Wensheng turned to glance at Li Pingping with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. If Li Pingping were to secure this house, he could negotiate with her about moving in. The residential community where Li Wensheng intended to purchase a home is inferior in terms of transportation, surrounding amenities, and even the environment compared to Jinhua community. Li Pingping shook her head and stated, "Mother, Chen Zimo is hardly the type to indulge in romantic entanglements. Since I have known him, he has never even visited a foot massage parlor. He harbors no other vices. He merely smokes a cigarette now and then, opting for Hongtashan, which costs about 10 yuan a pack. So what can you do to persuade him to agree to a divorce with nothing?" Zhu Chunmei inquired, puzzled. "Naturally, it involves Li Pingping replied with a triumphant smile, seemingly confident in her ability to manipulate Chen Zimo. "Chen Zimo would never relinquish custody of Ye. As long as I leverage her custody as a bargaining chip, he will undoubtedly consent to a divorce with nothing. Ye is the child born of Chen Zimo and Li Pingping, her full name being Chen Xiaoye." "That's excellent." Zhu Chunmei clapped her hands and laughed. "Pingping, you must realize that as a woman with a child, finding a new partner becomes quite troublesome. If you do not bring the child along, given your circumstances, finding someone with far superior qualities to Chen Zimo is hardly a challenge." As they spoke, a sense of pride crept onto their faces, as if the moment Li Pingping spoke, Chen Zimo would acquiesce to any demand. Then it is settled, Li Pingping declared. I shall proceed with the plan we just discussed. Not only must Chen Zimo agree to the divorce, but he must also leave with nothing. No sooner had Li Pingping finished speaking than the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the room. Upon seeing Chen Zimo enter, the expressions of Li Pingping and her companions shifted to one of bewilderment. Chen Zimo, in turn, was taken aback to find Zhu Chunmei and Li Wensheng on the sofa, and his countenance darkened. Ever since Li Pingping had secretly given 200,000 to Li Wensheng last year, following a confrontation between them, Chen Zimo and Li Wensheng had nearly ceased all interactions. Zhu Chunmei had consistently sided with Li Wensheng, defending him in discussions, which led Chen Zimo to develop a degree of aversion toward her. The two had not visited Chen Zimo's home in quite some time, so their unexpected appearance left him somewhat perplexed. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Zimo's mind. Activate hidden task of the day. Propose divorce to Li Pingping and leave with nothing. Critical reward of 1,000,000-fold awaits. Chapter 2. Better to leave with nothing than to compromise on custody. 1,000,000-fold reward? Upon hearing this voice, Chen Zimo was initially taken aback, and then began to calculate in his mind how much a 1,000,000-fold bonus would yield. He completely disregarded Li Pingping and the other two still seated on the sofa. How much is 100 multiplied by 1,000,000? 10 million? No, that is not right. 100 million? Is that correct? Yes, indeed, it amounts to 100 million. Having figured it out, Chen Zimo smiled faintly. As for divorcing Li Pingping, ever since she had taken 200,000 from their household to help Li Wensheng buy a house last year, his heart had grown cold towards her. Thus, from that point on, Chen Zimo had not contributed a single cent of his salary to Li Pingping, aside from essential living expenses. Since his father, Chen Jijun, fell ill, Li Pingping had been sarcastic about his expenditures on his father's medical treatment. Therefore, the prospect of divorcing Li Pingping did not faze him in the least. In fact, he felt that divorce would liberate him. However, the idea of leaving with nothing was something he was naturally reluctant to accept. Since marrying Li Pingping, she had never held a job, and everything they owned was acquired through the support of Chen Zimo's parents and his own hard work. He truly did not wish for her to abscond with all his assets without merit. Yet, given that this was a task issued by the system, accompanied by a reward of 100 million, perhaps leaving with nothing was a worthy sacrifice. Chen Zimo's total assets comprised a house valued at over 1,000,000 and a car worth over 100,000. Should he give everything to Li Pingping, he would still receive 100 million, allowing her to profit, while he would emerge significantly enriched. Moreover, knowing Li Pingping as he did, even if he bestowed upon her a mountain of gold, she would inevitably squander it away. As Chen Zimo pondered these thoughts, Li Pingping and the others regarded him with curiosity. What are you laughing at? Li Pingping asked, her tone sharp. It's nothing. Just a rather amusing thought crossed my mind. Chen Zimo replied nonchalantly, brushing off her tone. Li Pingping furrowed her brows. She sensed a change in Chen Zimo's demeanor, as though he no longer cared about the words he spoke, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of loss. She frowned further and inquired, "Why are you home so early today? Did you finish work? I can return whenever I please. Is that any of your concern?" Chen Zimo retorted, though inwardly he was calculating. He couldn't directly broach the subject of divorce with Li Pingping. First, he needed to ease the tense atmosphere between them. Otherwise, to bring up divorce so abruptly would be jarring. Nor could he voluntarily concede to leaving with nothing, as that would be too generous to Li Pingping. He then glanced at Li Zikunmai and Li Wensheng, expressing his displeasure. "What are you doing here?" "Chen Zimo, what do you mean by that?" Zhu Chunmei replied, her expression sour. "Do I need your permission to visit my daughter's home?" "Exactly," Li Wensheng chimed in, equally displeased. "What business is it of yours that I come to my sister's house?" Li Pingping also frowned deeply, coldly stating, "Chen Zimo, my mother and brother rarely come home. Is this the attitude you choose to take?" Ignoring Zhu Chunmei and Li Wensheng, Chen Zimo turned his attention to Li Pingping. "What sort of attitude do you expect from me? Should I buy firecrackers to celebrate their visit? That would need to wait until they leave." "Chen Zimo, you need to watch your words." Li Pingping's tone was now laced with anger. Chen Zimo remained unfazed, glancing at Zhu Chunmei and Li Wensheng, and remarked, "Excessive? Was it excessive when you secretly handed over 200,000 from our household to your brother?" "That 200,000 is my sister's money," Li Wensheng retorted indignantly. "My sister giving me her money has nothing to do with you." "Chen Zimo," Zhu Chunmei interjected with a frosty demeanor, "Pingping has only one brother. Is there any harm in her helping him buy a house as an elder sister?" Chen Zimo scoffed. "Indeed, a family of vampires, all of you." "Chen Zimo, your words are becoming more and more outrageous," Li Pingping suddenly shouted coldly. I command you to bow and apologize to my mother immediately. Yes, you must apologize at once. Li Wenxing added, fanning the flames. Regardless, my mother is your elder. Is this any way to speak to an elder? Chen Zimo ignored Li Wenxing, instead fixing a cold stare at Li Pingping. So you are determined to side with your mother, are you? Is she truly my mother? Li Pingping replied with righteous indignation. If I don't stand by my mother, am I to stand by you? Very well, Chen Zimo said, his expression icy as he gazed at Li Pingping. If that is the case, let us divorce. The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of Li Pingping and the others changed dramatically. Initially, they had agreed that it would be Li Pingping who would take the initiative to propose the divorce. Yet now, Chen Zimo's unexpected proposal caught them off guard, turning their plans upside down. Li Pingping glared, her voice raised. Chen Zimo, how dare you propose a divorce? Chen Zimo responded with a cold laugh. What is wrong with proposing a divorce? Aren't you the one who insisted on siding with your mother? If so, I might as well let you return to her side. Fine. Li Pingping gritted her teeth. If you want a divorce, then let us do it. I, too, have no desire to continue this marriage. Then let us proceed. Chen Zimo retorted with a mocking smile. However, I must have custody of Ye. Upon hearing this condition, Zhu Chunmei and Li Wenxing exchanged glances, a knowing look passing between them. Meanwhile, Li Pingping felt a surge of triumph within, knowing he would contest her for Ye's custody. Yet she maintained a serious expression, resolutely declaring, no, the custody of Ye must belong to me. I cannot entrust her to you. Li Pingping, let me make this clear. There is no room for negotiation regarding Ye's custody. Chen Zimo countered firmly. In fact, I am even less inclined to let you take her. On this point, he realized he was indeed at a disadvantage against Li Pingping. In Chen Zimo's mind, he would rather leave with nothing than relinquish custody of Chen Xiaoya. Chen Zimo, Ye is also Pingping's child. Why should you get custody just because you demand it? Zhu Chunmei added fuel to the fire. Sensing that Chen Zimo would never relinquish custody, she grew emboldened. Chen Zimo fixed a furious glare at Zhu Chunmei, his voice cold. Zhu Chunmei, my divorce from Li Pingping is a matter between us. What concern is it of yours to interfere? Chen Zimo, you. Zhu Chunmei was momentarily rendered speechless. Chen Zimo, do you have no respect for your elders? Li Wenxing shouted, believing that a loud voice equated to righteousness. Chen Zimo merely shot a cold glance at Li Wenxing, saying, respect is earned, not given. Why should I respect someone who behaves in such a manner? Without waiting for a response from Li Wenxing, he turned back to Li Pingping, his tone softening slightly. Li Pingping, I will take custody of Ye. You can propose any conditions you desire. At this point, Li Pingping felt the time was ripe and directly stated. It's not impossible for you to take Ye's custody, but you must leave with nothing. What? Chen Zimo's voice rose a few notches. You wish for me to leave with nothing? Although he could accept the idea of leaving with nothing, hearing it come from Li Pingping's lips sent another chill through his heart. He had never anticipated that Li Pingping would indeed prefer to relinquish custody of Chen Xiaoya rather than retain any claim to the marital assets. Furthermore, the clarity of her demands at this juncture suggested that she had long contemplated divorce, even meticulously planning the distribution of their shared wealth post-separation. Meanwhile, Chen Zimo's countenance revealed an inner turmoil, as he appeared to grapple with a profound sense of indecision. Chen Zimo, if you agree to leave with nothing, I will concede custody of Ye to you, Li Pingping urged, seemingly pressing him to make a decision. After feigning a moment of hesitation, Chen Zimo reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. As long as you are willing to grant me custody of Ye, I will agree to leave without any assets. Upon hearing his resolution, both Li Wenxing and Zhu Chunmei could not suppress their triumphant smiles. However, Li Pingping maintained her stern demeanor, asserting, since we have come to an agreement, let us sign the divorce papers today to prevent either of us from having second thoughts. Let us sign today, Chen Zimo replied coldly. Whoever refuses to sign is a fool. Chapter 3. Mom and Dad are parting ways. Li Wenxing eagerly printed 2 copies of the divorce agreement. That day, Chen Zimo and Li Pingping finalized the divorce agreement in their home. The terms stipulated that Chen Xiaoya's custody would belong to Chen Zimo, who would leave without any claim to their shared property, which would be entirely allocated to Li Pingping, including a house valued at over $1 million and a car worth over $100,000. As for their debts, primarily incurred for Chen Jijun's medical treatment, Li Pingping was unwilling to contribute towards repayment. Chen Zimo did not press the matter, as the financial support from the system alleviated his burden, rendering him disinterested in entangling himself over a mere $200,000 in debt with Li Pingping. Due to time constraints, as the Civil Affairs Bureau was nearing closing hours, they did not obtain their divorce certificate that day. After signing, Chen Zimo voluntarily departed from what should no longer be regarded as his home. After his departure, Li Pingping, Zhu Chunmei, and Li Wenxing could not help but display their satisfaction. Sister, congratulations on regaining your freedom, Li Wenxing grinned. his expression reminiscent of someone who had just acquired a considerable fortune. However, Zhu Chunmei, after the initial laughter, adopted a more composed demeanor. She regarded Li Pingping with a serious expression, advising, "Pingping, you must promptly go with Chen Zimo to collect the divorce certificate. This will ensure he has no opportunity to retract his decision. Otherwise, if he realizes he wishes to reclaim the house, the process may become cumbersome." Li Pingping nodded in agreement, assuring, "Mother, I am aware, and I will urge Chen Zimo to accompany me to obtain the certificate in the coming days." Content. Zhu Chunmei replied, "Very well, let me assist you in gathering Chen Zimo's belongings from this house, so he can retrieve them." "All right," Li Pingping consented. "I will help as well," Li Wensheng volunteered, internally reasoning that by being attentive now, he might increase the likelihood of his sister acquiescing to a future request for a house exchange. Meanwhile, in a somewhat antiquated residential complex, Chen Zhijun, appearing haggard, coughed softly while covering his mouth. His gaze cautiously drifted towards the sofa, where a small cherub lay soundly asleep. Noticing the child's eyelashes fluttering without any sign of waking, he allowed himself a relieved smile. Just then, Chen Zimo's mother, Shen Xiuyan, emerged from the kitchen, also casting a careful glance at the sleeping child before turning to Chen Zhijun and softly inquiring, "Is she awake?" Chen Zhijun shook his head, smiling gently as he replied, "No, she is sleeping quite soundly." Shen Xiuyan smiled back, then continued, "Zimo just called. He said he would be having dinner with us tonight." "Ah, splendid. I shall invite him to share a few drinks with me." "Drink?" Shen Xiuyan's expression soured. "Are you not aware of your own health? You shouldn't be drinking. What harm is there in a little?" Chen Zhijun countered. "The doctor assured me that moderate drinking poses no risk to my condition. The greatest influence on my health is my mental well-being, and a little drink helps me maintain that. The doctor specified moderate drinking, and you already indulged at lunch. No more for you this evening. Dear, please allow me a modest drink tonight," Chen Zhijun implored with a beseeching look. "Absolutely not," Shen Xiuyan replied firmly. "If you dare to touch a drop tonight, you can forget about drinking altogether in the future." Chen Zhijun sighed in resignation, muttering to himself, "Without a drink, what joy is left in life?" His gaze returned to the cherubic figure on the sofa, a tender smile once again gracing his face. "Little Yaya, your father is coming." Half an hour later, Chen Xiaoya, with her adorably plump hands, began to rub her face sleepily. Gradually, she opened her eyes and, upon seeing Chen Zimo seated beside her, broke into a delightful smile, calling out, "Daddy." Chen Zimo smiled gently and lifted her into his arms, asking, "Little Yaya, did you miss Daddy?" "I did," Chen Xiaoya replied, her large, sparkling eyes beaming at him. "I even dreamed about you, Daddy." "Really?" Chen Zimo teased, playfully tapping her nose. "What did you dream about?" "I dreamed that you and Mommy were separating," Chen Xiaoya said, her face filled with confusion. "Daddy, why are you and Mommy separating?" At this, Chen Zimo's smile faltered, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. In truth, he and Li Pingping had quarreled over divorce numerous times since last year. Yet, he had always refrained from agreeing to divorce, as he felt immense pity for little Yaya. Quickly regaining his composure, he responded with a gentle smile. "Daddy and Mommy are just temporarily apart, but neither will ever leave Yaya." This moment was witnessed by Chen Zhijun, who sat nearby on the sofa, his heart aching at the sight of Chen Zimo's back. The reason Chen Zimo entrusted Chen Xiaoya to him was that the frequent arguments with Li Pingping had rendered their home environment unstable. He was acutely aware that Chen Zimo's situation at home was far from ideal, compounded by his own medical expenses that mounted to several thousand each month. A sense of guilt weighed on him, as he felt he was a burden to Chen Zimo. After dinner, Chen Zimo successfully coaxed Chen Xiaoya to sleep. Subsequently, Chen Zhijun and Shen Xiuyan called Chen Zimo aside. "Zimo, have you encountered any troubles?" Shen Xiuyan asked first. "Did you and Pingping have another argument?" Chen Zhijun inquired. Chen Zimo sighed, candidly confessing, "Dad, Mom, I have divorced Li Pingping." "Divorced?" Both Chen Zhijun and Shen Xiuyan exclaimed in astonishment. They exchanged glances, simultaneously sighing. "Well," Chen Zhijun remarked, "if it's done, then let it be. Your life has been quite exhausting. How did you come to an agreement?" Shen Xiuyan inquired. "Who holds custody of the child?" "The custody is with me," Chen Zimo replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyan's demeanor relaxed somewhat. If the custody resided with him, then matters could be discussed more easily. Otherwise, considering Li Pingping's indifferent attitude towards the child, if Yaya were to stay with her, one could only imagine the hardships and suffering she might endure. "I am aware of that," Chen Zimo affirmed solemnly. "Which is precisely why I will not grant her custody of Yaya." "You have made the right decision." Shen Xiuyan regarded Chen Zimo with an appreciative gaze, then asked, "And what about your assets?" "I relinquished everything." Chen Zimo smiled lightly. "I chose to leave with nothing." Chapter 4. The Art of Manipulating a Man, Leaving with Nothing. The expressions of Chen Zimo and Shun Xiuyan turned once again to astonishment. Zimo, why would you choose to leave with nothing? Aren't you merely giving Li Pingping an advantage? Chen Zimo offered a helpless smile. He could hardly admit that this was a requirement of the system he was bound to. Nevertheless, he had a legitimate explanation. Mom, Li Pingping agreed to forego the claim for Ye's custody on the condition that I leave with nothing. If I refused, she would contest custody. I did not wish to entangle myself with her, hence I acquiesced. But you shouldn't have agreed so readily. Shun Xiuyan exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Setting aside the fact that she had given her brother 200,000, she noted that Li Pingping hardly worked, rarely cared for the child, and that all domestic expenses were covered by Zimo's earnings. Why should she be allowed to leave him with nothing? Chen Zimo chuckled nonchalantly. Mom, rest assured. I have a plan for this. No, Zimo, you cannot concede such a significant point to her, Shun Xiuyan insisted seriously. You've worked hard for what you have. And considering your father's medical expenses and the costs of raising a child, how can you manage if it all goes to her? Chen Zimo chimed in. Zimo, I believe your mother is right. You cannot be too lenient. Otherwise, she will perceive you as easy to manipulate. Over the years, we have witnessed your contributions and sacrifices for your family. You haven't done anything wrong. No gambling, no infidelity. Why should she demand you leave with nothing? Dad, Mom, please don't fret. Chen Zimo replied indifferently. I am willing to agree to leave with nothing for my own reasons. So, do not worry about this matter. With those words, Chen Zimo and Shun Xiuyan ceased their inquiries, yet their expressions clearly conveyed their sense of injustice on Chen Zimo's behalf. Meanwhile, at Ziyuan Cafe in Qinghe City, Pingping, have you really divorced? Seated across from Li Pingping was a woman clad in a black professional suit, Lu, one of Li Pingping's close friends. I signed the divorce agreement with Chen Zimo today, Li Pingping said with a triumphant smile. But I have yet to obtain the divorce certificate. Signing the agreement is nearly tantamount to being divorced, Lu chuckled. How much did you manage to get from Chen Zimo? Upon hearing this, Li Pingping's expression swelled with pride. Everything is mine. Chen Zimo chose to leave with nothing. Leaving with nothing? Lu exclaimed in surprise. Pingping, how did you manage to make Chen Zimo leave with nothing? Guess, Li Pingping replied with a mysterious smile. Did you catch him cheating? Lu speculated curiously. Not at all, Li Pingping denied. You know what kind of person Chen Zimo is. He has no bad habits and doesn't fool around. Then why would he willingly leave with nothing? Lu asked, bewildered. Li Pingping smiled with satisfaction. You must know how much he cares for Ye. I do, Lu nodded. I told him that as long as he agreed to leave with nothing, I wouldn't contest his custody of Ye. Lu quickly grasped the situation. Yet inwardly she disapproved of Li Pingping's method. As a mother, using one's child as leverage was somewhat inappropriate. However, she refrained from voicing her concerns, understanding that it was not her place to interfere and that speaking out might jeopardize their friendship. She smiled and gave Li Pingping a thumbs up, saying, You are quite remarkable. Li Pingping, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Lu's words, beamed with pride. Men must always be kept in check. Initially, I required Chen Zimo to hand over his salary, which gave me leverage over him financially. Now, even in divorce, I have my own ways to keep him in check. Lu listened in silence, internally disagreeing. She was aware that Li Pingping had given her brother the 200,000 to buy a house. Deep down, Lu didn't endorse Li Pingping's actions, but she wouldn't voice her disapproval. Li Pingping took a sip of her cold drink and continued, Lulu, I'm single again now. If you come across any quality prospects, make sure to introduce me. You know, just a couple of days ago, I met a rather appealing client, Lu replied, sipping her coffee. If I weren't already married, I might not be able to resist myself. When have you ever been able to resist? Li Pingping teased, then inquired, tell me more about him. What makes him so appealing? Lu smiled slightly. He's in his early 30s, a company owner, and drives an Audi A8. He's about 6 feet tall, fit, and not at all overweight. A few days ago, he visited our project department, looking to purchase a 5 million yuan villa, and I was the one who attended to him. Most importantly, Lu leaned closer to Li Pingping. Whispering playfully, he told me he just got divorced 2 months ago and still hasn't found a girlfriend. He's looking for someone, but hasn't met the right one yet. Really? Upon hearing Lu's description, Li Pingping's face lit up with excitement. What's his name? His name is Songbowen. Songbowen, Li Pingping murmured, then asked, do you have a photo of him? Look at you, losing your composure. Lu teased. Oh, come on, hurry up and tell me. Li Pingping urged. I don't have a photo, Lu shook her head with a smile. But I've arranged to meet him the day after tomorrow to show him the villa. If you're free, you can come to Jiangnan Biyuan and I'll introduce you. That sounds wonderful, Li Pingping replied with a smile. After I pick up the divorce certificate from Chen Zimo tomorrow and regain my single status, I'll visit your sales office. Lu grinned. Congratulations. Once you get the divorce certificate tomorrow, you'll truly be free. Of course, Li Pingping raised her cold drink. Here's to freedom. Cheers to freedom. Chapter 5. Obtaining the divorce certificate. The next morning, Chen Zimo was awakened once more by a series of knocks at the door. Zimo, it's time to get up for breakfast. The voice of his mother, Shun Xiulian, echoed from outside. Chen Zimo, still in a haze, did not open his eyes but responded. You all go ahead. I'm not hungry. I wish to sleep a little longer. Whether you eat or not is of no consequence. You must quickly bring Yaya out, for she is due for her milk. Chen Zimo abruptly opened his eyes and glanced at Chun Xiaya beside him. At that moment, she was gazing at him with her gem-like eyes, her chubby little hands balled into fists, sucking on her fingers. Upon seeing him awake, she broke into a smile, revealing a row of neat, pearly teeth that melted Chen Zimo's heart. Yaya. At the sight of that smile, Chen Zimo instantly felt awake, all traces of sleep evaporating. He returned her smile and, rising from bed, took Chen Xiaya into his arms as he headed outside. Upon opening the door, Chen Jijun, seated at the dining table, looked over at Chen Zimo and remarked, You have such dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Yaya cried in the middle of the night. And I comforted her for a while, Chen Zimo casually explained. I heard her crying, Shun Xiulian interjected as she approached with bowls and chopsticks. She didn't cry for long enough to disturb your sleep, did she? Chen Zimo quickly changed the subject. Let us eat. I've been hungry all night. Halfway through breakfast, Chen Zimo's phone rang. He picked it up to find that it was a call from Li Pingping. Frowning in confusion, he thought to himself that, according to her usual routine, she should not yet be awake at this hour. Why was she calling him so early? After a moment's contemplation, he set down his chopsticks, walked into his room, and closed the door before answering. Hello? Chen Zimo's tone was calm. Do you have any free time this morning? Li Pingping's voice was devoid of emotion. Speak your mind. We need to go collect the divorce certificate. All right, what time? 10 o'clock. Understood, I won't be late. With that, Chen Zimo hung up the phone. He opened the door and returned to the dining table to continue his breakfast. Who called? Shun Xiulian inquired. Just work-related matters. There is something at the company that requires my attention, Chen Zimo replied, not revealing the truth. Then hurry up and eat so you can get to work. Both Shun Xiulian and Chen Jijun were unaware that Chen Zimo had already been dismissed from his job. Chen Zimo nodded, finishing his meal swiftly. All right, I'm off to the company, he announced as he stood up. He walked over to Chen Xiaya and gently pinched her cheek. Yeah, Daddy is going to work now. Be good at Grandma's. Chen Xiaya nodded obediently, but Daddy, you must come back early. I will miss you. I will miss you too. After bidding farewell to his family, Chen Zimo exited the house. Watching him leave, Chen Jijun and Shun Xiulian exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of helplessness. Let it be, Chen Jijun sighed. The child is grown. We should interfere less. Humph. Shun Xiulian scoffed. Do you not care for your son? How could I not care? Chen Jijun replied innocently. You didn't say anything when it mattered. What's the point? What good would it do to speak? Grandpa and Grandma, please don't argue. Chen Xiaya chimed in with her sweet voice. Instantly, Chen Jijun and Shun Xiulian ceased their dispute, both smiling at their granddaughter. Yeah, Grandpa and Grandma will listen to you. We won't argue, Chen Jijun said, attempting to placate her. Chen Xiaya nodded solemnly like a little adult. Grandpa and Grandma are the best. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at the Civil Affairs Bureau of Qinghe City, Chen Zimo arrived early. After leaving Chen Jijun's home, he had nowhere else to go, so he headed directly to the bureau. Li Pingping arrived promptly as well, neither late nor early. You're quite early, Li Pingping remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Not too bad. I just arrived a few minutes ago, Chen Zimo fibbed. Let us go in and get this done. After you, Chen Zimo replied, leading the way inside. Before long, they completed the necessary paperwork and stepped out of the bureau. From now on, we will have no relation, Li Pingping stated calmly. You are not to disturb me, whether for matters trivial or significant. Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon your life, Chen Zimo assured her. That's good. I've already packed your belongings from the house. Please come by soon to collect them. Chen Zimo chuckled lightly. What is the rush to have me move out? Afraid I might linger? Not exactly, Li Pingping clarified. It's just that we are officially divorced now, and we share no ties anymore. That house is mine now. It seems inappropriate for your things to remain there. Huh? Chen Zimo scoffed lightly. How eloquently put. A house I toiled to purchase now belongs to you. Since it is now yours, I have no desire for the items within. Feel free to dispose of them as you see fit. Are you truly certain? Li Pingping questioned. Some of your newly acquired clothes have barely been worn. Are you willing to discard them? If you're reluctant to throw them away, you may donate them. I no longer wish to keep them. With that, Chen Zimo turned and departed from the Civil Affairs Bureau, his steps seemingly carefree and untroubled, devoid of any sorrow for the marriage that had ended, nor uncertainty about the future. Instead, he felt a profound sense of liberation, a refreshing release into newfound freedom. This left Li Pingping momentarily stunned. It appeared as though the divorce was more of a boon for Chen Zimo than a misfortune. It must be an illusion. He is undoubtedly putting on a facade. Li Pingping mused silently. In her heart, she believed that post-separation, it would be Chen Zimo who suffered, and he would inevitably regret his decision. Just like Li Wensheng had said, without Li Pingping, how would Chen Zimo manage his future? Yet, unbeknownst to Li Pingping, Chen Zimo was currently in an unprecedented state of relaxation. Since marrying Li Pingping, he had never experienced such a profound sense of ease. Chapter 6. The first impact reward arrives. At 11:58 in the evening, the seconds ticked by slowly. It must be said, waiting for a pivotal moment to arrive is both lengthy and tormenting. This sensation transported Chen Zimo back to his school days, where he would endure the final minutes of a class, having skipped breakfast. Fortunately, this time, he was not confronted with textbooks he could not focus on. Instead, beside him lay a delicate, exquisitely crafted little face. Whenever he felt a flicker of anxiety, he would glance at the serene face of the sleeping Xiaoya beside him. Miraculously, the burdens in his heart would dissipate like mist in the morning sun. As the clock struck midnight, Chen Zimo unlocked his phone, his eyes fixated on the screen, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a notification. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing the system's hidden task and receiving a reward of 100 million times the critical hit. The reward of 100 million yuan has been transferred to the host account. Please check." As the voice faded, Chen Zimo's phone chimed with the arrival of a new message. Instantly, he directed his attention to the device, and indeed, it was the notification he had been waiting for. "Dear Chen Zimo, your account ending in 0088 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. The current balance is 100,005,400 yuan. For inquiries, please call 97878. Upon confirming the arrival of the 100 million, Chen Zimo felt not a surge of excitement, but rather a wave of relief washing over him. Following the system's directive to initiate a divorce and agree to a clean break, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Yet internally, he harbored some trepidation. After all, the pressures of life weighed heavily upon him. His father's illness, a child not yet 3 years old, and the relentless demands of daily existence. However, with the arrival of this substantial sum, his heart finally found solace. Moreover, this divorce, marked by a clean exit, proved to be an unexpected windfall. The system does not deceive me, Chen Zimo mused with a sense of gratitude. He then cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping Chen Xiaoya, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "My dear, Daddy has come into wealth. From now on, whatever you desire, I shall provide." That night, Chen Zimo found himself tossing and turning, not from excitement, but from contemplating how best to spend his newfound fortune. A luxury car, a grand house, these were mere essentials. With the money, he could afford better medical care for his father and superior medication. Yet, other ideas eluded him. As the night wore on, he finally succumbed to sleep, a smile lingering on his face. Yet, mere minutes later, a wail pierced the silence, rousing him from his slumber. "Wah wah wah." Chen Zimo quickly turned over, gently patting the small back of Chen Xiaoya. Oh, don't cry, my dear. Daddy is here, Daddy is here." The following morning, Chen Xiaoya knocked on Chen Zimo's door. Chen Zimo opened the door. Groggy, he got up to unlock the door. "Mom, is it really that early?" Chen Xiaoyan shot him a disapproving glance. "Did Xiaoya cry again last night?" "Yes, but I soothed her back to sleep shortly after." "What are you doing? If you sleep with her for a couple of nights, she just cries. You should sleep with me instead." Chen Zimo scratched his head in exasperation. "All right, fine. After breakfast." He excused himself, claiming he was heading to work. In reality, he was on his way to the automobile city in Qinghe. With the critical hit reward now in his account, it was time to indulge in some spending and effect a change in his dismal life. In Qinghe City, Jiangnan stood as one of the most upscale neighborhoods. Particularly renowned for its villa area, it attracted many of the affluent residents of Qinghe City. Lu Lu was a property consultant within Jiangnan. At noon, Li Pingping entered the sales hall, and Lu Lu immediately approached her. "Pingping, weren't you coming in the afternoon? Why are you here so early?" Li Pingping smiled. "I thought I'd come by to have lunch with you." "All right, just wait a moment." Lu Lu turned to the sales hall, locating a young female salesperson. "Xiaoyu, I need you to cover for me during lunch. I have a client to attend to." Xiaoyu hesitated. "Lulu, What is this hesitation?" Lu Lu interjected with a charming smile. "Just cover for me, and I'll bring you something delicious later." Before Xiaoyu could respond, Lu Lu had already turned away, heading back to Li Pingping. "Where did you just go?" Li Pingping inquired with curiosity. "I was supposed to be on duty this noon, but I switched shifts to have lunch with you. Does this interfere with your work?" "Not at all." Lu Lu waved her hand dismissively. "Most people are resting at noon. It's just company policy to have someone on duty and it happened to be my turn. As long as it doesn't interfere. Soon, Li Ping and Lu Lulu linked arms, chatting and laughing as they headed out of the sales hall. Watching them depart, Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of helplessness. A recent graduate, she had joined the sales team at Jiangnan Biyuan less than a month ago. Yet, she had already covered for Lu Lulu multiple times during lunch. Though she had wanted to refuse, Lu Lulu hadn't given her the chance. With a resigned shake of her head, she accepted her fate. After all, as a newcomer, she dared not offend someone like Lu Lulu. Just then, another female salesperson approached Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, it's lunchtime, let us eat. Qinjie, I'm not going, you go ahead. The woman, known as Zhou Shuiqin, was also considered an old hand in the business. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's refusal, she raised an eyebrow. What's this? Are you covering for someone again? Xiaoyu sighed. It's Lulu. She said she needed to attend to a client, so she asked me to cover. You shouldn't have agreed, Zhou Shuiqin replied sharply. They're just taking advantage of you being new and easy to push around. Look, no one ever asks me to cover for them. Just let it go, Qinjie. Xiaoyu shrugged. I don't have any sales yet, so maybe covering could lead to a big client, and then I'd make a sale. Zhou Shuiqin scoffed. Xiaoyu, you're just too kind. If it were that easy to get clients during a lunch shift, they wouldn't need someone like you to cover. All right, Qinjie. Go eat. Next time someone asks me to cover, I'll just say no. That's the spirit. We're all just here to work. Don't be so naive. With that, Zhou Shuiqin flashed a smile at Xiaoyu. I'll go see what's in the cafeteria and bring something back for you. Sounds good. Xiaoyu replied, grateful. Thank you, Qinjie. No need to be so polite. After Zhou Shuiqin left the sales hall, Xiaoyu found herself alone as the minutes ticked by. Just over 10 minutes later, as boredom set in, a brand new silver Bentley slowly glided into the parking lot in front of the sales hall. Xiaoyu was quick to spot it through the glass walls. As a property consultant at Jiangnan Biyuan, she had studied high-end luxury cars and immediately recognized the sleek silver Bentley. In the city of Qinghai, those who can afford such luxurious vehicles are predominantly affluent individuals. Thus, as soon as he parked the car, he rose and made his way towards the entrance of the sales hall, prepared to extend a warm welcome. She was uncertain whether the driver of this car was a potential homebuyer, but as the duty staff member for the afternoon, it was her obligation to proactively attend to any visitor, regardless of their intentions. After Chen Zimo parked his newly acquired Bentley, he alighted from the vehicle. He glanced up at the sign of the sales hall before striding towards the grand entrance. Chapter 7. Listening to the Bamboo Pavilion. Good day, sir. As Chen Zimo approached the entrance of the sales hall, Luo Xiaoyu eagerly stepped forward to greet him. May I inquire whether you are here to view properties or to meet someone? I would like to see the houses, Chen Zimo replied with a gentle smile. Luo Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy as she politely ushered Chen Zimo into the sales hall. At that moment, her heart raced with excitement. For this was the first genuine client she had welcomed since starting her position at Jiangnan Biyuan 2 weeks prior. She carefully guided Chen Zimo to a sofa, where he settled comfortably, and then poured him a glass of water. Sir, please enjoy some water. All right, just place it there, Chen Zimo said. Luo Xiaoyu obediently set the glass before him. Subsequently, she cautiously took a seat opposite him and smiled, asking, May I know your surname, sir? There's no need for formality. My surname is Chen. Good day, Mr. Chen. Is this your first visit to our sales hall? This is my first time, Chen Zimo confirmed. Have any of our sales staff from Jiangnan Biyuan contacted you? Chen Zimo shook his head. No. With his affirmative response, Luo Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, and a smile brightened her face. Her earlier question was aimed at determining whether Chen Zimo had any prior dealings with other sales representatives, confirming that she was indeed the first to assist him, making her his exclusive sales representative. Others would not be able to claim him as a client. Luo Xiaoyu then inquired, Mr. Chen, what size of property are you interested in viewing? I would like to see a villa, Chen Zimo replied calmly. A villa? Luo Xiaoyu said, momentarily taken aback. She had assumed he was merely looking to purchase a standard residence and had not dared to consider other possibilities. A single apartment sale might yield an outcome of around 1 to 2 million, translating to a commission of merely 12,000 at a 6% commission rate. However, selling a villa could result in profits soaring into the millions. Should the sales exceed 10 million, the commission rate would increase to 1%. Suppressing her excitement, Luo Xiaoyu steadied her emotions and softly asked, Mr. Chen, what size villa do you have in mind? I'm not sure, Chen Zimo shrugged. Could you tell me what sizes are available? Certainly, please hold on for a moment. With that, Luo Xiaoyu stepped into an office. Having only been on the job for about 2 weeks, her understanding of the project was still developing, so she needed to refer to a brochure while presenting the villas. Before long, she emerged from the office with a booklet in hand. Approaching Chen Zimo, she opened the brochure before him, flipping through the pages as she provided her introduction. Chen Zimo listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Once she finished, Luo Xiaoyu left the brochure in front of Chen Zimo and returned to her seat across from him. Mr. Chen, Among the villas I just introduced, is there one that piques your interest? Chen Zimo continued to peruse the brochure, not lifting his gaze. I'll take another look. Of course. Luo Xiaoyu stood, took Chen Zimo's glass, and said, let me refill your water. Thank you. Chen Zimo glanced up at her, appreciative. When Luo Xiaoyu returned with a fresh glass of water, Chen Zimo had already made his selection. This one, listening to the bamboo pavilion, he said, pointing to an image of a traditional style estate in the brochure. Luo Xiaoyu took the booklet, and, upon seeing the price of over 20 million, felt her heart skip a beat. If she were to sell this property, her commission alone would exceed 200,000, a sum that equaled the commissions of some salespeople for an entire year. Yet, despite the excitement, she felt a twinge of anxiety. As a newcomer, she was somewhat hesitant and intimidated by the magnitude of the transaction. Noticing her reaction, Chen Zimo queried, is there a problem? Is listening to the bamboo pavilion unavailable? Luo Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure. Oh no. Mr. Chen, the price for listening to the bamboo pavilion is over 20 million. Is that acceptable for you? Yes, 20 million is fine. When can we sign the contract? Are we signing the contract right away? Luo Xiaoyu's excitement surged, causing her to tremble slightly. If this deal were to be finalized, she would not only surpass her annual sales target, but also earn a commission of at least 200,000, an astonishing windfall for someone who had just graduated a month ago. However, Luo Xiaoyu swiftly tempered her exhilaration. After a moment of deliberation, she chose to voice her concern. Aren't you going to visit the villa first? Yes. That would be prudent. Chen Zimo nodded with a smile. Luo Xiaoyu's reminder deepened Chen Zimo's favorable impression of her. Would you prefer to go now, or schedule another time? Let us go now. All right. Luo Xiaoyu responded, rising to her feet. I will take you there right away. As they reached the entrance of the sales hall, Zhou Shuiqin approached, carrying a takeout box. Xiaoyu, where are you headed? Qingjie, you're back. Luo Xiaoyu replied with a smile. I'm taking this client to view a villa. A villa? Zhou Shuiqin expressed mild surprise, scrutinizing Chen Zimo from head to toe before turning back to Luo Xiaoyu. Do you need any assistance? Not at all, Qingjie. I can manage on my own. Luo Xiaoyu declined, her tone hinting at a touch of defensiveness. Very well, Zhou Shuiqin said with a smile. Just be sure to return quickly. The meal I brought you will get cold. Of course, I will be back shortly. As Zhou Shuiqin watched Luo Xiaoyu and Chen Zimo depart, she chuckled softly to herself, murmuring, Xiaoyu really landed a big client for a shift duty. I wonder if Lulu will regret this news. With a satisfied smile, Zhou Shuiqin remarked to herself, it seems Xiaoyu has learned to be cautious even with me. Her time in the sales hall hasn't been wasted. Shaking her head with amusement, she turned and re-entered the sales hall. Chapter 8, Lulu's Great Loss. In less than an hour, Chen Zimo and Luo Xiaoyu returned to the sales hall. Luo Xiaoyu guided Chen Zimo back to the spot he had occupied earlier and poured him another glass of water. Mr. Chen, having perused the collection from Ting's Hooding, what are your impressions? I find it quite satisfactory. Chen Zimo chuckled and inquired, when may I sign the contract? Our contract review necessitates some time. However, if you are willing to wait a moment, we can finalize the signing later today. It would also suffice if you complete the contract process today and return tomorrow to sign. Certainly, replied Luo Xiaoyu with a nod. Though you will need to pay a portion of the deposit. How much? 100,000. No problem at all. Please hold on for a moment. Subsequently, Luo Xiaoyu rose and proceeded to an office. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a housing purchase agreement. After filling in the necessary details, she guided Chen Zimo in signing. They then moved to the finance department, where he paid the 100,000 deposit. During this process, several returning salespeople observed Chen Zimo with curiosity. Some expressions reflected a complexity of emotions. While it was not uncommon for clients to be received during the midday shift at Jiangnan Sales Hall, such occurrences were rare. And even when they did happen, success was not guaranteed. Therefore, they did not find it particularly astonishing that Luo Xiaoyu managed to secure a client during her shift. However, the fact that this client signed the housing purchase agreement and paid the deposit on the same day stirred various thoughts among the other salespeople. Yet, upon closer inspection, they deemed Luo Xiaoyu's client to be rather ordinary in appearance, likely purchasing a high-rise residential unit. This realization eased their minds considerably, as a high-rise unit at Jiangnan only yielded a few thousand in commission, which posed minimal impact on their standings. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyu had completed all formalities and escorted Chen Zimo to the entrance of the sales hall. Mr. Chen, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. After a brief farewell, Chen Zimo returned to his Bentley, started the engine, and exited the parking lot. This scene did not go unnoticed by the other salespeople within the hall. In an instant, they began to speculate that Luo Xiaoyu's client might be more extraordinary than he appeared. Surely, someone who could drive a Bentley could not be merely an average buyer of a high-rise unit. Soon, several salespeople hurried to Luo Xiaoyu's side, eager to inquire. Xiaoyu, congratulations. You've closed a deal in just half a month, far surpassing us seasoned employees. Which building is your client purchasing from? What is the total price of this deal? Have you completed your target for the month? Having already signed the housing purchase agreement and paid the deposit, Luo Xiaoyu felt confident that the deal was sealed. She smiled and replied, this client is purchasing from Ting's Hooding. What? It's Ting's Hooding? That unit costs over 24 million. With a 1% commission. That's more than 200,000. As Luo Xiaoyu uttered the words Ting's Hooding, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The glances directed at Luo Xiaoyu grew increasingly complex, mingled with envy, admiration, and resentment. Some voices turned somewhat sarcastic. Xiaoyu, you've achieved something remarkable in just half a month, closing a deal worth over 20 million. Indeed, the commission from that one deal could equate to what I earn in a year, and she has already fulfilled her annual target. Xiaoyu, you must have some special connection with that client. Luo Xiaoyu could discern the tone of the other salespeople and felt a twinge of regret for her earlier candidness. Hastily, she interjected, ladies, the client is coming tomorrow to sign the contract. I must hurry to finalize the approval process. With that, she swiftly extricated herself from the gathering and made her way toward the office. Once she departed, the expressions of the salespeople shifted dramatically. Look at her. So pleased with herself. It's just a sale of Ting's Hooding, after all. Who knows, perhaps she has some underhanded dealings with that client. I suspect it's quite likely. Otherwise, how could a recent graduate without resources or connections so effortlessly sell a villa worth over 20 million? Women, if they are attractive and lack principles, can earn money far too easily. The news of Luo Xiaoyu's sale of Ting's Hooding was soon disseminated by her superior in their work group. While the majority of the messages celebrated her achievement, Luo Xiaoyu understood that genuine congratulations were scarce. Observing the messages, Zhou Shuiqin smiled with satisfaction. Xiaoyu is indeed fortunate. However, if Lulu were to learn that Xiaoyu secured this client, she would likely be filled with regret. Lulu, what time is your client coming? After lunch. Li Pingping and Lulu did not return to the sales hall, but instead found a cafe at the entrance of Jiangnan Biyuan to enjoy the air conditioning. Upon hearing Li Pingping's question, Lulu smiled. What's this? You just received your divorce certificate yesterday morning, and already you're eager for a man? Of course. I want to wait until I'm old to think about men. Li Pingping unabashedly replied. Look at your desperate demeanor. How long has it been since Chen Zimo last touched you? Oh, I'm divorced now. Why bring him up? Li Pingping laughed. I'm single again. I can pursue whoever I wish. All right. Lulu checked the time on her phone. I'm meeting him at 3. It's almost 2 now. I'll send him a message to confirm. Just as Lulu was halfway through typing, her phone rang. She paused, glancing at the caller ID. It was a colleague. Answering the call, she said, hello? Lulu, you've suffered a significant loss today. What loss? Lulu responded, confusion etched on her face. Did you know that Ting's Hooding was reserved today? No, I didn't. She hadn't yet checked the work group messages, so she was genuinely unaware. Whose client made the reservation? It was Luo Xiaoyu who attended to a client during your shift today. What? Upon hearing this, Lulu felt as if struck by lightning, utterly stunned. Chapter 9. Blame Li Pingping. Regret. Just as Zhou Shuiqin had said, Lulu was now regretting so profoundly that it felt as if her insides would spill out. She suddenly realized how foolish she had been to let Luo Xiaoyu cover her shift. Had she been present, she would have been the one to assist the client who reserved Ting's Hooding. That represented over 20 million in sales, not only allowing her to complete her annual target ahead of time, but also earning her over 200,000 in commission. The way her colleague described the ease with which Luo Xiaoyu secured the deal made it seem as though it had been handed to her on a silver platter. Regret now enveloped her, a profound sense of remorse. She chided herself for allowing Li Pingping to entice her into this lunch. No, suddenly a thought struck her. She could not solely blame herself. The fault lay with Li Pingping. Had it not been for her, she would have remained at her post, diligently working through the lunch hour. Consequently, she would not have missed the opportunity to secure the client for the Ting's Hooding project. Thus, all of this misfortune was attributable to Li Pingping, who had chosen this exact moment to seek her out, causing her to forfeit over 20 million in potential earnings and more than 200,000 in commissions. Her gaze shifted to Li Pingping, now tinged with disdain. Noticing the shift in Lulu's demeanor, Li Pingping furrowed her brows and inquired, Lulu, what's wrong? You seem suddenly displeased. Humph. You've cost me over 200,000 today. How could I possibly be happy? Lulu thought bitterly, yet she maintained an air of calmness, responding with pointed casualness. Oh, it's nothing. Just that my colleague who covered my shift today landed a major client, securing a villa worth over 20 million. What? Li Pingping exclaimed, astonished. Over 20 million? The person purchasing that villa must be extraordinarily wealthy. I don't know, Lulu shook her head. But anyone able to spend that much on a villa is certainly not an ordinary person. With a wistful sigh, She continued, in fact, had I not gone out to lunch with you today, that client would have been mine. Such a pity, truly a pity. Li Pingping could easily discern the underlying reproach in Lulu's tone, and her expression grew somewhat frosty. Lulu, are you blaming me? Not at all. Lulu responded with a light-hearted smile. After all these years of friendship, would I hold a trivial matter against you? She took a sip of her coffee, then added with a grin, I merely feel a touch of regret. Li Pingping scrutinized Lulu for a moment, her demeanor softening slightly. That's good to hear. You should promptly check when your client is scheduled to arrive. Before 3 this afternoon. Eventually, in the cafe, Lulu and Li Pingping encountered the esteemed client she had mentioned. His name was Song Bowen, and his profile matched Lulu's description closely. Hello, Mr. Song. Lulu greeted as she stood to acknowledge him. Song Bowen waved and settled into another chair. Hello, Ms. Lu. His gaze then turned inquisitively to Li Pingping. And this is my best friend, Lulu introduced with a smile. Her name is Li Pingping. She emphasized playfully, just like you. She is also single. Is that so? Song Bowen observed Li Pingping with keen interest. Prior to visiting this cafe, Lulu had informed him of a beautiful acquaintance she intended to introduce him to. Naturally, he was intrigued and had arrived early. Upon seeing Li Pingping, he was immediately struck by her beauty. Both her brother and mother had praised her, affirming her exceptional qualities. Moreover, the mature allure she exuded perfectly aligned with Song Bowen's preferences. He extended his hand toward Li Pingping. Ms. Li, a pleasure to meet you. My name is Song Bowen. Li Pingping was equally impressed by Song Bowen's initial demeanor, which matched her expectations. However, as a woman, she felt the need to feign a touch of modesty. She smiled gently and extended her hand to shake his. Hello, Mr. Song. They locked eyes for a moment before releasing their hands, yet their gazes lingered, unyielding. Lulu observed the interaction with a distinctive expression before interjecting. Mr. Song, would you like something to drink? Oh, right, Song Bowen responded, rubbing his nose. Whatever Ms. Li is having, please order me the same. Li Pingping smiled subtly, diverting her gaze without speaking further. Lulu called over a waiter and ordered an identical coffee for Song Bowen. The trio engaged in light conversation. Though most of the dialogue flowed between Li Pingping and Song Bowen, much to Lulu's chagrin. While she had intended to introduce Li Pingping to a valuable connection, she could not overlook the fact that Li Pingping had cost her over 200,000 today. Although she masked her displeasure, she felt a growing sense of discontent as she observed their lively exchange. Seizing a moment when the conversation lulled, she interjected, Mr. Song, I believe it is time for us to view the villa you're interested in. Sure. Song Bowen nodded in agreement, then turned to Li Pingping. Would you like to join us? Of course. Li Pingping replied readily. I have nothing else planned for the afternoon. It would be a perfect opportunity to explore the finest community in Qing'e City. Despite her reservations about bringing Li Pingping along, Lulu felt compelled to comply, as Song Bowen had extended the invitation. Very well, let us proceed, Lulu said nonchalantly. The three of them rose and exited the cafe, heading toward the Jiangnan Biyuan Villa district. Meanwhile, Chen Zimo had returned to his father's home, prompting puzzled looks from Chen Jijun and Shen Xiulian. Why are you home so early today? Shen Xiulian asked. Chen Zimo smiled and replied candidly, Mom, I've resigned. I won't be working anymore. What? Both Chen Jijun and Shen Xiulian expressed their surprise, their faces clouded with deep concern. Zimo, Shen Xiulian said, her brow furrowed with worry. You just got divorced and left with nothing, and now you've quit your job. What on earth are you thinking? Indeed, son, Chen Jijun added, equally anxious. Given our situation, we can't help you. We might even become a burden to you. You're starting fresh with nothing. How will you manage? Hearing his parents' concerns warmed Chen Zimo's heart. He recalled how, upon returning home from work, Li Pingping's words felt like icy bricks hurled at him. In contrast, being with his parents now filled him with a sense of warmth he had long craved. With this realization, Chen Zimo couldn't help but smile contentedly. He approached his parents, wrapping an arm around each of their shoulders, and said softly, Dad, Mom, you need not worry so. How can we not worry? Before Chen Zimo could finish, Chen Jijun interrupted, his expression grave. Zimo, I've lived long enough. I can afford to forego treatment for my illness to save resources. But you are still young, with a long path ahead, and little Yaya needs your care. Father, Chen Zimo said helplessly, could you please let me finish? Let him speak, Shen Xiulian interjected. Chen Zimo assisted his parents to a nearby sofa, and then took a seat across from them, smiling as he spoke. Mom, Dad, I am willing to divorce and walk away with nothing. I'm even bold enough to resign from my job, and that is because I possess confidence. His parents exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. What confidence do you possess? Chen Jijun asked. Chen Zimo smiled slightly, retrieving his phone to display the account balance, and then handed it to them. Take a look at this. How much do you think it is? Chen Jijun perplexed. took the phone and leaned in to examine it. Upon seeing the figure, his expression shifted dramatically. What? How many zeros are there? What do you mean how many zeros? Chen Zimo replied disdainfully. Have you grown so old that you can't count them? No, dear, Chen Zimo said cautiously, handing the phone to Chen Zimo as if it were a delicate porcelain artifact, fearful of dropping it. You take a look. How many zeros does it show? Chen Zimo accepted the phone with a peculiar expression and gazed at the screen. The next moment, her face also changed drastically, filled with astonishment. However, her composure seemed to be slightly better than Chen Zimo's, and she quickly regained her calm. She began counting the zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. After finishing, she looked up at Chen Zimo, wide-eyed. 9 million? How on earth do you have 9 million? Chen Zimo wanted to say that it was actually more than that. Initially, his account held over 100 million, but after purchasing a Bentley today for over 3 million, the balance had dipped below 100 million. Nevertheless, for Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo, this was still a staggering sum, hence their dramatic reactions. Chen Zimo merely smiled, offering no further explanations. Mom, Dad, this is what I mean by my confidence. You need not worry about money for Dad's medical expenses anymore, and our lives will improve. Yet, Chen Zimo's concern deepened. Zimo, where did this money come from? Rest assured, Mom, it is all legally obtained. He replied with a gentle smile. If my funds were of dubious origin, I assure you, the government would not let me off easily. Upon hearing his words, Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo's expressions finally softened. They understood that Chen Zimo did not wish to elaborate, and thus, they refrained from pressing further. Chen Zimo's reasoning was sound. If his money were acquired unlawfully, spending it would be moot. Consequently, both Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo reluctantly accepted the astonishing fact that their son possessed over 9 million. Immediately, Chen Zimo transferred 1 million to each of his parents. I recall when I was young, my allowance was either 50 cents or $1, he said cheerfully. Now, I'm giving you an allowance of 1 million. Look at you. Chen Zimo rolled her eyes. Zimo, I warn you, just because you have money doesn't mean you can act arrogantly. Ha ha. Chen Zimo chuckled, pleased. My dear, Zimo has always been a good, honest child. He won't be too ostentatious. Cough, cough. Chen Zimo cleared his throat, saying, Mom, Dad, I bought a car today. It's normal to get a new car when you have money, Chen Zimo remarked nonchalantly. What did you buy? Oh, a Bentley. Chen Zimo's expression immediately soured. He had just claimed that Chen Zimo wouldn't be too showy, and now, here he was, purchasing a Bentley. Wasn't that a contradiction? A Bentley? Chen Zimo, unfamiliar with cars, asked curiously, how much did it cost? Just over 3 million. What? Chen Zimo's eyes widened as she stared at Chen Zimo. Is this what you meant by him not being ostentatious? Chen Zimo chuckled awkwardly. Dear, with Zimo's account balance of over 9 million, 3 million isn't considered extravagant. Cough, cough. Chen Zimo coughed again, grinning sheepishly. I also secured a house today. It's quite normal. Good, Chen Zimo said. You've just divorced and have no place to stay. Buying a house is sensible. Chen Zimo, however, seemed to notice that Chen Zimo's expression was somewhat unnatural. What kind of house did you buy, and where? Chen Zimo scratched his head and smiled. It's a villa in Jiangnan. A villa? Chen Zimo exclaimed in astonishment. He had assumed Chen Zimo was buying a regular high-rise apartment. If it were a villa, that was a whole different caliber. How much? Chen Zimo pressed. Chen Zimo glanced at her, feeling a tad guilty, and replied, just over 20 million. Over 20 million? Chen Zimo exclaimed loudly, her face displaying disbelief. Chen Zimo's eyes widened in shock. 20 million for a villa. The key point was not the villa itself, but the staggering amount. They had never encountered even 100,000 in their lifetime, let alone a 20 million house. Seeing their reactions, Chen Zimo quickly explained, Mom, Dad, I will earn even more in the future, so 20 million isn't a big deal. Besides, the residents in Jiangnan are all affluent and distinguished individuals from Qinghe City. Once I move in, I can expand my network and resources through them. Of course, this was merely an excuse. With the godly rich system, he was the true source of connections and resources. After contemplating Chen Zimo's explanation, Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo found some logic in it. However, they still struggled to accept the notion of their son spending over 20 million on a villa. In their minds, money was meant to be saved rather than spent so liberally. In truth, Chen Zimo had previously been quite frugal, especially after giving 20,000 to Li Pingping for Li Wensheng's sake. After Chen Zimo's illness, he was so cautious that he would split every penny in half. But now, with the system and nearly 100 million in his account, his spending perspective had evolved significantly. Mom, Dad, Chen Zimo seated himself between his parents, smiling. Once the villa is furnished, you both should move in with me. I want to go. Chen Zimo shook her head. I've lived in this home for decades. I can't adjust to another place. Me neither, Chen Zimo echoed her refusal. Dad, why won't you go? If your mother isn't going. Then I won't either, Chen Zimo replied defiantly, like a child. Yet, as he spoke, he glanced at Chen Zimo, his eyes betraying a hint of longing. Chen Zimo understood that deep down, Chen Zimo wished to move. However, he would never abandon Chen Zimo in their old home. With a helpless smile, Chen Zimo remarked, if you both don't go, who will inhabit this spacious house? It's for Yaya. She will definitely move in. But she is still so young and needs someone to care for her, Chen Zimo replied. Are you not capable of taking care of yourself? Chen Zimo inquired, her eyes wide with concern. Mother, though I have resigned, I still have other matters to attend to, Chen Zimo replied, placing his hand gently on Chen Zimo's shoulder. You and father should move in with me. It would be a perfect opportunity for you to assist in caring for Yaya. You could find another wife to help look after her, Chen Zimo suggested. Mother, I cannot rest easy knowing that Yaya would be cared for by a stepmother. Chen Zimo declined her proposal. Suddenly, Chen Zimo turned to Chen Zimo. Are you saying you won't seek a partner in the future? Will you remain single for life? I will certainly seek one, but it must wait until Yaya is a bit older, he assured her. That is the right approach, Chen Zimo nodded approvingly. A household requires a woman, otherwise, it does not feel like a home. I understand, mother, Chen Zimo smiled. When the right person comes along, I will seize the opportunity. After a heartfelt discussion, Chen Zimo reluctantly agreed to move in with him. The one most pleased with this outcome was, surprisingly, Chen Zimo. Father, I have something else to discuss with you, Chen Zimo said to Chen Zimo. What is it? I intend to find a better doctor to examine your condition. If there are alternative methods for your recovery, it may alleviate some of your suffering. That sounds acceptable, Chen Zimo nodded. This affliction has made it so I cannot even enjoy a drink. Chen Zimo chuckled, just wait for my news. Once I find the doctor, I will take you there immediately. In Jiangnan Bun, Lu escorted Song Bowen and Li Pingping back to the sales hall. The three casually found a place to sit. Xiaoyu, Lu called out, but her gaze fell on an empty space where Luo Xiaoyu should have been. Xiaoyu, she called again, yet received no response. Since Luo Xiaoyu joined the team, she had always been the one serving tea to clients. No need to call for her, someone replied. She is busy with the contract for Ting's hooding, going through the approval process. Lu frowned at this, her mind drifting back to the lost commission of over 200,000, which stirred a sense of irritation within her. However, she maintained her composure. Mr. Song, please wait a moment. She stood up. I will fetch you a cup of water. All right, Song Bowen nodded. Once Lu left, he turned to Li Pingping. Miss Li, are you also a sales representative for Jiangnan Bun? I am not. Li Pingping shook her head. I came today to visit Lulu. Oh. A flicker of disappointment crossed Song Bowen's face. I thought you were also in sales. I could have helped you with some performance. Haha. Thank you, Mr. Song, but unfortunately, I am not, Li Pingping replied with a satisfied smile. At that moment, Lu returned, carrying 2 cups of water. What were you two discussing so happily? Nothing much. Song Bowen replied nonchalantly, just a casual chat about Miss Li's personal situation. Lu set the cups down and sat down, laughing. Mr. Song, your words make me feel like a mere third wheel. Haha, not at all. Song Bowen waved his hand dismissively. Li and I are not at that stage yet. After sharing half a cup of water, the three continued to chat casually. Then, Lu seized the opportunity to ask Song Bowen, Mr. Song, which of the 2 villas we viewed today do you find more appealing? To be honest, I am quite satisfied with both, Song Bowen smiled, though it appeared he was not entirely sincere. If you're satisfied, why not buy both? Lu laughed in response. I would love to, but I lack the means. Song Bowen's demeanor turned humble. You are being modest. Even if you acquired 2 more, it would be entirely within your capacity. Lu shifted to a more serious tone. But truly, Mr. Song, which one has captured your interest? The one priced over 5 million, I believe. If you like it, why not leave a deposit today? Song Bowen pondered for a moment before declining. I prefer to think it over once more. If you take a day to consider, it may be reserved by someone else. Lu pressed on. Besides, if you pay the deposit today and later decide against it, it is refundable. No rush. Song Bowen reiterated. I will think it over for a day or 2, swiftly. All right then, Lu conceded, cautious not to push too hard, fearing it might jeopardize the sale. This reminded her of the client Luo Xiaoyu had successfully secured for Ting's hooding earlier. Why did she not encounter clients who were eager to finalize transactions? I will take my leave now, Song Bowen announced. Once I have made my decision, I will get back to you. Certainly, no problem. Lu stood as well. Miss Li, are you heading back as well? Yes, it's about time, Li Pingping smiled as she stood. Then allow me to escort you, Song Bowen offered. That would be much appreciated, Mr. Song. Subsequently, Lu suppressed her irritation as she saw Song Bowen and Li Pingping out of the sales hall. The moment they departed, her expression soured. Li Pingping is not a good person. I suspect Song Bowen is not one either. With that, Lu Lulu turned and returned to the sales hall, determined to discover who the esteemed client Luo Xiaoyu had attended to that day was. Chapter 12. Each with their own plans. Chen Zimo? How can this be? Lu Lulu pondered, recognizing the name belonged to Li Pingping's husband. No, Chen Zimo is now more accurately referred to as Li Pingping's ex-husband. In the Jiangnan Biyuan sales hall. Upon learning the name of the client Luo Xiaoyu had attended to that day, Lu Lulu was left utterly stunned. She was all too familiar with the name Chen Zimo. However, she could hardly believe that this was the same Chen Zimo she knew. The contrast was simply too stark. One was an ordinary office worker earning a little over 10,000 a month, while the other drove a luxury Bentley worth millions and purchased a villa worth 20 million without batting an eye. Such a drastic disparity in identity could not possibly belong to the same individual. It must simply be a coincidence of names. Lu Lulu reasoned internally. But her curiosity about the man who drove a Bentley and purchased a villa for over 20 million lingered. She proceeded to the surveillance room to review the footage from the sales hall that afternoon, when she finally caught sight of the person Luo Xiaoyu had attended to. And it turned out to be the Chen Zimo she knew. Lu Lulu felt her heart race. Is it truly him? Is he really Li Pingping's ex-husband? In the next moment, a wave of confusion washed over her. How can it be him? How is it possible? How could he have amassed such wealth? The Chen Zimo Lu Lulu was acquainted with was merely an ordinary worker earning a meager income, incapable of affording a Bentley or purchasing a villa worth over 20 million. Yet, the evidence lay before her, leaving Lu Lulu questioning which version of Chen Zimo was the true one. But no one could provide her with the answers she sought. She exited the surveillance room, pulled out her phone, and contemplated calling Li Pingping. However, just as she located Li Pingping's phone number and poised to press the dial button, her hand faltered. She pondered briefly and whispered to herself, "No, I cannot inform Li Pingping. They had merely obtained their divorce certificate yesterday, and today, Chen Zimo had purchased a villa worth over 20 million. This indicated that Chen Zimo's wealth could very well be a shared asset with Li Pingping. Should Li Pingping discover this, given her nature, she would undoubtedly seek to claim a portion from Chen Zimo. Whether she approached Chen Zimo was inconsequential. However, if she were to demand a greater share, that was unacceptable. Humph, a best friend is a best friend, yet I cannot permit you, Li Pingping, to suddenly transform into a wealthy woman worth millions. Moreover, you caused me to incur a loss of over 200,000 today. How could I possibly allow you to live a more affluent life? With these thoughts in mind, Lu Lulu decisively tucked her phone away, burying this secret deep within her heart. Even if Li Pingping were to eventually learn that it was Chen Zimo who purchased Ting's hooding today, the later the revelation, the better. Meanwhile, Lu Lulu's mind conceived another idea. It seemed that I, too, have no opportunity to seize this deal with Chen Zimo. On the other side, Song Bowen was driving an Audi A8 down the road, with Li Pingping seated in the passenger seat, both wearing inexplicable smiles. "Where do you live, Miss Li?" Song Bowen inquired, steering with one hand. Li Pingping, caught off guard, casually mentioned the name of Jinhua community, perhaps never contemplating the need for caution. "What a coincidence. That's right along my way," Song Bowen replied, though the veracity of that claim remained uncertain. As the vehicle halted at a traffic light, Song Bowen glanced at Li Pingping and continued, "Miss Li, you are quite beautiful. How is it that you remain single?" "Actually, I am divorced," Li Pingping candidly admitted. In today's society, women who are divorced are generally met with a degree of tolerance, especially when the counterpart is also a divorced man. Indeed, some men exhibit a heightened preference for women who have experienced the trials of marriage. "What a coincidence. I am divorced as well," Song Bowen smiled, seemingly attempting to bridge the gap between them. "Is that so?" Though she had long known of Song Bowen's marital status, Li Pingping feigned surprise. "What led to your divorce?" she asked, taking the initiative. A lack of emotional compatibility. Song Bowen offered a broad answer before countering. "And you?" "Similar circumstances," Li Pingping responded, "emotional disconnect and differing values." At that moment, the light turned green, and the vehicle resumed its journey. They engaged in lively conversation, even experiencing a sense of regretting the time lost before their meeting. Eventually, Song Bowen escorted Li Pingping to the entrance of Jinhua community. "Thank you, Mr. Song," Li Pingping said politely as she exited the car. "No need for thanks," Song Bowen replied with a smile. "I enjoyed our conversation today. Let us arrange another meeting soon." "Absolutely," Li Pingping agreed cheerfully. They parted ways, both feeling a pang of reluctance, until Song Bowen's car vanished from sight. Li Pingping intended to turn and enter the community gate when a somewhat shadowy figure appeared beside her. "Sis, who was that man?" "Ah," Li Pingping jumped, glaring at Li Wensheng. "Why are you sneaking around? I've been standing here for a while. You were so focused on that man you didn't even notice me. Can you blame me?" Li Wensheng retorted, visibly displeased. "What are you doing here?" Li Pingping took a step toward the community entrance. I came to see if you and Chen Zimo had finalized your divorce. Li Wenxing followed suit. We did today, why do you ask? Upon hearing this, a gleam of joy spread across Li Wenxing's face. So, does that mean this house now belongs solely to you? Of course, Li Pingping beamed with pride. Not only is this house mine, but Chen Zimo's car is mine too, even though I don't drive. Li Wenxing's focus was evidently not on the car, but rather on flattering her. Sis, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Li Pingping glanced at him, sensing his expression was not one of good tidings. Spit it out, what is it? She urged as she continued walking. Sis, my community has terrible amenities. I'd like to move here and live with you. Sure, feel free to move in, Li Pingping replied without much thought. It will be livelier with all of us together. However, she forgot that when Chen Jijun fell ill, Chen Zimo had suggested that Chen Jijun and Chen Xiuyan move in together, to which she had objected, saying it would be too noisy. Li Wenxing beamed. Thank you, sis. We're family, no need for such formality, Li Pingping responded nonchalantly. Suddenly, Li Wenxing curiously asked, Sis, who was that man earlier? Is he your new boyfriend? I saw he was driving an Audi A8. He must be quite wealthy. Li Pingping abruptly halted, looking solemnly at Li Wenxing. Adult matters are not for children to pry into. But sis, I'm already married. I'm not a child anymore, Li Wenxing protested. That day, no hidden tasks were activated. Therefore, shortly after midnight, Chen Zimo received a mere 100 yuan deposit. However, he was not disheartened. As long as money was being deposited, it indicated that the system remained active. It was simply that the surprise would only manifest on the day the hidden task was triggered. Chapter 13. The esteemed owner of Jiangnan Biyuan. The following day, at 10 o'clock, Jiangnan Biyuan. As Chen Zimo parked his newly purchased Bentley at the parking lot in front of the sales hall of Jiangnan Biyuan, he drew the attention of the mobile sales staff within. The Bentley has returned. It's the client who finalized the purchase of Ting's hooding with Luo Xiaoyu yesterday. He is here to sign the contract today. 2 million in sales. How come I didn't get to encounter him? Lu was among them. Previously, due to her association with Li Pingping and her work environment, she often interacted with wealthy individuals. Thus, she had typically looked down upon Chen Zimo. However, today, as she observed him seated in the Bentley within the sales hall, her gaze became somewhat complex. Recalling a previous encounter with Chen Zimo, she suddenly realized that he had possessed a certain charm back then. Amid the murmurs of excitement and discussion, Luo Xiaoyu swiftly exited the sales hall, running directly to the newly parked Bentley. With a respectful demeanor, she opened the car door for Chen Zimo, beaming, Good morning, Mr. Chen. Chen Zimo returned her smile. Good morning. As he stepped out, he inquired, Shall we sign the contract now? We can, indeed. Luo Xiaoyu closed the car door, and they walked towards the sales hall's entrance. However, I have one more question, she added. What is it? Will you be opting for a loan or paying in full? Full payment. Upon hearing full payment, Luo Xiaoyu was taken aback. If it were a loan, it would imply that Chen Zimo might simply have a high income sufficient to cover the monthly payments. However, full payment indicated that Chen Zimo possessed substantial assets, particularly in liquid cash. To possess the means to acquire a villa outright for 20 million is indicative of assets that could be tenfold or even several multiples of that amount. Even an annual income in the hundreds of thousands may merely suggest a life of toil, albeit one of a more refined nature. Conversely, possessing wealth in the hundreds of millions or even billions signifies a near attainment of financial freedom. These are two entirely distinct concepts. As Luo Xiaoyu guided Chen Zimo into the sales hall, Chen Zimo noticed Lu Lulu's presence. Due to his acquaintance with Li Pingping, he was already aware of Lu Lulu's role as a sales associate at Jiangnan Biyuan, thus he felt no surprise. As a familiar face, he merely offered her a slight smile, having no intention of engaging in a formal greeting. Yet, Lu Lulu appeared determined not to let the opportunity pass. She approached Chen Zimo, feigning surprise, and exclaimed, Zimo, is it truly you? Standing before him, she acted as if they were well acquainted. I heard yesterday that someone named Chen Zimo had reserved Ting's hooding. I thought it was merely a coincidence of names. What a pleasant surprise to find it's indeed you. Chen Zimo offered a faint smile. Really, are you that surprised? Lu Lulu replied with a grin, inching closer, and whispered, Zimo, could we have a word in private? Chen Zimo furrowed his brow, instinctively inclined to refuse, pondering why certain discussions could not be held openly. Lu Lulu, with a knowing smile, suggested, Some matters are best kept from too many ears. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zimo, rather than fearing any ulterior motives from Lu Lulu, found himself curious about her intentions, and thus acquiesced to her request for a private conversation. They moved to a quieter corner. Witnessing this exchange, Luo Xiaoyu furrowed her brow in concern, silently speculating whether Lu Lulu was attempting to poach her client. Zimo, did you not just finalize your divorce with Pingping yesterday? On one side of the sales hall, Lu Lulu leaned in and quietly posed the question to Chen Zimo. His response was neither shocked nor surprised. Yes. Is there a problem? He nodded nonchalantly, still oblivious to Lu Lulu's true objective. Lu Lulu leaned closer, knowingly asking, "Does Pingping know about the villa you reserved for 20 million? In an instant, Chen Zimo grasped her insinuation but chose not to expose her intentions, assuming she was unaware. "Aren't you concerned about her finding out?" Lu Lulu inquired, her smile tinged with a subtle threat. Chen Zimo responded with a nonchalant smile. "Do you think I would be afraid of her knowing?" His demeanor and tone caused Lu Lulu's smile to falter. She sensed that Chen Zimo was unfazed by her threat. Nevertheless, she pressed on, "Zimo, have you clarified the financial matters regarding your divorce with Pingping?" Chen Zimo displayed a hint of impatience. "Just speak plainly." "Very well," Lu Lulu replied with a smile. "The funds for Ting's hooding should be considered joint assets with Pingping. If I were to inform her, she would undoubtedly claim half. However, if you inform our sales department that I was the one handling this transaction from the beginning, I won't disclose it to Pingping. What do you think?" Upon hearing Lu Lulu's words, Chen Zimo thought to himself, "Indeed, she intends to exploit this information to threaten me. But will I be swayed by her intimidation?" Maintaining his composure, he replied, "Miss Lu, feel free to share with whoever you wish. It does not concern me." "Zimo, I believe you should ponder this carefully," Lu Lulu said confidently. "If Pingping discovers your 20 million villa, she would at least claim 10 million. By giving me the credit for this sale, you can proceed with the purchase without fear of Pingping taking your money. Isn't that a win-win?" Chen Zimo merely smiled faintly. "Miss Lu, you should be aware of the caliber of individuals who reside in the Jiangnan Villa district." "Of course, I am aware," Lu Lulu replied, beaming with pride. Yet, in the next moment, her smile froze. Chen Zimo cast her a calm glance. "As long as you understand." With that, he turned away from Lu Lulu and walked back toward Luo Xiaoyu, leaving her standing in stunned silence. The residents of Jiangnan were indeed the elite of Qinghe City, while Lu Lulu was merely a sales associate. Although she might know some of the residents, it was just a casual acquaintance. Yet, Chen Zimo, who could afford to purchase Ting's hooding for 20 million, was someone who could dine at the same table as them. It dawned on Lu Lulu that Chen Zimo was not someone she could easily intimidate. In truth, Chen Zimo was indifferent to Lu Lulu's threats. What difference would it make if she told Li Pingping? Did she truly believe that Li Pingping could claim his money? Agreeing to a clean break with Li Pingping was merely a task assigned by the system. Otherwise, how could Chen Zimo so readily acquiesce to such an arrangement? He was far from being a pushover. His distaste for Lu Lulu's coercion prompted him to frighten her a little without any intention of retaliating. As Chen Zimo returned alone, Luo Xiaoyu felt a slight sense of relief wash over her. Nevertheless, she approached him cautiously and inquired, "Mr. Chen, do you know Lu Lulu?" "Acquainted, to some extent," Chen Zimo replied casually, indicating that his relationship with Lu Lulu was not particularly deep. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyu's apprehensions finally eased. Subsequently, she guided Chen Zimo through the process of signing the purchase agreement. Chen Zimo promptly paid the sum of over 24 million. In the end, Luo Xiaoyu solemnly handed the stamped purchase contract to Chen Zimo. "Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on becoming a distinguished owner in the Jiangnan Villa district." Chapter 14. It is I who purchased the villa. Having acquired a villa, the subsequent task was, naturally, renovation. Fortunately, Chen Zimo's uncle, Shen Mingfeng, owned a modestly sized renovation company. Additionally, due to Chen Jijun's illness, Chen Zimo had borrowed 100,000 yuan from Shen Mingfeng. Thus, Chen Zimo promptly resolved to entrust the renovation work to his uncle. First and foremost, it was a matter of trust, given that Shen Mingfeng was his maternal uncle. If Chen Zimo were to deny his uncle this opportunity, he would certainly face the ire of Shen Xiuyan. Moreover, if Shen Mingfeng dared to cut corners, Shen Xiuyan would not hesitate to confront him. Furthermore, with Chen Zimo's grandparents still alive, there would always be someone to keep Shen Mingfeng in check. Secondly, Chen Zimo wished to express gratitude for Shen Mingfeng's assistance. After all, lending 100,000 yuan to help Chen Zimo secure medical treatment for Chen Jijun was no small favor. Instead of making a phone call, Chen Zimo bought a box of Zhonghua cigarettes and a tin of tea, then withdrew 200,000 in cash before driving his Bentley to the location of Shen Mingfeng's renovation company. The company, situated in a small space, belonged to Shen Mingfeng. In the office of the Fangsuan Jijian Renovation Company, Shen Mingfeng sat with a furrowed brow, his expression one of gravity. Before him was Jiang Qiongyu, the company's financial officer. "Boss, today is payday, but there are no funds in the account. What shall we do?" she inquired. "How much are we short?" Shen Mingfeng asked in a low voice. "We are still lacking around 80 to 90,000, Jiang Qiongyu replied. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Mingfeng queried, "How many clients remain unpaid?" "2. One owes 90,000, the other 13, Jiang Qiongyu reflected. "I have urged them today, but they say they cannot settle until next month." "What of the other projects? What progress have they made?" Shen Mingfeng pressed. The other projects are either incomplete or have not undergone inspection, thus not meeting the conditions for payment. Shen Mingfeng fell silent again. For the past few months, he had been plagued with anxiety each time payday approached. The failure of 2 clients to remit payment in a timely manner, coupled with the 10,000 he had lent to Chen Zimo, had strained his financial liquidity, and he had yet to recover. Jiang Qiongyu, observing the somber expression on Shen Mingfeng's face, cautiously suggested, "Boss, perhaps you might inquire about the loan to your nephew?" At this, Shen Mingfeng exhaled heavily. He had indeed considered requesting the 10,000 back during previous crises, but he was acutely aware of Chen Zimo's family situation. Chen Zimo's father was ill, and his wife was more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, in earlier instances, Shen Mingfeng had relied on bank loans to weather the storm. Although the company's cash flow had not been critically affected in the short term, the mounting bank loans had exacerbated the financial pressure on the company. After a moment's thought, Shen Mingfeng shook his head. "Let it be for now. Zimo's family is in a tough spot, so we shall not press him. I will seek a loan of 100,000 from the bank." "Boss, continuing down this path is untenable. It will only heighten the company's financial strain," Jiang Qiongyu earnestly advised. Alas, Shen Mingfeng sighed helplessly. "If next month arrives and the situation remains unchanged, I will approach Zimo for the funds." Jiang Qiongyu, resigned, responded, "Very well. I shall inform the staff that this month's salary will be delayed a few days." "Indeed," Shen Mingfeng nodded. "And please reassure them regarding their concerns." As Jiang Qiongyu exited Shen Mingfeng's office, she encountered Chen Zimo. "Sister Jiang," he called out warmly. Jiang Qionyu's expression shifted slightly in surprise. "Zimo, what brings you here?" "I need to discuss something with my uncle," he replied. Noticing Jiang Qionyu's somewhat troubled demeanor, he inquired, "Sister Jiang, is everything all right?" Jiang Qiongyu hesitated, opening her mouth to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. "Your uncle is inside. You may go see him," she said, before returning to her office. Chen Zimo sensed the coolness in her tone, a stark contrast to her usual warmth during his visits. He quickly deduced the reason, likely the 10,000 his uncle had lent him. Brushing aside his concerns, he approached the door to Shen Mingfeng's office and knocked gently. "Come in," Shen Mingfeng's voice called. Chen Zimo entered, smiling as he greeted, "Uncle." Shen Mingfeng looked up, a smile spreading across his face. "Zimo, what brings you here?" "I came to see you," Chen Zimo said, placing a pack of cigarettes and tea on the desk. "This is for you." "Why bring such things? Given your family situation, you should be economizing," Shen Mingfeng replied sternly. "I'm not a stranger. There's no need for such formalities. This is merely an appetizer. I have more," Chen Zimo said, retrieving 2 bundles of cash from another bag and placing them on the desk. Shen Mingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Zimo, what does this mean?" "It's to repay you," Chen Zimo replied with a smile. "Repay me?" Shen Mingfeng examined the cash. One bundle was 100,000, totaling 200,000. "But I only lent you 10,000. He protested. "Exactly. The excess is interest," Chen Zimo explained cheerfully. "Interest?" Shen Mingfeng's expression soured. "Zimo, we're not discussing interest here. Return that excess. Take only what you owe. Your family has significant expenses. Keep some for yourself." "Uncle," Chen Zimo pushed the 2 bundles closer. "The fact that I can repay you means my most difficult times have passed, and I have no immediate use for this money." He added with a smile, "Moreover, I'm here for something important." "What important matter?" Shen Mingfeng inquired, puzzled. Chen Zimo grinned. "I intend to introduce you to a significant project." "What project?" "The renovation of a villa." "A villa? Where is it located?" "At Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Shen Mingfeng frowned skeptically. "Who in such a prestigious community would commission us for renovations? It is the most upscale neighborhood in Qinghe City, and only the most formidable companies can undertake such work. Smaller firms like ours have no chance of participating." Chen Zimo, however, simply smiled and replied, "Uncle, I am the one who purchased the villa." "What? You bought a villa?" Shen Mingfeng exclaimed in disbelief. He scrutinized Chen Zimo, asking, "How much did it cost?" "Over 20 million, Chen Zimo answered candidly. A figure easily verifiable with a simple inquiry at Jiangnan. "Over 20 million? Shen Mingfeng gasped. "Good heavens." He stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "You've really made something of yourself." Chen Zimo chuckled lightly. "Uncle, it's a shell of a villa. I plan to entrust the renovations to you." "What is the area?" "I believe it's over 1,000 square meters." "Over 1,000 square meters?" Shen Mingfeng's tone remained incredulous. "What is your renovation budget?" Chen Zimo shook his head. "There is no budget. Just make it luxurious. As for the cost, it's of no concern to me. You may manage it as you see fit." "This simply won't do. You must establish a budget so we can design accordingly. What materials and techniques to use all hinge on a budgetary framework," Shen Mingfeng insisted. "No need for a budget. Just proceed with the highest specifications." "I trust you," Chen Zimo reassured him. "Very well," Shen Mingfeng relented, albeit with thoughts of not profiting excessively from Chen Zimo. "Let us head to the site to take a look." Sounds good. Chen Zimo responded with a smile. As Shen Mingfeng was about to rise, his gaze inadvertently fell upon two bundles of cash resting on the table, which suddenly sparked a thought in his mind. He glanced at Chen Zimo and inquired, Zimo, are you certain that all of this is intended for me? Indeed, it is all for you. Please accept it. Chen Zimo urged. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Shen Mingfeng retrieved a bundle and placed it into the drawer of his office desk. Then addressed Chen Zimo. Please summon Sister Jiang to come here. Certainly. Chen Zimo replied before turning and exiting. He made his way directly to the finance department of the Fengsuan Decoration Company. Sister Jiang, my uncle requests your presence. Jiang Qiongyu furrowed her brow and stood up. What does he need me for this time? Chen Zimo flashed a mysterious smile. This summons is for a favorable matter. Although puzzled, Jiang Qiongyu did not press further and proceeded towards Shen Mingfeng's office. The instant she pushed the door open, her eyes lit up at the sight of a bundle of cash on Shen Mingfeng's desk. Boss, have you found the money? I did not find it myself. Shen Mingfeng gestured towards Chen Zimo standing behind Jiang Qiongyu. This young man delivered it. Jiang Qiongyu looked back at Chen Zimo in astonishment. You returned the 100,000 yuan? Chen Zimo replied with a smile. Having borrowed it for so long, it was time to return it. Jiang Qiongyu finally broke into a smile, just in time to cover the payroll. Without hesitation, she picked up the 100,000 yuan and turned to Shen Mingfeng. Boss, may I distribute the salaries today? Go ahead, Shen Mingfeng chuckled. This month is the only one in recent times where salaries have been dispersed on time. I shall do so at once. Wait a moment. Just as Jiang Qiongyu was about to leave, Shen Mingfeng called out to her. Is there anything else, boss? Jiang Qiongyu asked, her expression wary, as if she feared Shen Mingfeng might change his mind. Please fetch Xiao Wu for me. Understood. Jiang Qiongyu relaxed her demeanor, nodded in agreement, and exited the office. Xiao Wu, whose full name was Wu Jinsong, was a designer at Fengsuan Decoration Company. However, Shen Mingfeng waited for over 10 minutes in the office before Wu Jinsong finally entered with a smile. Boss, did you call for me? Why did it take you so long to arrive? Shen Mingfeng inquired. Sister Jiang handed me my salary before letting me in, Wu Jinsong explained. Shen Mingfeng chuckled helplessly. Glancing at Chen Zimo, is Sister Jiang concerned that I might reclaim the money, hence she ensured her staff received their salaries? Afterward, he turned his attention back to Wu Jinsong. Xiao Wu, you will accompany me to Jiangnan Biyuan shortly. Jiangnan Biyuan? Wu Jinsong asked, puzzled. Does it have a project for us? Indeed, today marks the commencement of our first project there. Shen Mingfeng smiled. Moreover, it is a villa spanning over 1,000 square meters. Over 1,000 square meters? Wu Jinsong's face registered astonishment. A villa of that size, even with a lower-end renovation, would cost around 2 million yuan. For a high-end finish, the expense could soar into the tens of millions. Soon, excitement flickered across Wu Jinsong's face. Boss, what is the budget from the client? There is no budget, Shen Mingfeng replied with a smile. No budget? Wu Jinsong frowned. If there is no budget, how am I to design? Should I aim for low-end, mid-range, or high-end? High-end, Chen Zimo interjected, designed to the utmost standards. Being a long-standing employee of Fengsuan Decoration Company, Wu Jinsong was familiar with Chen Zimo. He looked at him with curiosity. Zimo, how do you know that the client desires the highest standard of decoration? Because he is the client, Shen Mingfeng chimed in with a chuckle. What? Wu Jinsong's face was a portrait of shock. His incredulous gaze slowly shifted towards Chen Zimo. Zimo, you are truly the client for this project? Indeed, I am, Chen Zimo affirmed with a smile. Upon hearing this revelation, Wu Jinsong's jaw dropped in astonishment. You actually purchased a villa? A villa over 1,000 square meters. He then curiously probed. How much did you spend on that villa? Over 20 million, Chen Zimo replied candidly. Over 20 million? Wu Jinsong gasped. I might work my entire life without ever earning that much. He quickly composed himself and asked, are you truly planning to renovate your villa to the highest standards? Absolutely. Chen Zimo confirmed with a nod. Wu Jinsong patted Chen Zimo's shoulder earnestly. Zimo, rest assured. I will ensure that the cost of your renovation surpasses the price you paid for the villa. He then turned to Shen Mingfeng. Boss, once Zimo's villa is completed, you should consider finding us a new boss lady. Haha, Shen Mingfeng laughed heartily. You all must work hard and strive for me to be able to find you 2 boss ladies by next year. Wu Jinsong grinned mischievously. With your physique in your 40s or 50s, do you think you can handle it? Chapter 16, the second hidden task. Is this your new car? Shen Mingfeng gazed in astonishment at the Bentley before him. However, this time, the expression of surprise on his face quickly faded. Zimo, it seems you have truly traded up. Traded up? Wu Jinsong, recovering from his shock, cast a knowing glance at Chen Zimo's trousers. Did you make any other changes down there? Have you tried it out? If it's good, perhaps we can get one for our boss as well. Haha, Shen Mingfeng laughed again. Can you be serious for once? Chen Zimo joined in the laughter. Unfazed by Wu Jinsong's jest, having known each other for such a long time, he He was well aware that Wu Jinsong was not one to take matters too seriously. Why am I not being serious? Wu Jinsong replied with mock solemnity. Boss, I am merely concerned that your parts might rust and become unusable. I was thinking of having Zimo get you a new one. I appreciate your concern, but let us get in the car, with over 1,000 square meters to measure. We might not finish until evening. As he spoke, Shin Meifeng had already dashed to the passenger seat, opened the door, and settled into the car. Zimo, would you like me to drive? Wu Jinsong inquired. Sure. Chen Zimo responded as he made his way to the back seat. Perfect. I can take a nap back there. Wu Jinsong opened the driver's door and settled into the driver's seat, stating, truth be told, I don't really want to drive this Bentley. I just feel it's inappropriate for the client to be behind the wheel. With those words, the car roared to life, and they turned onto the main road. Chen Zimo brought Shin Meifeng and Wu Jinsong to Jiangnan, where they conducted measurements for a while before he excused himself. As for the renovation, he entrusted Shin Meifeng with the responsibility. Of course, Chen Zimo would not completely disengage. He would still review and oversee the necessary aspects. Shin Meifeng was a person he trusted and was keen on allowing him to earn a profit. Hence, Chen Zimo's oversight was largely a formality. As he had already selected the primary supervisor for the site, his mother, Shin Mingfeng's sister, Shin Xiaoya. Yaya, have you been good today? At Chen Jijun's home. Chen Zimo cradled Chen Xiaoya, his expression filled with affection. Yaya has certainly been good. In a manner reminiscent of an adult, Xiaoya expressed herself. I even supported Grandma in scolding Grandpa. What had Grandpa done wrong this time to incur Grandma's reprimand? It appeared that Grandpa had insisted on drinking alcohol in the morning, at noon, and again in the evening, prompting Grandma's admonishment. Yet how did you find yourself supporting Grandma against Grandpa? I replied. Grandpa should heed Grandma's words and refrain from excessive drinking. As Chen Zimo listened to the melodious voice of Chen Xiaoya, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, abruptly, Chen Xiaoya shifted the conversation, causing Chen Zimo's smile to freeze upon his face. Grandma also mentioned that Dad should smoke less, as it is detrimental to his health. Despite being so young, Yaya is remarkably sensible. At the dining table, Shun Xiuyan regarded Chen Xiaoya with a benevolent expression. Yet, when she turned her gaze toward Chen Jijun and Chen Zimo, her demeanor transformed, becoming stern. You two elderly gentlemen, at your age, still managed to be a source of concern. In a household with 3 members bearing the Chen surname, they found themselves thoroughly managed by a single member of the Shin family. Dad, perhaps you should consider quitting drinking. Chen Zimo whispered to Chen Jijun when Shun Xiuyan momentarily retreated to the kitchen. Absolutely not. Chen Jijun shook his head. I could give up your mother, but I cannot relinquish this vice. Chen Zimo's pupils dilated in alarm. Dad, is your health still robust enough to endure this? Just as Chen Jijun was about to respond, Shun Xiuyan returned, prompting him to quickly silence himself and focus on his meal. What were you two whispering about? Shun Xiuyan seated herself and scrutinized Chen Zimo and Chen Jijun with suspicion. Mom, I was discussing the renovations for the villa with Dad. Chen Zimo quickly interjected with a smile. Have you already begun renovations on the villa you purchased? Shun Xiuyan inquired, a hint of surprise in her tone. Meanwhile, Chen Jijun shot Chen Zimo an approving glance. Yes, we signed the contract, and once we take possession, the renovation can commence. And which renovation company did you engage? Of course, it's Uncle S. Now that's more like it, Chen Zimo grinned. Mom, speaking of which, I need your assistance. What sort of help do you require? Shin Xiuyan asked, puzzled. After the work begins, when you have the time, please visit the construction site to supervise. Shin Xiuyan paused, putting down her utensils to consider Chen Zimo's request. Do you not trust your uncle? Not at all. How could I? Chen Zimo hastily clarified. It's just that uncle cannot be on site at all times, and this is your granddaughter's future home. You ought to take some interest. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Xiuyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, for Yea's sake, we cannot be negligent with the renovations. Just as she relished another bite of food, a thought struck her. Wait, if I'm overseeing, what will you be doing? Aren't you currently unemployed? I'll be taking Dad to the doctor. Chen Zimo promptly replied. Chen Jijun looked bewildered. Where are we going for a checkup? Shin Xiuyan's gaze turned penetrating as she regarded Chen Zimo. To the capital, Chen Zimo asserted without hesitation. Resolutely. Dad, I've already made the appointment at the best hospital in the capital. He then winked at Chen Jijun. Chen Jijun suddenly understood. Right. You mentioned it earlier today. Shun Xiuyan, perceptive as ever, saw through the unspoken understanding between Chen Jijun and Chen Zimo, but chose not to expose it. When do you plan to go? Chen Zimo pondered briefly, but before he could respond, Chen Jijun interjected with in a couple of days. Chen Zimo stood momentarily dumbfounded, internally lamenting, my dad truly is a liability. However, Shun Xiuyan shot a disapproving glance at Chen Jijun. Hurry up and eat. Once finished, take Yaya for a stroll. Don't let your mind stagnate. After their meal, Chen Zimo obediently took Ye out for a walk, while Chen Zimo retreated to his room to diligently research hospitals in the capital. He hoped to expedite Chen Zimo's treatment to alleviate his suffering. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Chen Zimo's mind. Activate hidden task. Watch the live stream of Xinhua Daddy on Douyin and donate over 200,000. Critical reward of 10 million times. Chen Zimo was taken aback. This system, which usually transferred a mere 100 yuan daily, had issued a new task. This time it involved watching a Douyin live stream and donating a significant sum, which didn't seem overly difficult. However, the reward of 10 million times seemed astonishingly high, suggesting that even upon completion, it might yield a mere 10 million in critical rewards. Without delay, Chen Zimo opened Douyin and searched for Xinhua Daddy's account. Upon investigation, he realized why the system urged him to watch the live stream and donate 200,000. Xinhua Daddy had a 5-year-old daughter afflicted with neuroblastoma, necessitating hundreds of thousands for her treatment. In his quest to raise these funds, Xinhua Daddy danced in an underground passage, disregarding the stares of passers-by, live streaming his performance for hours on end, even to the point of losing a fingernail. He promptly entered Xinhua Daddy's live stream room. On the screen, a middle-aged man clad in simple attire, appearing weary yet determined, danced fervently before the camera. His movements were marked by evident fatigue and clumsiness, yet his eyes shone with an undeniable fervor. The backdrop was a stark underground tunnel, with occasional pedestrians glancing curiously at him. The viewer count was modest, numbering in the hundreds, with sparse comments trickling in. Keep going, uncle. How long have you been dancing today? Take a break. It's truly tough for you. Let us show some support with a little love. After confirming that it was indeed Xinhua Daddy, Chen Zimo wasted no time and immediately accessed the gift section. A carnival. A grand golden effect erupted across the entire live stream screen, accompanied by the exhilarating sound of the system notification. Thank you, Mo, for sending a carnival in the live stream. The previously slow-moving comments momentarily halted before exploding into a frenzy. No way. A carnival. The boss is generous. The boss is impressive. Am I seeing this right? A real carnival. Host, look. A grand gift. Wow. Who is this big shot? Xinhua Daddy was evidently taken aback by the sudden display of extravagant effects and notifications. He halted his dance, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the screen. Yet, this was merely the beginning. 2 carnivals. 3, 5, 10, 20. Chen Zimo's fingers moved with precision and speed. The dazzling carnival effects cascaded down like a golden waterfall in the live stream, unending. The system notifications melded into a symphony of excitement, igniting the entire live stream room into a fervor. My goodness. It's insane. How many have there been? A carnival reign. This is genuine carnival reign. I'm recording this. Witnessing history. Where's the host? Has the host gone mute? Speak up. How much has been donated? My heavens. Xinhua is saved. The child is saved. Woe is me. The viewer count in the live stream skyrocketed visibly, surging from hundreds to thousands in an instant. Continuing to rise. The comments flooded in, nearly obscuring the screen, filled with exclamation marks, question marks, and praises for the generous benefactor. Xinhua Daddy stood frozen, fixated on the upper right corner of the screen where the gift notifications continuously scrolled, his body trembling slightly. His gaze transformed from initial shock to bewilderment, then to an overwhelming, incredulous euphoria intermingled with a deeper, indescribable sorrow. 50, 80, 100. As the 100th carnival effect burst forth, Mr. Xian Yu could no longer hold himself together. He bent over abruptly, his hands pressed tightly against his face, his shoulders heaving violently. He crouched down, curling up like a helpless child, and wept aloud. At that moment, the barrage of comments shifted direction. Don't cry, streamer. This is a good thing. An extraordinary blessing. I'm moved to tears. Truly, it's been so hard for this uncle. The child is saved. Uncle, quickly thank the boss. The sound of his crying shattered my heart. Yet I felt elated for him. Genuine emotions exist in this world. Tears welled up in my eyes. Chen Zimo gazed at the figure on the screen, broken and sobbing, feeling a tightness in his chest. 100 carnivals, 300,000. The task had long been exceeded. Yet, he had no intention of pausing. Chapter 17. The second critical reward. 150, 200, 250, 300. The carnival frenzy continued for several minutes until Chen Zimo finally halted. 300 carnivals, 900,000. After deducting the platform's share, Mr. Xian Yu would receive approximately 630,000. At this moment, the live stream was utterly chaotic. The viewer count surpassed 10,000, and comments flooded the screen. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life. Xian Yu. Keep it up. Mr. Xian Yu finally managed to regain some semblance of control over his emotions. He leaned against the wall, struggling to stand. He bowed deeply to the camera, saying, Thank you. Thank you, Boss Missouri. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. His voice was hoarse, laced with a heavy sob, yet imbued with strength. The comments erupted once more into tears and applause. Chen Zimo watched this scene, his heart brimming with mixed emotions. He silently closed the live stream. Yet the matter was far from over. 630,000. He wondered if it would be enough. He murmured softly. Subsequently, he found the payment account shared by netizens for Mr. XINU and unhesitatingly transferred 1 million, clearly noting in the remarks, for XINU's medical expenses. Wishing for a swift recovery. After completing these actions, Chen Zimo let out a long sigh of relief. May XINU recover soon, he silently prayed. A complex emotion enveloping him. Was it the relief after accomplishing a task, the comfort of aiding another, or a deeper sense of empathy? Mr. XINU's plight resonated with him. Last year, he had faced a similar situation when 200,000 was taken by Li Pingping to pay for Li Wensheng. And then his father, Chen Zimo, fell ill and was hospitalized. The surgical costs then exceeded 100,000, with additional monthly medication expenses in the thousands. Fortunately, at that time, there were those willing to lend him money, combined with his monthly salary exceeding 10,000, allowing him to barely cope. But what about Mr. XINU? He was confronted with monthly expenses exceeding 100,000, a pressure magnitudes greater than his own. Yet he could only rely on himself. Enduring the gazes of passers-by and the din of the internet, awkwardly dancing in a subway tunnel, clinging to the faintest glimmer of hope. The online uproar continued. News of a mysterious benefactor who generously donated 3 million to save a critically ill girl was spreading like wildfire on Douyin and other social platforms. Simultaneously, countless netizens flocked to Mr. XINU's account, leaving messages of encouragement, and some even began to spontaneously organize small donations, hoping to further support this suffering family. Meanwhile, at Chen Zimo's home, sounds echoed outside the room, and then Chen Zimo heard the voices of Chen Zimo and Chen Xiaoya. Chen Zimo had returned home from walking with Chen Xiaoya. Chen Zimo smiled knowingly. Having family by his side, all in good health, was truly wonderful. That night, after midnight, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Chen Zimo's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden system task and receiving a 10,000-fold critical reward. In light of the host's exceptional task completion and a generous donation of 1 million, the 10,000-fold reward has been upgraded to a million-fold reward, resulting in a critical reward of 100 million. The 100 million reward has now been transferred to the host account. Please check. Upon hearing this news, Chen Zimo was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that such a small act of kindness would yield such a monumental return. What was originally a 10 million critical reward had directly transformed into 100 million. Shortly thereafter, Chen Zimo received a notification of the reward deposit. Dear Chen Zimo, your account ending in 0088 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. Your current balance is 172,437,480 yuan. For inquiries, please call 97878. Chen Zimo glanced at the balance. He now had over 170 million. Yet, he still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, sighing, System, when will you grant me a task for a billion-fold critical reward? 2 days later. Have you got everything? In the Chen Zimo household, Shen Xiuyan was bustling about, her mouth never ceasing to chatter. Your father hasn't been away from me for more than 3 days in all these years. This time, while he goes to the capital for treatment, you must keep a close watch on him. Don't let him get lost. Honey, is it really necessary? Chen Zimo muttered in discontent, then looked at the innocent-faced Chen Xiaoya beside him. I'm not a child like Yaya. How could I get lost? Grandpa. Grandma says Yaya is much better behaved than you. Chen Xiaoya retorted, pouting. Is that so? Chen Zimo scooped up Chen Xiaoya. Is Grandpa not well behaved? A grandpa who drinks is not well behaved. Chen Xiaoya replied earnestly. Only a grandpa who doesn't drink is well behaved. Then I suppose I shall remain a naughty grandpa. Chen Zimo laughed heartily. Right, and there's the matter of drinking. Shen Xiuyan earnestly advised Chen Zimo. Your father is not allowed more than an ounce in a day. Got it, Mom. Chen Zimo replied with a smile. I will certainly help you keep an eye on your husband. You need to take care of yourself too, Dad. Understood. You must be well behaved while with Grandma. Doctor, how is my father's condition? In a doctor's office at the first hospital of the capital, a middle-aged male doctor was examining an X-ray. Chen Zimo sat in a chair while Chen Zimo accompanied him, inquiring. The situation is very good. The doctor set down the film. Following the treatment plan you had previously established, with perseverance over 1 to 2 years, he will most likely recover. You should be aware that the advantages of the original plan are its lower costs. The entire process will not exceed 50,000 at most. The downside is that the treatment duration is quite lengthy, and the patient may experience considerable suffering during this time. Furthermore, there remains a certain probability of recurrence after 5 years of recovery. That is why I came to consult you. Chen Zimo smiled. I researched online and also consulted a doctor at our municipal hospital. I heard you have a better treatment plan, which is why I came to see you today. As for other plans, the middle-aged doctor candidly replied, my plan is shorter in duration. Generally, 3 months is sufficient, and if things go well, recovery can be achieved in less than 2 months. Throughout the entire process, although the patient may endure some discomfort, the probability of recurrence after 5 years is exceedingly low. As for the drawbacks, the cost is quite high, ranging from 3 to 4 million. If your financial situation is not particularly robust, I would suggest that you opt for the treatment plan offered by your previous hospital, as it would alleviate some of your economic burden. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo smiled slightly and said, Doctor, I will choose the treatment plan you suggested. May I inquire when we can commence? The doctor was momentarily taken aback. Observing the simple attire of Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo, he presumed they were merely from an ordinary family. However, Chen Zimo's tone suggested that the expenditure of 3 to 4 million posed no significant issue for them. Nevertheless, since they had made their choice, he would not refuse. He then replied, let us begin tomorrow. I will prepare the paperwork for you today, and you can proceed with the payment. Thank you, doctor. Chen Zimo's face also broke into a smile. Before long, the two men took the doctor's prepared paperwork and proceeded to the payment desk. The first treatment cycle totaled 800,000, which Chen Zimo duly paid. Dad, what would you like to eat? Once they reached the hospital entrance, Chen Zimo inquired. Chen Zimo glanced in a certain direction, where a crowd seemed to gather, possibly indicating a food street. Let us go take a look. Chen Zimo led Chen Zimo into the bustling food street. Zimo, how about we have some barbecue? Chen Zimo suggested cheerfully, and maybe a little wine? No way. Chen Zimo firmly declined. Dad, have you forgotten what Mom said before we left? No more than an ounce of alcohol a day. Just this once. Chen Zimo pouted like a child. Tomorrow we will switch to a different treatment plan, so let me enjoy today. Absolutely not. Chen Zimo insisted resolutely. I am responsible for your health. Once you are fully recovered, I shall accompany you for drinks. Really not at all. Chen Zimo's expression fell, and he asked seriously. Really not at all. Chen Zimo stood his ground. Humph, then I won't eat. Chen Zimo huffed, turning away in irritation. Controlled by your mother at home. And now you too? Dad, why are you acting like a child? Chen Zimo grasped his father's arm, exasperated. Just 1 ounce. Chen Zimo's face brightened immediately. 2 ounces. No, just 1 ounce. Chen Zimo threatened. If you dare to bargain further, I will call Mom. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo's expression changed again. You make a valid point. Drinking should indeed be moderated. 1 ounce it is. He added with a dismissive huff. But it's not that I fear your call to Mom. I simply don't want to disturb her rest. Chen Zimo nodded silently, choosing not to reveal his father's little calculations. Soon after, they arrived at a barbecue stall. Boss, we'd like some barbecue. Chen Zimo cheerfully ordered, and 2 ounces of wine. Wasn't he at 1 ounce? Chen Zimo asked. Aren't you going to drink with me? Chen Zimo countered. Reluctantly, Chen Zimo acquiesced, fine. The owner of the barbecue stall, however, looked up with surprise at the duo. Are you both from Qinghe City? Chapter 18, A Reunion in the Capital. The barbecue stall owner's inquiry made Chen Zimo realize the reason. Both he and Chen Zimo spoke Mandarin with a distinct Qinghe City accent. Chen Zimo's face lit up with delight. You're from Qinghe City too, boss? Indeed, uncle. The stall owner responded, wearing an excited smile typical of fellow townsfolk. As soon as you spoke, I recognized it. Chen Zimo then scrutinized the barbecue stall owner, sensing a familiarity but unable to pinpoint where he had seen him before. With the sky not yet fully dark, only Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo occupied the stall, allowing the owner ample time to chat with Chen Zimo. Uncle, are you here visiting the hospital for treatment? The owner inquired curiously. How did you know? Chen Zimo asked. Somewhat surprised. Chen Zimo facepalmed internally, realizing his father's age was catching up with him. The owner simply smiled gently. Those coming to the first hospital in the capital are either seeking treatment or accompanying family members for treatment. Chen Zimo soon comprehended the logic behind this. He then asked, Boss, what brings you to set up shop here? The owner sighed with a bittersweet smile. I'm here for treatment as well. You're seeking treatment? Chen Zimo exclaimed, scrutinizing the owner closely. You seem to be in good health. Chen Zimo sighed, turning his head aside. Not for myself. The owner chuckled. I'm here with my daughter. Your daughter? Chen Zimo frowned. What ailment does she have? Congenital heart disease. Upon hearing the term congenital heart disease, Chen Zimo suddenly recalled something. He shifted his gaze back to the face of the barbecue stall owner and in an instant remembered where he had encountered him before, on a crowdfunding platform online. Chen Zimo couldn't recall the owner's name, but he vaguely remembered his story. The owner's daughter had been diagnosed with congenital heart disease at the age of 3, leading to his wife leaving him. He had been caring for his daughter while seeking medical help, and having exhausted his savings, he had turned to the internet for fundraising. Chen Zimo remembered that he had donated 200 yuan at the time. This recollection also brought to mind Li Pingping. Although he had initiated the divorce, it was clear that Li Pingping had long harbored thoughts of separation. Chen Zimo could easily surmise that the reason for their divorce was his failure to continue contributing his salary. Furthermore, his father Chen Zijun's illness undoubtedly played a part in this. This made Chen Zimo feel that he and the barbecue stall owner shared a certain emotional resonance. As Chen Zijun and the barbecue stall owner delved deeper into conversation, Chen Zimo joined in, and he began to learn more about the owner. The man's name was Zhou He, who had previously been a professional fighter. After sustaining an injury during training, he was forced into retirement. Shortly thereafter, his daughter Zhou Shuer was diagnosed with a heart condition. In order to fund her treatment, he sold their home in Qinghe City, and his wife left him, leaving him with no one to turn to for help. Eventually, with no money left, he resorted to crowdfunding online. At present, he finds himself simultaneously managing a stall while accompanying his daughter for medical treatment. At this moment, the barbecue ordered by Chen Zijun is ready, brought over by Zhou He. Boss, how much more do you need to spend on your daughter's treatment? Chen Zijun inquires. Zhou He chuckles, uncertainty evident in his voice. If her recovery goes well, it might amount to several $100,000. If not, and long-term treatment is required, it could escalate to millions, or even. Although Zhou He does not finish his thought, Chen Zimo comprehends the implications. Should her life depend on medical equipment indefinitely, the costs over a lifetime could easily reach several million, or even tens of millions. Although Zhou He speaks lightly, Chen Zimo senses an undercurrent of despair in his demeanor. Perhaps through crowdfunding on online platforms, they might gather a few $100,000 to address immediate needs. However, sustained treatment cannot simply be supported by Zhou He's barbecue stall. Upon hearing Zhou He's words, Chen Zijun casts a questioning glance at Chen Zimo. Chen Zimo understands the inquiry. His father is asking if he can assist Zhou He. Naturally, Chen Zimo is inclined to help. Moreover, upon learning that Zhou He was once a professional fighter, a new idea blossoms in his mind. Although he now possesses a system that occasionally presents hidden tasks yielding substantial wealth, he currently lacks the means to safeguard such riches. After all, in today's society, incidents of kidnapping and burglary still occur. Thus, for precautionary reasons, he requires a degree of strength to protect himself and his family. At this moment, he perceives Zhou He as an ideal candidate. Zhou He is in dire need of funds, possibly millions. For Chen Zimo, this is not a formidable challenge, especially with his system at hand. Furthermore, once he assists Zhou He, based on his observations over a brief encounter, Zhou He will undoubtedly demonstrate unwavering loyalty. Whether driven by a sense of duty to aid Zhou He or the desire to recruit him as a bodyguard for himself or his family, Chen Zimo is willing to part with the necessary funds. He then addresses Zhou He. Brother Zhou, how much do you earn from your stall in a month? That is hard to say, Zhou He replies with a smile. On good days, it might be over 50,000. On bad days, it could be 20 to 30,000. Would you be interested in changing jobs? Chen Zimo asks earnestly. Of course, if there were a higher paying opportunity, I would naturally be interested. Would you be willing to work with me? Chapter 19, Forming a Security Team. Work with you. Zhou He pauses his actions, scrutinizing Chen Zimo. Brother Zimo, what would I be doing with you? Chen Zimo smiles slightly. Brother Zhou, weren't you a professional fighter before? I'd like to offer you a position as my bodyguard. A bodyguard? Zhou He furrows his brow. What is the compensation? Chen Zimo holds up a hand. 50,000 per month. 50,000. Zhou He bursts into laughter. Brother Zimo, thank you, but I must decline. Though I can't guarantee 50,000 every month here. I can be with my daughter. With a bittersweet smile, he adds, if I become your bodyguard, I'd have to follow you around, leaving no one to care for my daughter. Chen Zimo understands Zhou He's perspective, having anticipated his refusal. However, he is prepared with additional conditions to sway Zhou He's decision. Brother Zhou, don't be hasty in your refusal. I have more to propose. What conditions? Zhou He's interest is piqued. Chen Zimo cuts straight to the point. I'll cover all medical expenses for your daughter, and this amount will not be deducted from your salary. Really? Zhou He's face lights up with joy. If Chen Zimo truly agrees to shoulder his daughter's medical bills, his monthly salary would be more than sufficient to hire a caregiver for her. Indeed, it's genuine. Chen Zimo affirms gravely. Sensing Zhou He's thoughts, Chen Zimo continues. Additionally, I can help you hire a caregiver specifically for your daughter with the salary covered by me. But I have another request. Please, go ahead. Zhou He's tone is noticeably more courteous. I need you to help me establish a security team dedicated to the safety of my family, comprising only reliable and trustworthy individuals. Zhou He contemplates for a moment before nodding seriously. All right, I agree. Zimo, you did well tonight. Chen Zijun praises as they walk towards the hotel, giving Chen Zimo a thumbs up. However, his smile fades, replaced by concern. But do you truly need to hire Zhou He as your bodyguard and form a security team? That will incur considerable expenses. Chen Zimo chuckles lightly, explaining, Dad, this is a precaution. If my financial situation becomes public and unsavory individuals target Yaya, or you and Mom, it could be perilous. Thus, I intend to establish a security team to discreetly safeguard you, ensuring that should any issues arise, we are not left defenseless. Yet, Chen Zimo remains frowning, worried. However, forming a security team isn't a matter of a day or two, a month, 2 months, even a year or two. Will your funds suffice? You needn't worry about that, Chen Zimo reassures him. If I can establish a security team, I certainly have a means to support it. Very well, Chen Zimo concedes, relaxing once more. After all, it's your money. The next day, at the first hospital of the capital, as Chen Zimo arrives at the hospital entrance with Chen Zimo, Zhou is already waiting for them. Upon spotting Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo approaching, he steps forward. In his hands, he carries 2 breakfast orders, walking briskly to Chen Zimo. Mr. Chen, am I officially on duty today? He asks, handing the breakfast to Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo. His address has shifted from Brother Zimo yesterday to Mr. Chen today. Chen Zimo accepts the breakfast with a smile. Yes, you're officially on duty. After taking a bite of the meal Zhou he offered, he continues, let us go. Brother Zhou, and first settle your daughter's fees. Zhou He's face instantly brightens with excitement. Of course, I'll take you there right away. His tone reflects increasing respect and gratitude towards Chen Zimo. After paying for Zhou He's daughter's treatment, Chen Zimo learns that Zhou He owes the hospital over 200,000. He proceeds to pay 50,000 in one go, more than sufficient to cover his daughter's expenses for a considerable period. Thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you. Zhou He expresses deep gratitude, nearly bowing in appreciation. Yet, this strong man's eyes glisten with tears. Brother Zhou, there's no need for thanks, Chen Zimo states solemnly. I'm doing this to ensure you have peace of mind. I understand. Zhou He hurriedly transformed into a different persona. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will fulfill your request. Excellent. Chen Zimo replied with a smile. If Schwerer runs out of money, you must inform me. After saying this, Chen Zimo, accompanied by Chen Zimo, turned and walked away. Zhou He watched their departing figures, and tears began to stream uncontrollably down his face. Ever since his daughter was diagnosed with this illness, their savings had been depleted. The house sold, and his wife had left him. His entire world had crumbled. Countless nights, he tossed and turned alone, unable to sleep, uncertain of how to save his daughter. However, today he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for his daughter's survival through Chen Zimo. Meanwhile, Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo returned to the office of the doctor they had seen yesterday. Under the doctor's guidance, Chen Zimo was allocated to a VIP hospital room. However, the doctor informed Chen Zimo that to achieve optimal results, it was advisable for Chen Zimo to be hospitalized until the entire treatment course was completed. This meant that Chen Zimo would need to stay in the hospital for at least 2 months. Chen Zimo thought 2 months was manageable, but Chen Zimo found it hard to accept. Sitting up on the hospital bed, he asked, Doctor, does this mean I won't be able to drink alcohol for the next 2 months? It's not that you can't drink. Rather, it is strictly prohibited, not a single drop. The doctor replied firmly, adding that even spicy foods were off limits, and a bland diet was essential. And may I ask, after I recover from this illness, will I be able to drink alcohol again? For 6 months post-recovery, alcohol consumption is forbidden. Otherwise, the likelihood of relapse increases. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo collapsed back onto the bed, despair etched on his face. It's over, my heavens, everything is ruined. Chen Zimo looked at his father with a smile. Dad, if you keep this up, I might just call Mom. Chen Zimo immediately shot him a glare. Could you please refrain from constantly mentioning your mother? As Chen Zimo accompanied the doctor out of the room, the doctor commented with a smile. Your father has a good attitude, which will aid in his recovery. Chapter 20, a nighttime journey back to Qinghe City. That night, Chen Zimo did not return to the hotel, but instead stayed by Chen Zimo's hospital room. Although it was not yet 11 o'clock, Chen Zimo was already fast asleep, the sound of his snoring resonating like thunder. Dad, your snoring is deafening. I wonder how Mom manages, Chen Zimo thought, covering his ears, unable to find rest. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Shun Xiulian. Chen Zimo immediately answered the call. As soon as he picked up, he was met with the sound of his sister Chen Xiaoya's wailing, exhausted and distraught. A pang of pain struck Chen Zimo's heart. Mom, what is wrong with Yaya? She must be having a nightmare, Shun Xiulian replied, her voice filled with concern. She called out for me a few times in her sleep, and now she won't stop crying. Put the phone to her ear, let me talk to her. Wah wah wah, mommy wah wah wah. The sound of her crying intensified, causing Chen Zimo's heart to ache. Yeah, it's Daddy, he gently called out. Wah wah wah, Daddy. Chen Xiaya cried out. I miss you, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Grandma is there. Chen Zimo tried to reassure her. No, wah wah wah, I want Daddy. I want you to come back. Chen Zimo gritted his teeth, feeling a wave of pain wash over him. All right, Daddy will return soon. Just be good and take a nap. When you wake up, Daddy will be right there. Wah wah wah. Chen Xiaoya's emotions seemed to stabilize somewhat. Daddy. You're not lying to me, are you? I wouldn't lie. Chen Zimo comforted her. When you wake up, Daddy will be by your side. After hanging up, Chen Zimo immediately checked for flights back to Qinghe City, waking Chen Jijun in the process. Dad, Yaya is crying intensely. I need to rush back to Qinghe City tonight. Chen Jijun frowned. You're leaving now? Yes, I want to be by her side when she wakes up tomorrow morning. All right then, you go ahead. There are nurses and doctors here, I'll be fine. I'll inform Zhou Ge, so if you need anything, just ask him. Okay, I understand. After settling the matter, Chen Zimo left the hospital. However, to his dismay, there were no flights available to Qinghe City. He approached the nurse's station, relayed a few instructions, and continued searching for flights from nearby cities to Qinghe City. Nothing. There were no options. When he exited the hospital, he still hadn't found a flight back to Qinghe City. With no flights available, he resolved to take a taxi instead. Determined, he decided that no matter what, he must return to Qinghe City tonight. He quickly checked the navigation and discovered that the drive from the capital to Qinghe City would take at least 15 hours. No, 15 hours is far too long. Yaya cannot wait. Standing by the roadside, he contemplated and then began to zoom in on the map. He searched for cities located between the capital and Qinghe City and checked their flight schedules. Luonan City has flights? Just then, a taxi pulled up beside him. Hey handsome, need a ride? Yes. Chen Zimo opened the door and hopped into the front seat. To the airport, as quickly as possible. All right, buckle up, the driver replied. And the car sped off. Chen Zimo fastened his seatbelt and resumed checking the map. He navigated the distance from Luonan City to Qinghe City, noting that they were nearly 600 kilometers apart. Calculating the time, he realized it would take 2 hours to reach the airport and catch the fastest flight to Luonan City. The drive from Luonan City to Qinghe City would take another 6 hours. He could make it. Without hesitation, he booked a flight from the capital to Luonan City. He then addressed the driver, please hurry. I'm in a rush. Don't worry, just sit back and relax. With that, the driver pressed down harder on the gas pedal, and the car accelerated noticeably. Chen Zimo could feel a strong push from behind. He took a moment to calm his emotions and then dialed Zhou He's number. After a brief wait, Zhou He answered, hello, Mr. Chen. Zhou Ge, I have an urgent matter. I need to return to Qinghe City tonight. Please find a reliable caregiver for my father tomorrow. Should I go instead? My daughter doesn't need much attention these days. I can manage both. That works. If you can't handle it, then just hire someone. Understood, Mr. Chen. No sooner had Zhou He hung up than Chen Zimo received another call. Checking the screen, he saw it was from Li Pingping. Frowning, he hesitated but ultimately answered. Hello? Chen Zimo's voice remained calm. Chen Zimo, can you please tell your mother to stop calling me? It's so late. Can I get some sleep? Did my mother call you? Chen Zimo asked, puzzled. Several times, Li Pingping replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. She keeps saying Yaya is crying. What can I do about that? What is the point of calling me? Chen Zimo suddenly grasped the situation. He then remarked, tonight, Yaya has been crying quite fiercely, constantly calling for her mother. Therefore, my mother called you, likely hoping you could soothe her. Soothe her? The child is in your mother's care. If she cries, your mother can comfort her. It's pointless to involve me. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo couldn't help but grit his teeth, his fists clenching tightly. All right, tell your mother to stop calling me. I'm going to turn off my phone and sleep. After Li Pingping concluded her words, she abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal emanating from the receiver, Chen Zimo eventually managed to relax. He let out a self-deprecating laugh, realizing it was rather unworthy to feel anger towards that woman. Subsequently, he dialed Shun Shulian's number. Mom, is Yaya still crying? No, Shun Shulian replied. She has fallen asleep by now, though she still has occasional little sobs. That's good. Chen Zimo shifted the conversation. Mom, did you just call Li Pingping? I made a few calls. Yaya was crying so loudly, calling for her mother. I intended to reach out to her for assistance, but she didn't answer. There's no need to contact her anymore. She won't help even if you do. Chen Zimo's tone turned somewhat frosty. I am currently en route to the airport and will be home by tomorrow morning. All right, drive safely. I will take good care of Yaya. Chapter 21. Li Pingping's Resoluteness. Over 2 hours later, the plane landed at the airport in Luonan City. Once Chen Zimo exited the airport, he hailed a taxi. Driver, are you going to Qinghe City? The driver paused. Qinghe City? That's 600 kilometers away, but it's not impossible. If you can go, that's fine. Chen Zimo said as he opened the door and settled into the car. But, handsome, the fare might be a bit steep. How much? The driver held up 3 fingers. 3,000. Deal, let's go. All right, please fasten your seatbelt. Thanks to the driver's commendable performance, Chen Zimo arrived home just after 6 in the morning. However, the sun had already risen. At this time, Shun Shulian was already awake, as people of her age tend to rise early. Chen Zimo briefly greeted Shun Shulian before quietly entering the house. Standing by the bed, He gazed at the peacefully sleeping Chen Xiaoya, noticing the tear streaks on her cheeks, which stirred a wave of sadness within him. Fortunately, he had returned, fulfilling his promise to Chen Xiaoya. When Chen Xiaoya awakened and saw him standing beside her, she would surely feel reassured. Mama. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoya mumbled incoherently. Yet, Chen Zimo distinctly heard her calling for her mother. Indeed, it had been a while since Chen Xiaoya last saw her mother. At that moment, Shun Shulian quietly approached Chen Zimo. Do you want to take a nap? No. I'm not tired, Chen Zimo replied softly. I slept a bit in the car. I'm fine. That's good, Shun Shulian nodded. Then you watch over Yaya. I'll prepare breakfast. All right. Before Shin Shulian could finish making breakfast, Chen Xiaoya seemed to sense something. She sleepily opened her eyes and immediately saw Chen Zimo. Daddy. Chen Xiaoya's face bore an expression of grievance, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Chen Zimo quickly embraced Chen Xiaoya. Don't cry. Yeah, don't cry. Chen Xiaoya leaned on Chen Zimo's shoulder, her voice tinged with a sob. Daddy, I miss you so much. Daddy is here. Daddy has returned. Chen Zimo gently patted Chen Xiaoya's back, softly comforting her. Daddy, I miss Mama too. Can we go find her? Chen Zimo was reluctant. Nonetheless, he unhesitatingly replied, all right. We will go find Mama. We'll head out as soon as it gets light. After breakfast, Chen Zimo took Chen Xiaoya and hailed a taxi towards Jinhua community. It wasn't that Chen Zimo deliberately wished to conceal his ownership of a Bentley from Li Pingping, but carrying Chen Xiaoya required him to hold her securely. For it would be too unsafe otherwise for Chen Xiaoya, who was not yet 3 years old. He would need to buy her a car seat later. Over half an hour later, Chen Zimo arrived at the entrance of Jinhua community, carrying the now calm Chen Xiaoya. Chen Xiaoya was quite familiar with the place. As soon as they got out of the car, she beamed with joy. Daddy, we're home. A bitter pang struck Chen Zimo's heart. Home. This was no longer her home. He had not informed Chen Xiaoya that her parents were divorced. Perhaps, even if he did, Chen Xiaoya would not comprehend it. Let's go? We're going home, Chen Zimo said with a smile, striving to mask the melancholy simmering beneath the surface. He cradled Chen Xiaoya and approached the door, inputting the door code, only to discover it was incorrect. It was evident that Li Pingping had changed the door code. This scene puzzled Chen Xiaoya, who looked at Chen Zimo and asked, Daddy, can't you remember the code? Chen Zimo forced a smile. Daddy suddenly forgot. Just a moment, I'll call Mama. Chen Zimo dialed Li Pingping's number. The first call went unanswered. The second call met with the same fate. It was not until the third call that Li Pingping answered. Her voice muffled, clearly still groggy. Hello? It's me. Open the door. Yaya wants to see you. Are you out of your mind? It's so early. Li Pingping's tone carried a hint of annoyance, but soon, the sound of rustling indicated she was getting out of bed. The call ended, but a few minutes later, the door was opened. As soon as Chen Xiaoya saw Li Pingping, she excitedly shouted, Mama. Li Pingping forced a smile. Oh, yeah, what brings you here? Yet. She showed no inclination to let Chen Zimo and Chen Xiaoya enter the house. This made Chen Zimo furrow his brow. Mama, I missed you. So Daddy brought me to find you, Chen Xiaoya said cheerfully. Li Pingping countered, what's wrong? Were you unhappy at Grandma's? No, I just missed Mama, Chen Xiaoya replied. Pouting. I haven't seen Mama for several days. Next time you miss Mama, just call her on video. Why video call? Can't I come see Mama? Confusion marred Chen Xiaoya's small face. Li Pingping looked surprised. Yeah? You don't know that Daddy and Mama have divorced? This statement caused Chen Zimo's expression to shift. He genuinely worried that Chen Xiaoya would be affected by the news of her parents' divorce. However, Chen Xiaoya seemed not to understand the concept of divorce, tilting her head and asking, Mama, what is divorce? Only then did Li Pingping turn her gaze toward Zimo. You didn't tell Yaya? She's too young. It would be too cruel for her. What is so cruel about it? She will have to face it sooner or later. After saying this, Li Pingping directly addressed Chen Xiaoya. Yeah, divorce means that Daddy and Mama are separated. From now on, you will live with Daddy. Chen Xiaoya might not grasp the meaning of divorce, but she understood the concept of separation. Her smile gradually faded, and her bewildered gaze flitted between Chen Zimo and Li Pingping. Then she turned her attention to Chen Zimo and asked, Dad, is what Mom said true? Chen Zimo nodded, affirming, indeed. With his response, she shifted her gaze back to Li Pingping. Mom, don't you want me anymore? Li Pingping replied, No, Yue, Mommy hasn't abandoned you. It's just that you will primarily live with Dad from now on. But what if I miss her? Mommy just said, if you miss her, you can video call her. I don't want to. Yue's voice trembled with the beginnings of tears. Mom and Dad, I don't want you to separate. Be good, Yue. You will live well with Dad from now on. I don't want to. I don't want to. Chen Xiaoya began to cry again. I don't want you to separate. I don't want you to separate. Yue, don't cry, Daddy is here. Chen Zimo quickly embraced Chen Xiaoya, soothing her by gently patting her back. All right, Yue, don't cry anymore. Li Pingping reached out to stroke Chen Xiaoya's head. Mommy needs to go to bed now. You and Dad should head back. With a loud bang, the door was shut, and Chen Xiaoya's cries grew louder. As Chen Zimo comforted her, his cold gaze darted towards the door, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he ultimately chose to turn and leave. Don't cry. Yue, Daddy is here. Dad. Chen Xiaoya sobbed. Does Mom not want us anymore? Yue, from now on, you want to have a mom. Chen Zimo's gaze towards Chen Xiaoya was filled with affection. From now on, we will rely on each other. It was uncertain whether Chen Xiaoya comprehended the gravity of his words. However, she nodded earnestly, saying, Dad, I will always be with you. After saying this, she nestled back onto Chen Zimo's shoulder, softly weeping. Their profiles were close together, and Chen Zimo could even feel the dampness of her tear-streaked cheeks. He gently patted her back as they slowly exited the Jin Yu community. Chapter 22. Did I really misjudge? Upon returning to Chen Jijun's home, Chen Xiaoya had fallen asleep again, her face marked with tear stains and her body still trembling. Chen Zimo felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he should not have brought Chen Xiaoya to see Li Pingping today, as it had caused her such deep sorrow. Yet, he also knew that the truth about his divorce from Li Pingping could not remain hidden from Chen Xiaoya for long. Perhaps it was not entirely a bad thing for her to learn it sooner. When Chen Xiaoya awoke again, she had cried several more times, her sadness palpable. Fortunately, Chen Zimo remained by her side, constantly comforting her. By the afternoon, her emotions began to stabilize, and she ceased her tears. However, her spirits were still low, bordering on despondency. With no other option, Chen Zimo decided to take her to the shopping mall in Qinghe City for a bit of retail therapy and fun. At last, this lifted Chen Xiaoya from her emotional abyss, and a childlike smile began to reappear on her face. 3 days later, Yue, do you like it? Chen Zimo unwrapped a new toy and presented it to Chen Xiaoya. Hee, I like it. Chen Xiaoya exclaimed with innocent glee. I love everything Daddy gives me. Then I'll buy you more in the future, alright? At that moment, however, Chen Xiaoya's expression fell, and she shook her head. No. Chen Zimo found her reaction puzzling. Why not? With a serious look, Chen Xiaoya replied, Dad, it's not easy for you to earn money. And you also need to pay for Grandpa's medical treatment. If you spend all your money on toys for me, then Grandpa won't have any funds for his treatment, and he might die. Hearing her words, Chen Zimo couldn't help but smile with pride. Yet her maturity also stung his heart with a bittersweet ache. He pulled Chen Xiaoya into his embrace and softly said, Yue, Daddy has money. In the future, if you want anything, just tell me, and I will buy it for you. No. Chen Xiaoya shook her head once more. I don't want Daddy to buy me anything. I need to go to school later, and that will cost you a lot of money. Chen Zimo gently stroked her hair. Yue, I actually have a lot of money. Enough for you to buy whatever you desire. Really? A hint of innocent joy flickered across Chen Xiaoya's face. Of course it's true. Daddy would never lie to you. Just then, Chen Zimo's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Zhou He calling. Could there be news from his father? He set Chen Xiaoya down on the sofa. Yue, Daddy is going to take a phone call. Okay. Chen Xiaoya nodded obediently, picking up her newly acquired toy and playing on the sofa. Chen Zimo stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, Brother Zhou. Mr. Chen, I found a few people for you. Do you need to meet them? Chen Zimo immediately understood. This was regarding the security team he had mentioned wanting to form. Just a few days had passed, and Zhou He had already found several candidates. I would like to meet them, Chen Zimo replied. I'll be going to the capital tomorrow. These individuals would eventually be responsible for protecting Chen Zimo's family. So he needed to familiarize himself with them. After all, one must be cautious to avoid inviting danger into one's home. All right, Zhou He agreed, then added, Mr. Chen. Today marks the 3rd day of Uncle Chen's medication. I just checked on him this morning, and he is doing well. That is good to hear. Thank you. Brother Zhou, it's no trouble, it's my duty. Zhou He had fully embraced his role as Chen Zimo's bodyguard, even exceeding expectations. The bond of loyalty was strong. At the moment Chen Zimo made the payment for his daughter, he had become Zhou He's confidant. As soon as the call ended, Chen Xiuyan approached. Was that a call from the capital? Yes, Chen Zimo nodded. Dad is doing fine, but I need to go to the capital tomorrow. What will happen to you while you're gone? Chen Xiuyan glanced at Chen Xiaoya on the sofa. Her dependence on you is growing stronger. Chen Zimo looked over as well and said, I plan to take her with me. She hasn't left Qinghe City yet. That is fine. Chen Xiuyan agreed with a nod. Chen Zimo then turned to her. Mom, why don't you join us this time? Me? Chen Xiuyan exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you having me supervise the renovations of your villa? Who will keep an eye on it if I go? It won't be that quick. The renovation plans haven't even been finalized, Chen Zimo replied with a smile. By the time the plans are ready, I'll still need to review them before they begin work. He then added cheerfully, Mom, come with us. Think of it as a little vacation. Plus, you haven't flown before. This is a great opportunity to experience it. What is so special about flying? Chen Xiuyan scoffed. As if taking one flight could extend my life by decades. Yet, despite her words, A glimmer of yearning flickered in her eyes. Many people of their age had never flown. Chen Zimo chuckled, but didn't press the issue. Mom, flying is the fastest way from Qinghe City to the capital. Nothing else compares. When are you leaving? Chen Zimo asked, her expression turning serious. Tomorrow, please hand me your identification card, and I shall book your flight. Early the next morning, Chen Zimo and Chen Zimo stepped out with an assortment of bags in hand. Had it been merely the two adults, such an abundance of luggage would not have been necessary. However, with a child in tow, essentials like formula, bottles, clothing, and diapers had to be packed. The luggage was stowed in the trunk of the Bentley, with the overflow placed in the front seat. Chen Xiaoya sat in the rear in a child's seat. Chen Zimo beside her, as they made their way to the airport in Qinghe City. Meanwhile, as Chen Zimo and his family departed, a young man observed the passing Bentley with a look of bewilderment. Isn't that Chen Zimo? How did he come to drive a Bentley? Could I be mistaken? His name was Zhang Baiwei, a neighbor of the Chen family, and he was quite familiar with Chen Zimo. He had spotted this Bentley several times in the parking lot of their community, curious about its owner. Having just returned from a late shift, he was astonished to see Chen Zimo driving away in the luxury vehicle, intensifying his confusion. Could it truly be Chen Zimo? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to reach for his phone to confirm. Suddenly, he hesitated, scrolling through his contacts until he found Li Pingping's number and dialed. Hello, who is this? Li Pingping's voice came through, still tinged with sleep and a hint of impatience. Hello, sister-in-law, it's me, Zhang Baiwei. Baiwei? Is that you? Please, don't call me sister-in-law. I'm divorced from your Zimo. Divorced? Zhang Baiwei exclaimed in shock. Is it because Zimo has found success that he left you? What do you mean by success? Li Pingping's tone turned sharp, clearly catching on to something. Zhang Baiwei furrowed his brow. Sister Pingping, I think I just saw Zimo driving a Bentley. A Bentley? How is that possible? Li Pingping was incredulous. He left me with nothing. How could he afford a Bentley? Perhaps I was mistaken. Zhang Baiwei began to doubt himself. You definitely saw wrong. He gave me his car when we split. He has no vehicle now, Li Pingping asserted firmly. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. I need to get back to sleep. Nothing more. The call ended. Yet, Zhang Baiwei continued to gaze in the direction where the Bentley had vanished, murmuring to himself, did I truly see incorrectly? Perhaps it was the early hour that left Chen Xiaoya feeling somewhat lethargic during their journey. However, upon entering the airport, her curiosity about the airplane reignited her excitement. Daddy, look, it's a big airplane. Chen Zimo, cradling Chen Xiaoya in one arm while pulling a suitcase with the other, smiled and replied, soon, we will also board a big airplane to see Grandpa. Really? Xiaoya gets to ride on a big airplane. The joy radiated from Chen Xiaoya's face. Chen Zimo followed closely behind, wearing a smile of her own. After checking in their luggage, Chen Zimo guided Chen Zimo and Chen Xiaoya through security. An hour later, the trio finally boarded the plane. Chen Xiaoya, brimming with curiosity, peppered them with questions, her innocent laughter ringing throughout the cabin. It seemed as if the entire airplane was enchanted by her joyous spirit, many passengers casting gentle glances her way. As the aircraft lifted off the ground and ascended gracefully, Chen Xiaoya, seated by the window, gazed outside, her excitement palpable. Daddy, we're flying. We're flying. Witnessing her delight, Chen Zimo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 23. Zhao, Xian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng Wang. At the first hospital of the capital city, Chen Zimo entered Chen Jijun's hospital room, carrying Chen Xiaoya. Grandpa. The moment she spotted Chen Jijun, Chen Xiaoya could not contain her excitement. Chen Jijun looked at the unexpected arrival of Chen Zimo, Chen Xiaoyan, and Chen Xiaoya with astonishment. What brings you all here? Chen Zimo had not informed Chen Jijun of their visit, having reminded Zhou he to keep their plans confidential. Thus, Chen Jijun was completely unaware of their arrival. Dad, I brought Mom and Xiaoya to see you, Chen Zimo said, placing Chen Xiaoya on the floor, allowing her to rush toward Chen Jijun. Grandpa, are you feeling any better? Chen Xiaoya asked with genuine concern. Chen Jijun smiled proudly. Grandpa is much better now. Thank you for your concern, Xiaoya. He then turned to Chen Xiaoyan. Dear, you're here too. Yes, Chen Xiaoyan replied calmly. Zimo wanted to bring Xiaoya along, so I came to help look after her. Though Chen Xiaoyan cared for Chen Jijun, her demeanor reflected the reserved nature often seen in the older generation. Chen Zimo leaned closer. Dad, do you feel any discomfort? After a moment's thought, Chen Jijun responded seriously, if you want to know about discomfort, I actually have some. Upon seeing the expression on Chen Jijun's face, Chen Zimo surmised that it likely was not a serious ailment. Nevertheless, he played along, asking, what seems to be the problem? Chen Jijun shook his head and sighed. I haven't had a drop of alcohol in several days. Now I feel completely out of sorts. Chen Xiaoyan shot him a glare. I'd say you're just begging for a good thrashing. After chatting with his family for a while, Chen Zimo left Chen Xiaoyan and Chen Xiaoya in Chen Jijun's room and stepped out to call Zhou He. Brother Zhou, I've arrived. Mr. Chen, where are you now? I just came from my dad's room. Where are you? I'll come find you. Zhou He provided the name of a nearby hotel, just a stone's throw from the hospital. Chen Zimo quickly made his way there, locating the room Zhou He had mentioned. As he opened the door, 5 individuals turned to him simultaneously, 10 eyes fixed on Chen Zimo. Mr. Chen. Zhou He stood up, addressing him with respect. The other 4 also rose, greeting him in unison, Mr. Chen. The 4 appeared relatively youthful, around Chen Zimo's age, in their 20s, yet they possessed a robust physique, clearly indicating their backgrounds as fighters. Chen Zimo entered the room, waved his hand, and smiled. Please sit. He approached the 4, glancing at them before addressing Zhou He. Brother Zhou, please introduce them. Certainly. Zhou He nodded, beginning introductions from left to right. Through Zhou He's introductions, Chen Zimo learned their names: Zhao Quan, Sun Li, Zhou Wu, and Zheng Yang. Zhao Qian Sun Li, Zhou Wu Zheng Wang. Chen Zimo silently mused, finding their names quite memorable. All 4 had previously been professional fighters, like Zhou He, and according to Zhou, their combat prowess was remarkably formidable. He even used an analogy that Chen Zimo found rather absurd. Each one could take on 10 of him. Chen Zimo was skeptical. If they could truly multiply into 10, he would certainly want to spar with one of them to see if their skills were as formidable as claimed. Zhou Ge, have you discussed the remuneration with them? No, Zhou He replied, shaking his head. This was indeed the matter of utmost concern for them. Upon hearing the mention of compensation, the 4 individuals fixed their eager gazes upon Chen Zimo. Very well, Chen Zimo acknowledged, nodding towards Zhou He, before addressing the 4. Your remuneration will be identical to Zhou Ji's, a monthly sum of 50,000 yuan. Your task is straightforward, to ensure the safety of both myself and my family. Of course, Chen Zimo refrained from disclosing that he would be covering the medical expenses for Zhou He's daughter, a detail that set Zhou He apart from the others. The 4 nodded in understanding. They were already aware of the job's nature, and the compensation matching Zhou He's left them with little to contest. After a brief pause, Chen Zimo continued, however, initially, you must remain discreet and operate in the shadows. Mr. Chen, when do we commence our duties? Zheng Yang inquired, his lively disposition apparent. Chen Zimo smiled. As of now, you may consider yourselves on duty. Then, Mr. Chen, Sun Li raised his hand somewhat awkwardly. Chen Zimo regarded him with a smile. Sun Li, go ahead. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Li asked, could I possibly receive an advance on my salary? It's quite hot at home, and I wish to install an air conditioner for my family. Certainly. Chen Zimo replied without hesitation, then turned to the others. Do any of you require an advance? The remaining 3 exchanged glances and expressed their desire for an advance as well. Chen Zimo acquiesced to all requests. He promptly transferred 250,000 yuan to Zhou He. Zhou Ge, this is the first month's salary for all 5 of you. You can allocate it as you see fit. He then pulled Zhou He aside, speaking in hushed tones. For those requesting an advance, feel free to grant it. However, keep an eye out. If the funds are spent frivolously, I would like to be informed. Though Zhou He was puzzled as to why Chen Zimo was concerned about the 4's expenditures, he chose not to inquire further and simply agreed. To him, Zhao Quan and the others were akin to brothers. Yet presently, Chen Zimo, who could provide a new lease on life for his daughter, held a far greater significance. There are 2 more matters I need to discuss with you, Chen Zimo added. Please continue, Mr. Chen. Firstly, I need you to rent an office and register a security company. From now on, the social security for the security team will be processed through this company. Understood, Zhou He promptly replied. Secondly, I require your assistance in finding a female bodyguard. The salary is negotiable, but she must be trustworthy. Zhou He cast a curious glance at Chen Zimo, yet refrained from probing further, simply agreeing once more. Chen Zimo noted Zhou He's expression and smiled. Zhou Ge, do not overthink it. I am seeking a female bodyguard for my daughter. Zhou He felt a sense of relief, realizing his earlier misinterpretation of Chen Zimo's intentions. Let us go. I will introduce you to my family. After bidding farewell to Zhao Quan and the others, Chen Zimo followed Zhou He toward the hospital. Since your daughter remains hospitalized, I'll entrust my father's care to you. As for Zhao Quan and the others, I will arrange for them to head to Qinghe City. I'll provide you with 2 addresses so they can find ways to integrate seamlessly. Understood. Zhou He nodded. They were to remain concealed initially, providing protection for Chen Zimo's family from the shadows, necessitating a natural integration into their lives. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Chen Zimo halted, his demeanor serious as he addressed Zhou He. Zhou Ge, the safety of my family is now in your hands. I trust you, but you must be vigilant with others. Zhou He nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Mr. Chen. Chapter 24. The third hidden task. The process of treating Chen Jijun involved doctors, nurses, and Zhou He, rendering any assistance from Chen Zimo and the others unnecessary. However, they had still accompanied him for 3 to 4 days. Initially, Chen Zimo had intended to take Shen Xiulian and Chen Xiaoye on a tour of the capital, but the oppressive heat rendered such plans futile. On the morning of the 5th day in the capital, Chen Zimo was perusing Douyin in the corridor outside Chen Jijun's hospital room when a voice resonated in his mind. Activate hidden task of the day. Connect with Guahaoren at the first hospital of Beijing's physical examination department. Invest 100 million yuan in his entrepreneurial project and secure at least 40% equity. Reward, 10 million-fold bonus. Taken aback by the notification, Chen Zimo realized it had been quite some time since he last heard the system's voice. In recent days, he hadn't even checked the notifications about the 100 yuan that arrived after midnight. Yet, it seemed that the system had resumed issuing tasks, and this time, it was a 10 million-fold bonus. The thought of such a lucrative reward brought forth a dilemma. Who was Guahaoren? He didn't recognize the name. However, for the sake of the 10 billion yuan reward, this task had to be accomplished. He promptly entered the hospital room, addressing Shen Xiulian mom. You can take Iya back to the hotel by yourself later. I have something to attend to. All right, Shen Xiulian replied without further inquiry. Since Chen Zimo had inexplicably come into considerable wealth, she had ceased to pry into his affairs, fearing any questions might lead to uncomfortable situations. Chen Zimo dashed to the physical examination department of the first hospital of Beijing, calling out, "Is there anyone named Guahaoren here?" Though his method seemed somewhat disruptive in a public space, Chen Zimo felt it was the most direct and efficient approach. The only requirement was a thicker skin to withstand the curious stares of others. As it turned out, he had overestimated the reaction. After his outcry, most individuals merely glanced at him before returning to their business. Only one nurse approached, advising, "Sir, please refrain from shouting here. If you are looking for someone, you may use your phone." Scanning the room, Chen Zimo noted no one reacted to the name Guahaoren. Ignoring the nurse's advice, he shouted again. "Who is Guahaoren?" "Sir, please do not shout," the nurse reiterated. "If you continue, I will have to call security." At that moment, a young man in black-rimmed glasses, appearing to be around 23 or 24, emerged from the side. He seemed to be holding 2 vials of bodily fluid samples and inquired, "Who is calling me?" Upon hearing the voice, Chen Zimo turned and asked, "Are you Guahaoren?" "Yes, that's me," Guahaoren affirmed with a nod. "What can I do for you?" Chen Zimo gestured toward the samples in his hand. "If you could deliver those first, we can continue our conversation." "Oh, just a moment," Guahaoren replied. The nurse had not called security, and Chen Zimo refrained from further shouting. He stepped aside to wait at the entrance of the examination department. Approximately 10 minutes later, Guahaoren emerged, wearing a puzzled expression. "Do we know each other?" "Not yet," Chen Zimo smiled. "But from today onward, we shall." Extending his hand, he introduced himself. "Hello. I am Chen Zimo." Guahaoren, still bewildered, shook Chen Zimo's hand. "Hello, I am Guahaoren. Have you completed your health check?" "Yes, I have." Guahaoren replied with a nod. "Shall we change the venue for our discussion?" "Certainly, but we must wait for one more person." Inside a tea house adjacent to the first hospital of the capital, Chen Zimo, Guahaoren, and Zhang Chengfeng were seated together. Zhang Chengfeng was the individual Guahaoren awaited. Chen Zimo wore a broad smile, while both Guahaoren and Zhang Chengfeng appeared perplexed. "Let us enjoy some tea," Chen Zimo said as he lifted a cup and took a slow sip. Guahaoren remained still, instead inquiring, "May I ask, Mr. Chen, what business do you have with me?" Chen Zimo set down his cup and glanced at Zhang Chengfeng, who furrowed his brow at the unspoken tension, clearly sensing that Chen Zimo preferred their conversation to remain unheard by him. Guahaoren, perceiving Chen Zimo's intent, interjected, "Mr. Chen, please speak freely. What I can know, Chengfeng can know as well." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zimo began, "Guahaoren, are you contemplating starting a business?" At this revelation, Guahaoren felt a jolt of surprise, his brow knitting in concern. Even Zhang Chengfeng, seated nearby, regarded Chen Zimo with incredulity. Both Guahaoren and Zhang Chengfeng had only recently graduated from university and were dissatisfied with their current employment, harboring aspirations of entrepreneurship, an idea still in its nascent stages, one they had yet to disclose to anyone. Thus, they were baffled as to how Chen Zimo had gleaned this information. "Mr. Chen, I am not currently embarking on a venture. I merely possess an entrepreneurial notion," Guahaoren clarified, his brow still furrowed. "Having an idea is sufficient," Chen Zimo replied with a smile. "I am willing to invest in you." "Invest in us?" Guahaoren's frown deepened. "Mr. Chen, you are unaware of our business concept. Yet you wish to invest? Is that not rather hasty?" "I acknowledge the hastiness, but this is a task mandated by the system, and it must be completed today." Chen Zimo internally grumbled but maintained his composure, stating, "The question of haste is irrelevant. Simply tell me, how much investment do you require? And what percentage of equity can you offer?" Guahaoren and Zhang Chengfeng exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. Guahaoren then spoke. "We seek an investment of 5 million, offering 10% equity." "What? So low?" Chen Zimo exclaimed, his eyes widening in evident dissatisfaction. Zhang Qingfeng frowned as well. Mr. Chen, the maximum equity we can offer is 20%. Not enough. It remains insufficient. Chen Zimo shook his head. Once more, Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng locked eyes before turning their attention back to Chen Zimo. Mr. Chen, Guaharan proposed, how about this? We will offer you 20% equity, but we can reduce the investment amount to 3 million. That is not my intention, Chen Zimo replied, shaking his head again. What I mean is, the investment amount you are requesting is too low. Expand your horizons a bit. With that, Chen Zimo raised a finger. I will provide you with 100 million in investment, but I will require 60% equity. 100 million? Upon hearing this figure, both men were left agog, their mouths agape in shock. They scarcely registered Chen Zimo's subsequent demand for 60% equity. After a moment, they regained their composure, only to realize the implications of the 60% request, which left them in a quandary. While the prospect of 100 million was undeniably enticing, surrendering 60% of equity would strip them of control over their own entrepreneurial endeavor, a point neither was willing to concede. Mr. Chen, the 100 million investment you propose is indeed highly alluring, Guaharan stated calmly, but I do not wish to relinquish control over my project. Guaharan's response brought a sense of delight to Chen Zimo's heart. To encounter someone who could withstand the allure of 100 million while steadfastly adhering to their principles was truly commendable. The system only required 40% equity, and Chen Zimo's 60% demand was intended for negotiation and to probe Guaharan's boundaries. Guaharan's reaction was quite satisfactory to him. Subsequently, Chen Zimo continued. In that case, I will still offer 100 million, and I shall only require 60% equity. Furthermore, he paused, I will not seek decision-making power. I will only require the right to dividends. Chapter 25, 1 billion received. I will not seek decision-making power. I will only require the right to dividends. At Chen Zimo's words, both Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng once again exchanged astonished glances. Is what Mr. Chen said truly genuine? Zhang Qingfeng asked, a tremor of excitement in his voice. Of course it is genuine, Chen Zimo affirmed with a smile. Gentlemen, I believe there is no time to waste. Please proceed to print a share agreement. Let us sign today, and I will transfer the funds to you immediately. So soon? We will sign today and transfer the money today? Guaharan was taken aback. It felt as though money was being handed to him freely, and he was compelled to accept. Were it not for his own financial constraints, he might have suspected that Chen Zimo was attempting to swindle him. Chen Zimo, feeling somewhat exasperated, understood that this was a task from the system that must be completed that very day. Otherwise, if the 100 million investment did not materialize, the promised reward of 1 billion would slip away, a case of losing much for little gain. Please hurry, Chen Zimo urged, glancing at his phone. Quickly prepare the agreement. We need to finalize it within 2 hours so I can transfer the funds. Chen Zimo's urgency only served to deepen the skepticism on Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng's faces. Sensing their hesitation, Chen Zimo remarked, what are you two deliberating? If you truly have doubts, go print the agreement. Once I sign and transfer the funds, everything will be clear, won't it? All right, I will go. Zhang Qingfeng stepped forward. Mr. Chen, grant me 2 hours. That is acceptable. The sooner, the better, Guaharan added. Standing up, I shall accompany you. Let us expedite the agreement. Very well, Chen Zimo replied, not refusing. I will await your return. But you must indeed come back. As soon as Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng stepped out of the tea house, they began to discuss the matter. Haran, do you think this Mr. Chen is for real? I cannot say for certain, Guaharan replied, shaking his head. However, I reasoned that even if it were a ruse, we would merely lose a small amount on printing costs. I agree, Zhang Qingfeng added. If it turns out to be true, our aspirations may indeed come to fruition. Exactly. Regardless of its authenticity, let us prepare the agreement and seek Mr. Chen's signature. More than 2 hours passed, yet Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng had still not returned. Surely these two did not suspect me of being a fraud and simply flee? Chen Zimo lamented within the tea house's private room. Having consumed several pots of tea and made numerous trips to the restroom, he regretted not having secured a contact number earlier, leaving him unable to inquire about their status. Forced to endure anxious waiting. Fortunately, after another 10 minutes, Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng finally returned. Apologies, Mr. Chen, we took longer than expected and appreciate your patience. Guaharan said upon his return. Chen Zimo waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing at all. I was merely concerned that you might not return. Since you are all back, that's sufficient. Subsequently, the three of them ceased their idle chatter and proceeded directly to sign the equity and investment agreements. Upon the completion of the signing, Chen Zimo transferred a staggering 100 million to an account provided by Guaharan. Throughout this process, both Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng felt an air of unreliability. It wasn't until Guaharan received a confirmation of the 100 million deposit in his account that they truly believed everything Chen Zimo had said was indeed genuine. This revelation brought broad smiles of excitement and exhilaration to their faces. However, at that moment, Chen Zimo turned to Guaharan and inquired, "Brother Haran, may I ask what your entrepreneurial project entails?" Chen Zimo's question elicited a look of surprise and uncertainty from both Guaharan and Zhang Chengfeng. Guaharan cautiously replied, "Mr. Chen, you aren't planning to use this 100 million to set me up, are you?" Zhang Chengfeng playfully tapped Guaharan on the head, retorting, "What makes you think Mr. Chen would need to spend 100 million just to ensnare you?" After a bout of jesting, Guaharan and Zhang Chengfeng provided Chen Zimo with a brief introduction to their entrepreneurial venture, which primarily revolves around the expansive applications of artificial intelligence. After much discussion, Chen Zimo found himself bewildered, remarking that it was far too specialized and profound. He felt that his subsequent question might have been unnecessary, leading only to his own embarrassment. After exchanging contact information with Guaharan and Zhang Chengfeng, he returned alone to the hospital. Being in the presence of these two high-achieving individuals made him feel somewhat dull-witted. "Dad, where have you been?" As Chen Zimo re-entered Chen Jijun's hospital room, Chen Xiaoya rushed toward him. Chen Zimo embraced Chen Xiaoya warmly, laughing as he said, "Daddy just finished a business deal." Indeed, it was a business transaction. The returns on the investment were uncertain, but he anticipated receiving the system's critical reward shortly after midnight. That reward amounted to 100 million. "Did you close the deal?" Chen Xiaoya tilted her head and asked. "Of course I did." "So, how much money can Daddy earn from this deal? Will it be enough for Xiaoya to go to school later?" Chen Zimo chuckled. "This deal will allow Xiaoya to attend whatever school she desires." "Really, Daddy?" "Absolutely, it's true." At that moment, Chen Zimo's phone rang again. He glanced at the unfamiliar number and hesitated before telling Chen Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, go to Grandma's for a moment. Daddy needs to take this call." Chen Xiaoya obediently complied. Stepping out of the hospital room into the corridor, Chen Zimo answered the call. "Hello? Who is this?" "Ah, Mr. Chen, greetings. I am Zhong Fangwei, the owner of Dream Space Decoration Company in Qinghe City." "Dream Space Decoration Company?" Chen Zimo furrowed his brow. "What can I do for you?" "It is as follows. I have heard that you purchased the Tingshudding in Jiangnan-Biyuan. Most of the villas in Jiangnan-Biyuan were decorated by our company, and the satisfaction rate is very high. Therefore, if you have yet to find a decoration company, we could collaborate." "No need for that. I have already engaged a decoration company." The voice on the other end expressed surprise. "You have? May I ask which company?" "It's not convenient to say." "Let's leave it at that," Chen Zimo stated, promptly ending the call. Yet, he remained standing, puzzled over who might have leaked his information to this decoration company. He surmised it was likely someone from Jiangnan-Biyuan. Just then, his phone rang once more. This time, the caller ID displayed Shun Mingfeng's name. Upon answering, Chen Zimo greeted. "Hello, Uncle." "Zimo, Xiao Wu has completed the first draft of the design. You should come and take a look. I'm currently in the capital." "All right. You went with your dad to the hospital. Can you come back?" "Yes, I can return tomorrow." "Good. Remember to come see me once you're back." After hanging up, Shun Shulian approached, asking, "Returning tomorrow?" "Yes." Shun Zimo nodded, explaining that his uncle had finished the first draft of the design and wanted him to review it. "Then we should head back too. It's been almost a week since we left home." "All right. Besides, with Brother Zhou taking care of Dad, there's no need to worry." In a certain area of Jiangnan-Biyuan, Zhong Fangwei's expression darkened after Chen Zimo hung up. He turned to Lu Lulu beside him and said, "Miss Lu, the Chen Zimo you mentioned has already found a decoration company." "What? He has?" Lu Lulu responded, astonished. "Which company is it?" "He didn't say. Therefore, I need you to help me investigate which company it is." "No problem," Lu Lulu agreed. "But Mr. Zhong, since this is a favor, the payment must be increased." "No issue," Zhong Fangwei nodded. "If the contract is signed successfully, I will give you an additional 50,000. Lu Lulu smiled. "Deal." That evening, Lu Lulu sent the information she had uncovered to Zhong Fangwei's phone. Although she didn't know the name of the company, the entry log revealed a name, Shen Mingfeng. Upon seeing this message, Zhong Fangwei couldn't help but sneer. Shen Mingfeng? A small company after all. Meanwhile, Chen Zimo stayed alone in a hotel. In the previous days, as he had been sleeping beside Chen Xiaoya, he had gone to bed around 10 or 11 o'clock. However, tonight, he allowed Chen Xiaoya to sleep with her grandmother while he waited until midnight for the critical reward to be credited. This anticipation, counting down every second, felt interminable. After what seemed like an eternity, the clock finally struck midnight. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in Chen Zimo's mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the system's hidden task and receiving a critical reward of 10 million times. The 10 billion critical reward will be transferred to the host's account. Please check." Subsequently, Chen Zimo fixed his gaze intently on his phone screen. Sure enough, Moments later, a notification of the deposit appeared. Dear Chen Zimo, your account ending in 0088 has received a deposit of 1,000,000,000. Your account balance is now 1,071,305,606. For any inquiries, please call 97878. Seeing the notification of 10 billion, Chen Zimo couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He then calmly set his phone down and gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 26. Return to Qinghe City. The following morning, sunlight bathed the entire city. At the entrance of the capital airport, Chen Zimo observed Chen Xiaoya in Shen Xiulian's arms. Xiaoya, say goodbye to Uncle Zhou, he said with a gentle smile. Chen Xiaoya obediently raised her hand and waved to Zhou He. Goodbye, Uncle Zhou. Goodbye, Xiaoya. Zhou He replied with a smile. Chen Zimo then pulled Zhou He aside and quietly inquired, have all the arrangements been made? Everything is in place. One is in the neighborhood of your parents, Zhao Quan Sunli. In Jiangnan Biyuan, it's Zhou Wu and Zheng Yang. Chen Zimo nodded. Has the security company been registered? Yes, it has. Zhou He gestured towards a business vehicle in front of Shen Xiulian, explaining that it had been purchased using the security company's account. What is the name of the company? He asked, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. I took the liberty of combining your name with Yeye's and called it my US Security Company. Not bad, quite thoughtful, Chen Zimo remarked, showing no objections to the company's name. He then leaned in and inquired in a low voice. What about the female bodyguard situation? Any suitable candidates yet? Zhou He shook his head, replying, not at the moment. There are relatively few female bodyguards, and I'm still searching. All right, keep an eye out. Chen Zimo encouraged, patting Zhou He's shoulder. I'm entrusting my father to you. If it becomes too much, consider hiring a caregiver. Understood. Is the budget sufficient? Zhou He asked. For now, yes. Then that means it isn't enough, Chen Zimo said, retrieving his phone and transferring 2 million directly to Zhou He. Looking at Zhou He with earnestness, he added, make sure my father eats well, and ensure your daughter does too. Zhou He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him as he beheld the freshly deposited 2 million. He realized that ever since he met Chen Zimo, he felt as if he had been rejuvenated. To Chen Zimo, who possessed 10 billion, 2 million was hardly a significant amount, and it was merely a fraction of his overall wealth. Nevertheless, he solemnly instructed Zhou He, keep this financial assistance between us. Do not let Zhao Quan and the others find out. I understand, Zhou He nodded earnestly. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Chen Zimo bid farewell to Zhou He, accompanied by Shen Xiulian and Chen Xiaoya, as they boarded a plane back to Qinghe City. In Qinghe City, at the office of the Fangcuan Jijian Decoration Company, an unexpected visitor had arrived. Zhong Fangwei, the owner of the Dream Space Decoration Company. Mr. Zhong, what brings you to my humble company today? Shen Mingfeng inquired. Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with you, Mr. Shen, Zhong Fangwei replied politely. I heard that you have undertaken the renovation of the Listening Bamboo Pavilion in Jiangnan Biyuan? Yes, that is correct, Shen Mingfeng acknowledged. May I ask, what is the renovation budget set by the owner? Shen Mingfeng smiled. Mr. Zhong, you should know that I cannot disclose that information. Zhong Fangwei chuckled. Mr. Shen, your decoration company is not very large, and from what I understand, you have been delaying salary payments in recent months. If I am not mistaken, your company's financial chain may be in trouble. He continued, the project for Listening Bamboo Pavilion is over 1,000 square meters. Do you truly have the capability to manage it? Upon hearing this, Shen Mingfeng quickly grasped Zhong Fangwei's intent. He responded with a calm smile, Mr. Zhong, you need not worry about our company's capabilities. Zhong Fangwei's expression turned slightly colder. Mr. Shen, you should understand my meaning. Shen Mingfeng feigned ignorance. I am not sure what you mean, Mr. Zhong. Zhong Fangwei frowned slightly. Mr. Shen, to put it plainly, I hope you will relinquish the Listening Bamboo Pavilion project to me. Shen Mingfeng shook his head placidly. I'm afraid I cannot grant you that request, Mr. Zhong. Mr. Shen, I advise you to reconsider, Zhong Fangwei warned coolly. Your company is small, and with your recent financial instability, any minor issue with the Listening Bamboo Pavilion project could lead to catastrophic losses. Shen Mingfeng's demeanor shifted. Are you threatening me, Mr. Zhong? Zhong Fangwei smiled nonchalantly. I wouldn't classify it as a threat. I'm merely stating a fact. He then leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Mr. Shen, should you be willing to pass this project to me, feel free to name your conditions. Shen Mingfeng calmly shook his head. Mr. Zhong, I have no conditions, nor will I hand over this project to you. Mr. Shen, you must think carefully. If you cannot handle this project, it will prove too much for you. Shen Mingfeng smiled confidently. Let me say this, unless I choose to forfeit it voluntarily, no one can take this project from me. You are that confident? Zhong Fangwei narrowed his eyes. Shen Mingfeng grinned with certainty. Indeed, I am. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire with the owner of the Listening Bamboo Pavilion. Zhong Fangwei's expression soured slightly. He had encountered a setback with Chen Zimo the previous day, which prompted him to seek Shen Mingfeng today. He had initially intended for Chen Mingfeng to relinquish the renovation of Listening Bamboo Pavilion, allowing him to approach Chen Zimo afterward, thereby securing the renovation of Listening Rain Pavilion. However, he did not anticipate Chen Mingfeng's unwavering refusal and confidence that no one could usurp the project from him. Though he was uncertain of the source of Chen Mingfeng's confidence, it only served to frustrate Zhong Fengwei further. Zhong Fengwei narrowed his eyes at Chen Mingfeng. Speaking in a low tone, Mr. Shen, if you insist on pursuing this project, you will likely encounter numerous difficulties during the construction process. Is that so? Chen Mingfeng replied nonchalantly. What troubles could arise during normal construction? Zhong Fengwei stood up, sneering. Since you refuse to heed my advice, we shall see how this unfolds. Just don't lament the losses when they come. With that, Zhong Fengwei opened the door to Chen Mingfeng's office and exited. Mr. Zhong, take care. Chen Mingfeng called after him. With a resounding thud, the door closed. Chen Mingfeng smiled at the closed door, reflecting, he thinks he can take this project from me. But it was given to me by my nephew. How could my nephew possibly hand it over to someone else? Moments later, a series of knocks echoed through the office. Come in. Chen Mingfeng called out. Wu Jinsong entered. Boss, what did Mr. Zhong want? Chen Mingfeng chuckled lightly. He came to persuade me to relinquish the renovation of Jiangnan Biyuan's Listening Bamboo Pavilion. What? Wu Jinsong was momentarily taken aback before a mocking smile spread across his face. Who does he think he is, demanding that you simply comply? Besides, this Listening Bamboo Pavilion was purchased by Zimo. He would never seek out another decoration company. I am well aware of that. Chen Mingfeng smiled, then inquired, what brings you here? Boss, Zimo just called to say he has landed. I wanted to confirm the quotation with you. Haven't we already agreed on 580,000? Chen Mingfeng replied. Wu Jinsong sighed but pressed on, boss. A profit of only 30,000 from a 580,000 quotation is too low. Typically, renovation profit margins range from 10 to 20%. A profit of 30,000 is less than 10% of the quotation, which indeed is quite low. If any unforeseen changes arise, we might end up suffering significant losses. Chen Mingfeng waved his hand. No need for further discussion. That is the quotation. If it proves insufficient, I will clarify with Zimo later. He smiled. Little Wu. Do you believe Zimo would shortchange me? Chapter 27. Chen Zimo's leverage? Oh, it's Xiaoya. As Chen Zimo entered the office lobby of Fangsuan Jijian Decoration Company with Shun Xiuyan and Chen Xiaoya, Chen Mingfeng greeted Chen Xiaoya with warmth and enthusiasm. Chen Xiaoya, having little recollection of Chen Mingfeng, shyly buried her face in Chen Zimo's embrace. What are you doing? Shen Xiuyan exclaimed, glaring. Could you be any more uncouth? Look, you've frightened our Yeya. Chen Mingfeng wore a sheepish expression. Sister, it's just that I cherish Yeya. Chen Zimo, standing by, smiled and reassured, it's all right. He then gently patted Chen Xiaoya's back, smiling tenderly. Yeah, this is your granduncle. Only then did Chen Xiaoya turn her head to look at Shen Mingfeng and cheerfully exclaim, Granduncle. At that moment, Shen Mingfeng's face lit up with joy as he extended his arms. Yeah, come here for a hug, will you? Chen Zimo chimed in. Yeah. How about letting your granduncle give you a hug? Chen Xiaoya nodded adorably and stretched out her arms, leaning towards Shen Mingfeng. Oh. Shen Mingfeng beamed as he embraced Chen Xiaoya. Yeya is truly well behaved. On the side, Shun Xiuyan spoke sternly. Be careful, don't hurt our Yeya. I won't. Shen Mingfeng shook his head. Sister, you can rest assured. Chen Zimo chuckled softly, noting how this uncle, despite being in his 40s, was still dutifully managed by his sister. After Shen Mingfeng played with Chen Xiaoya for a while, he led everyone into the conference room, including Chen Xiaoya and Shen Xiuyan. Inside the conference room, Wu Jinsong presented the design proposal for Ting's hooding. Chen Zimo had little to object to regarding most of the designs, but when it came to viewing the renderings, Chen Xiaoya's opinion became the sole standard. If Chen Xiaoya liked it, it would be retained. If she disliked it, it would be altered. After about an hour, the meeting was drawing to a close. This proposal is quite good. It's evident that Xiao Wu has put in considerable effort. Chen Zimo praised Wu Jinsong before turning to Shen Mingfeng. But, uncle, what is the quoted price for this proposal? 5,800,000. Shen Mingfeng answered without hesitation. Upon hearing this price, Wu Jinsong's face exhibited a look of helplessness. Chen Zimo, however, furrowed his brow. Is it really that low? He then looked up at Shen Mingfeng. 5,800,000. How much profit are you making? Approximately 300,000. Shen Mingfeng replied honestly. This revelation relieved Wu Jinsong, who had feared that Shen Mingfeng might inflate the profit margin. On hearing this figure, Chen Zimo turned to Wu Jinsong. Xiao Wu, what is the usual profit margin in your renovation industry? It typically ranges between 10 to 20%, Wu Jinsong answered without hesitation. Chen Zimo then redirected his gaze to Shen Mingfeng, smiling. Uncle, are you really that disinclined to earn my money? What do you mean by that? Shen Mingfeng denied. I've already made 300,000 from you. That's quite a lot. Normally, I only earn 10 to 20,000 on a project, and some yield only a few thousand. But this project is different, Chen Zimo remarked. It has a large area, a lengthy construction period, and the overall profit margin is already lower than that of your industry. It's far too low. That's all there is to it. It's sufficient. Shin Mingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Zimo, the proposal I am providing you is the one with the highest cost-performance ratio. The materials, while not the finest, are certainly the most suitable, which is why the price isn't as exorbitant as you might think. Moreover, if it weren't for the prolonged construction period, I could further compress the profit. After some contemplation, Chen Zimo sighed. Fine, let us proceed as you say. Yet, he secretly pondered. Perhaps he could discreetly offer his uncle a red envelope later. Once the meeting concluded, the group shared a meal together, after which Chen Zimo and the others drove home. Outside the old neighborhood, a black Mercedes S-Class was parked by the roadside. Inside, Zhong Fengwei sat in the driver's seat, gazing at the dilapidated neighborhood with a puzzled expression. Does Chen Zimo really live here? This is where his parents live, replied Lu Lu, seated in the passenger seat. He used to live in Jinhua neighborhood, but after divorcing his wife, he moved back here. Zhong Fengwei cast a surprised glance at Lu Lu. How do you know he divorced his wife? Are you having an affair with this Chen Zimo? What are you talking about? Lu Lu playfully smacked Zhong Fengwei. His wife is my close friend, so of course I know when they divorced. All right. Zhong Fengwei did not pursue the matter further, but remarked curiously, why can Chen Zimo spend over 20 million to buy Ting's Hooding, yet let his parents live here? I'm not sure. When I first met Chen Zimo, he didn't seem wealthy, Lu Lu replied. What do you mean? Did he just recently come into money? I don't know, Lu Lu shook her head. It seems he only started to become affluent after the divorce. Before that, he earned just over 10,000 a month, lived in Jinhua neighborhood, and drove a car worth over 100,000. Are you saying his wife was unaware of his wealth? Zhong Fengwei's expression grew more perplexed. That should be the case, Lu Lu speculated. Chen Zimo left the marriage with nothing, so I suspect he concealed his assets. This doesn't seem to be merely about concealing assets. Zhong Fengwei suddenly chuckled, a hint of sinister intrigue laced in his smile. It might involve hiding or transferring assets, or even the source of his wealth being unclear. What? Lu Lu gasped in surprise. Zhong, are you suggesting that the source of Chen Zimo's money might be problematic? It's not just a possibility. It's a certainty, Zhong Fengwei replied confidently. Otherwise, how could he explain where all that money came from? Lu Lu began to reflect, realizing that Zhong Fengwei's reasoning held merit. So what do we do now? Lu Lu asked. Should we still let him handle the renovation for Ting's Hooding? Heh. Zhong Fengwei smirked triumphantly. Previously, he didn't want to work with me, and I might have truly had no way to deal with him. But now, if he refuses, well, Lu Lu instantly understood. Zhong Fengwei had seized leverage over Chen Zimo, intending to use it as a threat. If Chen Zimo agreed to the renovation, everything would be fine. If he did not, Zhong Fengwei would threaten to report him. Just then, a Bentley rolled in from a distance. Lu Lu immediately spotted the car and hurriedly pointed. That's the car. He asked back. Driving a Bentley? Zhong Fengwei mocked with a smirk. He opened the door and stepped out. Miss Lu, please wait in the car. I'll go have a word with Mr. Chen. Chapter 28. Zhong Fengwei's threat. After parking the car, Chen Zimo cradled Chen Xiaoya and walked towards home. At that moment, a polite voice called from behind. Mr. Chen, hello. Chen Zimo turned back in confusion to see a man smiling at him. Who are you? Chen Zimo inquired, puzzled. My name is Zhong Fengwei. I called you yesterday. Zhong Fengwei introduced himself. If you don't recall, you should remember the Dream Space Renovation Company. Oh, now I remember, Chen Zimo nodded. You are the owner of Dream Space Renovation Company. Exactly. Zhong Fengwei stepped closer. Mr. Chen, may I have a word with you? I thought we clarified everything over the phone yesterday. I've already found a renovation company. Chen Zimo firmly declined. I know, you are working with Fangsu and Jijian, right? Zhong Fengwei remained resolute, yet his tone shifted abruptly. However, what I wish to discuss with you now pertains to a different matter. A different matter? Chen Zimo furrowed his brow. Despite the smile on his interlocutor's face, Chen Zimo sensed an underlying hostility. Thus, he entrusted Chen Xiaoya to Shen Xiulian. Mom, you and Yeye should head back first. I'll have a word with him. All right. Shen Xiulian nodded, embracing Chen Xiaoya. Daddy, come back soon. Chen Xiaoya cheerfully waved at Chen Zimo, who reciprocated the gesture. Mr. Chen, your daughter is truly delightful, Zhong Fengwei complimented with a grin. Chen Zimo offered no response, but gestured towards a secluded corner. Let us move over there. Certainly. With Chen Zimo leading the way and Zhong Fengwei following closely behind, they proceeded to the indicated spot. However, from a vantage point upstairs, two pairs of eyes remained fixed on Chen Zimo and Zhong Fengwei. Brother Zhou mentioned that Mr. Chen has returned, yet he only just arrived, Zhao Quan murmured. That's inconsequential. I am more curious about the individual accompanying Mr. Chen. Could he pose a threat? Sun Li questioned, puzzled. Perhaps not. I have a feeling that man is quite familiar with Mr. Chen, Zhao Quan speculated. I sense otherwise. Sun Li shook his head, contemplating. I must investigate. As he spoke, he began to descend the stairs. Zhao Quan seized his arm. Sun Li, didn't Brother Zhou say we shouldn't reveal ourselves unless absolutely necessary? Rest assured, I won't expose myself as long as Mr. Chen remains unharmed. You stay above and keep watch. Inform me if anything arises. With that, Sun Li ventured downstairs alone. Zhao Quan returned to the window, scrutinizing the figures of Chen Zimo and Zhong Fengwei. Chen Zimo halted and turned to Zhong Fengwei. Speak, what is it? Zhong Fengwei wore a polite smile. Mr. Chen, regarding the renovation of your listening bamboo pavilion, how about allowing my company to handle it? Chen Zimo frowned. Didn't you say you wished to discuss a different matter? Indeed, but in essence, it pertains to the same issue. Zhong Fengwei chuckled lightly. It hinges on whether Mr. Chen is willing to let me renovate your listening bamboo pavilion. I am not inclined, Chen Zimo replied curtly. Oh, Mr. Chen, you must be unaware of the prowess of my dream space renovation company. Zhong Fengwei maintained his composure. Speaking with patience, allow me to enlighten you. 2/3 of the villas currently occupied in Jiangnan Biyuan were renovated by my company. Our experience in villa renovations is extensive, adept in various styles, and our pricing is fair with commendable quality. We adhere to strict construction protocols, significantly reducing the timeline without compromising quality. After listening, Chen Zimo couldn't help but nod. Zhong Fengwei's claims appeared more professional than those of Shen Mingfeng's Fangsuan Jijian. Yet he remained unmoved. Boss Zhong, I'm sorry, but I have no interest. I still prefer Fangsuan Jijian for my renovations. Zhong Fengwei's expression shifted subtly, but quickly returned to a smile. He had no desire to sever ties with Chen Zimo before the final moments, especially since the renovation of the listening bamboo pavilion represented a project worth millions. Mr. Chen, you ought to realize that Fangsuan Jijian is merely a small company. Their previous projects consist solely of minor apartments and shops. They lack experience in renovating a villa, and they may not even grasp material usage or project scheduling. The quality and experience of living in such a renovation may not meet your expectations. Boss Zhong, there is no need to persuade me further. I will not change my decision, Chen Zimo asserted firmly. Zhong Fengwei was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Chen Zimo insisted on choosing Fangsuan Jijian. Suppressing his rising frustration, he inquired, Mr. Chen, I find it difficult to understand why you are so adamant about selecting Fangsuan Jijian. Chen Zimo replied calmly, because the owner of Fangsuan Jijian, Shen Mingfeng, is my uncle. Zhong Fengwei exclaimed, astonished. He had presumed Chen Zimo was drawn to a particular strength of Fangsuan Jijian, only to discover a familial connection. In light of this revelation, he felt compelled to resort to underhanded tactics. Mr. Chen, I've heard you recently divorced? Chen Zimo knitted his brows again. What does that have to do with my villa renovation? Zhong Fengwei chuckled softly. I've heard that before your divorce, you earned over 10,000 a month, residing in the Jinhua community and driving a vehicle worth over 100,000. Yet post-divorce, you suddenly appear affluent, acquiring luxury cars and mansions. Where might I ask? Did this wealth originate? Leaning in closer, he smiled. Mr. Chen, your sudden influx of wealth surely withstands scrutiny? Chen Zimo understood the implications. He was being pressured. However, he was curious about the source of Zhong Fengwei's detailed information. Could it be Li Pingping? Unlikely. If she were aware of his current situation, she would have confronted him directly rather than divulging it to others. Contemplating further, the only potential link that could inform Zhong Fengwei of his villa purchase and divorce status appeared to be Lu. Given Zhong Fengwei's earlier mention of having renovated numerous villas in Jiangnan Biyuan, seeing Chen Zimo silent, Zhong Fengwei assumed he had intimidated him into submission and continued with a triumphant smile. Everyone is in this game to make money. If you agree to let me renovate your listening bamboo pavilion, I assure you that your affairs will remain confidential. Unexpectedly, Chen Zimo countered. The information you possess was divulged to you by Lu, wasn't he it? Zhong Fengwei was momentarily taken aback. Why was Chen Zimo not adhering to the expected script? Shouldn't he be pleading for cooperation and requesting silence regarding his secrets? Instead, he was inquiring about Lu. Before Zhong Fengwei could respond, Chen Zimo continued. Your company is named Dream Space, is it not? I will ensure it vanishes from Qinghe City. With that, Chen Zimo disregarded Zhong Fengwei entirely and made his way home. Not far from him, Sun Li extinguished his cigarette and ascended the stairs. Chen Zimo noticed Sun Li's presence but did not acknowledge him. Throughout their exchange, Sun Li had been discreetly observing from a distance, silently smoking without uttering a word. At this moment, Zhong Fengwei was left in a state of confusion. Was Chen Zimo not concerned about being reported? Chapter 29. Mutual investigation. Well, are they familiar with each other? Upon returning indoors, Zhao Quan approached Sun Li with a question. Not at all, Sun Li shook his head. Moreover, it seems that Mr. Chen and that man share some unresolved tension. Tension? Zhao Quan queried, perplexed. Didn't it appear that their conversation was quite cordial? What you witnessed was merely an illusion. No sooner had Sun Li finished speaking than Chen Zimo's call came through. Hello, Mr. Chen, Sun Li answered. Sun Li. You four should divide into pairs and investigate that individual from earlier. His name is Zhong Fengwei, the proprietor of Dream Space Renovation Company, but beyond that, I am unaware. President Chen, what should we focus on? Investigate his company for any illicit activities and look into his personal background to see if he has a history of wrongdoing. Understood. President Chen. Upon hanging up, Zhao Quan queried, what did President Chen say? We've got work to do. Let's play detective. Sun Li continued to fiddle with his phone, probing into the individual they had just discussed. As he spoke, he made his way outside. Where are you off to now? Zhao Quan inquired. I'm going to follow that man and see where he resides. While saying this, Sun Li dialed Zhou Wu's number, which was quickly answered. Upon returning home, Chen Zimo was met by Chen Xiaoya, who eagerly requested a hug. Who was that person earlier? Chen Xiuyan asked from the side. Just someone I know from business. Chen Zimo casually explained. Are you collaborating with him? He sought to partner with me, but I declined. That's a relief. Chen Xiuyan hesitated. I sensed he wasn't a good person. Mother, your instincts are quite sharp, Chen Zimo thought to himself. Anyone who comes to threaten him, regardless of their nature, would no longer be deemed virtuous in his eyes. As for Zhong Fengwei's threats, Chen Zimo regarded them with indifference. The funds were provided by the system, with all procedures in place and entirely legitimate. If such transactions were deemed unlawful, then the system itself would be utterly inadequate. Meanwhile, Zhong Fengwei returned to his car, seething with anger as he slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. Unappreciative, accepting a toast only to receive a beating. Lu, observing his agitation, asked, President Zhong, what troubles you? Was the negotiation unsuccessful? It fell through, Zhong Fengwei replied tersely. Shen Mingfeng is Chen Zimo's uncle, which explains Chen Zimo's interest in the matter. Lu furrowed her brow. But don't you have leverage over him? Isn't he afraid? I cannot fathom why he shows no fear, and he even threatened me, claiming he would make my dream space vanish from Qinghe City. What? He dares to speak so boldly? Lu was taken aback. This was a far cry from the Chen Zimo she had known. Humph. I shall see what means he possesses to erase my dream space from Qinghe City. Furthermore, I shall investigate whether his mysterious funds can withstand scrutiny. After concluding her remarks, Zhong Fengwei started the car and drove onto the road. Meanwhile, Sun Li, too, was driving, trailing closely behind Zhong Fengwei. With one hand on the wheel and the other on his phone, he communicated, I am currently following him. I need to ascertain his destination. You two will investigate further. President Chen instructed that we uncover any unsavory elements tied to him. Master, we have arrived. Zhang Baiwei, reeking of alcohol, stumbled out of a taxi and wobbled towards the aging residential complex. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A Bentley? He appeared to regain his composure momentarily and approached the Bentley to inspect it closely. Indeed, it is the very Bentley that had vanished for about a week, now returned. He scanned the surroundings, pondering who could possibly own such a vehicle in this neighborhood. His brow furrowed with confusion, especially since the occupants of Uncle Chen's household had also been absent during the Bentley's disappearance. Could it truly be that Chen Zimo purchased this Bentley? I must keep a close watch to confirm whether it indeed belongs to him. Subsequently, he glanced at Chen Jijun's window before making his way upstairs. The following day, at Jinhua Community, Li Wensheng and his wife, Lin Xiaoer, had moved into Li Pingping's residence. Originally, Li Pingping lived alone. Now, the household consisted of 3 individuals. At noon, Lin Xiaoer prepared a meal and called for the still sleeping Li Pingping to rise for lunch. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Li Pingping emerged from her room, cheerfully exclaiming, Xiaoer, it is truly wonderful that you and Wenxing moved in. I now enjoy steaming hot meals every day. Lin Xiaoer smiled and replied, Sister, you have done so much for Wensheng and me. Preparing a few meals for you is only right. Then Wensheng should be the one to cook. Li Pingping chuckled as she took a seat at the dining table. Just then, Li Wensheng emerged from another room and sat beside Li Pingping. Sister, you know how my cooking turns out. If you find it palatable, I can handle dinner tonight. Let us not go there, Li Pingping quickly retorted. Your cooking is nothing short of a waste of food. Well then, Li Wensheng handed her a pair of chopsticks. Sister, you've been out daily. What have you been up to? Why do you care? Li Pingping shot him a glare. Undeterred, Li Wensheng continued with a grin. Are you perhaps going on dates with that Song Bowen? What I do with whom is none of your business. Li Pingping rolled her eyes. Mind your own affairs. Little one. Huh, you're definitely off to see Song Bowen, he teased. As the 3 enjoyed their meal, they engaged in light-hearted banter. Suddenly, Li Wensheng shifted the conversation, saying, Sister, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? He glanced at Lin Xiaoer before continuing, Sister, The second bedroom is rather cramped for both Chiaoer and me. It's quite inconvenient. I was thinking, could we switch rooms? Chiaoer and I could take the master bedroom. And you could move into the second bedroom. Li Wensheng had anticipated an immediate refusal from Li Pingping, but to his surprise, she pondered the suggestion seriously. After a moment, she set down her chopsticks and said earnestly, "What you suggested does make sense. If that is the case, let us reconsider." "Sister, you agree?" Li Wensheng exclaimed in astonishment, his face a picture of disbelief, while Lin Xiaoer's expression was one of delight. "Agreed, agreed," Li Pingping chuckled. "After all, you are my only brother." However, her expression turned serious as she added, "But just to be clear, when it comes to moving, I want to be involved. My limbs can't handle too much hassle." "No problem," Li Wensheng assured. "I promise to handle everything." Meanwhile, he was already plotting a suitable opportunity to suggest putting his name on the property deed. Chapter 30, Li Pingping. Add my name. Dear Chen Zimo, your business account ending in 0088 has been temporarily frozen due to risk assessment, judicial assistance, and abnormal transaction reasons. For further details, please call our customer service hotline at 97878. Upon receiving this text message, Chen Zimo was left speechless. Zhong Fengwei is quite swift. He managed to freeze my account today. He then inquired, "System, is it possible to change the business account you are linked to? Since this institution has frozen my account, perhaps I should switch to another bank card." The system remained silent, offering no response. Chen Zimo felt helpless, realizing that since it was a system-bound account, he could only utilize this business account. "I suppose I'll have to make do for now. After all, once this matter is clarified, I should not encounter such issues again, especially since there are currently 10 billion in my account, a sum that qualifies me as a private banking client in the eyes of the bank." He did not immediately call the bank for inquiries. Instead, he chose to let the situation unfold for a while. After all, the only immediate expense was the renovation, which had yet to commence, should the need for funds arise. He still had 1 million with Shen Xiulian. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhong Fengwei emerged from the Public Security Bureau, his expression one of shock. He could scarcely believe that Chen Zimo possessed such considerable wealth. Today, he had personally reported Chen Zimo for the crime of having a substantial amount of unexplained assets. Following a preliminary investigation, the Economic Crime Department indeed discovered that Chen Zimo's bank account had exhibited unusual fluctuations recently. Over a short period, his account had seen an influx of 12 billion, alongside outflows amounting to approximately 130 million. This meant that Chen Zimo's current account balance stood at an astonishingly high figure of around 10 billion 700 million. Upon hearing this number, Zhong Fengwei was taken aback. He had presumed Chen Zimo to possess only a few tens of millions, at most 100 million. He never anticipated that Chen Zimo's assets would reach such a staggering sum. However, he took pleasure in the fact that the Economic Crime Department had opted to freeze Chen Zimo's account as soon as they identified the irregularities. "Humph, refusing to cooperate with me? Let's see how you managed to renovate your Ting's hooding with your account frozen." With a sense of superiority, he returned to the parking lot and entered his Mercedes-Benz S-Class. In the passenger seat, Lu Lulu inquired anxiously, "Zhong, how did it go?" A triumphant smile spread across Zhong Fengwei's face as he replied, "Chen Zimo's account has been frozen." "Really?" Lu Lulu exclaimed in astonishment. "Is there indeed an issue with his funds?" Although the investigation was still ongoing, Zhong Fengwei was certain that something was amiss with Chen Zimo's money. "How can you be so sure?" Lu Lulu was puzzled by his conviction. Zhong Fengwei turned to her and explained, "I tell you, Chen Zimo's business account recently received 12 billion. "What?" Lu Lulu gasped, her mouth agape. "How could he receive such a large sum?" "I cannot say," Zhong Fengwei chuckled. "But his account is already frozen. Now we just need to wait for the Economic Crime Department to find evidence. Not only will his Ting's hooding and that Bentley be confiscated, but he himself will also face imprisonment." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lights around Qinghe City began to illuminate. The Marriott Commercial Plaza in Qinghe City, the largest shopping center in the area, welcomed an Audi A8 as it turned from the street into the underground parking lot. Inside the car were Song Bowen and Li Pingping. Upon alighting, they walked side by side towards the mall's elevator. "I heard from a friend that a new barbecue restaurant has opened in the Marriott Commercial Plaza, and both the food and ambience are delightful," Song Bowen said, pressing the elevator button with a smile directed at Li Pingping. "I had long intended to bring you here to try it, but work kept me too busy until today." "No worries," Li Pingping replied with a smile. "Any day is fine to dine at this restaurant. You are so understanding." Just then, the elevator doors opened, and they stepped inside one after the other. Inside the elevator, Li Pingping glanced at Song Bowen, her mouth opening slightly as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Noticing her demeanor, Song Bowen smiled and asked, "Do you have something you wish to say?" After a moment's hesitation, Li Pingping finally spoke. "Bowen, what are your thoughts on that villa you viewed at Jiangnan Biyuan?" Taken aback, Song Bowen responded, "Did Miss Lu ask you to inquire about that?" "Yes," Li Pingping nodded, not hiding the truth. "Since Lulu is my close friend, she asked me to check in on you, worried she might disturb you." The elevator doors opened once more. "Let us step out first." Exiting the elevator, Song Bowen continued, "I've given it considerable thought, but I must wait until the end of this month for my funds to arrive before I can make the down payment." Hearing this, a smile broke on Li Pingping's face. "I'll relay this news to Lulu." "That works," Song Bowen agreed with a smile, adding, "However, that villa is quite spacious. If I were to live there alone, it might feel rather empty." "Well, you could always find a female owner," Li Pingping suggested, her eyes twinkling with a hint of intention. "I have contemplated that as well," Song Bowen replied, a smirk forming as he turned to her. "I wonder if Miss Li would be willing to take on that role." "Huh." Li Pingping's expression mirrored surprise, yet her heart brimmed with joy. "Could I?" "Of course," Song Bowen affirmed with certainty. Then, Li Pingping hesitated, seemingly unsure if she should voice her next thought. "Oh, feel free to say whatever is on your mind." "All right, I will," she replied. "Would you be willing to add my name to the villa?" As she posed the question, a look of longing crossed her face. "Yet." Song Bowen slightly furrowed his brow, quickly smoothing it out before she could notice. He then smiled and said, "If we were to end up together in the future, I would certainly be willing." A wave of happiness washed over Li Pingping as she smiled brightly. "Bowen, I take that seriously." Song Bowen nodded but remained silent. Just then, an exclamation broke the moment. "Isn't that your sister-in-law?" A man unexpectedly appeared before Li Pingping and Song Bowen, casting a curious glance at Song Bowen before turning to Li Pingping. "Sister-in-law, what's going on?" Recognizing the newcomer, Li Pingping smiled lightly. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Zheng." And Song Bowen then inquired, "And who might this be?" "Oh," Li Pingping quickly introduced, "this is Luo Zheng'an, a colleague of my ex-husband Chen Zimo." "Ex-husband?" Luo Zheng expressed astonishment at Li Pingping's words. "Sister-in-law, you divorced Chen Ge?" "Yes, didn't you know?" Li Pingping retorted. "I had no idea," Luo Zheng replied, still astonished. "When did you two divorce?" After pondering for a moment, Li Pingping replied uncertainly, "About half a month ago, I suppose." "Ah," Luo Zheng exclaimed, realization dawning. "No wonder, half a month ago, Chen Ge was just dismissed from the company." "What?" Li Pingping gasped, her surprise palpable. "Chen Zimo was dismissed from your company?" Chapter 31. Li Pingping's unexpected retaliation. Through the exchange of information between Li Pingping and Luo Zheng'an, Li Pingping learned that the day she and Chen Zimo signed their divorce agreement was also the day he was terminated from his job. Luo Zheng'an also discovered that Chen Zimo had obtained his divorce certificate from Li Pingping the day after his dismissal. "Zheng'an, why was he fired?" Li Pingping asked curiously. Luo Zheng'an shook his head helplessly. "About a year ago, something seemed to have happened to Chen Ge. He had been in poor spirits. Later, for some unknown reason, he quarreled with our supervisor and was subsequently let go." After listening to Luo Zheng'an's account, Li Pingping couldn't help but chuckle. "I always knew that Chen Zimo struggled to get along with others. To think he could argue with his supervisor at work? It's no wonder he got fired." "Not necessarily," Luo Zheng countered. "Chen Ge usually got along well with us. There must have been other reasons for his argument with the supervisor." "Oh, Zheng'an, though we were married for only 3 or 4 years, I know him better than you do," Li Pingping declared with pride. "I know exactly what kind of person he is. With his temperament, it's only a matter of time before he gets dismissed from your company." Upon hearing this, Luo Zheng'an seemed somewhat unconvinced. However, he refrained from continuing the argument and instead turned his attention to Song Bowen, shifting the subject. "Sister, Pingping, is this your new boyfriend?" Before Song Bowen could respond, Li Pingping eagerly linked her arm with his and proudly proclaimed, "Yes, this is my new boyfriend." "What should I call you?" Luo Zheng'an inquired. "Hello." Song Bowen smiled and extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Song Bowen." "Hello," Luo Zheng'an replied, shaking Song Bowen's hand. Meanwhile, Li Pingping continued to boast, "Zheng'an, Bowen is the owner of Honda Company, unlike Chen Zimo who merely works for someone else." Song Bowen's expression shifted momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. Luo Zheng'an feigned surprise. "So it is Mr. Song." He then straightened his demeanor and asked earnestly, "May I inquire what business your company is involved in?" "It's just some simple trade." Song Bowen replied casually, clearly reluctant to divulge further details. Luo Zheng'an did not press the matter, engaging in light conversation with Li Pingping for a few more moments before bidding them farewell. After parting ways with Li Pingping, Luo Zheng'an found a secluded corner and called Chen Zimo. "Hello, Chen Ge." "Zheng'an." The two exchanged pleasantries, after which Luo Zheng'an asked, "Chen Ge, have you gotten divorced?" "Yes." "How did you know?" "I ran into your ex-wife at the Marriott Mall." "Oh, so you ran into her. We are no longer together." "She seems to have found a new boyfriend named Song Bowen. It appears he is the owner of some Honda company." "Oh," Chen Zimo responded calmly. Sensing Chen Zimo's disinterest in discussing Li Pingping, Luo Zhengyan changed the topic. After a few more casual exchanges, they ended the call. On the other end, Chen Zimo smiled faintly, surprised that she had moved on so quickly. A few slices of pork sizzled on the grill, emitting a tantalizing aroma that filled the barbecue restaurant. Bowen, why did you divorce your ex-wife? Li Pingping asked, picking a piece of meat and placing it in her bowl. Song Bowen sighed at the mention. My ex-wife often played mahjong with her friends instead of working. Over time, her gambling habit escalated, and she would frequently stay out all night. Losing a bit of money was not an issue, but she began neglecting our home entirely. We argued frequently because of this, and eventually, I could no longer tolerate it and filed for divorce. As he spoke, Song Bowen shook his head in resignation, his expression clouded with melancholy. Upon hearing this, Li Pingping placed a piece of meat in his bowl, offering comfort. Don't be so disheartened. It's all in the past. A woman like that is not worth your size. Song Bowen nodded and turned to Li Pingping, asking, what about you? Why did you divorce your ex-husband? Speaking of that scoundrel Chen Zimo, it infuriates me. Li Pingping replied vehemently. He has a temper like a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. You heard Zhengyan mention it, right? He had the audacity to argue with his superior at work, and getting fired was well-deserved, purely self-inflicted. She took a large gulp of beer. Continuing her tirade, I worked tirelessly at home raising our child, while he merely doled out a paltry amount of living expenses, treating me like a beggar. Not a single extra penny could be pried from him. Every time I asked for money, his face twisted as if I owed him millions. It felt as though he had me by the throat financially, suffocating me. This is not what marriage should be. I was living under his roof, constantly at his mercy. What's worse, he is utterly cold-hearted, devoid of any human warmth. The struggles of raising our child meant nothing to him. When he came home from work, he wouldn't lift a finger to help or even offer a kind word. He would just nitpick. Those years with him felt like I was being trampled into the mud, stripped of all dignity. Li Pingping sighed heavily. Eventually, I could endure it no longer and initiated the divorce. It was finally the end of that hellish existence. Song Bowen listened attentively, refraining from interjecting. Yet, his eyes flickered, seemingly skeptical of Li Pingping's words. Through their time together, he had gleaned some insights about her. Thus, he was not easily swayed by her account. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed facade, remarking, a man like your ex-husband, self-serving and lacking in responsibility, is indeed unworthy of trust. He smiled gently, continuing, at least we have both moved past those unbearable days and embarked on a new path in life, allowing us to start afresh. Li Pingping smiled in return, raising her glass filled with beer. Bowen, let us toast to our new lives. Song Bowen lifted his glass as well, clinking it against hers. Cheers. The two then downed their beers in one go. In that moment, it seemed that two souls, both burdened by their pasts, found solace in each other at the barbecue restaurant. Over an hour later, both were satisfied and slightly intoxicated. Song Bowen supported Li Pingping as they stumbled toward the exit of the mall. Pingping, I've had a few drinks tonight. I can't drive. Perhaps we shouldn't go back? Not going back. With a flushed face but still smiling, she replied, then where shall we go? There are plenty of hotels nearby. We can easily find one. Li Pingping regarded him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Bowen, what are you plotting? Song Bowen grinned wickedly. You still don't know what I'm up to? No way. Li Pingping shook her head. I want to go home. Let us not go home tonight, Song Bowen insisted, guiding her toward a nearby hotel. Just then, Li Pingping's phone rang. Wait, let me take this call. She rummaged through her bag, pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is it? Sister, it's me, came Li Wenxing's voice on the line. Have you been drinking? Li Pingping replied, half-dazed. Sister, I've already swapped our rooms. You should come back and check if anything needs adjusting. Okay, then come and pick me up. Where are you? Li Pingping looked around at the Marriott Mall. After hanging up, she turned to Song Bowen, her eyes slightly dazed. Bowen, should we postpone this? The spark in Song Bowen's eyes dimmed, and he nodded with a hint of disappointment. All right then. Chapter 32. All is legal. 3 days later, a rain finally fell in Qinghe City. The temperature was not particularly cool, but it was certainly more bearable than the heat. Your father's condition is quite stable, right? At the dining table, Chen Zimo asked casually while holding her bowl. Chen Zimo, with chopsticks in hand, smiled. Mom, you have a phone. Why not call Dad directly? I did. Chen Zimo wore a stern expression, and upon calling me, she immediately expressed her longing for a drink, which incensed me to the point of hanging up. Chen Zimo stifled a laugh, knowing that my father had harbored this desire for many years. Depriving him of it for such an extended period was indeed a hardship. You should speak on his behalf. Chen Zimo shot a glare at Chen Zimo. With a gentle smile, Chen Zimo placed a piece of braised pork rib into Chen Zimo's bowl. Earlier that morning, I had contacted the doctor, who assured me that everything was normal and that the treatment would conclude within a month, allowing for my father's discharge. Chen Zimo nodded, taking a hearty bite of the meat from the rib. You ought to express your gratitude to Zhou He for taking care of your father while also looking after our daughter, running back and forth. Rest assured, mother. I shall not neglect him, Chen Zimo replied. Just then, Chen Zimo's phone rang unexpectedly. Noticing it was Zhou He calling, he turned to Shen Xiulian and said, "See, just as we mentioned Zhou Gu, he calls. Quick, answer it. Perhaps there's news regarding your father," Shen Xiulian urged. All right. Chen Zimo acquiesced, then answered the call. Activating the speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Chen. Yes, Zhou Gu, what is the matter? The hospital has issued a new bill for your uncle. The payment is due. How much? 800,000. Chen Zimo recalled that the first treatment had also cost 800,000, indicating that the first course was concluding and the second was about to commence. However, his account remained frozen, still without thawing, rendering him unable to transfer funds to Zhou He. Fortunately, prior to leaving the capital, he had left Zhou He 2 million, and he promptly inquired, "Zhou Gu, how much do you have left?" "I have about 1,500,000 remaining," Zhou He replied. "Could you cover this for me?" "Certainly," Zhou He agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Shen Xiulian frowned at Chen Zimo. "Zimo, don't you have money? Why should you have someone else cover for you?" Telling the truth would undoubtedly cause Shen Xiulian concern, so Chen Zimo had already devised a reason in his mind. "Mother, I have invested my funds, and my account is temporarily devoid of money. However, I will have access to it in a few days." "Investment?" Shen Xiulian's face displayed concern. "I've heard that investments can easily lead to losses. You must be cautious." "Oh, do not worry," Chen Zimo offered her a reassuring smile. "The over 90 million you saw in my account was indeed a result of investments. I have chosen investments that are guaranteed to yield returns. Indeed, it was from investments. The first billion provided by the system had been a clean slate. Moreover, the accumulation of hidden tasks assured that the earnings would only increase." Just then, Chen Zimo's phone rang again. It was a call from his uncle. Chen Zimo answered directly. "Uncle, Zimo, the design modifications are all completed. Would you like to come and review them?" "All right, I'll come over after I finish my meal." After hanging up, Chen Zimo set down his chopsticks and stood. "Mother, please take care of Yaya. I'm heading to my uncle's." "Ah, you always run off right after eating without washing the dishes." "I'll do it when I return," came Shen Xiulian's voice as Chen Zimo's figure vanished. As Chen Zimo climbed into his Bentley and drove out of the community, upstairs, Zhao Quan and Sun Li observed him depart from the window before returning to the sofa in the living room. "Sun Li, have you found out who the person is that has been staring at Mr. Chen's car every night?" "Yes, I have," Sun Li replied, pouring himself a glass of water and turning to Zhao Quan. "Would you like some water?" "A cup of tea, please. Then you can brew it yourself." Sun Li placed the water on the coffee table and sat down. "His name is Zhang Baiwe. He is a neighbor of Mr. Chen and works at a bar." "A bar? No wonder he returns home intoxicated every night. But why is he fixated on Mr. Chen's car? Although he is a few years younger than Mr. Chen. They grew up together. However, after Mr. Chen got married, their contact diminished. I doubt he harbors any ill intentions towards Mr. Chen. What I want to know is why he is staring at Mr. Chen's car." There is a saying, one fears their brother struggles, yet fears their brother drives a Range Rover. "Jealousy?" Zhao Quan inquired suspiciously. "It seems so," Sun Li nodded, "but as of now, he doesn't seem certain that the car belongs to Mr. Chen. That is not critical. As long as he poses no threat to Mr. Chen and his family. That is what matters. My assessment is that he won't pose a danger in the near term." Sun Li took another sip of water, then looked quizzically at Zhao Quan. "Aren't you the one who wanted tea? If you don't brew it, what shall I drink?" "If you don't brew it, I want tea drink." "Then don't drink." At the Fangsuan Zhejian Renovation Company, under Wu Jinsong's explanation, we essentially revisited the renovation design of the Ting's hooding. However, this time, there were hardly any modifications needed. The next step naturally involved commencing the construction. "Zimo, I must be frank," Shin Mingfeng said sincerely. "I cannot provide any funding for this project." "Uncle, I had no intention of asking you to cover the costs," Chen Zimo replied with a smile. "The total quote is 580,000, correct? That is the amount. You can divide it by progress to lessen your burden." "No need," Chen Zimo waved his hand. "Uncle, just provide me with an account, and I'll transfer the funds in a couple of days. I will have Yu send that to you shortly." Shin Mingfeng shifted the topic. "However, I'm concerned about one matter." "What is it?" Chen Zimo asked. "A few days ago, the owner of Dreamspace contacted me, asking me to hand over your project to him, but I declined. His Dreamspace holds considerable influence in Qing'e City, and most of the villas in Jiang and Biyuan were decorated by his company. Thus, I worry he may create obstacles for us regarding material supplies and with the Jiang and Biyuan property management." "Uncle, you needn't worry about that." Chen Zimo replied with a smile. "He actually approached me as well, and I turned him down." "He approached you too?" Shin Meifeng exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the individual had not given up after leaving him. Chen Zimo shook his head and chuckled. "Not only has he not given up, but he has also caused me a few minor inconveniences. Oh, what kind of inconveniences? Just minor ones that will be resolved soon. Noticing that Chen Zimo was unwilling to elaborate, Shen Mingfeng refrained from pressing further. Once your funds are in, I will arrange for the work to commence. Meanwhile, at Dream Space Renovation Company, Zhong Fengwei lounged at his desk, his eyes half closed, indulging in a light afternoon nap. Just then, his phone rang. Without opening his eyes, he fumbled around on his desk until he found his phone and answered. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Zhong Fengwei? This is he. Who am I speaking with? Hello, Mr. Zhong. This is the Economic Investigation Team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We have investigated the case you reported regarding Mr. Chen Zimo and his substantial unexplained assets. All of Mr. Chen's properties are fully documented and entirely legal. There are no issues regarding unexplained wealth. Upon hearing this news, Zhong Fengwei's eyes snapped open. All traces of sleepiness vanished. What did you say? All that money is legal? Chapter 33. The time for retaliation has come. Dear client Chen Zimo, your corporate account ending in 0088 has been successfully unfrozen and is now available for normal use. Should you have any inquiries, please contact our customer service hotline at 97878. Upon exiting the Fengsuan Decoration Company and taking a seat in his car, Chen Zimo received this message. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he read it. The account had been unfrozen. Although this ordeal had led to a 3-day freeze on his account, it also provided Chen Zimo with a sense of reassurance. His funds were legitimate. Henceforth, he could spend them as he pleased. Promptly, he began to operate his phone, transferring 3 million to Zhou He and accompanying it with a message. Brother Zhou, I've transferred my father's expenses to you. When the hospital issues a new invoice, you can settle it directly without consulting me. If it's insufficient, feel free to ask for more. If there's excess, keep it for yourself. Before long, Zhou He replied, Understood, President Chen. Just as Chen Zimo was preparing to alight from the car and return to Fengsuan Decoration, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he picked up immediately. President Chen, we have clarified the situation regarding Zhong Fengwei, Zhou Wu informed him. What have you discovered? Virtually all the villas renovated by Dreamland Space at Jiangnan Biyuan have been compromised by substandard work. Oh, Chen Zimo exclaimed, intrigued. Do you possess evidence? Indeed, Zhou Wu affirmed. We managed to secure the design drawings for all the projects contracted by Dreamland Space at Jiangnan Biyuan from their designer. We also contacted various material suppliers associated with Dreamland Space. Upon comparison, we found that some materials used in the renovation process fell below the design standards, particularly in areas that are not easily detectable. Ah, so that is how it is. Chen Zimo realized. Zhong Fengwei is quite clever, though he has misapplied his cunning. President Chen, the designer from Dreamland Space, also shared something else with me. What is it? Lu, the salesperson at Jiangnan Biyuan, has been selling sales information to Zhong Fengwei to facilitate his precise acquisition of owner details. Huh, I see there's an ulterior motive at play, Chen Zimo chuckled. No wonder Dreamland Space has secured so many renovation contracts at Jiangnan Biyuan. Then, addressing the call, he stated, All right, your task is complete. Please send me the evidence you've gathered. Understood, President Chen. Additionally, Chen Zimo continued, I appreciate your hard work over the past few days. I will transfer 200,000 yuan to you shortly and grant you 4 of you a 5-day vacation, staggered, to unwind. Thank you, President Chen. Zhou Wu's voice conveyed a hint of excitement. In fact, due to their involvement at Jiangnan Biyuan, Zhou Wu and Zheng Yang enjoyed more freedom than Zhao Quan and Sun Li. As long as Shun Xiuyan and Chen Xiaoye remained indoors, Zhao Quan and Sun Li spent most of their time confined within the premises, making their situation considerably more arduous. Chen Zimo understood that one cannot be cooped up for too long. Thus, he seized this opportunity to allow all 4 to take turns resting. Afterward, Chen Zimo exited the vehicle and strolled back to Fengsuan Decoration Company. He made his way directly to the finance office, seeking out Jiang Qiongyu. Zimo, what brings you back? Jiang Qiongyu, quite familiar with Chen Zimo, greeted him warmly. However, due to the previous incident involving Chen Zimo borrowing 100,000 yuan, which had caused some trouble for Fengsuan's cash flow, she harbored a slight grievance towards him. Yet, after he promptly returned the money, enabling her to distribute the month's salaries on time, her sentiments toward him had softened. Later, she was astounded to learn that he had purchased the Ting's Hooding at Jiangnan Biyuan for over 20 million and entrusted its renovation to Fengsuan, which only enhanced her regard for him. Seeing Chen Zimo return, she greeted him with a bright smile, exuding enthusiasm. Chen Zimo returned the smile and said, Sister Jiang, I've come to deliver funds. Deliver funds? Jiang Qiongyu inquired, somewhat surprised. What kind of funds? Naturally, the payment for the renovation of Ting's Hooding. With that, Chen Zimo produced his phone and transferred 6 million directly to Fengsuan's account. Soon, Jiang Qiongyu received notification of the 6 million deposit. Upon counting the zeros, she widened her eyes in astonishment. Zimo, didn't the total quotation for the renovation amount to 580,000? Why have you transferred 6 million? I added an extra 200,000 so my uncle can give you all a red envelope later. Really? Jiang Qiangyu's face lit up with delight. It was worth noting that the combined monthly salaries of everyone at Fengsuan barely exceeded 100,000. Thus, 20,000 for each employee equated to nearly 2 additional months' wages for everyone. Absolutely, Chen Zimo chuckled. However, Jiang Qiangyu's expression suddenly dimmed. What if Ba Shen disagrees? I'll speak with him. I assure you he will agree, Chen Zimo confidently promised. Jiang Qiangyu broke into another smile. Then I would like to thank you on behalf of all the company employees, dear Zimo. Not at all. Chen Zimo waved his hand dismissively. Sister Jiang, please continue with your work. I must find my uncle to discuss matters. Of course. Jiang Qiangyu beamed with joy as she watched Chen Zimo depart. She muttered to herself, I hadn't noticed before, but Zimo is quite handsome. I heard he is divorced. What a pity. I'm already married and have lost my chance. Chen Zimo approached Shun Mingfeng's office and knocked lightly on the door. He refrained from barging in, fearing he might encounter something inappropriate. Come in, came Shun Mingfeng's voice. Chen Zimo entered, and Shun Mingfeng reacted similarly to Jiang Qiangyu. What brings you back? Uncle. I've transferred the funds to your company's account, Chen Zimo replied casually, sinking into an available sofa. A total of 6 million. You may commence work at your convenience. 6 million? Shun Mingfeng questioned, perplexed. Wasn't the agreement for 580,000? And I instructed you to make progress payments. Why have you paid it all at once? I added 20,000 so you could provide a bonus to your team, Chen Zimo explained with a grin. Moreover, I find progress payments too cumbersome. It's more efficient to settle everything in one go. With my mother and grandparents around, I have no worries about someone absconding with the money. You cheeky rascal, how do you speak? Shin Mingfeng rolled his eyes, yet sincerely added, on behalf of them. Thank you. No need. Sister Jiang already expressed their gratitude. At that moment, Chen Zimo's phone chimed with a new message notification. He opened it to find Zhou Wu had sent over the evidence of Zhong Fengwei's substandard work. After reviewing it, a faint smile graced Chen Zimo's lips. Zhong Fengwei, you caused my bank card to be frozen for 3 days. It is now time for me to retaliate. I had promised to ensure your dreamland space vanishes from Qinghe City. Chapter 34, A Decisive Blow. Zimo, what is the matter? Shin Mingfeng inquired. Noticing Chen Zimo lost in thought, bringing himself back to the present, Chen Zimo replied, Uncle, I believe I can now ensure that Zhong Fengwei's dreamland space disappears from Qinghe City. What do you mean? Shin Mingfeng asked, his tone turning serious. Chen Zimo refrained from saying much and directly forwarded the evidence regarding Zhong Fengwei's malpractice to Shin Mingfeng. Uncle, take a look at what I sent you. Shin Mingfeng cast a puzzled glance at Chen Zimo before opening the materials he had received. The moment he perused the contents, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing his astonishment. How audacious could Zhong Fengwei be? His tone was laden with disbelief and incredulity. It's over for him. It's over for Zhong Fengwei. After reviewing the information, Shin Mingfeng regarded Chen Zimo with a grave demeanor. Zimo, this time, not only will dream space vanish, but Zhong Fengwei will undoubtedly be left with nothing. Almost every project, whether villas, residential buildings, or even commercial properties, exhibited substandard construction practices. Should this information come to light, the reputation of dream space would be irrevocably tarnished, and they would face lawsuits from nearly everyone involved. Furthermore, the residents of Jiang and Biyuan Villa area held significant social standing. He had managed to offend them all. For Zhong Fengwei, the prospect of thriving in Qinghe City was now a distant dream. Chen Zimo smiled subtly. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Ever since Zhong Fengwei had threatened him, Chen Zimo resolved to obliterate dream space and ensure that Zhong Fengwei could no longer operate in Qinghe City. Even without the evidence of his malpractices, Chen Zimo would have devised other means. What do you plan to do now? Shin Mingfeng inquired. 3 channels, Chen Zimo replied, raising 2 fingers. First, I will share this evidence in the owner group of Jiang and Biyuan, which I recently joined. As he spoke, Chen Zimo smiled at Shin Mingfeng. Second, you will publicly disclose Dream Space's actions within your industry. Third, I will enlist a popular influencer to reveal this evidence to the public. Upon hearing Chen Zimo's words, Shin Mingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Zimo, you intend to expose Zhong Fengwei from every conceivable angle, leaving him nowhere to hide. In the Jiang and Biyuan Villa area, at Yanlu residence, which stood across from Tingzhu Pavilion, the villa had already been renovated, and the owners had moved in. Although it was not as expansive or valuable as Tingzhu Pavilion, with an overall price of just under 10 million, the renovation cost exceeded 10 million, a true case where renovation expenses surpassed the property's value. At that moment, Lu Wanru, the owner of Yanlu residence, hastily burst out of the bathroom. Inside, the sounds of thunder and sizzling electricity filled the air. Fortunately, Lu Wanru remained composed, swiftly reaching the distribution box to cut the power, which quelled the commotion. She returned to the bathroom entrance, perplexed. What on earth is going on? Why is there an electrical leak? Subsequently, she called her husband, Yin Jihua. Honey, it seems like there's an electrical leak in our bathroom. An electrical leak? First, cut the power, then have someone from the property management check it. I've already cut the power. I'll contact property management right away. After hanging up, as Lu Wanru prepared to call the property management, she noticed that the owner group of Jiang and Buyuan had suddenly become lively. Curious, she opened the group chat, her face reflecting confusion. No wonder our renovation started leaking within 2 years. The problem lies with the renovation company. One of my air conditioners was burned out. The technician said it might be due to the embedded wiring. Now I finally understand. It was the negligence of DreamSpace. It's over. I also had DreamSpace handle my renovations, and they just finished last week. Is it all ruined? We must report this. This is no longer a simple case of cutting corners. This is a matter of life and death. As she read these messages, the repeated mention of DreamSpace stirred a foreboding feeling in Lu Wanru. Could it be? She scrolled up to find a table, opening it to discover a list of DreamSpace's malpractices during renovations. After scrutinizing it for a moment, she found the name Yinlu Residence under Jiang and Buyuan. Connecting it to the earlier electrical leak, a chill ran down her spine. The table continued, revealing that the embedded wiring standards fell below design specifications, even showcasing comparative images of 2 types of wires. In that instant, a fierce anger ignited within her, and she muttered coldly, DreamSpace. Meanwhile, in a material supply group in Qinghe City, Shin Mingfeng suddenly shared a table within the chat. The content mirrored the table Lu Wanru had seen. Soon, the group erupted into fervent discussion. DreamSpace's actions are a disgrace to the renovation industry in Qinghe City. No wonder DreamSpace's profits are so high. They must have earned it through cutting corners. Such a disgraceful entity should be expelled from Qinghe City. No, from the entire nation. Let them go renovate in another country. Observing the intense reactions within the group, Shen Mingfeng, who had disseminated this information, remained silent. He turned to a beautiful woman nearby, a popular influencer with over 200,000 followers in Qinghe City. At that moment, she was scrolling through comments on her phone. Mr. Chen, one commenter suggested DreamSpace should be renamed to Grave Space instead. Another comment read, thank goodness the main structure was built by the developer. Otherwise, they might have swapped 20mm rebar for 10mm. She continued scrolling, chuckling. These commenters are all so clever. Each remark is more entertaining than the last. Chen Zimo, glancing at the owner group messages, noted, the sentiment in my owner group is absolutely fervent. It's on the verge of chaos. One owner from Yinlu Residence mentioned that after an inspection by property management, it turned out that the wire, which should have been 25mm, was replaced with 15mm. Yinlu Residence? Shin Mingfeng interjected, I recall Yinlu Residence. I saw it when we measured Tingzhou Pavilion last time. He then turned to Chen Zimo, smiling. It seems to be right across from your Tingzhou Pavilion. You'll be neighbors. Chapter 35. The Cornered Beast Fights Back. In the office of DreamSpace, Zhong Fengwei sat in his chair, engaged in a phone call with Lu Lulu. Miss Lu, do you know the true identity of Chen Zimo? Mr. Zhong, what about him? Has he been apprehended? Nonsense. Zhong Fengwei's expression darkened. This morning, I received notification from the Economic Investigation Team. They have completed their investigation, and all of Chen Zimo's funds are legitimate. How is that possible? Lu Lulu's voice was filled with astonishment. He was just a small employee earning over 10,000 a month. How could he have so much money? How would I know? Zhong Fengwei's tone was equally grim. I asked the Economic Investigation Team, and they didn't tell me either. His voice turned icier. Lu, you better find out who Chen Zimo really is. If he possesses such vast financial resources, his background is surely not simple. But I thought, don't but me. Zhong Fengwei interrupted. Clearly, the Chen Zimo you knew before was a facade, a deception aimed at you and your friends. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Zhong Fengwei furrowed his brow and spoke into the phone. You must investigate this immediately. I have pressing matters at hand. After hanging up, he called out, come in. A man entered, his expression fraught with terror. Boss, it's bad. Our situation has been exposed. Exposed? What do you mean? Zhong Fengwei was perplexed. It's the matter of our cost cutting, the man stammered. So what if it's exposed? Why the fuss? Zhong Fengwei dismissed the concern nonchalantly, assuring the client that it was merely a mistake in material selection by the foreman, which could easily be rectified. It's not just one case. It's all of them. The man quavered. All of them. Zhong Fengwei's expression finally shifted. What on earth is happening? Check the group. The man pointed to Zhong Fengwei's phone. Look at the owner group for Jiang and Buyuan, and also the groups for several building material suppliers in Qinghe City. It's even spreading on Douyin. Alarmed, Zhong Fengwei hastily opened various renovation, material supply, and owner groups, discovering that nearly the entire renovation industry in Qinghe City was discussing the phrase dream space. The content of these discussions drained the color from his face. Suddenly, his phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, as if his body had lost all support, collapsing into his office chair. "It's over, it's completely over," he muttered in despair. "Dream space is finished, and so am I." Zhong Fengwei. In an instant, his gaze sharpened. Who did this? Who on earth leaked this information? As if anticipating his question, the man retrieved a message from a building materials supplier group. "Boss, it was Shun Mingfeng from Fangzhou and Jijian who posted about this." "What? How could it be him?" Zhong Fengwei was momentarily bewildered, but then a realization struck. "I see it now, it's Chen Zimo. It must be him." Shun Mingfeng was Chen Zimo's uncle, and it was undoubtedly Chen Zimo who had instigated Shun Mingfeng's actions. "Boss, in the Jiangnan Biyuan owner group, it was a resident named Chen Zimo who disseminated this information." The man glanced at his phone and continued. "It seems he purchased the Ting's hooding in Jiangnan Biyuan. So it really is him." Zhong Fengwei felt a profound tremor within. He suddenly recalled Chen Zimo's words to him. "Your company is called Dream Space, right? I will ensure it vanishes from Qinghe City." At the time, he had scoffed at that statement, but now it had nearly become a reality. Not only would Dream Space disappear from Qinghe City, but he, Zhong Fengwei, would also be unable to survive in Qinghe City. The exclusion from peers was a minor concern. The complex backgrounds of the owners in Jiangnan Biyuan would not spare him. However, Zhong Fengwei was left grappling with another puzzling question. How had Chen Zimo come to know about all this? There had to be an insider. It was evident that only someone within Dream Space could possess such information. The fact that Chen Zimo had access to internal materials indicated that someone from within had betrayed Dream Space. Yet, at this point, the fate of Dream Space was already sealed. Pursuing the identity of the traitor would yield no fruitful outcome. Zhong Fengwei now regretted his determination to secure the Ting's hooding project or to threaten Chen Zimo. The latter was clean and could withstand scrutiny, while Zhong Fengwei himself was mired in corruption, unable to withstand even the slightest pressure. Just then, his phone rang. Trembling, Zhong Fengwei picked it up, and upon seeing the caller ID, his entire body began to shake. Yet, he dared not let it go unanswered and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mr. Meng," he stammered. "Xiao Zhong, you are aware of the situation, right?" The voice on the other end was calm and steady, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Yes, Zhong Fengwei nodded repeatedly. "That is good to hear. I believe the Murshan in Jiangnan Biyuan was also renovated by you, correct?" "Yes, indeed. However, I must ask, did you skimp on the materials at all?" Zhong Fengwei cautiously defended himself. "I assure you, I did not cut corners on your villa. I checked, and it appears my Murshan is indeed not listed on the document. But how can I be certain you didn't compromise on the quality?" "Mr. Meng, I truly had neither the intention nor the audacity to do so. You know I was on-site daily during the renovation of your Murshan, ensuring everything adhered strictly to the design standards. You need not elaborate further. I can no longer reside in the Murshan you renovated. My property is valued at over 20 million, and the renovations cost another 20 million. I expect compensation of 50 million. Mr. Meng, I truly did not cut corners. No need for explanations. Just compensate me, Mr. Meng interrupted, cutting off the call. Listening to the busy tone that followed, Zhong Fengwei felt his face drain of color. 50 million? I can't even muster 5 million at this point. He slumped into his office chair, seemingly devoid of any attachment to life. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze hardened, and his expression grew stern. "No, I cannot sit idly by." Chapter 36, Ting's Hooding, A Prosperous Beginning. Jiangnan Biyuan Villa Area. Yanuli residence. He ran? How did he manage that? Lu Wanru glared indignantly at her husband, Yan Jihua. Zhong Fengwei has deceived so many people in Jiangnan Biyuan, and you just let him escape? Yan Jihua replied helplessly. There was nothing I could do. The moment that kid received the news, he sped off in his car. We couldn't intercept him in time. Where did he run to? Yan Jihua shook his head. I don't know, but I heard Mr. Meng's people chased him out of Qinghe City. Whether they can find him remains uncertain. Sigh. Lu Wanru lamented. If he truly gets away, it would be far too lenient on him. Though he may have fled, he left behind a plethora of belongings. Yan Jihua remarked lightly. His company, his house, all have been seized. And even the millions in his bank account have been frozen. That still feels too lenient. Just then, a ruckus erupted outside. Yan Jihua approached the window to peer at the commotion. What is going on over there? So many people? Lu Wanru joined him by the window and caught sight of a crowd gathered in front of the Ting's hooding. Today seems to be the day the renovation for Ting's hooding commences. The renovation for Ting's hooding? Yan Jihua pondered. Wasn't it the owner of Ting's hooding who exposed the dream space incident? Yes, that's correct, Lu Wanru nodded. But I wonder who the owner of Ting's hooding is. Yan Jihua grinned. Why not go find out? Lu Wanru turned to him. Are you heading over there now? Indeed. Yan Jihua replied with a smile. The dream space affair initially had nothing to do with me, but I took the initiative to unveil their malpractices, allowing us to uncover the truth. Furthermore, the individual who purchased the Ting's hooding for over 24 million is likely not an ordinary person. It is certainly worth the effort to establish a connection. Moreover, Yan Jihua smiled and remarked, from now on, we shall be neighbors. It is inevitable that we will cross paths. Wishing you a prosperous start. With a resounding shout from Chen Zimo, Shin Mingfeng, Wu Jinsong, and others, 2 ceremonial firecrackers followed suit. After a simple ceremony, a few individuals gathered around, including the property consultants Luo Xiaoyu and Zhou Shuiqin from Jiangnan Biyuan, as well as a handful of existing homeowners from the villa area. After all, as Yan Jihua had stated, they would all be neighbors with Chen Zimo henceforth. Furthermore, it was Chen Zimo who had unveiled the truth regarding the shoddy workmanship of the dream-making space. Otherwise, they might have continued to be deceived for an extended period. Although the number of homeowners present was few and they were mostly strangers to one another, Chen Zimo graciously welcomed each guest with a warm demeanor. What do I call you, brother? Yan Jihua inquired, shaking hands with Chen Zimo with a smile. I am Chen Zimo, came the reply. I am Yan Jihua. As he spoke, Yan Jihua pointed across the way to the Yanyiliu residence. I reside right opposite you, at Yanyiliu. Wow, Chen Zimo exclaimed with delight. Does that mean we are indeed the closest neighbors? Indeed. Yan Jihua nodded in affirmation. Once you move in, we can communicate more regularly. That is no issue. On the day I move in, you must come over for a meal, Chen Zimo insisted. Absolutely. Yan Jihua agreed, adding, in fact, it is us, the old homeowners of Jiangnan Biyuan, who should be inviting you to dinner. Oh, why do you say that? Chen Zimo feigned ignorance. Yan Jihua laughed. Because if it weren't for you, we might still be unaware of how long we would have been deceived by the owner of dream-making space, Zhong Fengwei. Moreover, if it weren't for you, we would not know how many others would continue to fall victim to dream-making space. Chen Zimo shook his head at this, saying, this matter was primarily orchestrated by my uncle. He then pulled Shin Mingfeng closer, declaring, here he is. He is the owner of the Fanken Zijian Renovation Company, and he is the one who obtained the evidence against Zhong Fengwei's misdeeds. Yan Jihua quickly extended his hand, greeting Shin Mingfeng. Hello, Mr. Shun. You are also in the renovation business? Shin Mingfeng shook his hand and smiled. Yes, I am the one who handled the renovation of this Ting's hooding. That is wonderful. Yan Jihua replied earnestly. Mr. Shun, my family has also fallen victim to the shoddy workmanship of dream-making space. Therefore, we can reach out to you for the necessary renovations in our home, correct? Certainly, that is not a problem at all. Shin Mingfeng responded amicably. I will have my team conduct a complimentary inspection at your residence, and after assessing the situation, we can determine what needs to be altered. That sounds perfect. Yan Jihua exclaimed with satisfaction. He then turned to the crowd, raising his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Yan Jihua, the homeowner of Yanyiliu. His announcement instantly garnered attention, with curious gazes directed towards him, eager to hear what he had to say. Noticing their interest, Yan Jihua pointed towards Shun Mingfeng, exclaiming, this gentleman is Mr. Chen Zimo's uncle and the owner of Fanken Zijian Renovation Company, and he will be responsible for the renovation of Ting's hooding. Yan Jihua continued, scanning the crowd. Moreover, I have just learned that it is thanks to Mr. Shun that we were able to uncover the evidence against dream-making space for their subpar work. Therefore, I have decided that any renovations needed for my Yanyiliu residence will be handled by Mr. Shin's company. With a smile, Yan Jihua suggested to those present, I recommend that if you have any renovations to consider in the future, you might also want to engage Mr. Shin's services, as he has revealed the truth about dream-making space and would not engage in such deceitful practices. Shin Mingfeng, perceptive to Yan Jihua's promotion, quickly expressed to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Shin Mingfeng, on behalf of Fanken Zijian Renovation Company, promise that anyone who seeks my services for renovations or repairs will receive a complimentary inspection. Upon hearing Shin Mingfeng's assurance, several homeowners from Jiangnan Biyuan expressed their willingness to have Fanken Zijian undertake their renovations. Observing this development, Chen Zimo nodded in satisfaction. From the moment he had encouraged Shin Mingfeng to disseminate information exposing Zhong Fengwei within the building materials supplier group, he had envisioned establishing a stellar reputation for Fanken Zijian within the renovation industry of Qinghe City. Little did he anticipate that, with Yan Jihua's support, the outcome would exceed his expectations. Although the turnout of homeowners that day was modest, the ripple effect of even 1 or 2 positive endorsements would gradually cultivate further acclaim. Chapter 37, The Li Family. Did Zhong Fengwei truly escape just like that? Inside the Bentley, Wu Jinsong was at the wheel, while Chen Zimo occupied the passenger seat, and Shin Mingfeng took his place in the back. After listening to Shin Mingfeng recount the aftermath involving Zhong Fengwei, Chen Zimo couldn't help but express his astonishment. Oh. Shin Mingfeng sighed. On the day the incident transpired, Zhong Fengwei decisively cut ties, abandoning all his enterprises in Qinghe City. He then fled the city with his wife and child. Chen Zimo shook his head in disbelief. Zhong Fengwei certainly is resolute. When one hesitates, it leads to chaos. Wu Jinsong interjected. Had he remained in Qinghe City, he might have faced dire consequences. Shen Mingfeng shot a glare at Wu Jinsong before continuing. His decision to leave everything behind was indeed the wisest course of action. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Zimo. Zimo, thank you for your assistance today. Chen Zimo understood the sentiment behind Shen Mingfeng's gratitude and replied with a smile. Uncle, I merely created a platform. It was you who seized the opportunity. However, I never anticipated that Yan Zhihua from Yanyuliu would advocate for you. With his endorsement, you have taken a significant step into the inner circle of Jiangnan Biyuan. In the Jinhua community, within the home of Li Pingping, sat Li Wensheng, Lin Xiaoer, Zhu Chunmei, and Li Wenxing's father, Li Guobin. Lin Xiaoer had her head slightly bowed. Her cheeks flushed, while Li Wenxing appeared somewhat exhilarated. Wensheng, Li Guobin, the head of the family, was the first to speak. You summoned us here so ceremoniously. Is there something of significance you wish to discuss? Indeed, Wensheng. Zhu Chunmei chimed in. Whatever it is, do not hesitate to share. We are a united family. There is nothing we cannot accomplish together. Li Wensheng grinned with pride. Dad, Mom, I have called you here today to share some delightful news. Delightful news? Li Guobin's face contorted in confusion. What kind of news? Zhu Chunmei's reaction was more perceptive. Upon hearing her son, her eyes brightened, and her gaze instinctively shifted to Lin Xiaoer's abdomen. Li Wensheng glanced at Lin Xiaoer and then chuckled. Dad, Mom, Xiaoer is with child. With child? What do you mean? Li Guobin remained perplexed, but soon, realization dawned upon him. In the next moment, his gaze also turned towards Lin Xiaoer's belly, and a hint of excitement flickered across his weary face. He then looked back at Li Wensheng. Wensheng, are you implying? Dad, Xiaoer is pregnant. Li Wensheng proclaimed with pride. Haraha. Upon hearing Li Wensheng's words, Li Guobin could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The Li family has descendants, and I, Li Guobin, have an heir. Both he and Zhu Chunmei wore expressions brimming with excitement. After a while, their exhilaration gradually subsided. At that moment, Li Wensheng smiled and said, Mom, Dad, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Speak up, Li Guobin replied, his face still adorned with a smile. As if he would acquiesce to anything Li Wensheng proposed. Sharing a glance with Lin Xiaoer, Li Wensheng continued, Dad, I wish to exchange residences with my sister. Are you not currently residing at your sister's place? What is the need for a swap? Li Guobin chuckled, realizing that his father did not grasp his intent. Li Wensheng elaborated, Dad, what I mean is, I want to transfer my property into my sister's name and have her house transferred into mine, not merely a relocation. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Guobin's face slowly faded, replaced by a look of confusion as he gazed at Li Wensheng. Wensheng, aren't you quite content in Honghu community? You chose that place yourself when you bought the house last year. Why the sudden desire to switch with your sister? Li Wensheng shifted closer to Li Guobin, explaining, Dad, you see, Honghu community is part of the newly developed area in Qinghe City, and the amenities are still lacking. Schools, hospitals, and shopping centers are several kilometers away. He gestured towards Lin Xiaoer and continued, Xiaoer is pregnant now. If we live in Honghu community, it would be quite inconvenient for her to travel so far for regular checkups, wouldn't it? Furthermore, when the child is born and needs to attend kindergarten or primary school, the distance to school is not only inconvenient, but also poses safety concerns for the child. In contrast, Jinhua community is almost in the city center, with nearly all the necessary amenities fully developed. If I can transfer the house into my name, it would be much easier for the child to enroll in school nearby, and the educational quality is superior compared to that in Honghu community. Though Lin Xiaoer remained silent, her eyes sparkled with longing. After listening, Zhu Chunmei nodded in agreement, stating, I believe what Wensheng says makes sense. After all, Pingping lives alone. It doesn't matter where she stays. However, where Wensheng lives is crucial for your grandson's future. Li Guobin pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he replied. But your sister only has this one house since her divorce. This house is worth over 1 million, while yours is only worth around 500,000. There is a disparity of 500,000. Will she agree to it? Li Wensheng chuckled. Dad, I am confident that she will be willing, after all. I am her only brother, and the child in Xiaoer's womb is her only nephew. I just fear I cannot convince her alone, which is why I asked you and Mom to come along to help me. Li Guobin contemplated again before conceding. Very well, for the sake of my future grandson. I shall act as your advocate this once. Shall I go call her? Li Wensheng stood up. However, Lin Xiaoer pulled him back, saying, Wensheng, don't be in such a rush. She has been waking up late lately. Calling her this early might disturb her sleep. Since Mom and Dad are here, let me finish preparing the meal first. Then we can wake her up to eat together. That works. Li Wenxing nodded in agreement. Let us wait until the meal is ready. Zhu Chunmei interjected. Oh no, you shouldn't be the one cooking. Shower, since you're pregnant. You shouldn't be burdened with household chores. Tomorrow, I will move in with you to take care of you. Mom, that's unnecessary. I'm not that delicate, Lin Shower protested. That is not an option, Zhu Chunmei insisted firmly. You are carrying my grandson. Nothing must go wrong. She then turned to Li Guobin and said, What are you waiting for? Come help me buy groceries. Watching Li Guobin and Zhu Chunmei exit the room, Li Wensheng and Lin Shower exchanged smiles. They had secured their parents' support. Now, it was time to persuade his sister. Chapter 38. Li Pingping's situation. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, the meal is ready. Come eat. Lin Shower gently tapped on Li Pingping's door, calling softly. Okay, I'll be right up, came Li Pingping's languid voice from within. A few minutes later, she emerged, yawning and covering her mouth. Upon seeing her parents at the dining table, she was taken aback. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Zhu Chunmei shot her a glare. If you don't get up soon, we will leave without you. Hee hee, Li Pingping chuckled and took a seat at the table. You could have at least told me you were coming. Her gaze fell upon the dishes on the table. These were made by Mom, right? Yes, they were. Lin Shower replied with a smile. I had intended to cook, but Mom insisted I shouldn't tea in the future. What? Why? Li Pingping asked, bewildered. Because your sister-in-law is pregnant, Zhu Chunmei replied tersely. What? Li Pingping exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight, seemingly even more thrilled than if she herself were pregnant. Watch your tone, Zhu Chunmei admonished. You might startle the baby in Shower's belly. Oh, come on, Mom. It's only just begun. Why spoil her? Li Pingping laughed. After a bit of playful banter, they began their meal. Pingping, I will be moving in tomorrow, Zhu Chunmei said while eating. From now on, I will take care of Shower. That sounds great. Li Pingping replied enthusiastically. I can enjoy Mom's cooking every day. The dining table radiated warmth and harmony. Meanwhile, Li Wensheng and Lin Shower exchanged glances, as if communicating something. After a while, Li Wensheng turned to Li Guobin and said, Dad, why don't you say something? Everyone was in the know, except for Li Pingping, who looked utterly confused. What do you want Dad to say? In truth, Li Guobin was reluctant to broach the subject. But since Li Wensheng had put it forth, he steeled himself to speak. Pingping, there is something we need to discuss. Go ahead. Li Pingping replied nonchalantly. We're family. Just say it outright. No need for all this hesitation. When she said this, she failed to consider that before her divorce from Chen Zimo, she and he had also been family. Li Guobin glanced at Li Wensheng before addressing Li Pingping. Pingping, since Shower is pregnant. Li Guobin's tone was as gentle as he could manage, and he continued slowly. She will need regular checkups, and after the baby is born, there will be schooling to consider. However, your brother's place in Honghu community lacks proper facilities and convenience. So we thought it best for your brother and his wife to move in with you. But they are currently living here, aren't they? Li Pingping replied. Her brow furrowed in confusion. What I mean is, Li Guobin paused, to transfer your house into your brother's name, and the house in Honghu community into yours, a swap. Li Pingping's expression froze. She glanced at Li Wensheng and Lin Shower, her brows knitting together. Dad, that is not feasible. You know that since my divorce from Chen Zimo, this is the only house I have. Moreover, this apartment is situated in the heart of the city, valued at over $1 million. The one in Honghu community is merely around 500,000. If I were to make such a trade, would I not suffer a substantial loss? Furthermore, the house that Wensheng purchased in Honghu community was financed by a loan I extended to him for the down payment, which I have yet to press him to repay. Now, he dares to covet my apartment? Sister, did you not promise me those 200,000? Li Wensheng retorted. How is it now claimed to be a loan to me? At that time, it was indeed meant as a gift. For Chen Zimo was still capable of earning some income, supporting me. Now that I am divorced, devoid of income, and without anyone to support me, how am I to survive if you do not return that money? Li Pingping spoke with righteous indignation. Yet, when she directly handed over the 200,000 to Li Wensheng last year, she had not contemplated how she would manage her life post Chen Zimo. Sister, have you not recently met someone named Song Bowen? Li Wensheng continued. He drives an Audi A8, appearing far wealthier than that impoverished Chen Zimo. Is it not sufficient for you to have him support you? While he made this assertion, I am not yet married to him. Without a marriage, he has not guaranteed me any security, leaving me feeling vulnerable. Then simply inquire if he wishes to marry you. If he is willing, you can promptly obtain a marriage certificate, thus securing your future. Li Pingping furrowed her brow, seemingly acknowledging the validity of Li Wensheng's reasoning, and fell into contemplation. Li Guobin and Zhu Chunmei exchanged glances before continuing to address Li Pingping. Pingping, the child in Xiao's womb is your only nephew and the future of the Li family. By transferring your property into your brother's name, your brother's child can enjoy a better upbringing. Thus, he is not seeking to exchange houses solely for his own benefit. Indeed, Ping, Zhu Chunmei chimed in. You are currently alone and do not require such a spacious home. Moreover, your brother mentioned that you have acquainted yourself with a wealthy individual. If you two can marry, you will have a reliable partner for the rest of your life. Otherwise, even if you cling to this house, without anyone to support you, you will inevitably find yourself in dire straits. Zhu Chunmei's words struck a chord with Li Pingping. Her current circumstances were indeed precarious. Although she divorced Chen Zimo, who left with nothing, she acquired nearly all their assets. However, she had never held a job, effectively severing her source of income. Chen Zimo had not contributed any salary for a year, and her current semblance of affluence was sustained solely through online loans. She fantasized that once she married Song Bowen, she would be able to turn her fortunes around entirely. Sister, Li Wensheng observed Li Pingping lost in thought and seized the opportunity. I believe it is imperative for you to solidify your relationship with Song Bowen as soon as possible. A man like him is undoubtedly a coveted catch among women. Should you linger too long in defining your relationship, there is a risk of him being snatched away by another woman, leaving you with regrets. In truth, Li Wensheng's urging was not solely for Li Pingping's benefit, as he harbored his own ulterior motives. After all, if he were to have a wealthy brother-in-law like Song Bowen, he could benefit considerably, given the care Li Pingping had shown him. Upon hearing Li Wensheng's words, Li Pingping felt a strong sense of urgency welling up within her. Yes, I must act swiftly to secure Song Bowen. Otherwise, if he is lured away by another woman, what shall I do? Resolute in her decision, Li Pingping set down her chopsticks and strode toward her room. As she reached the doorway, she suddenly realized that the master bedroom was no longer hers. Yet, at that moment, Li Wensheng called out to her, Sister, when are we going to transfer the ownership? We'll discuss it when I return, Li Pingping replied. Then entered her room. Chapter 39. A reliable brother? How did you find your way here? At Hongda Trading Company, located in the Blue Sky office building in Qinghe City, Song Bowen gazed upon the alluringly dressed Li Pingping before him, his heart stirred. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, albeit with a hint of perplexity. I missed you and came to see you, Li Pingping replied with a radiant smile. To be honest, the effort she put into her appearance today, coupled with her enticing expression, indeed possessed a remarkable allure. Song Bowen could not help but swallow hard. In the past, when he dated her, although she was charmingly attired, her style was comparatively demure, unlike today as provocative presentation. This unusual attire, while igniting a spark of desire within Song Bowen, also invoked a sense of caution. Is Li Pingping attempting to set some sort of trap for me today? He pondered silently, yet smiled and said, dressed like this. Aren't you worried about revealing the true nature of men? Li Pingping leaned forward slightly, winking. Then you reveal it. Song Bowen smirked. This is entirely your doing. Subsequently, the two entered the Blue Sky office building and made their way to Song Bowen's office. With a resounding click, the office door closed, and like many men, Song Bowen began to act in a manner indicative of his nature. However, Li Pingping halted him. Not so fast. Wait a moment. Wait for what? Song Bowen inquired, somewhat impatiently. I have a question for you. Ask away. Will you marry me? Li Pingping asked, though her smile belied a serious undertone in her gaze. I will. Song Bowen responded without hesitation. However, whether he would follow through remained to be seen. Really? Li Pingping's expression brightened. Of course, Song Bowen affirmed sincerely. Suddenly, Li Pingping produced a household registration book from her bag. Then let us go and obtain the marriage certificate. This unexpected move left Song Bowen momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and said, Today? Indeed. Li Pingping nodded. Today, right now. Song Bowen hesitated. Pingping, as you can see, I'm still at work. Aren't you the boss? Can't the boss step away to obtain a marriage certificate? That is not entirely impossible, Song Bowen thought, organizing his words internally. However, securing a marriage certificate is a significant matter for both of us. We should select an auspicious date. He placed his hands on Li Pingping's shoulders. You must understand that in our line of business, such details hold great importance. Very well, Li Pingping acquiesced. Understanding Song Bowen's perspective, then you choose a date. Song Bowen squinted, a flicker of impatience crossing his features, before his brow relaxed, and he smiled. Please hold on a moment. He then made a phone call, seemingly consulting an elder about the best day for obtaining a marriage certificate. After approximately 10 minutes, the call concluded, and he relayed the information to Li Pingping. As Song Bowen had the speakerphone on, Li Pingping naturally heard. After hanging up, Song Bowen smiled at her. You heard it. The most auspicious date is September 8th. Li Pingping nodded, noting that it was merely about 20 days away, not far at all. With a charming smile directed at Song Bowen, she added, Then let us wait until September 8th to obtain the certificate. Upon receiving Li Pingping's consent, Song Bowen's face broke into a devilishly charming smile. Then let us proceed. Do focus on your work, for I shall keep you company in your office. However, Song Bowen's expression soured as he thought to himself, I desire your company, not merely the presence of an empty shell. Yet, he dared not pursue this thought too boldly. For one could never predict whether Li Pingping would resort to calling the authorities. Such instances are all too prevalent on Douyin these days. That evening, Li Pingping returned to the Jinhua community. Sister, you're back? Li Wensheng greeted her as she entered, eagerly taking her bag from her. Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll have Chao prepare something for you. I have already eaten, Li Pingping replied with a smile, feeling a warm glow in her heart. She appreciated her brother's concern, affirming that her efforts to support him were indeed worthwhile. Casting her gaze around the living room, she noticed the absence of Li Guobin and Zhu Chunmei. Where are Mom and Dad? She inquired. Oh, they've gone back. Mom went to fetch some clothes for a change. They'll return tomorrow, Li Wensheng explained. He hurried to pour a glass of water, bringing it before Li Pingping. Sister, have a drink. Thank you. Li Pingping accepted the cup and took a sip. Li Wensheng glanced at Lin Xiaoer before seizing the opportunity to sit beside Li Pingping, smiling as he asked, Sister, what did Song Bowen say when you went to see him today? He is undoubtedly willing to marry me. Li Pingping replied, her face beaming with pride. Have you two registered yet? Not yet. She shook her head. Bowen is quite particular about significant dates, especially regarding matters as momentous as registration. With a smile, she added. Thus, he has arranged for a gentleman to assist us in selecting an auspicious date. What date? The 8th of next month, September 8th, Li Pingping chuckled, which is less than a month away. Congratulations, sister. Li Wensheng rejoiced, then shifted the topic. So, when shall we handle the transfer of this house? Choose a date that suits you, Li Pingping replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Li Wensheng's face lit up with joy, and even Lin Xiaoer, who had been silent, smiled. They exchanged glances, and Li Wensheng turned back to Li Pingping, asking, Sister, how about tomorrow? Tomorrow? Li Pingping pondered. Wait for me to wake up. All right. Li Wensheng eagerly nodded. Sister, would you like anything else? I can go buy it. Li Pingping tossed her hair back and suggested, how about a watermelon? It's rather hot today. Got it, I'll go right away. After Li Wensheng left, Li Pingping turned to Lin Xiaoer and remarked, Xiaoer, my brother is truly wonderful. Far more dependable than my ex-husband. Sister, he is your biological brother after all, Lin Xiaoer agreed. If he isn't reliable, who else could be? Yet, as she spoke, a fleeting, subtle smile crossed her eyes. Chapter 40. A dowry for a second marriage. The torrential downpour from the previous night had brought a rare drop in temperature to Qinghe City. However, just past noon, the sun's scorching rays began to elevate the temperature once more. I also want to eat watermelon. Lin Xiaoer sighed, gazing at Li Wensheng, who was munching on a watermelon opposite her. No way, Li Wensheng replied, his mouth full of watermelon juice, smacking his lips as he swallowed. Watermelon is cooling, and since you're pregnant, you shouldn't have any. Who says pregnant women can't eat watermelon? Zhu Chunmei interjected, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of watermelon. I checked it online, Li Wensheng stated solemnly. You can eat it, just in moderation. Zhu Chunmei reassured as she handed a small piece to Lin Xiaoer. Xiaoer, have a small piece, it's perfectly fine. Lin Xiaoer smiled sweetly, thank you, Mom. Oh, fine. Eat it, Li Wensheng sighed, but just that piece. His words earned him exasperated looks from both Zhu Chunmei and Lin Xiaoer. Did Pingping agree to what we discussed yesterday? Zhu Chunmei asked, placing the watermelon rind on the table after finishing a piece. She agreed, Li Wensheng nodded. Sister said she would come with me this afternoon to handle the house transfer. That's good, Zhu Chunmei responded, then added. Go call your sister to wake up for some watermelon. Mom, it's too early for that. Sister isn't awake yet, Li Wensheng protested. Go on, wake her up. I have something to ask her. 10 minutes later, Li Pingping emerged from her room, bleary-eyed. Wensheng, what are you doing? She grumbled as she settled onto the sofa. Do you not know I usually wake around noon? I asked him to wake you, Zhu Chunmei said, handing her a piece of watermelon. Have a bite to rouse your mind. Li Pingping took it, biting into it with a satisfying crunch, yet her eyes shot daggers at Li Wensheng, as though she could devour him whole. Li Wensheng shrank back, half a watermelon slice in hand, retreating behind Zhu Chunmei. Pingping, did you go see that Song? Song Bowen, Li Wensheng interjected. Yes, Song Bowen, Zhu Chunmei continued. What did he say? Is he willing to marry you? He is. Although Li Pingping was dressed in sleepwear and lacked the seductive charm of the previous day, her confidence was undiminished. Then, Zhu Chunmei hesitated. Did you discuss the dowry with him? That I did not, Li Pingping said, swallowing a piece of watermelon and wiping her mouth. Mom, can I request a dowry for this second marriage? Why shouldn't you? Zhu Chunmei replied earnestly. A second marriage requires adherence to customs just as any other. The dowry must be given. I understand, Li Pingping nodded. What amount do you think is appropriate? Zhu Chunmei contemplated. Previously, Chen Zimo offered a dowry of 288,000. As for this Song Bowen, Li Wensheng prompted once more. Song Bowen, Zhu Chunmei continued, has better prospects than Chen Zimo, and is wealthier. Hence, let us increase it by 200,000, making it 488,000. This figure is not only auspicious, but also a matter of pride for both families. All right, Li Pingping accepted without hesitation, nodding. I'll discuss this with him next time. This isn't merely a discussion, Zhu Chunmei asserted with seriousness. His agreement is essential. If he refuses, you must not marry him. Mom, rest assured, Li Pingping replied confidently with a smile. Bowen will certainly agree to marry me. Meanwhile, Li Wensheng felt a surge of joy within, as this meant an influx of over 400,000, perhaps enough to buy a new car. What kind of car should it be? A BMW? A Mercedes? An Audi? Or perhaps a Xiaomi? In the afternoon, Li Wensheng and Li Pingping completed the house transfer procedures at the Qinghe City Government Affairs Hall. After finalizing the paperwork, Li Pingping parted ways with Li Wensheng and headed to the Lantian office building to meet Song Bowen. Familiar with the route, she swiftly arrived at his office door. Knock. Knock, knock. She tapped lightly on the door, and a voice from within beckoned. Please, come in. Li Pingping entered. Upon seeing her, Song Bowen exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? I missed you, so I came to see you. With that, Li Pingping unceremoniously took a seat in Song Bowen's office, treating it as if it were her own home. Song Bowen did not mind. He rose to pour a glass of water and remarked, Why didn't you inform me of your arrival beforehand? I wanted to give you a surprise, Li Pingping replied, taking a small sip of the water with utmost grace. It truly is a surprise. Song Bowen settled beside Li Pingping, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and surveying her from head to toe. Why aren't you wearing the outfit from yesterday? Do you like yesterday's outfit? She asked. Of course I do. Song Bowen chuckled. Then I'll wear that tomorrow for you to see. Sounds great, he exclaimed joyfully. After chatting for a while, Li Pingping suddenly shifted the conversation. Bowen, my mother inquired about us today. What about? Song Bowen was momentarily taken aback. About marriage. Oh, what did she say? Li Pingping playfully hooked her finger under Song Bowen's chin. My mother mentioned that if you wish to marry me, there will be a bride price. Huh. Song Bowen was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Pingping's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Are you unwilling to pay the bride price? I never actually intended to marry you, so why would I pay any bride price? Song Bowen thought inwardly. However, a smile quickly emerged on his face as he reached out to soothe Li Pingping's back. Of course, I'm willing. How could I possibly refuse? Now that's more like it. Li Pingping's smile returned. So how much does your mother expect? Song Bowen inquired. 488,000. What? Song Bowen gasped, his face a portrait of surprise. 488,000? Is that a lot? He fell silent, as he had never truly considered marrying Li Pingping. Even if it were 4,880,000. It had no bearing on him. Nevertheless, Li Pingping continued. Bowen, when my ex-husband Chen Zimo married me, he offered a bride price of 288,000. My mother believes that your circumstances are superior to Chen Zimo's, and since you have more financial means, she expects you to contribute an additional 200,000, which would enhance your reputation. But I'm not as foolish as Chen Zimo, Song Bowen thought, stifling a chuckle while saying, all right, I agree. Upon hearing his agreement, Li Pingping beamed and leaped into Song Bowen's embrace. Bowen, you are truly wonderful. Song Bowen swallowed hard. How about we? Li Pingping nestled her head against his chest. Let us wait until tonight. I want to be going home. Chapter 41. Zhang Baiyue's clandestine photography. In the Jinhua community, Li Wensheng returned home to find Lin Xiao'er rush towards him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and cheerfully asked, So, did you succeed? Li Wensheng embraced Lin Xiao'er in return, a proud grin spreading across his face. Of course, I succeeded. Yay. Lin Xiao'er cheered. This house is finally ours. No more serving your sister. Not quite. Li Wensheng shook his head. We still have to serve her, and we must do it splendidly, doubling our efforts. Why should we? Lin Xiao'er pouted. I've been serving her for ages, cooking, doing dishes, tidying up, while she does nothing. Now that the house is in your name, why still serve her? Xiao'er, have you forgotten? My sister is getting married again. So what if she is? Li Wensheng pulled Lin Xiao'er down onto the sofa, wearing a wise smile. This time, my sister's fiancé is a businessman. Did you not hear Mom mention that Song Bowen must pay 48,008 as a bride price? Just think about it. That bride price will eventually end up in whose hands? Hearing Li Wensheng's words, Lin Xiao'er suddenly understood. It will definitely end up in your hands. Exactly, Li Wensheng said, his confidence swelling. And this is just the appetizer. Once my sister marries Song Bowen, she will continuously receive money from him to give to our parents, which is essentially for me. So, we must continue to serve my sister well, understood? Understood. Lin Xiao'er chuckled helplessly. Then I shall continue to serve. Zhang Baiyue lay on his bed, eyes closed, stretching luxuriously. To sleep all day is truly delightful. Gradually, he opened his eyes, retrieved his phone from beneath the pillow, and checked the time. Goodness, it's already past 6 in the evening. At that moment, his stomach grumbled audibly. Only then did he realize the hunger spreading throughout his body. He patted his belly. I must eat. Otherwise, I might starve. He promptly got up, tidied himself slightly, and headed downstairs for a meal. However, as he approached the entrance of the community, he spotted a Bentley driving toward him from a distance. A Bentley? His eyes lit up, fixated on the luxury vehicle, which made a turn and entered the community. Though he was a fair distance from the entrance, he could still clearly see the driver through the windshield. Chen Zimo? Could it truly be Chen Zimo? Doubting his own eyes, he walked closer to the entrance, determined to verify the sighting. He even took out his phone, intending to capture a few photographs. The Bentley smoothly parked, elegantly reversing into a space. The driver's door swung open, and Chen Zimo stepped out of the car. Zhang Baiyue was now certain, his mouth agape in astonishment. It really is him. It's Chen Zimo. He quickly adjusted to the situation and snapped several photos, ensuring that Chen Zimo remained oblivious to his actions. Meanwhile, Zhao Quan and Sun Li, observing from above, witnessed this scene unfold. What is that guy photographing President Chen for? Zhao Quan queried. I have no idea, Sun Li replied, shaking his head. I'll inform President Chen. After making the call, Sun Li spoke. President Chen, someone just took photos of you. Photos? Who? Your neighbor, Zhang Baiyue. What was he photographing? He captured you getting out of the car. No worries. Let him take pictures. All right. After hanging up, Sun Li turned to Zhao Quan and said, no need to worry. President Chen is bold enough to drive in and out of this community. He is likely not concerned about being recognized. True. Zhao Quan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, having finished taking photos, Zhang Baiyue had stepped out onto the street outside the community, still in shock. Chen Zimo, a few years his senior, had grown up in the same community, practically as childhood companions. Yet now, Chen Zimo was driving a Bentley while he was merely working at a bar. It would be a lie to say he felt no jealousy. Soon, a thought struck him, Li Pingping. He had to inform her. He must prove that he had not been mistaken the last time. He quickly pulled out Li Pingping's number and dialed. Pingping, how is the food here? In a Western restaurant, Li Pingping sat across from Song Bowen. Quite good, she replied. I particularly enjoy the ambience. It's perfect for a date. Song Bowen smiled. Then we shall frequent this place from now on. Conveniently, there is a 5-star hotel upstairs where we can rest after our meal. But it's still early, she remarked. Just a moment ago, I spotted a cinema over there. Shall we catch a movie after our meal? That sounds agreeable. Song Bowen glanced at the time. Then I'll go ahead and book the tickets. At that moment, however, Li Pingping's phone began to ring. She glanced at the caller ID, furrowed her brow, yet still answered the call. Bowen, I need to take this call. All right. Li Pingping stood and exited the restaurant, taking the call in the corridor. Hello? Sister Pingping. I wasn't mistaken the last time. Having learned that Li Pingping and Chen Zimo have divorced, this time Zhang Baiyue did not address her as sister-in-law. Li Pingping, however, wore a puzzled expression. What do you mean you weren't mistaken? Brother Zimo, he truly drives a Bentley. Impossible. Li Pingping remained skeptical. He left our marriage with nothing. And just a few days ago, I discovered he is unemployed. He couldn't even afford an ice pop, let alone a Bentley. Sister Pingping, I'm not lying. He genuinely drives a Bentley. I saw it with my own eyes. Where did you see it? Did you make a mistake again? Right in my residential community. His Bentley is parked inside. Unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. It's nearly dark. You must have seen it wrong. I truly did not mistake it. I even have a photo of him getting out of the car. A photo? Send it to me. All right, just a moment. The call ended, and half a minute later, several photos arrived on Li Pingping's phone. Upon opening them, she was stunned to see Chen Zimo stepping out of the vehicle. This scene left her utterly speechless. No way. How could Chen Zimo afford a Bentley? Could it be a rental? No. I need to confront him about this. If he bought it, he must be secretly transferring assets. Just as she took a couple of steps, another thought crossed her mind, causing her to halt. I almost forgot. I must inform Bowen. Chapter 42, The Honest Yaya. Are you leaving again? Song Bowen, who had just booked the movie tickets, wore a displeased expression. Bowen, I sincerely apologize. An urgent matter has arisen that I must attend to, Li Pingping earnestly explained. Yet, Song Bowen's expression remained sour. But you promised to accompany me tonight. Let us reschedule. Shall we? Li Pingping soothed. Today, an unexpected situation has arisen. Observing that Song Bowen's demeanor had not shifted, Li Pingping leaned closer and kissed him on the cheek. Bowen, please don't be upset. I'll accompany you another day. With this gesture, Song Bowen felt he could not press further, his expression softening slightly. All right then. Shall I escort you? No need. I'll take a taxi. She was headed to find Chen Zimo, so there was no way she would let Song Bowen drive her. Song Bowen did not insist on accompanying her, merely escorting Li Pingping to the restaurant's entrance before she departed. Once she was gone, his expression darkened immediately. What nonsense. I wanted to sleep with you, but you're not my only option. With that thought, He glanced at the movie ticket page on his phone. The tickets were secured, and he could simply invite someone else to watch it with him. Subsequently, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. 40 minutes later, Li Pingping arrived at the entrance of Chen Zimo's residential community. Upon entering, she spotted the Bentley from the photo Zhang Baiwei had sent her. Although the car was right before her eyes, she still found it hard to believe. Just as she was about to approach Chen Zimo for clarification, she encountered Shen Xiuyan within the community. At that moment, Shen Xiuyan was slowly pushing a stroller, inside of which was her daughter, Chen Xiaoya. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoya, an idea struck Li Pingping. Confronting Chen Zimo directly might yield denial, but her daughter, Chen Xiaoya, would surely not deceive her. She then made her way towards Shen Xiuyan and Chen Xiaoya. From a distance, a warm smile spread across Li Pingping's face as she softly called out, "Yeah." Hearing the voice, both Shen Xiuyan and Chen Xiaoya turned to look at Li Pingping. Shen Xiuyan's expression darkened, though she remained silent, watching Li Pingping with caution. In contrast, Chen Xiaoya's face lit up with joy. "Mom," she exclaimed, turning to Shen Xiuyan with excitement. "Grandma, it's Mommy." Shen Xiuyan quickly smiled at Chen Xiaoya. "Yes, yeah, your mother has come to see you." She then lifted Chen Xiaoya from the stroller and set her down. Chen Xiaoya promptly dashed towards Li Pingping. Though Li Pingping had previously denied Chen Xiaoya entry into her home during their last encounter at Jinhua community, and Chen Xiaoya had cried out that her mother no longer wanted them. How could a child not yet 3 years old hold a grudge? After all, Chen Xiaoya was Li Pingping's biological daughter, and deep down, she still harbored some affection for her mother. This scene was also observed by Zhao Quan and Sun Li, who were strolling through the community. "Should we intervene?" Zhao Quan whispered. "Not yet. This is Yeya's mother. There should be no danger," Sun Li replied quietly. "All right." Zhao Quan nodded. Although they remained still, their attention was primarily focused on Chen Xiaoya. Seeing Chen Xiaoya run towards her, Li Pingping warmly embraced her, squatting down. "Yeya, have you missed Mommy?" Li Pingping inquired with a smile. "Yes," Chen Xiaoya replied, returning the smile. After sharing a few moments of affectionate interaction with Chen Xiaoya, Li Pingping began to walk with her in her arms. Shen Xiuyan hurriedly followed. "Where are you taking Yeya?" Li Pingping, her tone impatient, replied. "Is it not permissible for me to simply stroll around the community with Yeya? It would be best if that were the case." Shen Xiuyan offered no friendly countenance. Only Chen Xiaoya in Li Pingping's arms quickly interjected, "Mommy, Grandma, don't argue." "Mommy won't argue, I promise," Li Pingping said, continuing to carry Chen Xiaoya as they headed towards the Bentley. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuyan kept a watchful eye on them from a short distance behind. The earlier events had also instilled a measure of caution in Zhao Quan and Sun Li regarding Li Pingping. Yet, Li Pingping had no intention of leaving with Chen Xiaoya. Instead, she approached the Bentley and halted. She pointed at the car and asked Chen Xiaoya, "Yeah, do you know whose car this is?" Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoya replied, "That's Daddy's. I've even ridden in it several times." Upon hearing this, Li Pingping furrowed her brow, but then her expression relaxed as she inquired, "Did Daddy buy it or rent it?" Chen Xiaoya appeared confused, scratching her head. "Mommy, what do you mean by bought or rented?" After pondering briefly, Li Pingping gently explained, "Buying means Daddy can drive it whenever he wants. Renting means he has to return it after a while." "Oh, I see." Chen Xiaoya nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. "Has Daddy ever returned it to anyone?" Chen Xiaoya tilted her head, thinking earnestly. "It seems not. Daddy has always been the one driving it." Upon hearing those words, Li Pingping's expression turned icy. This Chen Zimo had actually purchased a Bentley. It seemed he had been concealing a considerable amount of money behind her back. Initially, she felt a surge of anger, but suddenly, a thrill coursed through her veins. The more money Chen Zimo had hidden away, the greater her share would be. Yet, he was supposed to leave with nothing. Thus, all his concealed wealth rightfully belonged to her, Li Pingping. A single Bentley was worth millions, surely. Chen Zimo's hidden assets would amount to even more. As this thought crossed her mind, her excitement intensified. Turning to Chen Xiaoya, she inquired, "Yeya, is Daddy at home?" "Yes." Chen Xiaoya replied honestly, "Daddy is at Grandma's house." "Then go play with Grandma for a while. I'll find Daddy." "Okay." Chen Xiaoya nodded obediently. Li Pingping then placed Chen Xiaoya on the ground and gestured to Shen Xiuyan. "Go on, find Grandma." Chen Xiaoya nodded again and made her way towards Shen Xiuyan. Li Pingping, no longer glancing back at Chen Xiaoya, turned and headed towards Chen Jijun's house. Shen Xiuyan noticed Li Pingping's destination but made no attempt to stop her. Suddenly, a wail pierced the air. "Wah wah wah, mommy, mommy." Shen Xiuyan rushed over to find Chen Xiaoya had fallen. She quickly scooped her up, gently patting her back and soothing, "Yeah, it's all right, it's all right. Grandma is here." However, Shen Xiuyan's eyes were filled with discontent as she glanced at Li Pingping. Chapter 43. Li Pingping, you may leave. "Brother Zhou, how is my father today?" In the home, Chen Zimo was on the phone with Zhou He from the capital. Uncle Chen is in good spirits, but Zhou hesitated. He wants to drink, doesn't he? Chen Zimo interjected with a chuckle. Yes. Zhou's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Every time I deliver meals to Uncle Chen, he asks me to bring him some wine. That won't do, Chen Zimo insisted. Adhere strictly to the doctor's orders. He must not touch a drop. Understood. And how is your daughter faring? The doctor said her surgery is next week, and if her recovery goes well, she can be discharged to come home for a while. That's good news. At least it's a step in the right direction. I must thank you. It is you who has given my Shuai a chance at life. Brother Zhou, you are mistaken. It is you who has given your daughter the hope to survive. Chen Zimo smiled, and then asked, by the way, have you found that female bodyguard I asked you to look for? I was just about to report on that. Oh, it seems there is progress. There is a sports student at the Capital Sports University, specializing in traditional martial arts. After the summer break, she will be a senior and is looking for an internship. She came in yesterday to apply at my US security company, and I reviewed her profile. She seems suitable. Good. Send me her information to review. If she fits, I will travel to the capital to meet her. Understood. After hanging up, Chen Zimo prepared himself a cup of tea. Chen Xiaoya had been urging him to smoke less, and he had indeed cut back. Now, in his moments of boredom, he opted to brew tea and savor it slowly. Sigh, has the system vanished? It has been ages since I received a new task. Chen Zimo couldn't help but mutter. Though his account boasted a staggering 10 billion. Who would ever complain about having too much money? At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Coming. Chen Zimo rose and strolled to the door, wondering if he had forgotten his keys today. When he opened the door, it was not Shen Xiulian or Chen Xiaoya, but rather Li Pingping. Taken aback, he maintained a stoic expression and queried, what do you want? Li Pingping's face was decidedly unpleased. What do I want? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have discovered that you actually bought a Bentley worth millions behind my back. Oh, you found out. Chen Zimo's expression remained unchanged, appearing indifferent to her knowledge. However, Li Pingping interpreted his calmness as a facade, puffing herself up with pride as she declared, now that I know. You better confess. How much money have you been hiding from me? Chen Zimo was unwilling to respond. He shook his head and retorted, you came here just for this? What else would it be for? Li Pingping's tone was haughty. Chen Zimo, I'll tell you this. Before we divorce, you better reveal how much you've hidden. According to our divorce agreement, you are leaving with nothing, so all that money you've concealed is mine. Chen Zimo scoffed, Li Pingping, if you're unwell, go seek treatment and stop causing a scene here. With that, he slammed the door shut. Chen Zimo Li Pingping pounded on the door, shouting, open the door and hand over the money. Hurry. Chen Zimo leisurely took a sip of tea. Li Pingping, if you knock again, I will call the police. Instead of feeling intimidated, Li Pingping grew bolder. Call them. Let the police see what a fraud you are. Hiding so much money from your wife during marriage. Our divorce agreement is clear. You are leaving with nothing, and all your hidden money and that Bentley are mine. All of it. Chen Zimo approached the door again and opened it with a calm smile. Yours? Just because you say it is yours, does that make it so? Who do you think you are? You'd best leave quickly. Yaya is still downstairs, and I suggest you don't test my patience. Yet Li Pingping showed no sign of fear. With a fierce glare, she retorted, Chen Zimo, don't think you can intimidate me. You agreed to leave with nothing. And you signed the divorce agreement yourself. The fact remains that you concealed a substantial amount of money before our divorce. This is clearly an attempt to transfer marital assets, which is illegal. Listen closely, Chen Zimo. If you willingly hand over the money you've hidden, I might agree to let you keep that Bentley. But if you persist in your obstinacy, I will take you to court. Take me to court? Chen Zimo let out a cold laugh, nonchalantly. Go ahead. The courthouse is always open, and you're welcome to file your suit whenever you like. Do as you please, but now, you may leave. With a slam, the door was shut once more. Chen Zimo, Li Pingping seethed, wanting to say more. But upon reflection, she realized she was alone and outmatched. Without Chen Zimo's money, she was powerless. No, I must return to find reinforcements. She shouted at the door, Chen Zimo, just you wait. I will not let this go easily. I will get what is rightfully mine. After delivering a final thump on the door, she turned and descended the stairs. Inside, Chen Zimo paid little heed to Li Pingping's words. Yet, he knew well that given Li Pingping's family's tendencies, they would undoubtedly return to entangle him further. How could he prevent them from coming back? Chen Zimo pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone to dial Sun Li. Hello, Mr. Chen. Sun Li answered. There may be some developments at my home tonight. Please prepare accordingly. Prepare for what? After ending the call with Sun Li, Chen Zimo opened a document sent by Zhou He on his phone. It contained the resume of a young woman, whose photograph exuded beauty. Her name was Su Xiao, 21 years old, standing at 168 centimeters and weighing 92 pounds. There were no measurements provided, but Chen Zimo surmised her figure must be quite commendable. She studied traditional martial arts at the Beijing Sports University and had even won the championship in the women's division of a martial arts competition. However, he was uncertain about her practical combat skills. For now, Chen Zimo felt quite satisfied with Su Xiao. If her martial prowess proved formidable, she would be the most fitting choice as Chen Xiaoya's personal bodyguard in the future. Thus, he resolved to make a trip to the capital. After all, it had been quite a while since he last visited Chen Jijun. If he delayed any longer, he feared that the old child might grow irritable. Moreover, Chen Xiaoya often mentioned her grandfather. Subsequently, Chen Zimo called Zhou He once more. Brother Zhou, I have reviewed the information you sent me. Arrange a meeting with her at your earliest convenience. Chapter 44. The Li family's expedition. Not a blade of grass survives. At the entrance of the Jinhua community, Li Pingping alighted from the taxi without paying, rushing into the complex. Hey, miss, you forgot to pay the fare. The taxi driver exclaimed, but by then, Li Pingping was almost through the gates. Hearing his voice, she turned back to scan the payment, only to find her account balance insufficient. Frowning, she said, driver, please scan my Alipay. Once Li Pingping settled her fare and departed, the driver shook his head, recognizing she must have used a credit service. Meanwhile, Li Pingping stormed into the elevator and hurried to her doorstep. Upon flinging the door open, she was met with the sight of Li Wensheng, Lin Xiaoer, and Zhu Chunmei, all engaged in cheerful conversation, their gazes snapping toward her. Pingping, Zhu Chunmei was the first to speak, concern etched on her face. What is the matter? Li Wensheng also rose with a look of concern, striding over to her side. Sister, what happened? Did that Song Bowen bully you? Lin Xiaoer's expression mirrored their worry. Feeling the warmth of her family's concern, Li Pingping's heart eased slightly. Wensheng, pour me a glass of water, she instructed. Sure. Li Wensheng nodded and dashed to fetch her some water. Li Pingping took a seat beside Zhu Chunmei on the sofa. What is going on? Zhu Chunmei asked, puzzled. Mom, let me drink some water first, Li Pingping replied. Just then, Li Wensheng returned with a glass of water, which she gulped down before solemnly addressing Zhu Chunmei, Mom. We have all been deceived by Chen Zimo. Deceived by Chen Zimo? Zhu Chunmei's confusion deepened. How were we deceived? What happened? Weren't you supposed to discuss the bride price with Song Bowen today? How does Chen Zimo come into play? Li Wensheng and Lin Xiaoer exchanged bewildered glances. Li Pingping shook her head vehemently. Mom, Song Bowen is no longer important. What do you mean, not important? Zhu Chunmei interrupted. He wants to marry you and must provide a bride price of 488,000. Otherwise, there's no negotiation. Mom, please let me finish, Li Pingping said, her urgency palpable. Chen Zimo has more money. What do you mean? Zhu Chunmei furrowed her brows. Wasn't Chen Zimo supposed to be left with nothing? You mentioned he was unemployed. How could he have more money? He has been hiding money from me. Before our divorce, he transferred his assets, which must amount to several million. Possibly even tens of millions. Li Pingping recounted the events of her visit with Chen Zimo that evening, including the news she received from Zhang Baiwei about Chen Zimo purchasing a Bentley. She omitted the details regarding Chen Xiaoya's fall, naturally. Bang! After hearing Li Pingping's account, Li Wensheng slammed his hand on the table. That Chen Zimo is despicable and cunning, an absolute scoundrel. How could he, as your husband, play such tricks and hide his assets from you? He even pretended to sign a divorce agreement for a clean break. Nonsense. He is nothing but a fraud. A complete charlatan. Zhu Chunmei's expression darkened, her voice low and fierce. This Chen Zimo has truly deceived us. When he came to our home to marry you, he appeared so honest, yet secretly he harbored such cunning. He must have transferred all his assets before proposing divorce, feigning reluctance. All for the sake of custody over his daughter. I can finally see through his facade. He must think that our Li family is easily fooled. As Zhu Chunmei grew increasingly agitated, she turned to Li Pingping with utmost seriousness. Pingping, we cannot let this slide. His car, his money, all belong to you as marital assets. If you are leaving with nothing, then all of that should be yours. Exactly. Sister, Mom is right. We must reclaim that money. Li Wensheng chimed in, his eyes glinting with avarice. All his wealth, including the Bentley. Why should Chen Zimo drive such a luxurious vehicle? It was all purchased with your money. He must return it all. Though Lin Xiaoer remained silent, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. If Li Pingping could indeed reclaim millions or even tens of millions from Chen Zimo, she would find a way to persuade Li Wensheng to take that money from Li Pingping. Feeling her family's unwavering support, Li Pingping was touched. No matter the circumstances, family would always stand by her side without reservation. Of course, her initial plan was to firmly demand that Chen Zimo return the money, with her family's absolute backing. Her resolve strengthened, and she felt increasingly confident in her ability to reclaim Chen Zimo's assets. Mom, I understand your intentions, Li Pingping said, her voice laced with indignation. As soon as I learned of this situation, I rushed to confront Chen Zimo. However, He stubbornly refused to admit to hiding his assets and even shut the door in my face. I felt powerless alone, which is why I came back to seek your help in confronting him and forcing him to return the money. All right. Zhu Chunmei nodded firmly, then turned to Li Wenxing. Wensheng, call your father. We're going to confront Chen Zimo tonight. With a steely gaze, Zhu Chunmei declared, I refuse to believe that Chen Zimo can turn the tables on the Li family. And what about me? Lin Xiaoer finally spoke up, having remained silent until now. Zhu Chunmei's gaze softened considerably as she looked at Lin Xiaoer. My dear Xiaoer, you are with child. You need not accompany us. In truth, Lin Xiaoer yearned to join them, yet upon hearing Zhu Chunmei's insistence, she resigned herself to staying behind. All right, mother. I shall remain at home and await your triumphant return. After saying this, Lin Xiaoer deliberately cast a lingering glance at Li Wensheng, who acknowledged her with a subtle nod. Subsequently, Li Pingping, Zhu Chunmei, and Li Wensheng wasted no time and set off without delay. Meanwhile, the other member of the Li family, Li Guobin, upon receiving Li Wensheng's call, also made his way to the dilapidated neighborhood where Chen Zimo resided. The entire Li family mobilized as if to summon Chen Zimo, leaving no stone unturned. Chapter 45. The bodyguards in the shadows are unmasked. What was Li Pingping seeking you for earlier? After Shen Xiulian had lulled Chen Xiaoya to sleep, she returned to the living room and settled onto the sofa. Her expression bore a hint of wariness, particularly towards Li Pingping. She was after money, Chen Zimo replied calmly. I do not know how she learned of my purchase of a Bentley, but she assumed I had concealed money from her prior to our divorce. Chen Zimo's words elicited a flicker of concern on Shen Xiulian's face. Zimo, did you earn that money before divorcing Li Pingping? Not at all. Chen Zimo retorted with confidence. Even if it were the case, Li Pingping would not be entitled to a single cent. Indeed, Shen Xiulian nodded seriously. It is imperative that she does not benefit from this. In truth, I would oppose the idea of you leaving the house with nothing while giving your property in Jinwei community to Li Pingping. Mother, let us not dwell on that. Chen Zimo succinctly explained. Just know that I stand to gain far more than Li Pingping even if I were to leave empty-handed. Shen Xiulian appeared somewhat skeptical but refrained from pressing further. However, she seemed to recall something and leaned slightly towards Chen Zimo, speaking in a hushed tone. Zimo, I must tell you something. What is it? Shen Xiulian cast a cautious glance towards the door before continuing in a lowered voice. I have noticed two suspicious men lurking around the community lately. When Yaya and I take walks, they often seem to be nearby, and they have shown an excessive interest in us. Upon hearing Shen Xiulian's words, Chen Zimo immediately thought of Zhao Quan and Sun Li. Have they been exposed? He mused internally. How unprofessional of them to be discovered by my mother. It was not entirely their fault. Both Zhao Quan and Sun Li were skilled in free combat, but lacked expertise in disguise and stealth. Chen Zimo understood that Shen Xiulian had begun to harbor suspicions. If he did not clarify this with her, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. He then addressed Shen Xiulian. Mother, those two men you mentioned are likely Zhao Quan and Sun Li. Zhao Quan and Sun Li? Shen Xiulian inquired, puzzled. Who are they? They are the ones I hired to protect you in secret. Chen Zimo elucidated. I did not anticipate that you would notice them. Protect us? Shen Xiulian glanced towards the room where Chen Xiaoya slept. Are you concerned that someone might pose a threat to Yaya? Just as a precaution, Chen Zimo stated. Opting not to elaborate further, he then pulled out his phone and called Sun Li. Hello, President Chen. Sun Li, you and Zhao Quan should come to my house. Huh? Sun Li exclaimed in surprise over the line. What do you mean, huh? My mother has discovered you too, so there's no need for you to hide any longer. Sun Li was left speechless. A few minutes later, there was a series of knocks on the door. Chen Zimo opened it to reveal Zhao Quan and Sun Li. President Chen, come in. Chen Zimo turned and walked back into the room, closing the door behind them. As Zhao Quan and Sun Li entered the living room, they greeted Shen Xiulian in unison. Hello, Andy. However, both wore somewhat awkward expressions. Their initial plan to provide covert protection had been thwarted by Shen Xiulian's sharp observation. After a brief moment of surprise, Shen Xiulian quickly regained her composure. Please, take a seat. She was far more courteous than Chen Zimo, even pouring a glass of water for each of them. Chen Zimo introduced the two to Shen Xiulian, also mentioning the names of the two on leave, Zhou Wu and Zheng Yang. After hearing Chen Zimo's introduction, Shen Xiulian chuckled awkwardly. I thought we were being targeted by some nefarious individuals. It is rather their fault. Chen Zimo laughed. They were meant to remain hidden while providing protection, yet it took only a few days for you to uncover them. Zhao Quan and Sun Li offered sheepish smiles. However, now that Shen Xiulian and Zhao Quan and Sun Li were acquainted, there would likely be no further misunderstandings. Naturally, Zhao Quan and Sun Li would continue to provide covert protection for Shen Xiulian and Chen Xiaoya, albeit with Shen Xiulian now in the know. After a brief conversation, Chen Zimo turned to Zhao Quan and Sun Li and inquired, where are Zhou Wu and Zheng Yang now? Zhao Quan and Sun Li exchanged glances, and Sun Li replied. They returned to their hometown on the first day of their leave and took their families to Guizhou for the summer. Indeed, I've heard it's only around 20 degrees there, Zhao Quan added enviously. During the day, one needs to wear a jacket, and at night, a blanket is necessary. The food there is also delectable. Is it truly that wonderful? Shun Xiulian seemed intrigued, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Absolutely, Sun Li affirmed with a smile. In a couple of days, it will be our turn to take leave, and we plan to bring our families to Guizhou as well. After a brief chat, Chen Zimo bid them farewell. Once they left, he turned to Shun Xiulian and said, Mother, I will be heading to the capital in the next few days. To see your father again? Chen Zimo nodded, something like that. I also need to meet someone. Meet someone? Shun Xiulian asked with curiosity. Who? Since Shun Xiulian was already aware of Zhao Quan and Sun Li, Chen Zimo decided to be forthright with her. I asked Zhou Wu to find a martial arts practitioner in the capital, intending to hire her as a personal bodyguard for Yaya. Haven't you already engaged Zhao Quan and Sun Li? It is different. Chen Zimo shook his head. After all, Yaya is a girl. Indeed. Shun Xiulian nodded in understanding. It would not be appropriate for Zhao Quan and Sun Li to serve as her personal bodyguards. If all goes well, I plan to bring that girl back with me on this trip, Chen Zimo added, smiling at Shun Xiulian. Did you not wish to escape to Guizhou for the summer? I could have Zhao Quan and the others, along with the girl from the capital, accompany you. Who said I wanted to go to Guizhou for the summer? Shun Xiulian denied. Chen Zimo merely chuckled, choosing not to press the matter, but instead remarked, it has been quite hot in Qinghe City lately. You should take Yaya along to enjoy some coolness. That is indeed feasible. With a way out presented, Shun Xiulian readily acquiesced. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside. Both Chen Zimo and Shun Xiulian turned their heads in curiosity to see what was amiss. What is going on? Why is it so noisy? As the two individuals pondered the situation, the cacophony of sounds drew ever closer. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks reverberated against the door. Chen Zimo, open the door. Hurry up. The voice belonged to his former mother-in-law, Zhu Chunmei. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo furrowed his brow, while Shun Xiulian's expression shifted dramatically. She glanced at Chen Zimo and gravely remarked, Zimo, your mother-in-law has arrived. Chen Zimo, however, merely chuckled. Mother, you are mistaken. She is no longer my mother-in-law. As I have divorced Li Pingping. Tilting his head slightly, he added, should I now refer to her as aunt? The knocking resumed with fervor. Chen Zimo, open the door. I know you are inside. This was Li Pingping's voice, brimming with assertiveness. Come out and return the money you hid from my sister. Li Wenxing's voice followed, filled with arrogance, as if he believed Chen Zimo was at his beck and call. Listening to the commotion outside, Shun Xiulian's face darkened. Zimo, what shall we do? Should we let them in? Chen Zimo shook his head dismissively. No need to pay them any mind. With that, he retrieved his phone and called Sun Li. Sun Li, have you heard the racket at my door? Yes, Chen Zong, I have, Sun Li replied over the line. Come over with Zhao Quan. It's time to take action. Understood. After concluding the call, Shun Xiulian looked at Chen Zimo, her face a mask of confusion. Is that it? You've resolved the issue? Indeed, Chen Zimo nodded. Once Zhao Quan and Sun Li arrive, the matter will be settled. How will they resolve it? Shun Xiulian inquired, curiosity piqued. Will they come and chase them away? Chen Zimo smiled mysteriously. You shall see shortly. Before long, Sun Li's voice rang out from outside. Who the hell is making such a racket at this hour? Can't anyone sleep? In another direction, Zhao Quan chimed in. Exactly. I have to get up at 6 tomorrow morning for work. Do you think I can afford to be late? Upon hearing Sun Li and Zhao Quan's remarks, Shun Xiulian's understanding deepened. You intend to provoke a conflict with them in this community? Chen Zimo smiled and nodded. Given the temperament of the Li family, if I refuse to comply with their demands for money, they will undoubtedly continue to cause trouble. How can we live like that? So, I might as well prevent them from even entering this community. Outside, Li Pingping's face was alight with barely contained fury. Typically self-assured and domineering, she could not tolerate even the slightest criticism. Now, with someone openly challenging her, her anger intensified. Who is speaking? Step forward if you dare. What business do you have meddling in my affairs? Naturally, no one stepped forward. However, Sun Li's voice rang out again. You can't even recognize my voice. You must not be from this community. How dare you intrude upon our neighborhood and create such a disturbance? Do you think we are easy to intimidate? Exactly. Zhao Quan echoed from another direction. Though our community may be a bit old and shabby, we are not to be trifled with. Who cares? If anyone has something to say, step forward instead of hiding. Li Wenxing shouted defiantly. Young man, you ought to temper your words. Did your mother not teach you to refrain from being loud in public? How I raise my son is none of your business. Zhu Chunmei interjected at that moment. Hey, what sort of people are you? Don't you have any manners? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, lacking in civility and decorum, disturbing others at this late hour. More voices joined in from the surrounding crowd, and soon, a number of onlookers began to emerge from their homes. 1, 2, 7, 8, before long. Over 10 individuals from various age groups stood in the corridor where Li Pingping and her companions were, slowly encircling them. Among this assembly were Zhao Quan and Sun Li, who were recognized by many despite their names being unknown. Li Wensheng, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to provoke. What? Can't win a verbal spat. Now you want to resort to violence? With a bunch of old and weak folks like you, I could take you all down with a single punch. You'd best apologize for your earlier words. Or do you believe we want to make you leave this community on a stretcher? I don't believe you would dare touch me. Li Wensheng stood his ground, his bravado unwavering. To act so brazenly in our community shows a complete lack of respect. Sun Li fanned the flames of anger among the crowd. Who do you think you are, to look down on us? Li Wensheng's arrogance did not wane, his nostrils flaring defiantly. I've seen many who seek their own demise, but none as foolish as you, Zhao Quan added, his voice cutting through the tension. At that moment, an elderly man, around 60 or 70 years old, approached Li Wensheng and surveyed the group of Li Pingping and her companions. Young man, you should apologize to us now and exit our community, and we will let this matter rest. Apologize? Li Wensheng scoffed, pushing the old man aside. Who do you think you are for me to apologize to you? The elderly man stumbled backward from the push, but Zhao Quan quickly steadied him, preventing a fall. This act of aggression against the elder ignited the ire of the assembled residents. In an instant, nearly everyone began to retaliate against Li Wensheng. So you want to fight? Do you? You're asking for it. With a chorus of furious voices, fists and feet began to rain down upon Li Wensheng, who found himself cornered against a wall. Li Pingping and Zhu Chunmei were left in shock. Accustomed to being domineering, they had never encountered such a situation. Only Li Guobin, remaining relatively calm, rushed forward to shield Li Wensheng. Everyone, please stop. Let us talk this out. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Were it not for his age and relatively polite demeanor, he too might have faced the wrath of the crowd. Seeing the opportunity ripe for action, Sun Li shouted, Neighbors, this outsider has dared to assault an elder from our community. Let us drive them out together. Yes, let us expel them. Get out. You uncouth scoundrels are never welcome in our community. A throng surged forward, lifting Li Wensheng and Li Guobin while shoving Li Pingping and Zhu Chunmei along, cursing as they pushed them toward the exit. Unexpectedly, Zhu Chunmei, having been jostled, collapsed to the ground, throwing a tantrum. They're attacking. Someone else going to die? This is outrageous. Chapter 47. Expelled from the community, she hit someone. She killed someone. This is outrageous. With a mere touch, Zhu Chunmei crumpled to the ground, emitting a series of piercing, shrill wails. Subsequently, she lay sprawled on the ground, her legs flailing about as if pedaling an invisible bicycle. Her hands were not utilized to prop herself up, but rather beat frantically against the earth below her. Oh, you unreasonable lot. Resorting to violence when you cannot argue your point, bullying a woman like me. She howled, her voice grating and seemingly filled with profound grievance. Yet her eyes betrayed no hint of tears. Li Pingping, witnessing Zhu Chunmei's antics, felt a twinge of embarrassment and attempted to assist her to her feet. Mom, let us get up, stop this. However, Zhu Chunmei appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings, and with a swift kick, she struck Li Pingping on her calf. This outrageous display left the residents of the community momentarily dumbfounded. The melodramatic antics of women on television had materialized before their very eyes. Yet, rather than indulge Zhu Chunmei, their distaste for her behavior only intensified. Good heavens, how revolting. What sort of person is she? Keep your distance. At her age, she has no sense of dignity. Truly disgraceful. A shrew. A scoundrel. Utterly incomprehensible. Do not let her wail like a banshee in our community. Carry her out. Yes, hurry and remove her. She is an affront to my eyes and an insult to my ears. With that, Zhao Quan and Sun Li took the lead, and 4 individuals stepped forward to seize Zhu Chunmei's limbs, lifting her up. United in purpose, the entire community eventually succeeded in expelling the Li family from the premises. Inside the house, Chen Zimo and Chen Zhulian exchanged knowing smiles as they listened to the commotion outside gradually fade away. The Li family had indeed encountered a formidable obstacle today. Chen Zhulian turned to Chen Zimo. Was this plan your idea? Of course, Chen Zimo confessed. When Li Pingping came to see me this evening, I anticipated that the Li family would come to harass us. Thus, I conspired beforehand with Zhao Quan and Sun Li. Chen Zhulian nodded appreciatively. Your ex-wife and her mother have grown accustomed to being domineering, and your brother-in-law is equally unreasonable. Today, they learned that not everyone in this society will accommodate their whims. With a playful smile, she added, I truly did not expect your ex-mother-in-law to resort to such outrageous behavior. It is utterly shameless. Chen Zimo reflected. I too have come to realize her adherence to such traditional theatrics. Haha, Chen Zimo laughed heartily. Tonight, she has certainly broadened our horizons. Rising from her seat, she said, I shall check on Yaya. I wonder if the commotion outside disturbed her. After Chen Zimo departed, Chen Zimo returned to his room and called suddenly, Mr. Sun, have they left yet? They are still at the community entrance, but I believe they are too intimidated to enter. Chen Zimo nodded in satisfaction. Then, find an excuse to invite them out for dinner tonight. The sole purpose is to ensure that my ex-wife and her family do not re-enter this community. Understood, Mr. Chen. Sun Li readily agreed. Following a brief struggle at the community entrance, the Li family finally recognized the futility of their situation and chose to depart. Given the current circumstances, re-entry into the community was impossible. Attempting to force their way in could result in further repercussions. The aggressive demeanor of Li Pingping and Zhu Chunmei, coupled with Li Wenxing's brazen actions, had left little room for reconciliation. The four of them ambled down the street, looking somewhat disheveled, with only Zhu Chunmei continuing to curse towards the community. Sister, what should we do now? Li Wenxing asked, visibly disgruntled. He was the most disheveled among them. His clothing torn, hair in disarray, and bearing visible footprints on his back, buttocks, and legs. A distinct bruise marred the corner of his eye. At that moment, Li Pingping seemed lost in contemplation. I can't shake the feeling that tonight was rather peculiar. Why did he not come out despite all the ruckus we caused outside his house? The previously irate Zhu Chunmei suddenly calmed. Pingping, what do you mean by that? Li Pingping pondered for a moment before replying. I suspect that the solidarity demonstrated by the residents of this community tonight was orchestrated by Chen Zimo. How could that be? Li Wenxing scoffed, clearly skeptical. Given Chen Zimo's intellect, would he be capable of such a scheme? Perhaps he is, Li Pingping replied earnestly. Otherwise, how could he have devised a plan to hide his assets before our divorce, then used the ruse of starting anew to deceive me, all without my realization? Her reasoning sparked surprise among the other three, prompting them to reflect on her words. After a moment, Li Guobin voiced his thoughts. I believe Pingping has a point. If Chen Zimo had not prepared for this, he would have at least checked to see what was occurring. Exactly, Li Pingping nodded in agreement. His refusal to open the door or acknowledge anyone makes me feel as though he anticipated this situation and had already devised a strategy to counter us. What should we do now? Li Wenxing asked with a grim expression. We suffered a significant loss tonight. We cannot let Chen Zimo off easily. We certainly will not. Li Pingping replied coldly. The money he possesses rightfully belongs to me. Zhu Chunmei furrowed her brow, but moving forward, we may not even be able to enter the entire community. How can we reclaim our money from him? He will eventually leave, Li Guobin suggested. We can take turns waiting for him at the community entrance. That won't be necessary. Li Pingping shook her head. The assets he concealed before our divorce are part of our joint property. Since he refuses to meet with us, I have no choice but to pursue the final course of action. What course of action? Zhu Chunmei inquired. I shall sue him. Li Pingping clenched her fists, her expression resolute. By any means necessary, I will reclaim all that belongs to me. Chapter 48. Strapless Dress? A university student? The following day, at the international airport in the capital, Chen Zimo stepped out of the terminal and immediately spotted a black business vehicle parked at the roadside. Zhou stood beside the car, peering intently towards the entrance. As Chen Zimo approached, he greeted, Brother Zhou, how long have you been waiting? Zhou promptly opened the rear door of the car. Mr. Chen, I just arrived. Please, get in. All right. Chen Zimo nodded and took his seat in the back without hesitation. After closing the door, Zhou moved to the driver's seat to begin the drive. What time did you arrange to meet Su Xiao? Chen Zimo inquired as the car glided smoothly along the road. I intended to schedule dinner for 7 in the evening. But she declined. Declined? Chen Zimo raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. You invited a female university student to dinner at night. She likely suspected you had ulterior motives. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Zhou defended himself. I only did it for work. Your perception does not necessarily reflect that of others. Chen Zimo replied with a smile. What time did you arrange for later? Zhou glanced at the rearview mirror and replied, We scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, at a cafe not far from the company. Then let us head to the hospital first. We'll go to the cafe later in the afternoon. All right. To the capital's first hospital. Upon entering Chen Jijun's hospital room, Chen Zimo was greeted by the sight of his father, Chen Jijun, with his head tilted, soundly asleep. It appeared he might have been dreaming of delectable dishes, as a trickle of drool graced the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Chen Zimo smiled faintly, reassured that his father seemed to be in good spirits. He then turned and exited the room. Chen Zimo made his way to the doctor's office, knocked gently on the door, and entered only after receiving the doctor's invitation. Good day, doctor, he greeted. Ah, hello, the doctor replied with a warm smile. You must be a family member of Chen Jijun? Yes, indeed, Chen Zimo nodded, taking a seat opposite the doctor. It has been quite some time since I last saw you. I noticed you haven't been here to care for your father. I've been rather occupied with work. So I hired someone to assist in looking after him. Chen Zimo fabricated a small lie. After a brief pause, he inquired, Doctor, how is my father's recovery progressing? Quite well. The doctor affirmed, nodding. At this rate, he should be discharged in about a month. That puts my mind at ease. After gleaning the details of Chen Jijun's condition, Chen Zimo returned to his father's room. This time, he encountered a nurse administering N4 to Chen Jijun. Why are you here? Chen Jijun exclaimed, astonished to see Chen Zimo. Neither Zhou He, nor Shen Xiulian, nor Chen Zimo himself had informed Chen Jijun of his visit that day. Chen Zimo settled beside his father, saying, I heard from Zhou Ge that you've been clamoring for drinks daily, and my mother asked me to come see what is going on. That is nonsense. Chen Jijun denied, insisting, Tell your mother not to believe such fabrications. I have never once mentioned wanting a drink in this room. Is that so? Chen Zimo queried, bemused. It must be true, Chen Jijun insisted, his demeanor unwavering. That Zhou He has been spreading lies behind my back. Chen Zimo chuckled, choosing not to delve further into the matter. After a brief exchange, Chen Jijun succumbed to sleep following lunch, and Chen Zimo reclined on a small bed nearby for a brief rest. At 3 in the afternoon, the weather in the capital was quite warm. However, upon entering the cafe, the air conditioning provided a refreshing respite. Chen Zimo surveyed the cafe's inviting ambience. How long until she arrives? He asked. She is already here. Zhou He gestured toward a particular direction, but across from them, a girl waved at Chen Zimo. Is that her? Chen Zimo inquired, perplexed. I thought Su Xiao was still an undergraduate. Yet, the woman he observed was dressed in a revealing outfit, appearing quite alluring. Such attire seemed incongruous with the image of a university student, particularly one studying traditional martial arts. Moreover, he wondered if this woman was truly suitable to serve as Chun Xiaoya's bodyguard. Yes, that is her, Zhou He confirmed, nodding with certainty. However, neither had noticed that they were looking in different directions. If that is the case, let us go have a word with her, Chen Zimo declared, striding toward the striking woman. Mr. Chen, where are you headed? Zhou He called out curiously from behind. Aren't we going to Su Zhao's table? Chen Zimo replied, equally bewildered. You're headed the wrong way. She is over there. Zhou He pointed in another direction. Only then did Chen Zimo follow Zhou He's indication. At a window-side table sat a woman in casual attire. That girl by the window is indeed Su Xiao. Zhou He chuckled. He had initially followed Chen Zimo's gaze, inadvertently spotting the alluring woman instead. Internally, he mused, could it be that Mr. Chen has a preference for this type? I see I was mistaken, Chen Zimo acknowledged. Just as he prepared to approach the true Su Xiao, a man waved and walked past him, heading directly toward the alluring woman. It dawned on Chen Zimo that the woman had been beckoning to this man. He felt a wave of relief that Zhou He had stopped him. Otherwise, he would have been the one caught in an awkward predicament. Noticing that Chen Zimo's gaze lingered on the alluring woman, Zhou He suggested quietly, Mr. Chen, should I inquire about her contact information? What contact information? Chen Zimo snapped back to reality, bewildered. We are here to meet Su Xiao. Zhou He glanced at the alluring woman before turning to follow Chen Zimo. In no time, they arrived at Su Xiao's table. Su Xiao stood up to greet them, and Zhou He facilitated a brief introduction, enabling them to become acquainted. The three then took their seats. After an initial conversation, Chen Zimo found himself quite pleased with Su Xiao, though she retained a hint of the naivete typical of a university student. Miss Su, I presume Zhou Ge has briefed you on the specifics of the position? Yes. Su Xiao nodded. Do you have any requirements or conditions? After pondering for a moment, she asked, would it be possible to issue an internship certificate? Her request momentarily left Chen Zimo speechless. Yet, he understood, after all, Su Xiao was only in her 3rd year and had one final year left to complete her studies. For a 4th-year student, an internship certificate was indeed significant. Zhou He, too, was caught off guard by Su Xiao's inquiry, and they exchanged glances before Chen Zimo replied, of course, we can provide that. However, could you perhaps propose some conditions with a broader perspective? Broader perspective? Su Xiao furrowed her brow, seemingly perplexed. In the next instant, she blurted out a question that caught Chen Zimo off guard. Is it a double weekend position? Chapter 49. The Scammer Luring Individuals to Northern Myanmar. Miss Su, please share your expected salary, Chen Zimo prompted. Su Xiao tilted her head thoughtfully. How about 5,000? 5,000? Chen Zimo's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou He appeared equally astonished. Is that too much? Su Xiao frowned. If that is not feasible, 3,000 would suffice, but I must have the internship certificate. Chen Zimo rubbed his forehead. Miss Su, I cannot offer you 5,000, nor can I provide 3,000. Not even 3,000. Su Xiao hesitated visibly. Yet, Chen Zimo extended his hand, stating, I can offer you 50,000. 50,000. Su Xiao gasped, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Are you truly offering me 50,000? That seems excessive. Not at all, as your role is of paramount importance, Chen Zimo replied with a serious expression. In his mind, the safety of Chen Xiaoya was indeed a top priority, and having a dedicated bodyguard for her was an especially significant position. Su Zhao's expression wavered momentarily. Then she suddenly recalled something. Mr. Chen, offering me such a high salary, you wouldn't be a scammer, would you? A scammer? Chen Zimo was taken aback. How could I possibly be a scammer? Indeed, Su Zhao's gaze carried a hint of vigilance, for he was the unscrupulous swindler who lured individuals to northern Myanmar. Uh-huh. Chen Zimo couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou also succumbed to laughter. Chen Zimo, what is so amusing? Su Xiao inquired with an earnest expression. I came across a news article today about a student who had just taken the college entrance examination and was deceived to northern Myanmar, where they even gave him a buzz cut. Chen Zimo waved his hand dismissively. Su Xiao, I am not a scammer. I am hiring you to be my daughter's bodyguard. You are to provide round-the-clock protection for her safety, which is why your salary is so substantial. Round the clock? 24 hours? Does that mean I won't have any time off? Certainly not, although your schedule will not be entirely flexible. Su Xiao hesitated for a moment before asking, is there a weekend off? Chen Zimo was momentarily taken aback. Why was Su Xiao so fixated on weekends? Zhou sighed and advised, Miss Su, you're earning 50,000 a month. What more could you want in terms of time off? Su Zhao's expression shifted to one of disappointment. No weekends off. Yet 50,000 a month was enough to reluctantly agree. In that case, prepare yourself, and in a couple of days, we will head to Qinghe City together. Understood, Mr. Chen, Su Xiao replied with enthusiasm. On a highway, a business vehicle cruised smoothly. Zhou was driving attentively when he glanced in the rearview mirror and inquired, Mr. Chen, I feel Su Xiao may not be particularly astute. Having her as Ye's personal bodyguard seems somewhat inappropriate. Why do you persist in choosing her? Chen Zimo replied with a smile. Zhou Gu, Ye is still young and requires not just a protector, but also a patient sister. Su Zhao's character is perfectly suited for this role. Zhou nodded in understanding. After half an hour of travel, they arrived at the base of Dongfang Building. Come with me, Chen Zimo instructed Zhou to meet them. All right. Zhou nodded and followed Chen Zimo as they walked toward the elevator entrance. The elevator ascended to the 48th floor, and as the doors opened, Chen Zimo and Zhou stepped out in succession. They arrived at the entrance of a company named Haofeng Technology Company, Limited. This is the place. Chen Zimo pointed to the sign beside the door and stepped inside. The receptionist greeted them warmly. Welcome, gentlemen. Who are you looking for? I am looking for Guohaoren or Zhang Chengfeng, Chen Zimo stated directly. Upon hearing these names, the receptionist immediately recognized him. Ah, you must be Mr. Chen Zimo. That is correct, Chen Zimo nodded. Welcome, Mr. Chen, she said, her demeanor becoming increasingly courteous. Mr. Gua has been informed of your arrival and will take you to the conference room immediately. Then please lead the way. Haofeng Technology Company, Limited, was indeed founded by Guohaoren and Zhang Chengfeng. After securing a 1 billion investment from Chen Zimo, they established the company and commenced operations within a matter of days. Chen Zimo was compelled to admire such efficiency. After the company's inception, Guohaoren had repeatedly invited Chen Zimo to visit, but he had been too preoccupied with affairs in Qinghe City. This time, however, it was conveniently on his route. Though he had invested a significant sum, he was not particularly concerned about how well Guohaoren and Zhang Chengfeng would manage the company. His investment of 1 billion was merely to fulfill a systematic task, and he had already reaped 10 billion in returns. Whether Guohaoren and Zhang Chengfeng's company could reach 10 billion remained uncertain to Chen Zimo. He held no expectations. Soon, Chen Zimo and Zhou arrived at the conference room door. The receptionist knocked and, upon hearing a voice from within, opened the door, announcing, Mr. Gua, Mr. Chen has arrived. Please let him in. Guohaoren's eager voice responded. As Chen Zimo entered the conference room, Guohaoren rose from his seat and respectfully approached him. Mr. Chen, you have finally arrived. The room was filled with over 10 individuals, most of whom were young, vibrant individuals in their 20s. Apart from Guohaoren and Zhang Chengfeng, Chen Zimo did not recognize anyone else. The attendees gazed curiously at Chen Zimo, seemingly puzzled as to why Guohaoren was treating this unfamiliar young man with such deference. Chen Zimo exchanged pleasantries with Guohaoren before being ceremoniously introduced to everyone present. Everyone, this is Mr. Chen Zimo, the investor who has contributed 1 billion to our company. Only then did the attendees comprehend the reason for Guohaoren's extraordinary politeness towards this young man, who, despite appearing somewhat unremarkable in dress, was the financial backbone of Haofeng Technology and their esteemed Mr. Chen. A round of enthusiastic applause welcomed Chen Zimo. Observing the scene, he raised his hand slightly. Today, I am merely a spectator. Feel free to proceed with your meeting. The environment was relaxed, devoid of bureaucratic formality, allowing Chen Zimo to leisurely recline and observe. He found himself unable to grasp the discussions at hand, feeling increasingly drowsy, reminiscent of his school days in class, struggling to stay awake. Zhou He, seated beside him, appeared to share the same fate, evidently a poor student who dozed off during lectures. Approximately half an hour later, Guaharan suddenly addressed Chen Zimo, Mr. Chen. There is a matter I need to report to you. Chapter 50, Science knows no borders, but scientists do. Inside the conference room of Haofeng Technology Company, Limited, only 4 individuals remained. Chen Zimo, Zhou He, Guaharan, and Zhang Chengfeng. You've summoned me and intentionally kept me here. What is it? Chen Zimo prompted. Mr. Chen. Guaharan began. Recently, a representative from the Nolan Group in the Eagle Nation approached me, hoping I would relocate Haofeng Company there. The conditions he offered were exceptionally generous, including assistance in obtaining an Eagle Nation green card and providing free office space for my company. They even proposed an investment of $1 billion Eagle dollars. After a brief pause, Guaharan continued. I initially declined. However, he remained persistent, even offering $5 billion Eagle dollars for the purchase of my technology. Naturally, I refused that as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo felt an odd sensation. What exactly were Guaharan and Zhang Chengfeng researching that had captured the attention of the Nolan Group in the Eagle Nation? Subsequently, Guaharan continued. After my refusal, he stated his intention to acquire my Haofeng company. Haoran, what exactly is your collaboration with Chengfeng Research? Chen Zimo could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired. It pertains to the extensive application of artificial intelligence, Guaharan replied with utmost seriousness. Chen Zimo pursed his lips, suggesting, perhaps you could articulate it in simpler terms. Guaharan shot a peculiar glance at Chen Zimo before responding, to put it succinctly. My research aims to enable a robot to attain an intelligence level comparable to that of a human. What does that entail? Chen Zimo still appeared somewhat bewildered. After pondering for a moment, Guaharan seemed at a loss for words. Zhang Chengfeng glanced at Guaharan before interjecting, Mr. Chen, to illustrate, if our research is successful, household chores such as cooking, cleaning, and laundry could be entirely managed by a single intelligent robot. Moreover, the results produced by such a robot would surpass those of an ordinary human. Is it truly that remarkable? Chen Zimo couldn't help but express his astonishment. According to this logic, mundane tasks would no longer necessitate human intervention. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Zimo. He turned to Guaharan and asked, Haoran, what would be the implications of applying your technology on the battlefield? At this utterance, both Guaharan and Zhang Chengfeng's expressions shifted dramatically. They had previously focused solely on enhancing daily conveniences, entirely overlooking the military applications. If this technology were indeed deployed in warfare, what would that entail? To put it bluntly, if the research were to succeed and be utilized for military purposes, future battlefields might be devoid of human soldiers. Ground operations would be fully reliant on robots. No training, no rest, no sustenance required. As long as the production capacity keeps pace, it would be an endless supply. Upon realizing this, Guaharan and Zhang Chengfeng suddenly grasped the intentions of the Eagle Nation. The enticing conditions they offered to Guaharan and Zhang Chengfeng to relocate their company to the Eagle Nation were aimed at acquiring the technology they were developing. After all, the Eagle Nation is known to be the most warlike country in the world. Warfare necessitates human involvement, but with this technology, humans could command from miles away, while drones and robots executed the frontline operations, rendering traditional armies obsolete. Contemplating this, Chen Zimo felt a surge of patriotic sentiment regarding the system's directive to invest in Guaharan's research. Meanwhile, Guaharan harbored a sense of confusion. Their research had been ongoing for quite some time, yet due to a lack of funding, it had remained at a theoretical level without any substantial progress. Only after receiving Chen Zimo's investment of $100 million had they begun extensive research. However, in such a short span, why had the Eagle Nation already taken notice and initiated contact with Guaharan? When he posed this question to Chen Zimo, the latter was momentarily taken aback, but quickly identified the crux of the matter. He glanced at the office door, signaling Zhou He to take a look. After confirming that there were no eavesdroppers outside, Chen Zimo turned to Guaharan with a serious demeanor. Haoran, there is a traitor within your team. Although Guaharan was a quintessential engineer, he was not oblivious. With Chen Zimo's hint, he began to piece together the situation. It was evident that someone from the Eagle Nation had infiltrated his team, learned of their research, and reported it back, leading to the enticing offer from the Eagle Nation for Guaharan to relocate his company. However, after a thorough recollection of everyone he had brought into the company, Guaharan could not identify who the traitor might be. Mr. Chen, what should I do now? He inquired. Instead of answering immediately, Chen Zimo countered, Haoran, have you never considered relocating to the Eagle Nation? After all, they have presented you with such favorable terms. Certainly not, Guaharan replied without hesitation. A senior once said, science knows no borders, but scientists do. I am a son of the great Xia. My spirit belongs to the great Xia. Besides, once this research is commercialized, I will undoubtedly achieve financial independence. Their money pales in comparison. Zhang Chengfeng chimed in. I share Howard's sentiment. While I appreciate wealth, I prefer the money of the great Xia. I have no interest in that of the Eagle Nation. Chen Zimo nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Subsequently, he smiled. In that case, we must devise a plan to uncover the traitor within your team. That is precisely my intention, Gua Haoran concurred. Currently, our company has dozens of employees, over half of whom are involved in this project and possess a certain level of understanding. As their familiarity with the project grows, the risk of a core secret being leaked by this traitor increases, resulting in significant losses. Thus, identifying this internal mole became paramount. However, as he spoke, Gua Haoran's expression shifted to one of concern. Yet, I cannot conceive of a method to identify the traitor. Chen Zimo chuckled. Rest assured, Haoran, I will devise a solution for you. Gua Haoran's eyes brightened as he turned to Zhang Chengfeng. Chengfeng, I told you Mr. Chen would come up with a plan. Chen Zimo then realized, you specifically summoned me to assist in identifying the traitor? Clearing his throat, Gua Haoran coughed a couple of times. Mr. Chen, please share your proposed approach with us. Chen Zimo's expression turned serious. Haoran, you should proceed as follows. Chapter 51, Sending My Employee to Work. 2 days later. Beijing First Hospital. Dad, I'm heading home today. In Chen Jijun's hospital room, a small table was adorned with several dishes. Chen Zimo and Chen Jijun sat across from each other, dining and conversing. Go ahead, Chen Jijun waved dismissively. Next time you come, you must bring Yaya for me to see. Absolutely. Chen Zimo readily agreed. In fact, you'll be discharged soon. The doctor mentioned a maximum of 1 month. Chen Jijun sighed. What does it matter if I'm discharged? I still can't drink. That's for your health. Chen Zimo chuckled. Besides, it's not like you can never drink again. Half a year. Chen Jijun set his chopsticks down. For 6 months, I'm not allowed to drink. Isn't that tantamount to a death sentence? Chen Zimo shook his head. Dad, you should discuss that with Mom. You think I'm afraid? Chen Jijun shot him a glare. His spirit robust. After leaving the hospital, Zhou drove Chen Zimo to the entrance of Beijing Sports University. Mr. Chen, Su Xiao hasn't come out yet. I'll give her a call. With that, Zhou took out his phone and dialed Su Xiao. Once connected, Zhou directly inquired, Su Xiao, we are already at your school gate. Where are you? Mr. Zhou, please hold on a moment. I'll be out shortly. As Su Xiao's voice resonated, a man's voice interjected, Su Xiao, what do you mean? I secured an internship for you, and now you're seeking a personal bodyguard position? What legitimate work could that possibly be? A sharp sound followed as the call was abruptly terminated. Zhou stood momentarily stunned. In the back seat, Chen Zimo naturally overheard the conversation and smiled slightly. Zhou, is it not a legitimate job to be a bodyguard for my daughter? Certainly, it is a legitimate occupation. Zhou replied with a grin. Before long, Su Xiao appeared at the school gate, dragging a pink suitcase behind her, accompanied by 2 young men. Su Xiao, think this through. We're offering you 50,000 a month. How often do you come across such an opportunity? One of the men exclaimed indignantly. If he's not a scammer, he's probably after your body. Gao Yang, not everyone is as sordid as you. Su Xiao shot back, glaring at him. Oh, sordid? You have no idea how depraved men can be, Gao Yang retorted with a sneer. Their commotion inevitably drew the attention of passers-by. From the car, Chen Zimo observed the scene and said to Zhou, go help her. Understood, Zhou nodded and exited the vehicle. As soon as he stepped out, the other young man beside Su Xiao recognized Zhou. Isn't that the guy who accompanied Director Chen to our company a couple of days ago? His name was Qian Yining, a friend of Gao Yang's. Having attended a meeting at Haofeng Company recently, he remembered seeing Zhou walk into the office alongside Chen Zimo. However, he was puzzled as to why Zhou was here and what his purpose was. With Zhou's presence, would Director Chen of Haofeng Company also be nearby? Zhou approached Su Xiao directly, stating, Miss Su, allow me to take your luggage. Please, get into the car. All right, thank you, Director Zhou. Su Xiao nodded, ready to hand over her suitcase. However, Gao Yang abruptly grasped the suitcase's handle and glared at Zhou. Are you Su Xiao's employer? Zhou shook his head. I suppose I am. May I inquire if you have any questions? Questions? You lot are just a bunch of scammers. Gao Yang glared at Zhou. I believe you are mistaken. We are a legitimate security company, Zhou explained patiently. Our recruitment follows proper procedures. A legitimate security company? What legitimate security company would hire an undergraduate female student? Gao Yang scoffed. What kind of legitimate security company offers 50,000 a month to an ungraduated female student? His words sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd, who began to scrutinize Su Xiao. Flushed with anger, Su Xiao retorted, it is indeed a legitimate company. Contrary to your assumptions, Zhou calmly added, Sir, I kindly ask you to watch your language. Watch my what? You think you can act without consequence? Gao Yang shot back, then surveyed the crowd, shouting, everyone, come see. Here's a scammer trying to lure a naive female student with promises of a $50,000 a month job. With Gao Yang's outburst, the crowd swelled. After gaining a superficial understanding of the situation, they began to gossip about Zhou He and Su Xiao. What job pays $50,000 a month? Clearly, she's being kept. They murmured. A pretty woman can earn money quickly if she's willing to lower her standards. Standing nearby, Chen Yining contemplated intervening, but ultimately chose to remain silent, his gaze drifting to the business car not far away. Was Director Chen inside? At that moment, both Zhou He and Su Xiao found themselves at a loss. Neither was particularly eloquent, and amidst the escalating scene, they struggled to articulate a defense, repeatedly asserting that the company was legitimate and the job was genuine. Yet, such feeble explanations were unlikely to sway the crowd, especially with Gao Yang stoking the flames of suspicion, leading onlookers to believe there was something nefarious between Zhou He and Su Xiao. Seeing this unfold, Chen Zimo sighed helplessly and stepped out of the vehicle. Zhou He, why are you wasting time with them? Just call the police. We can sue for slander. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd suddenly felt uneasy. Most were merely spectators and had no desire to embroil themselves in trouble. However, Gao Yang became even more brazen. Who do you think you are? This isn't your place to speak. Go ahead, call the police. I'd love to see you all locked up. Unexpectedly, a discordant voice pierced through the tension. Director Chen, what brings you here? Chen Yining stepped forward, greeting Chen Zimo. His comment and demeanor instantly captured the attention of those around them, especially Gao Yang, who looked at his friend with confusion. Yet, Chen Zimo seemed to have little recollection of Chen Yining. And you are? Chen Yining smiled. Director Chen, we've met at a few company meetings. I'm an employee of Haofeng. Oh, I remember now, Chen Zimo quickly responded, though he still had no real recollection. He feigned familiarity. You were present in the conference room. Correct. Chen Yining leaned closer to Chen Zimo, inquiring, may I ask what brings you here today? Chen Zimo gestured toward Su Xiao. Smiling, I'm here to escort my employee to work. At this moment, Gao Yang approached Chen Yining, perplexed. Old Chen, do you know this person? Indeed. Chen Yining turned to face Gao Yang. This is our company's investor, Director Chen. Your company's investor? Gao Yang's expression shifted as realization dawned. Isn't he the one who invested $1 billion in Haofeng? Yes, Chen Yining nodded. After receiving Chen Yining's confirmation, astonishment flickered across Gao Yang's face. Chen Zimo appeared to be in his 20s and dressed quite ordinarily. Yet, Gao Yang had not anticipated that he could readily invest $1 billion. Coming from a family that owned a factory with annual revenues of around $1 billion, Gao Yang understood the magnitude of that sum. Moreover, someone capable of effortlessly investing $1 billion must possess an even greater fortune, perhaps several billion, or even tens or hundreds of billions. However, at that moment, Gao Yang regarded Chen Zimo with evident hostility. Director? So, you're the one offering $50,000 to hire Su Xiao as a bodyguard? Gao Yang's tone was tinged with malice. Chen Yining sensed the tension and was about to speak when Chen Zimo raised a hand to stop him. He looked calmly at Gao Yang, stating, yes, and what is your concern? It's very much my concern. Gao Yang spoke earnestly. Su Xiao is my woman. No matter how much you offer her, she will never agree to be your personal bodyguard. Your woman? Chen Zimo exclaimed, surprised. He had never been aware that Su Xiao had a boyfriend. To his astonishment, Su Xiao stepped directly in front of Chen Zimo and said, Mr. Chen, do not listen to his nonsense. I have no relationship with him. He is the one who keeps pestering me. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang immediately turned to glare at Su Xiao. Su Xiao, when a man is speaking, what right do you have to interrupt? Su Xiao's demeanor was equally resolute. Gao Yang, let me make it abundantly clear once more, I will not be your girlfriend. Su Xiao, don't push your luck. Gao Yang's tone was thick with menace. Unfazed, Su Xiao replied, just don't bother me again. With that, she walked directly to the business vehicle. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yang shouted loudly, Su Xiao, I never expected you to be such a woman. You would rather be kept for $50,000 a month than be with me. If you had told me sooner, $50,000 would have sufficed. I could have given you that. His words sparked a wave of murmurs among the onlookers. So she is being kept? With her looks? $50,000 seems too low. Oh, don't say that. Otherwise, you'll inflate the market price, and you won't be able to bear the consequences. Hearing this, Su Xiao descended from the car and slapped Gao Yang across the face. Gao Yang, you scoundrel. Afterward, she angrily returned to the vehicle. Chen Zimo observed Gao Yang with a cold gaze and then addressed the crowd. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. Miss Su is a tutor hired for my daughter, not involved in any sort of maintenance relationship. He offered this clarification to prevent any misconceptions regarding Su Xiao. Once finished, he cast a dispassionate glance at Gao Yang before following Su Xiao back into the car. As the vehicle departed, the discussions among the crowd continued unabated. Most present were skeptical of Chen Zimo's explanation, still believing that Su Xiao was indeed being kept by him. After the business car vanished from Gao Yang and Qian Yining's sight, Gao Yang turned to Qian Yining and asked, "Old Qian, do you know what Chen Zimo's true identity is?" Qian Yining shook his head. "No. I only met him a couple of days ago and learned that he is the sole investor in our company. Can we investigate?" Qian Yining eyed Gao Yang suspiciously. "Wait. Gao Yang, what are you planning?" "I want to tarnish his reputation." "No, you must be insane." Qian Yining frowned. "Is it really worth it for a woman?" "Of course. It is not worth it for just any woman, but the one I desire. I can let go, but he cannot take her from me." Qian Yining regarded Gao Yang seriously. "Gao Yang, you need to think this through. Mr. Chen's position is not simple, and you may not be able to handle the consequences." Gao Yang smirked coldly. "Whether I can handle it or not, I will only know once I provoke him." He turned to Qian Yining. "Old Qian, you must assist me with this." Qian Yining shook his head. "I cannot help you with this matter." Gao Yang narrowed his eyes at Qian Yining. "Old Qian, is it that you cannot help me, or you simply do not wish to?" Qian Yining smiled faintly. "Gao Yang, he is the investor of my company. If I help you, how will I maintain my position there? No one from your company would know it was you who assisted me. That still won't do." Qian Yining firmly shook his head. "Do not think you can scheme against me. Humph, if you refuse to help, I will find a way to uncover it myself." "Mr. Chen, I apologize." Inside the business vehicle, Su Zhao's mood had soured somewhat. "Why are you apologizing?" Chen Zimo smiled. "I should have informed you beforehand about the earlier incident." "Is he your boyfriend?" Chen Zimo inquired. "No." Su Zhao shook her head. "If he is not your boyfriend, then there is nothing further to discuss," Chen Zimo remarked nonchalantly. Smiling, "Do not take it to heart. Once we arrive in Qinghe City, you must take good care of my daughter." Su Zhao beamed. "Of course, Mr. Chen." Within less than an hour, Zhou He had escorted the two to the Beijing airport. Before entering the terminal, Chen Zimo called Zhou He aside. "Zhou, keep a close watch on the situation with Haofeng Company. I suspect we might catch a spy from the Eagle Nation this time." Zhou He frowned. "Mr. Chen, why not report directly to the National Security Bureau regarding this espionage matter?" Chen Zimo chuckled. "Let Guohaoren and Zhang Chengfeng personally capture a spy. This process will facilitate their growth immensely. Moreover, they need this honor, as it will also allow them to enter the national spotlight." Zhou He nodded, somewhat understanding. "I see." Mr. Chen. Initially, Chen Zimo had not paid much attention to Guohaoren's research. His investment was merely a result of the tasks assigned by the system. However, upon realizing the potential applications of Guohaoren's research in the future, he altered his perspective. Now he wholeheartedly supported Guohaoren's endeavors. Even if it required Chen Zimo to invest an additional 10 billion from his card, he would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. In Qinghe City, at the Zunda law firm, Ms. Li, you mean to say that you have finalized your divorce from your ex-husband, and he voluntarily signed a divorce agreement, relinquishing all rights to marital property? However, after the divorce, you discovered that he was concealing and transferring assets. You now seek to legally compel your ex-husband to transfer all his assets to your name as per the signed divorce agreement. Inside an office, lawyer Han Xiuxua looked sternly at Li Pingping. "Am I correct?" Yes, that's exactly it." Li Pingping nodded vigorously. "Lawyer Han, is this feasible?" "Absolutely." Han Xiuxua replied confidently with a smile. "As long as we can prove that your ex-husband's assets were acquired during your marriage, I can ensure he receives nothing." Li Pingping's excitement bubbled forth. "Lawyer Han, I heard you handle divorce cases exceptionally well, which is why I specifically sought you out. If you can help me obtain what is rightfully mine, I will certainly not neglect your efforts." "Rest assured, Ms. Li," Han Xiuxua smiled. "With me, no unfaithful man can escape punishment easily." Chapter 53, Investigating Chen Zimo's Assets. Upon hearing Han Xiuxua's words, Li Pingping smiled in satisfaction. "Lawyer Han, what should we do next?" "We will proceed with a direct lawsuit," Han Xiuxua stated gravely. "Simultaneously, to prevent your ex-husband from further transferring assets, we must apply for asset preservation and freeze all his properties." "How do we apply for that?" "He has a Bentley, doesn't he?" "According to you, he acquired that car after your divorce. Clearly, he must have concealed your joint assets, which serves as grounds for your asset preservation request." Subsequently, Han Xiuxua took Li Pingping directly to the court in Qinghe City. Li Pingping submitted a complaint against Chen Zimo for concealing assets during their marriage and demanded a redistribution of properties. Simultaneously, Han Xiuxua, acting as Li Pingping's attorney, submitted a request for an investigation into Chen Zimo's assets. That same day, Han Xiuxua received the court-issued investigation order. "What is the purpose of this?" Li Pingping asked, puzzled, as she looked at the investigation order in Han Xiuxua's hand. With a smile, Han Xiuxua raised the document and replied, "With this, we can approach the bank to examine all the deposits and transactions associated with your ex-husband's accounts. This serves as crucial evidence regarding your ex-husband's concealed assets and will reveal the extent of his financial holdings." "I see," Li Pingping nodded. "Shall we go now?" "Yes. Let us proceed immediately." Subsequently, Guided by Li Pingping's recollections, the two women first made their way to the construction bank. My ex-husband's salary card is from the construction bank, so if he has any money, it should be in that account. I find that rather unlikely, Han Xiaoxue remarked. Though they had initially set their sights on the construction bank, I doubt Chen Zimo would keep his funds in that account. Why is that? Li Pingping queried, confused. If your ex-husband deliberately intends to transfer and conceal his assets, he certainly would not store his money in an account linked to the construction bank. Then where would he place it? Most likely, he has opened a new bank account and transferred all his funds there. Li Pingping's expression shifted. How are we to investigate that? Han Xiaoxue smiled confidently. It's simple. We will check his transaction history to see where he has redirected his funds. However, after inquiring at the construction bank, they discovered that only a few hundred yuan remained in Chen Zimo's account. Nonetheless, they were able to trace the transactions. Look, your ex-husband has been transferring the funds from his construction bank account to a newly opened industrial and commercial bank account since last year. Han Xiaoxue noted with a slight smile. It appears he has been secretly shifting his assets since then. Upon hearing this, Li Pingping recalled that ever since she had given 200,000 yuan to her brother last year, Chen Zimo had ceased to submit his salary to her. Furthermore, his salary card had consistently been devoid of funds. It dawned on her that the money from his salary card had indeed been transferred to a new account. With this revelation, she asked, Lawyer Han, should I directly check his industrial and commercial bank account now? Yes, let us proceed to verify that account. The two women then made their way to the industrial and commercial bank service area. Hello, how may I assist you today? As Han Xiaoxue sat at the counter, the bank clerk greeted her with courtesy. Hello, Han Xiaoxue replied, producing the investigation order and handing it to the clerk. I would like to inquire about the bank deposits and recent transactions for the following account. The bank clerk reviewed the investigation order and confirmed. Your investigation order appears to be in order. Please hold on for a moment. However, when the clerk checked Chen Zimo's account, her expression suddenly changed. She turned to Han Xiaoxue outside the counter and said, Ma'am, please hold on a moment. What is it? Han Xiaoxue asked, puzzled. There seems to be an anomaly with the account you are inquiring about. I need to verify this with the back end. Anomaly? What sort of anomaly? Han Xiaoxue pressed. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information, the bank clerk replied, standing up with a smile. Please wait while I verify the situation, and I will provide you with the results promptly. All right, Han Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. Please hurry. Please wait. The bank clerk left the counter, proceeding directly to the bank manager's office. Manager, someone is here to check Mr. Chen's bank transactions again. The bank manager, a middle-aged man named Rao Haisong, had been enjoying the air conditioning and sipping freshly brewed tea when the clerk rushed in without knocking. He was relieved he wasn't engaged in anything untoward at that moment, though he felt slightly confused. Which Mr. Chen? He inquired. The one whose deposits in our bank exceed 1 billion yuan, Mr. Chen Zimo. What? Rao Haisong exclaimed, nearly spilling his tea. Previously, Chen Zimo's substantial funds had been reported as having an unclear source, which resulted in his account being frozen for 3 days. Although Chen Zimo had not held the bank accountable, the bank had not offered an apology either. Now, another inquiry had arisen regarding Chen Zimo's account. Is the inquiry process legitimate? Rao Haisong asked. The individual presented a court-issued investigation order. It is entirely legal. Rao Haisong pondered for a moment before saying, Please wait a moment while I call Mr. Chen. However, when he dialed Chen Zimo's number, it was turned off. After several attempts, he found himself in a predicament. Manager, what should we do now? The clerk asked with a furrowed brow, aware that the individual with the investigation order was still waiting outside. With a sigh, Rao Haisong replied, Since the documentation is legitimate, we should proceed to provide the inquiry results to the individual. I will contact Mr. Chen afterward to explain the situation. Understood. The clerk nodded and left the manager's office, feeling reassured. Next time you come in, remember to knock. Rao Haisong called out helplessly from his office. Chapter 54, Attorney's Fees. Hello, here are the bank statements and balance for the account you inquired about, the clerk said, handing several forms to Han Xiaoxue outside the counter. Thank you, Han Xiaoxue replied, merely scanning the information on the forms. After confirming Chen Zimo's details, she returned to Li Pingping's side. Ms. Li, we have obtained the transaction history and balance for your ex-husband's account at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Let me see. Li Pingping took the forms and, upon seeing the balance, was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, she trembled as she counted the digits of the balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, billion, 10 billion. What? 10 billion? Han Xiaoxue observed Li Pingping's expression and felt a twinge of curiosity. Ms. Li, what is the matter? Li Pingping, her face filled with disbelief, slowly turned to Han Xiaoxue and asked, Lawyer Han, is this form perhaps an error? An error? Han Xiaoxue took back the form from Li Pingping's hands. How could there be an error? The identity information clearly belongs to your ex-husband, Chen Zimo. Look at the balance. Han Xiuxue noticed the balance section on the form. In the next moment, her expression mirrored Li Pingping's astonishment. Unable to contain herself, she counted the digits of the balance, her face also reflecting incredulity. How could there be so much money? Han Xiuxue stood in shock for a moment before returning to the counter with the form. Excuse me, could you please verify if there has been a mistake with the transaction details you provided? The clerk maintained a professional smile and replied, Madam, the transaction history provided to you is accurate, but how can there possibly be 10 billion in this account? Han Xiuxue's tone was tinged with disbelief. Madam, the account of Mr. Chen Zimo that you inquired about indeed possesses over 1 billion in funds, the teller affirmed. Are you certain there has been no mistake? Han Xiuxue still found it hard to believe. The teller nodded earnestly, confirming there was no error. Not pursuing the matter further, Han Xiuxue returned to Li Pingping, holding the form in her hand. Ms. Li, please tell me the truth. What does your ex-husband actually do for a living? Li Pingping appeared bewildered. He is just a minor employee at a company, earning a little over 10,000 a month. A monthly salary of just over 10,000? How is it possible he has savings exceeding 1 billion? Han Xiuxue furrowed her brow. Ms. Li, your ex-husband must have additional business ventures, particularly lucrative ones. If we can gather evidence, the over 1 billion in his savings was accrued during your marriage. As she spoke, Han Xiuxue's expression grew serious. Thus, you could potentially claim at least 500 million. Really? A glimmer of excitement crossed Li Pingping's face. Suddenly, her expression shifted again. Wait. My ex-husband signed a divorce agreement stating he would leave with nothing. Therefore, this over 1 billion in savings should all belong to me. He shouldn't receive a single penny. Upon hearing this, Han Xiuxue felt that Li Pingping's greed was somewhat excessive. However, if she could assist Li Pingping in securing at least 500 million in assets, they would need to renegotiate the lawyer's fees. With that in mind, she smiled at Li Pingping. Ms. Li, I have something to discuss with you again. Lawyer Han. Go ahead, Li Pingping replied. Han Xiuxue was straightforward. Previously, you estimated your ex-husband's assets to be in the millions or tens of millions. However, the total amount we have discovered now exceeds 1 billion. Successfully redistributing such a significant estate is far more challenging than dealing with millions. Therefore, I have new requirements regarding the lawyer's fees. Li Pingping's face displayed a hint of displeasure as she thought, is this a price increase? Yet, if she could truly obtain 10 billion, a higher fee would be acceptable. She quickly responded with a smile, Lawyer Han, as long as you can secure this 10 billion for me, I don't mind paying you extra. Excellent. Han Xiuxue nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let me be direct. We initially agreed on a fee of 300,000, but now I require at least 10 million. What? Li Pingping gasped slightly. Lawyer Han, 10 million seems a bit excessive. Han Xiuxue shook her head. Ms. Li, 10 million is the minimum, and it is a fair price, I assure you. I am not overcharging. With a smile, she continued. In divorce cases, the standard attorney's fee for asset divisions of 5 million to 10 million is generally 3%. Thus, our original agreement of 300,000 aligns perfectly with that percentage. When the assets exceed 10 million, our fee typically drops to 1%. To be honest, charging you 10 million is already a discounted rate. After listening to Han Xiuxue, Li Pingping displayed a trace of hesitation. In her view, a lawyer's fee of 1 million should suffice. She hadn't anticipated Han Xiuxue's opening bid to be 10 million, especially when she claimed it to be the lowest and most favorable price. Skeptical of Han Xiuxue's assertions, she considered the situation. Yet, in Qinghe City, only Han Xiuxue had a reputation for winning divorce cases. It was said that she won 9 out of 10 cases, consistently securing the maximum benefits for her clients. Still, parting with 10 million made Li Pingping reluctant. After some contemplation, she tentatively suggested, Lawyer Han, could we possibly reduce the fee? I believe 5 million would be more appropriate. Li Pingping's words elicited a silent scoff from Han Xiuxue. This woman was not only greedy, but also lacked vision. Nevertheless, Han Xiuxue maintained her smile. Ms. Li, the price I have quoted is undoubtedly fair within the legal profession. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire. You will find few offering lower rates than mine. With a self-satisfied grin, she added, even if someone does offer a lower price, their success rate in winning divorce cases is likely far less than mine. Li Pingping had to concede that Han Xiuxue was speaking the truth. If she were to hire a cheaper lawyer and lose the case, her losses would be even greater. Understanding this, Li Pingping reluctantly resolved to pay Han Xiuxue the 10 million in fees. After all, if she could win the lawsuit and secure Chen Zimo's 10 billion in assets, 10 million was not an unacceptable price for her. With a nod, she agreed, Lawyer Han, I accept the 10 million fee. However, you must ensure I receive this 10 billion in assets. Han Xiuxue smiled slightly. Rest assured, this 10 billion will be entirely yours. Upon finalizing their collaboration, Li Pingping and Han Xiuxue began to diligently examine Chen Zimo's bank statements. "This is rather peculiar," Han Xiuxue remarked, her face betraying a deep sense of intrigue. "What do you find strange?" Li Pingping inquired, perplexed. Furrowing her brow, Han Xiuxue explained. "The records indicate that your ex-husband's transactions prior to your divorce were entirely normal. It was only after your divorce that significant transactions began to appear. Look here." She pointed to a line in the data. Li Pingping leaned in to examine it. "After your divorce, he had daily cash deposits of 100. But there were only 3 substantial inflows, 2 of 1 billion each and 1 of 10 billion, totaling 12 billion. Additionally, he incurred considerable expenditures during this period." Han Xiuxue gestured toward another section of the data, highlighting amounts of over 300 million, 2,000 million, and 1 billion. After reviewing the statements, Han Xiuxue frowned deeply. "Ms. Li, is your ex-husband truly just a small company employee?" "Yes," Li Pingping replied confidently. "In that case, it is quite evident that your ex-husband is concealing other sources of income from you," Han Xiuxue asserted decisively. "This is a clear instance of income concealment and asset hiding during the marriage. However, there remains one issue." "What issue?" Li Pingping asked. "We need to find evidence proving that this 10 billion belongs to the joint assets accrued during your marriage." "That is obvious," Li Pingping replied, assuming it required no further proof. "Ms. Li, we are preparing for a lawsuit, and thus, evidence is essential," Han Xiuxue clarified, pointing to the first inflow of 1 billion in the statements. "Based on the timing, all the money was deposited after you received your divorce certificate, and all were transferred from overseas accounts." Han Xiuxue paused to consider. "It is possible that your ex-husband has made investments overseas or possesses assets such as funds. This 12 billion could represent the returns from your ex-husband's overseas investments or funds." In that case, Li Pingping revealed a triumphant smile, suggesting that all of her ex-husband's overseas investments and funds indeed belong to their marital joint property. "Is that the implication?" Han Xiuxue chimed in with a smile. "Thus, Mrs. Li, the assets you could potentially acquire may well exceed the 10 billion on his card. It is even plausible that it encompasses various assets your ex-husband possesses abroad." "Wow." Li Pingping was immediately exhilarated, proclaiming, "I'm going to be wealthy, fabulously wealthy." "However, this is not the moment for jubilation," Han Xiuxue emphasized seriously. "We still need to gather evidence that these overseas assets are classified as joint property." As the airplane touched down, shortly thereafter, Chen Zimo and Su Xiao appeared in the underground parking lot of the airport. "Can you drive?" After placing their luggage, Chen Zimo opened the door to the driver's seat but halted, glancing at Su Xiao on the other side. "I think so," Su Xiao replied uncertainly. "Can you or can't you?" Chen Zimo pressed on. "I haven't driven much since obtaining my license," Su Xiao admitted, her expression slightly awkward. "Then let's pass on that." Chen Zimo settled into the driver's seat, declaring, "For my safety, I shall drive this time." Su Xiao pouted but felt a sense of relief. It wasn't that she was afraid to drive, but she could tell at a glance that Chen Zimo's car was a luxurious Bentley, and she feared the consequences of any potential mishaps. Chen Zimo, on the other hand, was more concerned about his safety than the car itself. "Boss Chen." As they merged onto the main road, Su Xiao broke the silence. "Did you really invest 100 million in Qian Yining's company?" It turned out his name was Qian Yining, Chen Zimo realized, recalling the employee from Haofeng Company who had greeted him at the sports university. "Well," Chen Zimo turned to glance at Su Xiao before focusing back on the road. "Your phrasing is a bit off. It's not that I invested 100 million in their company. How should it be phrased then? It should be said that I initially invested 100 million, which enabled them to establish this company." "Oh," Su Xiao nodded, then inquired, "So what do you do that makes you so wealthy?" "I've been unemployed for a short while now. I am a vagrant." Chen Zimo pondered for a moment. "But if I must categorize myself, I suppose I could be deemed an investor." "So, do you invest in many companies?" "No, only one company." "Oh." Su Xiao paused, then tentatively asked, "Boss Chen, how much money do you have?" "How much?" Chen Zimo contemplated. "I'm not entirely sure how much I possess." This statement was indeed truthful. His funds seemed to dwindle as he spent. Activating a system task would replenish his finances, yet he felt it had been quite some time since he last activated one. An hour later, Chen Zimo drove the Bentley into an old neighborhood, which left Su Xiao feeling somewhat astonished. "Boss Chen, why have you brought me here?" "I live here," he replied. Su Xiao clearly didn't believe him, exclaiming, "You're so wealthy, and you live in such a neighborhood? What is wrong with that?" Chen Zimo countered with a smile. "I can say I grew up in this very neighborhood." "Oh," Su Xiao nodded in understanding, sensing that he had a special attachment to this place. "I suppose so," Chen Zimo added, not elaborating further, as he spotted a parking space and expertly maneuvered the car into it. His precision sparked awe within Su Xiao, as reversing into a parking spot was quite a challenging feat for her at present. After parking, Chen Zimo opened the door, saying, "You don't need to grab your luggage. Just come up with me to meet my daughter. All right. Su Xiao nodded, following closely behind Chen Zimo as they headed toward his parents' home. Chapter 56. This woman truly is relentless. Daddy's back. Chen Zimo pushed open the door and walked inside. Sitting in a baby carriage, Chen Xiaoya spotted him and immediately exclaimed with joy, "Yeah." Chen Zimo smiled as he approached and lifted Chen Xiaoya into his arms. "Daddy, you finally returned. If you hadn't tea, Grandma would have spanked me." "Why would Grandma spank you?" Chen Zimo asked with a chuckle. At that moment, Shun Xiuyan emerged from the kitchen, her expression stern. "Why? She wants to play with scissors. She wants to play with the socket. She even scattered 2 packs of tissues all over the house. It looks like a battlefield. And she found your dad's stash of alcohol and declared she wanted to toast with me. Grandma, didn't we agree not to tell on each other?" Chen Xiaoya pouted, looking wronged. "You were the one who told your dad on me first. How can you forbid me from telling him?" Chen Xiaoya turned her head away in defiance. Just then, Chen Xiaoya noticed Su Xiao, who had just entered the room behind Chen Zimo, and her eyes narrowed with delight. "Daddy, is this your new girlfriend?" Both Chen Zimo and Su Xiao froze at her words. Chen Zimo silently wondered who had taught his little girl such things. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuyan's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Xiao and hearing Chen Xiaoya's comment. "Young lady, come in, come in." Shen Xiuyan's warm demeanor and actions left Su Xiao momentarily flustered. Recognizing the misunderstanding, Chen Zimo quickly clarified, "Mom, this is Su Xiao, the early education teacher I mentioned for Yaya," though he referred to her as a personal bodyguard for Chen Xiaoya. Stating she was an early education teacher sounded far more appropriate. Realizing the misunderstanding, Shen Xiuyan's expression softened as she smiled. "Su Xiao, right? Don't just stand in the doorway. Come in and take a seat." Su Xiao returned a smile, albeit a bit shy, as she settled onto the sofa. Shen Xiuyan poured her a glass of water, which Su Xiao accepted with both hands, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." "You're welcome," Shen Xiuyan replied, sitting beside Su Xiao. "From now on, you'll have to take good care of our Yaya." "I will do my utmost," Su Xiao promised, setting down her glass after sipping a bit of water. At that moment, Chen Zimo, still holding Chen Xiaoya, joined them on the sofa. "Yaya, let me introduce you to this lovely lady. She will be your teacher from now on. You should call her Teacher Su." "Teacher?" Chen Xiaoya asked, her face a picture of confusion. "What does a teacher do? Will a teacher marry daddy?" Chen Zimo was momentarily speechless, and Su Xiao's face turned slightly pale, unable to meet Chen Zimo's gaze. "You mustn't say such things." Chen Zimo admonished Chen Xiaoya with a serious expression. "How could Teacher Su marry your father?" "Oh." Chen Xiaoya nodded, somewhat bewildered. Then she chirped at Su Xiao. "Teacher Su, come here, let me give you a hug." Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zimo handed Chen Xiaoya over to Su Xiao, who readily accepted her. "How adorable. What is your name?" "I'm Chen Xiaoya," the little girl replied in her sweet, babyish voice. "Oh, your voice is lovely, and your name is beautiful too. Annie likes it very much." Su Xiao pressed her face against Chen Xiaoya's face. "Hee hee. Yaya also likes Auntie." Chen Xiaoya laughed mischievously. "Does Annie like Daddy?" "Ah." An awkward silence enveloped the room. "Yaya, who taught you this?" Chen Ziming asked sternly. "The uncles and aunties down there," Chen Xiaoya replied, tilting her head up. Chen Ziming cast a glance at Chen Xiuyan. "Mom, please take her to the community park less often in the future." Just then, Chen Ziming's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar local number. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer. He shot a glare at Chen Xiaoya and told Su Xiao, "Su Xiao, please keep Yaya company for a while. I'll introduce you to a couple of people later." "All right, Boss Chen." Su Xiao nodded with a bright smile. It was evident that she was quite fond of Chen Xiaoya, which reassured Chen Ziming considerably. He then got up and walked toward his living room. As soon as he left, Shen Xiuyan shifted her position slightly closer to Su Xiao and asked quietly, "Miss Su, do you have a boyfriend?" "Auntie, I don't have a boyfriend yet." "Do you have anyone you like?" "I haven't encountered anyone I like yet." "Auntie, you can like my daddy," Chen Xiaoya interjected. Shen Xiuyan shot a glare at Chen Xiaoya, saying, "Adults are talking. Children should not interrupt." "Grandma, if you're mean to me again, I'll video call Grandpa to report you. Your grandpa is also someone I've been stern with. What use is it to complain to him?" "Humph." Chen Xiaoya tossed her head, pouting her lips. Su Xiao chuckled softly, gently patting her back. "Yeah, don't be upset. Miss Su." Shen Xiuyan turned her gaze back to Su Xiao. "What type do you prefer?" Su Xiao pretended to ponder seriously. "I haven't thought about it. I'm still in school, so there's no rush." "That's something to consider," Shen Xiuyan replied earnestly. "I heard you'll be in your senior year this September. In just a year, you'll graduate. We can discuss it then. Right now, I'm focused on earning more money. Then work hard, and I'll have Ziming give you a bonus later." "Well, thank you, Auntie." After Chen Ziming entered his room, he pressed the answer button. "Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Chen Ziming?" "Yes, it is. Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Rao Haisong." the branch manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Qinghe City. "Oh, Manager Rao, greetings. What can I do for you?" "Well, today a lawyer came with a court-issued investigation order to inquire about your bank statements and balance. When I received the investigation order, I immediately tried to call you, but your phone was turned off. Therefore, I initially consented to their investigation of your account and wanted to inform you of the situation. Someone is investigating me." Chen Zimo was somewhat puzzled. Who would inquire about their bank balance and statements? However, he quickly realized who it was. It must be Li Pingping. Knowing he had money, she surely thought that these funds were joint property accrued during their marriage. Given Li Pingping's character, she would undoubtedly devise a way to claim some of his assets. Moreover, today she had brought an investigation order to check his account status. This indicated that Li Pingping intended to pursue legal means to obtain his money. "This woman is truly relentless," Chen Zimo mused. After exchanging a few brief words with Rao Haisong, he hung up the phone and lay back on his bed. Deep in thought, he recalled that when the first sum of 100 million arrived, he and Li Pingping had already obtained their divorce certificate. However, strictly speaking, it could still be considered joint property. After all, such a substantial amount was gained on the very day of their divorce. Although the procedure was legal, it would be challenging for Chen Zimo to explain whether this money was acquired during their marriage. "No, I need to consult the system about this. Otherwise, this massive loophole might be exploited by Li Pingping." Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 57. The fourth hidden task, billionfold critical hit. Activate hidden task. When the lawsuit regarding the reallocation of assets raised by the host's ex-wife, Li Pingping, with no time limit, billionfold critical hit reward. Key evidence has been sent to the host's email. Please check. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Zimo was momentarily stunned. This voice felt as if it had not resonated for quite some time, both strange and familiar. However, the content of the message piqued Chen Zimo's interest. This was the fourth task, and it involved winning a case against Li Pingping. It appeared that Li Pingping had already filed a lawsuit with the court. That was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial detail was that this task offered a billionfold reward. A billionfold. 100 yuan's billionfold reward would amount to 100 billion. Moreover, it was 100 billion in cash, not stocks, real estate, or various assets. How many individuals in this world possess over 100 billion in cash? Even among the wealthiest, few can claim such a fortune. With this thought, Chen Zimo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although 10 billion in his account was already a staggering amount for an ordinary person, who would ever complain about having too much money? A billionaire? I'm about to become a billionaire. Chen Zimo felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily, to release the exhilarating emotions swelling within him. Yet, being in his parents' home, with the poor sound insulation, he refrained from letting out a loud laugh, not wanting to alarm Shin Xiuyan and Su Xiao outside. Shortly after, he managed to calm himself down. To win the lawsuit against Li Pingping, he needed evidence to prove that his money was not joint property with Li Pingping. The system mentioned that key evidence had already been sent to his email. Chen Zimo quickly opened his email on his phone to check a newly arrived message. After reading it, he couldn't help but smile confidently. This lawsuit is as good as won. This 100 billion is as good as mine. Li Pingping, you won't be able to take a single cent from me. Meanwhile, Han Xiuxue, drenched in sweat, walked into a cafe with Li Pingping. Finally, it felt a bit cooler. Li Pingping wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling a bit better. After they found a relatively quiet seat and ordered their coffees, Han Xiuxue spoke with some frustration. "I can't find anything. The overseas account used to transfer money to Chen Zimo cannot be traced domestically. We need to apply for international judicial assistance to have any chance of tracking it down." "Then let us apply," Li Pingping said matter-of-factly. Applying for international judicial assistance, obtaining authorization, then investigating to get results. All of this takes a considerable amount of time. How long will it take? Han Xiuxue pondered for a couple of seconds before responding. The duration could be as brief as half a month, or, in some instances, it may extend to 1 or even 6 months. Is it truly going to take that long? Li Pingping furrowed her brow. "There is no alternative," Han Xiuxue replied solemnly. "The standard procedure requires this amount of time." "Such a lengthy period," Li Pingping said, her expression tinged with concern. "Is it possible that my ex-husband might once again transfer the funds elsewhere?" "There is indeed that possibility," Han Xiuxue acknowledged, then shifted the focus of the conversation. "Therefore, I currently have 3 propositions." "What propositions?" At that moment, the server arrived with 2 cups of coffee. "Take your time, ladies," the server said as she set down the coffee and departed. Once the server had retreated, Han Xiuxue leaned closer to Li Pingping and whispered, "First, you should approach your ex-husband and propose to split his existing assets equally." "Split? Why should we split?" Li Pingping protested. "We divorced, and he left with nothing. All his money is rightfully mine. I refuse to share it with him." "Please allow me to finish." Han Xiuxue maintained her patience. Although your ex-husband signed a divorce agreement stating he would leave with nothing, we currently lack sufficient evidence to prove that the 10 billion is indeed marital property. Should this escalate to court, you may not secure the entire sum. Li Pingping's face darkened as she began to contemplate this information, signaling Han Xiuxue to continue. Understanding her cue, Han Xiuxue elaborated, "You should tell him that you have evidence of his concealed and misappropriated assets during your marriage, along with the agreement confirming his departure without assets. If it goes to court, you can ensure he receives nothing. Weren't you just saying that I might not retrieve the entire amount?" Li Pingping's expression reflected confusion. "This is a threat, do you understand?" Han Xiuxue's eyes flashed with impatience. Utilizing this approach will compel him to concede, leading him to willingly relinquish half of his assets to you. If he fears losing everything, he will comply with your terms. Having said this, Han Xiuxue took a gentle sip from her steaming coffee. Li Pingping grasped the essence of the first strategy. It was the least costly and simplest. Yet it would not yield the full amount. To her, that 10 billion represented her wealth, and she was adamant about not leaving a single cent for Chen Zimo. After a brief contemplation, she shook her head in rejection. "Lawyer Han, I find this plan unacceptable. That 10 billion is all mine. I am determined to claim every last penny without leaving anything for my ex-husband." Such greed. Han Xiuxue silently scoffed, but outwardly she said, "Then let us consider the second option, confront him directly in court. Without adequate evidence to prove your ex-husband's funds are marital property, we must take a gamble. He, too, cannot demonstrate that his money does not belong to your shared assets. In a scenario where both parties lack sufficient evidence, I am confident, about 80%, that I can help you win this case." At this, Han Xiuxue paused, her gaze serious as she regarded Li Pingping. "However, this method carries significant risk. If your ex-husband possesses strong evidence proving his money is not marital, you might end up with nothing." The second option caused Li Pingping to furrow her brow deeply. The risk was too great. She sought a guarantee of success against Chen Zimo. "What then? Is your third proposition, Lawyer Han?" she inquired. "The third option is quite straightforward," Han Xiuxue replied leisurely after taking another sip of her coffee. "We shall follow the standard procedure to investigate the overseas account to which your ex-husband transferred funds. As long as we obtain proof that his money constitutes marital property, he will be defenseless in court." However, Han Xiuxue paused, her expression turning serious. "This method, while the most secure, is also the most time-consuming, and I fear you may not have the patience to wait." Li Pingping fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, she hesitantly asked, "Lawyer Han, which option do you believe is most suitable?" "I propose we explore each method," Han Xiuxue suggested. "Explore each method?" Li Pingping questioned, perplexed. "How do we go about that?" "First, regardless of the adequacy of evidence or your willingness to initiate a lawsuit, you should approach your ex-husband and attempt the first option." Han Xiuxue organized her thoughts. If the first strategy succeeds, irrespective of the subsequent lawsuit's outcome, you can ensure you obtain half of your ex-husband's assets. Li Pingping did not oppose this notion. Instead, she nodded in agreement. If the evidence proved insufficient, there was a genuine risk of receiving nothing. However, if she could leverage the first method to threaten Chen Zimo into yielding half of his wealth, it would at least provide her with a safety net. Second, Han Xiuxue observed Li Pingping's expression and continued, "If the first strategy succeeds and you secure half the assets but refuse to allow your ex-husband to keep the remaining portion, you may then proceed with the second option. Through legal means, you can claim the rest, and with half already in your possession, you need not fear losing the case." Li Pingping nodded again. "Lawyer Han, I believe both the first and second strategies are viable. I will approach my ex-husband to negotiate using the first option. Regardless of its success, I will proceed with the second strategy thereafter." With determination, Li Pingping remarked, "No matter what, I do not wish to leave a single cent for my ex-husband." Han Xiuxue regarded Li Pingping thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. "Very well. The third option will be our final recourse. Should both the first and second strategies fail to secure your ex-husband's funds, we will have no choice but to invest time in gathering evidence. However, I must clarify that if your ex-husband possesses compelling evidence, I cannot guarantee victory." "Understood. I will proceed according to your guidance, Lawyer Han," Li Pingping affirmed with a nod. "Excellent." Han Xiuxue finished her last sip of coffee, rising from her seat. "Let us each return and prepare." "All right," Li Pingping agreed, standing up and making her way toward the cafe's cash register. "How much is it?" Li Pingping inquired of the cashier. "Hello, your 2 coffees total 116 yuan. Please scan the code to make your payment." Li Pingping scanned the payment code on the counter, but was met with a notification indicating insufficient balance. This left her momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stood there, at a loss for what to do. Noticing Li Pingping's discomfort, Han Xiuxue inquired curiously, "Ms. Li, what seems to be the matter?" Li Pingping turned to Han Xiuxue with an awkward smile. "Lawyer Han, would you mind covering this bill this time?" "Zhao Quan, This is Sun Li. After leaving Chen Zimo's parents' home, he summoned Zhao Quan and Sun Li, together with Su Xiao. The four of them casually sought out a restaurant and reserved a private room to welcome Su Xiao. After all, Zhao Quan and Sun Li would eventually be colleagues with Su Xiao, so it was only natural that they should become acquainted. They were all young and not particularly reserved individuals. Thus, under the auspices of Chen Zimo, the group quickly grew familiar with one another. Su Xiao, we raise our glasses to you, welcoming you to our team, Zhao Quan and Sun Li declared in unison, lifting their glasses in a gesture of camaraderie. Of course, the three had responsibilities to uphold and were not genuinely drinking alcohol, opting instead for water as a substitute. Thank you, Su Xiao replied, raising her glass in response. After a sip, Chen Zimo turned to Zhao Quan and Sun Li, saying, "Aren't you both planning to escape to Qian province for some respite from the heat?" "Indeed," Zhao Quan affirmed. "We intend to wait for Zhou Wu and Zheng Yang to return and switch shifts before taking our families along." "That works perfectly, as my mother wishes to go as well. Why not bring my mother and Yaya with you to Qian province?" Chen Zimo suggested, glancing at Su Xiao. "You should come too, Su Xiao." "Really?" Upon hearing Chen Zimo's words, Su Xiao's face lit up with excitement. This job even allows for paid travel? Though the capital was sweltering, Su Xiao was indeed eager to escape to Qian province, primarily hindered by financial constraints that would limit her stay. However, according to Chen Zimo, this trip would be funded by the company, making her more than willing to join. "It is indeed a trip," Chen Zimo replied with a smile, exuding a relaxed demeanor as a boss. "But you must take good care of my daughter, or I shall deduct your salary." Upon hearing the mention of salary deductions, Su Xiao's smile vanished. "Boss Chen, that's quite the intimidation tactic. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of Yaya. I like her very much," she assured. "Like is one thing, but don't spoil her too much," Chen Zimo chuckled. "You are both her bodyguard and her teacher, understand?" However, Su Xiao, slightly displeased, remarked, "Didn't you just grant me a bodyguard salary? And now you want me to handle 2 jobs? Will you do it?" Of course, Su Xiao conceded quickly, but then added, "Could you possibly increase my salary just a tad?" "That depends on your performance," he replied. "All right then." Su Xiao, somewhat disheartened, poured herself a glass of water, treating it like wine, and downed it in one go, hoping it would alleviate her troubles. "There's one more matter." Chen Zimo surveyed the three, his gaze landing on Zhao Quan and Sun Li. "Su Xiao does not yet drive. You two should take her out." Zhao Quan and Sun Li exchanged glances, before Sun Li hesitantly spoke. "Boss Chen, who do you want us to take?" "Anyone will suffice. Just ensure she gets out." Chen Zimo replied with a hint of disdain. "I don't want to be her driver as the boss." "Then, I suppose Zhao Quan should take her," Sun Li suggested after a moment's hesitation. "Why me and not you? Your driving skills are better. Were you not the one who always said my driving was atrocious?" "I was mistaken. I apologize. I now admit your driving is superior to mine." Listening to their banter, Su Xiao interjected, somewhat irked. "What do you two mean? Are you suggesting I practice driving as if I were facing a perilous challenge?" The two men simultaneously offered her sheepish smiles. Chen Zimo, unable to contain himself, interjected with a laugh, "Stop bickering. You two will take turns. Whoever gets her driving well first will receive a reward of 100,000. Instantly, Zhao Quan and Sun Li formed an alliance. "Brother, we shall face this challenge together." "Wait," Su Xiao raised her eyebrows. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Chapter 59, A Better Solution. In the Jin Yu residential area. "Come on, you're in top form. Why are you scared?" "Oh, you useless player. If I'm dead, you won't dare to go up? Garbage. Waste. Matching with you is my misfortune." Li Wensheng, in a fit of frustration, hurled his phone onto the sofa, gasping for breath as he vented, "These worthless players are driving me mad." "What's wrong? Did you lose again?" Lin Xiaoer emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of sliced pears and placing it before Li Wensheng. "Don't even mention it. I keep running into these inexperienced players." Li Wensheng grabbed a piece of pear with his bare hands and shoved it into his mouth, chewing with a vigor akin to an earthquake. "If you can't handle it, just play less," Lin Xiaoer advised as she sat beside him. "Don't let a game ruin your health." "You don't need to tell me. I'll quit this wretched game sooner or later." He popped another piece of pear into his mouth, chewing even more forcefully. Lin Xiaoer glanced towards the kitchen, then quietly asked Li Wensheng, "Wensheng, your sister has been coming home late these days. What is she up to? It doesn't seem like she's out with Song Bowen." Li Wensheng swallowed a mouthful of pear and reached for another. "She's probably meeting with a lawyer to investigate Chen Zimo's assets." "Do you think your sister can actually claim any of Chen Zimo's wealth?" "Of course," Li Wensheng asserted confidently. "That's all joint property from her marriage. Chen Zimo will come out empty-handed, and it all belong to my sister." "How much does Chen Zimo have?" Lin Xiaoer asked, intrigued. "I have no idea." Li Wensheng shook his head. "Chen Zimo keeps everything under wraps. Even my sister doesn't know, so I certainly wouldn't." Lin Xiaoer tilted her head, studying Li Wensheng. Wensheng, if your sister manages to secure Chen Zimo's assets, will you get a share? Absolutely. Li Wensheng grinned proudly. You know my sister dotes on me. Even if she doesn't give me everything, I'll get a large portion. Lin Xiaoer smiled in response. Then, we can finally move into Honghu community. I know. Li Wensheng raised a hand to stop her. Wife, this house is already under my name. There's no rush. Once my sister retrieves Chen Zimo's assets and marries Song Bowen, she'll move out on her own. I understand, Lin Xiaoer pouted. I just don't want to serve her anymore. Your mother is here, so you don't have to do anything. Mom is here to take care of me. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Wensheng, hurry, open the door. The excited and anxious voice of Li Pingping came from outside. Your sister is back, Lin Xiaoer remarked with a frown, clearly displeased. All right, put on a smile. Li Wensheng teased, pinching Lin Xiaoer's cheek. My sister is still useful, so we must treat her well. With that, Li Wensheng stood up and walked towards the door, calling out, coming. As the door swung open, Li Pingping burst into the room, her face alight with excitement. Li Wensheng looked at her curiously. Sister, what has gotten you so happy? What happened? Lin Xiaoer also donned a cheerful expression. Sister, seeing you this happy means you and Mr. Song must have confirmed your wedding plans. Not at all. Li Pingping plopped down on the sofa, grabbing a piece of pear and munching away. Today, I took a lawyer to check Chen Zimo's bank accounts. With that, she swallowed her mouth full of pear and flashed a mysterious smile. Do you know how much is on Chen Zimo's card? Li Wensheng and Lin Xiaoer exchanged intrigued glances. Sister, how much does Chen Zimo have? Li Wensheng asked eagerly. Li Pingping's face flushed with excitement, and though she had calmed down somewhat throughout the day, the thrill of her discovery still lingered. However, at this moment, as she prepared to share this news with her family, her heart inevitably began to race with excitement. She extended her hands, interlacing her fingers. The crossed fingers wavered before Li Wensheng and Lin Xiaoer for a few moments before she exclaimed, 1 billion. His bank account holds over 1 billion in deposits. How much? Li Wensheng's pupils instantly widened, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Lin Xiaoer quickly covered her mouth, as if fearful of letting out a scream. 1 billion? Li Wensheng gaped, murmuring to himself, 1 billion. So much money. How could there possibly be this much? Wensheng, listen to me. Li Pingping seemed increasingly exhilarated as she spoke. That 1 billion belongs entirely to me. Once I secure that 1 billion, I will buy you a villa, a sports car, whatever you desire, I will procure it for you. Meanwhile, both Li Wensheng and Lin Xiaoer were left in a state of stupor. 1 billion, a figure so distant, yet at that moment, it felt remarkably close. Sister, Li Wensheng snapped back to reality. Can you truly reclaim Chen Zimo's 1 billion? Absolutely, Li Pingping replied with a confident smile. Today, my lawyer informed me that this money is clearly part of our marital assets. Moreover, he voluntarily signed the divorce agreement stating he would leave with nothing. Thus, all assets under his name are rightfully mine. When will you be able to retrieve it? Lin Xiaoer interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. This was also a pressing concern for Li Wensheng. Both of them gazed intently at Li Pingping, awaiting her response. I'm not sure yet, Li Pingping admitted, regaining her composure. After all, the money hasn't reached my hands yet. Today, Lawyer Han proposed 3 strategies, and I plan to test them one by one. What strategies? Li Wensheng promptly inquired. Li Pingping then recounted the 3 methods that Han Xiuxue had shared with her. At that moment, Zhu Chunmei, who had just finished her tasks in the kitchen, entered the living room. Upon learning that Chen Zimo's deposits exceeded 1 billion, she too fell into a brief stupor. However, after hearing Li Pingping outline Han Xiuxue's 3 suggestions, she joined in brainstorming. We cannot enter his neighborhood, Zhu Chunmei frowned. Should we perhaps consider waiting at the entrance of his community? No, Li Wensheng shook his head. Chen Zimo now drives directly away when he leaves. If we intercept his car at the entrance, the residents will surely intervene. Yet, stopping him on the main road would be far too perilous. We could follow him. Lin Xiaoer proposed. Once Chen Zimo exits, we can drive behind him, seeking an opportunity to confront him face to face. That idea seems plausible, Li Wensheng nodded. But sister doesn't know how to drive. I can accompany you. No. Li Pingping grinned mischievously. I have devised an even better plan. Chapter 60, Li Pingping borrows money. A better plan? What plan? Zhu Chunmei, Li Wensheng, and Lin Xiaoer were all intrigued. Li Pingping smiled. As Yeya's mother, it would be quite normal for me to take her out to play. After a day of fun, I can have Chen Zimo come to pick her up, which is also perfectly natural. Ah yes, Li Wensheng realized. As long as Chen Zimo comes to Jinhua community, it won't be easy for him to leave afterward. With Li Pingping's suggestion, everyone felt that her plan was not only feasible, but also had a high probability of success. Once Chen Zimo entered Jinhua community, everything else would be much easier to manage. When shall we go to fetch Yeya? Li Wensheng inquired. Tomorrow, Li Pingping responded. It's too late today. I will go alone tomorrow. If too many people go, I fear we won't be allowed into the community. After finalizing this plan, Li Pingping called Li Wenxing aside. What is it, sister? Li Wenxing asked, looking puzzled. Li Pingping wasted no time in getting to the point. Wenxing, I need you to transfer me some money. Transfer money? Li Wenxing frowned. Sister, are you out of funds? Yes, Li Pingping replied. Just transfer me a bit for now, and once I secure Chen Zimo's assets, I will repay you double. Upon hearing this, Li Wenxing chuckled. Why do we need to talk about this between siblings? He then pulled out his phone. How much do you need? Just transfer 5,000 to me for now. 5,000. Li Wenxing's movement abruptly halted. He looked awkwardly at Li Pingping. Sister, you know all my money is with Chower. I don't even have 5,000 on hand. Li Pingping furrowed her brow. Then how much do you have? Li Wenxing slowly raised 3 fingers. 300. 300? That's hardly sufficient. Li Pingping pondered before saying, Wenxing, go to Chower and ask her for 5,000. This left Li Wenxing feeling even more troubled, and he asked, Sister, what do you need the money for? Li Pingping sighed. Today, when I met with Lawyer Han at the cafe to discuss some matters, I realized I had run out of money when it was time to settle the bill. In the end, Lawyer Han paid for me. You have no idea how much I wished I could sink into the ground at that moment. Li Wenxing nodded in understanding, waiting for Li Pingping to continue. Indeed, Li Pingping paused, then continued. Wenxing, in order to reclaim all of Chen Zimo's assets, Lawyer Han's assistance is crucial. Therefore, I need to have some money on me. I can't keep having her foot the bill for everything. I understand. Li Wenxing nodded again. I'll go ask Chower. What do you mean, ask? You must get that money. Li Pingping's tone grew firm. Wenxing, listen carefully. Once I acquire Chen Zimo's assets, I can share a portion with you. That's 1 billion. Even if I give you 100 million, you will never run out of money in your lifetime. Hearing this, Li Wenxing brightened. All right, sister. I will definitely bring you 5,000. Li Pingping smiled. You are indeed my reliable brother. Subsequently, Li Wenxing called Lin Shower back into the room. What is it? Lin Shower looked at Li Wenxing with confusion. Why can't you say it openly, and must make it so mysterious? Li Wenxing awkwardly chuckled. Dear, my sister wants to borrow 5,000 from us. Borrow money? Lin Shower frowned. What does she need money for? Li Wenxing then recounted the entire situation as explained to him by Li Pingping. By the end, his tone was filled with excitement. Dear, my sister said that once she secures that 1 billion, she is willing to give us 100 million. Really? Lin Shower's face lit up with excitement. Of course it's true. My sister never lies to me. Laughing, Li Wenxing added, so, given my sister's current situation, we must support her. If we don't help her this time, she might not share the money with us once she gets it, and that would be a tremendous loss. I understand. Lin Shower nodded. Since sister has said so, we must lend a helping hand. So, when do we leave? The next day, early in the morning. Chen Zimo drove his Bentley towards the airport. In the passenger seat sat Shen Xiuyan, while Su Xiao and Chen Xiaoya occupied the back seat. Certainly, Chen Xiaoya was nestled comfortably in Su Xiao's embrace, deep in slumber. Shen Xiuyan glanced back at Chen Xiaoya and remarked, It's too early. Yaya hasn't even woken up yet. Chen Zimo chuckled softly. There's no helping it. The flight tickets I booked for you all are quite early. If we delay, we might miss the flight. Besides, departing in the morning is more refreshing. Are Zhao Quan and Sun Li going as well? Shen Xiuyan inquired, her gaze drifting to the streetlights outside, which had yet to be extinguished. Yes, Chen Zimo affirmed with a nod. They are on the same flight as you and will be staying at the same hotel in Xian province. However, unless absolutely necessary, they will not initiate contact with you. Zhao Quan, Sun Li, Zhou Wu, and Zheng Yang are under discreet protection. In today's society, while incidents of kidnapping have become exceedingly rare, they are not entirely absent. Chen Zimo's approach is one of prudence, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. He is unperturbed by expenses as the completion of the next mission promises a windfall of billions. What concerns him is the potential harm that could befall his loved ones. And what about the other 2 individuals you mentioned? Shen Xiuyan recalled Zhou Wu and Zheng Yang. Chen Zimo continued. Their vacation should conclude in 3 days. After that, Zhao Quan and Sun Li will take their leave. And they will be the ones to welcome Zhao Quan and Sun Li back. I wish to meet them, Shen Xiuyan expressed, at the very least. I wish to know what they look like. No problem, I will arrange that through Zhao Quan. As he spoke, Chen Zimo glanced at Su Xiao through the rearview mirror. Su Xiao, once we arrive in Xian province, you'll need to meet Zhou Wu and Zheng Yang as well. Your future work will require collaboration. Understood, Boss Chen. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. The sun ascended from the east, casting a delicate golden hue over the dawn of Qinghe City. Li Pingping donned a cap and a black mask as she entered the aged community where Chen Zimo's parents resided. Although she had legitimate reasons for seeking Chen Zimo, she worried that due to the previous incident, she might not gain entry to the community. Thus, she had taken great care in her appearance. Indeed, Her entry into the entire community proceeded remarkably smoothly, without any hindrances. I am quite clever, Li Pingping mused to herself, a self-satisfied smile hidden beneath her mask. She then made her way directly to Chen Zijun's door. From what she knew, Shun Xiulian would have risen by this time. She refrained from calling out, fearing that if Shun Xiulian recognized her voice, she might refuse to open the door. Instead, she simply knocked. Once, twice. After 4 or 5 knocks, silence reigned within, with no response whatsoever. This made Li Pingping furrow her brow. Could it be that no one was home? Chapter 61. Phone blocked. After several attempts, Li Pingping ultimately confirmed that Chen Zijun's home was empty. Where could they have gone at this hour? She pondered, perplexed. Subsequently, she pulled out her phone and dialed Chen Zimo. At that moment, she discovered that he had blocked her number. He actually blocked me? Li Pingping fumed, nearly tossing her phone away. However, being somewhat financially constrained, she opted to endure the moment. If it broke, she wouldn't have the funds to replace it anytime soon. She then called Shun Xiulian. Although the call connected, it was abruptly terminated. How dare she hang up on me? Li Pingping felt indignant and proceeded to call Shun Xiulian again, only to find herself blocked once more. This left her in a state of panic. Could it be that Chen Zimo is already aware of my intentions to discuss financial matters and has fled? With this thought, she dialed Han Xiuxue. Hello, Lawyer Han. My ex-husband's family has vanished. What? Han Xiuxue replied, mildly surprised. How did you come to that conclusion? I'm currently at their doorstep. Did you attempt to implement the first plan I suggested regarding your ex-husband? Yes, but I knocked for ages and received no response. Li Pingping's voice bore an edge of anxiety. I suspect my ex-husband knows that I intend to claim my share of his wealth and has fled. Rest assured, he cannot escape. Han Xiuxue replied steadily over the phone. Please provide me with his number. I will contact him myself. Whose number did you hang up on? Chen Zimo. Pulling his luggage, led Shun Xiulian towards the airport entrance. Noticing Shun Xiulian had ended a call, he inquired curiously. Shun Xiulian glanced ahead at Chen Xiaoya, who was being led by Su Xiao, and softly replied, Your ex-wife, Li Pingping, called. As she spoke, a peculiar expression crossed her face. How did her call end up with me? Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo smiled. I must have blocked her number. She couldn't reach me, so she called you instead. If you wish to avoid her harassment, I recommend you block her as well. After the last incident involving Li Pingping's family, Chen Zimo realized she would not relent easily. Thus, he had blocked her number and deleted all other forms of contact. While this might not entirely eliminate her harassment, it would certainly mitigate some of the trouble. Shun Xiulian heeded Chen Zimo's advice and promptly blocked Li Pingping's number, severing all other means of communication as well. After escorting Shun Xiulian and her companions to the airport, Zhao Quan and Sun Li approached. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Chen Zimo nodded at the two, about to speak when his phone rang. He pulled out his phone to see an unfamiliar number. After a moment's consideration, he answered, Hello? Hello, may I speak to Mr. Chen Zimo? This is he. Mr. Chen. I am Han Xiuxue, the attorney representing your ex-wife, Li Pingping. My client wishes to discuss a matter with you privately today. Would this afternoon be convenient? Han Xiuxue's words seemed to assume that Chen Zimo would readily agree. I'm busy, Chen Zimo replied curtly before hanging up and blocking her number as well. Regardless of her status as a lawyer or the nature of her client, any connection to Li Pingping warranted an immediate block. After all, he possessed crucial evidence that would ensure Li Pingping received nothing. Thus, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. Subsequently, Chen Zimo addressed Zhao Quan and Sun Li. Please arrange for Zhou Wu and Zheng Yang to meet with my mother and Su Xiao. Understood, Mr. Chen. Both Zhao Quan and Sun Li nodded in unison. Chen Zimo acknowledged them with a nod, entrusting their safety in Qian province to their capable hands. Meanwhile, Han Xiuxue discovered that she too had been blocked by Chen Zimo and felt a wave of frustration. This Chen Zimo even dares to hang up on a lawyer. She promptly updated Li Pingping on the situation. What shall we do now, Lawyer Han? Li Pingping asked in dismay. If he has fled, won't my 10 billion also vanish? Rest assured, Ms. Li, he certainly cannot escape. Han Xiuxue's voice was calm as she stated. Since he is unwilling to answer our calls or meet with you, let us abandon the first plan and directly proceed to the second one, a lawsuit. Meanwhile, in the capital city at Haofeng Technology Company, Limited, Zhang Qingfeng held a document in his hands as he approached the door of an office and knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. The next moment, a voice from within invited him in. Zhang Qingfeng opened the door and stepped inside. This was Guohauren's private office. And at that moment, he was the sole occupant. Zhang Qingfeng closed the door behind him and walked up to Guohauren, placing the document on his desk. Hauren, the investigation is nearly complete. Here is the list for your review. While Guohauren scrutinized the list, Zhang Qingfeng continued. Through this investigation, I have eliminated most of the initial employees. Only 5 remain, and I hesitate to dismiss them lightly. Therefore, following General Manager Chen's approach, We should consider these 5 as our targets. Guaharan meticulously examined the files of the 5 individuals, and among them was Qian Yining. However, to Guaharan, all 5 were indistinguishable, as they were part of the first cohort of employees he and Zhang Qingfeng had recruited together. Furthermore, they were among those who had engaged most deeply in the project research. Before long, Guaharan finished reviewing the documents and placed them back on his desk, stating, "Now that we have filtered the candidates, let us proceed as General Manager Chen suggested. First, arrange for Daniel from Nolan Group to meet with us to discuss potential collaboration. Then, in a couple of days, we will find an opportunity to present the 5 distinct parameters related to the topic we discussed in our last meeting to each of the individuals on the list." He emphasized once more, "Qingfeng, it is crucial to accurately document who receives that data. Otherwise, we risk apprehending the wrong spy and misjudging a good person." Upon hearing Guaharan's words, Zhang Qingfeng smiled mischievously and replied, "Rest assured, I will not make a mistake." With that, Zhang Qingfeng turned and exited Guaharan's office. Guaharan's gaze fell once more upon the list on his desk as he murmured softly, "Who could this spy be?" Chapter 62, Feigned Cooperation. "Hello, Mr. Daniel." In the conference room of Haofeng Technology Company, Limited, Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng sat side by side, facing 2 foreign individuals with blonde hair and blue eyes. One of them, appearing to be in his 30s, was the Daniel Mr. Guaharan had mentioned. He was the representative from the Nolan Group stationed in the capital of Daxia. "Mr. Guaharan, greetings." Daniel responded politely, "I understand from Mr. Zhang Qingfeng that you sought my presence today to discuss a potential collaboration. May I inquire about your considerations regarding a partnership with the Nolan Group?" "Mr. Daniel, I have given this matter considerable thought over the past few days," Guaharan replied with a sincere smile. "I believe the proposal you suggested about relocating my company to your nation is quite appealing." "Oh." Upon hearing Guaharan's words, a look of surprise crossed Daniel's face. "Is Mr. Guaharan willing to develop in our country?" "Indeed, I am." Guaharan nodded before shifting his tone. "However, Mr. Daniel, I do have certain requirements." "Please, go ahead." Daniel gestured for him to continue. Guaharan glanced at Zhang Qingfeng beside him before addressing Daniel again. "Firstly, in addition to the conditions you previously offered, I require that my partner, Mr. Zhang Qingfeng, be granted a green card. Secondly, I propose that the investment amount be increased from 100 million Eagle coins to 200 million. "That is certainly feasible," Daniel promptly replied. "I can agree to that condition immediately." From this exchange, Guaharan discerned that the upper limit of the conditions offered by the Nolan Group was likely even higher, indicating their keen interest in the research he was undertaking. However, Guaharan chose not to dwell on it. His intention in augmenting the conditions was merely to convince Daniel of his genuine interest in relocating to their country, thereby laying the groundwork for the subsequent plan to identify the spy. "Now that Mr. Daniel has acquiesced to my first condition, let me present my second," Guaharan continued. Daniel nodded. "Please proceed." "Very well," Guaharan elaborated. "Our company recently proposed a research topic that we have yet to develop ideas for. Your company has conducted extensive research in this area, so I hope you could offer some assistance." With a smile, he added, "Of course. My willingness to relocate to your nation chiefly stems from the belief that it can provide me with the necessary support. Given that your country is unparalleled in the field of technology." Daniel hesitated momentarily before responding. "Mr. Guaharan, as you know, I am not a research specialist. However, if you could provide me with the materials related to your topic, I will consult with our research personnel. That is not an issue. I will send the relevant materials to your email shortly." Following this, they engaged in a few more brief exchanges before Daniel took his leave. Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng courteously escorted Daniel out of the company before returning to Guaharan's office. "Haran, do you think Daniel will fall for it?" Zhang Qingfeng inquired as he settled onto the sofa in Guaharan's office and began to brew tea. Guaharan resumed his seat at his desk and turned on his computer, replying, "Given their significant interest in my research, I believe he will." As he spoke, he sent the prepared materials to Daniel's email. Meanwhile, Daniel, having left Haofeng Company, received an email shortly after getting into his car. He recognized it as the information regarding the new research topic that Guaharan had mentioned earlier. Unable to comprehend it, he chose not to open it and simply forwarded it to another email address. He then made a phone call. Chen Zimo, upon exiting the airport, did not return to his parents' residential community, but instead headed directly to Jiangnan. The renovation of Tingzhou Pavilion was in full swing. And as the largest project for the Fangsuan Decoration Company, the owner, Shen Mingfeng, was personally overseeing the work, as was his daily custom. "Uncle, you've worked hard," Chen Zimo said as he greeted Shen Mingfeng, offering him a cigarette. Shen Mingfeng accepted the cigarette and remarked, "If I don't keep an eye on things, and something goes wrong, your mother would surely break my legs." Chen Zimo chuckled. "Uncle, you're in your 40s now. Why are you still so afraid of my mother?" "Alas, I have no choice." Shen Mingfeng shook his head helplessly. I was scared of being punished as a child, and now it has become a lifelong shadow. Is it really that terrifying? Chen Zimo inquired. Forget it. It's not a glorious matter, so let's not discuss it. As he spoke, Shen Mingfeng placed the cigarette in his mouth. Chen Zimo, noticing, proactively lit it for him and lit one for himself as well. Uncle, are all the renovations in this villa area contracted to you? Not entirely. Shen Mingfeng took a puff of his cigarette, remarking that only a few had sought his services. However, he considered it a blessing, as his primary focus was on the villa project. Even if other tasks were assigned to him, he would find himself overwhelmed. Chen Zimo nodded in understanding and inquired about the progress of the project. Thanks to ample funding, the advancement was relatively swift. Shen Mingfeng exhaled a cloud of smoke, confidently stating, before the new year, we should be able to complete the installation for you. There's no rush. After all, even if it's finished this year, you won't be moving in just yet. As he spoke, Chen Zimo also took a drag from his cigarette and suggested, Uncle, let us take a stroll around. Absolutely. Shen Mingfeng extinguished his cigarette and responded, then I shall take you, the client, on a tour. An hour later, the two had completed their inspection of the entire construction site of Ting's Huding. They lingered inside for a while, and soon mealtime approached. Exiting Ting's Huding, they intended to find a place to dine. Upon reaching the entrance, they fortuitously encountered Yan Jihua from Yan Liuju. Ah, Boss Chen, what brings you here today? Yan Jihua greeted Chen Zimo and Shen Mingfeng as soon as he spotted them. Chen Zimo turned his gaze toward him and replied with a smile. I happen to have some free time today, so I came to have a look. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Yan Jihua extended an invitation, saying, Dinner is ready at home. Would you care to join us? Perhaps not. Chen Zimo instinctively declined. We can eat out. There's no need to trouble you. Oh, don't say that, Boss Chen. Yan Jihua waved his hand. Since President Shun is handling our renovations, and we will be neighbors, it's no trouble at all to share a meal at my home. Ultimately, under Yan Jihua's warm invitation, Chen Zimo and Shen Mingfeng stepped into Yan Jihua's residence. Chapter 63. The Disappearance of Zhong Fengwei. Sister-in-law, this dish is truly delightful. In the dining room of Jiangnan Biyuan's Yan Liuju, Chen Zimo, Shen Mingfeng, Yan Jihua, and Lu Wanru sat together. The table held only 4 or 5 simple home-cooked dishes, far from extravagant and not particularly visually appealing. However, to Chen Zimo, the flavors were indeed commendable. Shen Mingfeng chewed with a look of satisfaction, clearly in agreement with Chen Zimo's praise. Naturally, the four did not indulge in alcohol, as Shen Mingfeng had work to attend to in the afternoon, and Yan Jihua mentioned he had social engagements later in the evening. Thus, their gathering was simply a matter of enjoying a meal together. Hearing Chen Zimo's compliments, Yan Jihua chuckled and remarked, My wife possesses a culinary skill that has me completely under her thumb. It's not as extraordinary as you all say. Lu Wanru humbly added, It's just everyday home cooking, but it's certainly edible. That's already quite wonderful. Chen Zimo sincerely praised, I must say, President Yan is indeed fortunate. If you enjoy it, once you move in, you're welcome to come by often, Yan Jihua invited. If you insist, I shall not be polite, Chen Zimo replied. No need for formality, no need for formality, Yan Jihua laughed, waving his hand dismissively. However, Lu Wanru pretended to be displeased, saying, You two seem to have made plans without my consent. Her comment elicited a round of laughter. By the way, President Yan, I've noticed that the name Yan Liuju suits you and your wife quite well, Chen Zimo observed, surveying the surroundings with a smile. Your surname is Yan, and your wife's surname is Lu, which is a homophone for Yanlu. You've caught on. Yan Jihua grinned with pride. When I first visited Jiangnan Biyuan to look at houses and heard this name, I decided right then to claim this place. What is the total area? Chen Zimo inquired. It's south over 500 square meters, Yan Jihua sighed. Unfortunately, the renovations were compromised by the owner of Dream Space, resulting in many areas needing repairs. At this point, Chen Zimo recalled Zhong Fengwei. After Chen Zimo exposed Zhong Fengwei as shoddy construction practices in Jiangnan Biyuan, the man had seemingly vanished, fleeing from Qinghe City without a trace. Reflecting on this, Chen Zimo casually asked, President Yan, it seems we haven't heard any news about Zhong Fengwei, the owner of Dream Space, lately. Did he really manage to escape after causing such a stir in Jiangnan Biyuan? Impossible. Yan Jihua put down his chopsticks, replying earnestly. That scoundrel swindled a significant portion of the residents in Jiangnan Biyuan. There's no way he would get off so easily. He then furrowed his brow, adding, A couple of days ago, I heard that Mr. Ming's people located him in Bainan province. Mr. Ming? Chen Zimo asked, somewhat puzzled. Who is that? Oh, I forgot to mention, Yan Jihua chuckled. Mr. Ming's full name is Ming Chang'an, also a resident of Jiangnan Biyuan, living in Moyuxian. He is also the chairman of the Onming Group in Qinghe City. His Moyuxian is comparable in size to your Ting's Huding, both valued at over 20 million. And I've heard that the renovations of Moyuxian also cost over 20 million, all done by Zhong Fangwei. Mu Yuxian was also handled by Zhong Fangwei. Chen Zimo expressed his surprise. He recalled that when he received the list of Zhong Fangwei's shoddy work, Mu Yuxian's name did not appear. It now seemed that either Zhong Fangwei had not cut corners on that project, or the investigators, including Zhou Wu, had bribed Dreamspace's personnel to exclude Mu Yuxian from their report. However, from Yan Jihua's words, it was evident that Meng Chang'an, the owner of Mu Yuxian, believed Zhong Fangwei had indeed compromised the renovations there as well. Have they not brought Zhong Fangwei back? Shen Mingfeng interjected curiously. Yan Jihua shook his head. Not only did they fail to bring him back, but it seems Mr. Meng's people also suffered some setbacks in Bainan province. What? Meng Chang'an's people faced difficulties in Bainan province? Shen Mingfeng looked incredulous. The Anming Group is a prominent company in Qinghe City, valued at billions. Meng Chang'an is a well-known figure there. For someone like him to struggle against Zhong Fangwei seemed unbelievable. However, Chen Zimo deduced from Yan Jihua's statement that Zhong Fangwei must have lacked any solid foundation in Bainan province. Yet, for his adversaries to face setbacks indicated that he had likely allied himself with some local force in Bainan province. I'm not quite sure of the specifics. Yan Jihua continued, helping himself to another bite of food. In any case, bringing Zhong Fangwei back to Qinghe City won't be an easy task. Bainan province, Kang City. Kang City is a city close to the border of the Daxia Kingdom. At that moment, in a certain entertainment establishment in Kang City, Zhong Fangwei was seated with a bald man clad in a colorful shirt. Brother Hu, you summoned me. Zhong Fangwei cautiously spoke. Brother Hu, whose full name is Zhang Jinghu, is a local strongman in Kang City. He held a cigarette between his lips, his face shrouded in a haze of smoke. Old Zhong, the people looking for you have already been sent back. Zhang Jinghu squinted and said, you can now tell me about that person you mentioned who supposedly has 10 billion in cash. After fleeing to Kang City with his wife and child, Zhong Fangwei was acutely aware that Meng Chang'an from Qinghe City would eventually come looking for him. Thus, he resolutely chose to utilize the several 100,000 cash he had brought along, combined with the intelligence provided by Chen Zimo, to strike a deal with the local power broker of Kang City, Zhang Jinghu. Zhang Jinghu's task was simply to ensure that he would not be taken back by the people from Qinghe City. In return, he would inform Zhang Jinghu about Chen Zimo's circumstances. According to Zhong Fangwei's understanding of Zhang Jinghu, once the latter learned that Chen Zimo possessed 10 billion in cash, it was highly probable that he would set his sights on Chen Zimo. Zhong Fangwei's actions were motivated not only by a desire to evade debt collectors from Qinghe City, but also by a thirst for revenge against Chen Zimo. In his perspective, had it not been for Chen Zimo exposing his misdeeds, he would still be the flourishing owner of a dream space renovation company in Qinghe City. The predicament he now found himself in, like a stray dog fleeing to Kang City, was entirely due to Chen Zimo's machinations. Thus, he felt compelled to retaliate against Chen Zimo to relieve his pent-up resentment. At this juncture, Zhang Jinghu had already driven Meng Chang'an's men back once. It was now time for Zhong Fangwei to provide Zhang Jinghu with information about Chen Zimo. He turned to Zhang Jinghu and stated, Brother Hu, the person I mentioned earlier, who possesses 10 billion in cash, is named Chen Zimo, and he hails from Qinghe City. Chapter 64. You truly are a filial son. Chen Zimo? Zhang Jinghu murmured the name, then turned to Zhong Fangwei and asked, elaborate on this Chen Zimo's situation. Subsequently, Zhong Fangwei divulged all the information he possessed regarding Chen Zimo. Upon hearing it, Zhang Jinghu narrowed his eyes. Old Zhong, are you toying with me? You claim to be unaware of how he acquired this 10 billion? You also have no knowledge of his background? Do you genuinely believe someone who possesses 10 billion in cash lacks connections? Do you think such an individual is someone Zhang Jinghu, can provoke at will? In the face of Zhang Jinghu's interrogation, Zhong Fangwei remained composed, though his expression turned somewhat grave. He shifted slightly on the sofa, edging closer to Zhang Jinghu, and replied, Brother Hu, as I mentioned earlier, his identity is quite simple. He previously worked at an ordinary company earning a monthly salary of 10,000. It was only after his divorce that he inexplicably came into money. Therefore, investigating his background is rather straightforward. One simply needs to look into his ex-wife. Through her, we can uncover the truth about his background. If Chen Zimo's connections are indeed formidable, we can always consider targeting his ex-wife instead, as she would have received a substantial portion of their shared assets upon their divorce. If Chen Zimo's background is mediocre, then that would make matters even easier. After pondering Zhong Fangwei's words, Zhang Jinghu raised his head, chuckling. Old Zhong, you truly are cunning. You don't even spare the ex-wife of a divorced man. Zhong Fangwei chuckled in response. Brother Hu, I have no interest in Chen Zimo's ex-wife. My focus lies on Chen Zimo's wealth, or rather, the wealth of his ex-wife. Very well. Zhang Jinghu suddenly adopted a serious tone. Then we shall proceed as you suggest. We will investigate thoroughly before making any plans. Aren't you heading home? In the afternoon, Chen Zimo drove back to the Fankenzijian renovation company with Shen Mingfeng. The two entered Shen Mingfeng's office one after the other. Chen Zimo casually seated himself on the sofa and remarked, "I'm not going back. I probably won't return for a while." "Not going back?" Shen Mingfeng queried in surprise. "Why? Did your mother kick you out?" Chen Zimo grimaced. "Uncle, aren't you hoping for a harmonious mother-son relationship?" "Not really," Shen Mingfeng replied, settling onto the sofa and fiddling with the tea set on the table. "I prefer seeing you getting a beating." Speaking of this, Chen Zimo grinned. "Uncle, who got beaten more, you or me?" "Definitely you," Shen Mingfeng answered without hesitation. "You're her biological son, beaten since childhood. And you, being her brother, weren't you also beaten since childhood?" "That's different." "How is it different?" "When I was young, I fought back." "Did you dare to fight back when you were young?" "Well, I didn't dare." Chen Zimo shook his head and then inquired, "What happened after you fought back?" Shen Mingfeng sighed dejectedly. "Let's not talk about it. I ended up getting beaten worse by your mother." "Haha." Chen Zimo chuckled triumphantly. "Did your grandparents not protect you?" "Protect me?" Shen Mingfeng shot Chen Zimo a bewildered look. "Your grandparents didn't join in to give me a mixed-gender double team. That was already quite lenient." "What did you do?" "Nothing much," Shen Mingfeng replied, lowering his head to brew tea. "Just picked up a few pieces of clothing from home." Chen Zimo gave Shen Mingfeng a thumbs up. "Uncle, you truly are a young hero." "Stop teasing me." Shen Mingfeng poured a cup of tea for Chen Zimo. "Drink up." Chen Zimo lifted the cup and took a sip, but just then, there was a sudden knock at the office door. "Come in," Shen Mingfeng called out. The door swung open, revealing Wu Jinsong's smiling face. "Boss, you're back." Upon seeing Chen Zimo, he exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this Mr. Chen? Here to oversee the work?" Shen Mingfeng pointed to an empty chair nearby and placed a new teacup in front of it. "Come, have some tea." Wu Jinsong wasted no time and plopped down in the vacant seat, gulping down the tea Shen Mingfeng had just poured. "Ah, refreshing." Wu Jinsong set down the teacup and grinned. "The boss's tea is the best." Shen Mingfeng frowned slightly and glanced at Wu Jinsong. "What? You ran out of tea leaves again?" "The boss truly has a keen eye," Wu Jinsong replied. "Stop flattering me." Shen Mingfeng poured Wu Jinsong another cup of tea. "Grab your own from the cabinet later." All right. Wu Jinsong nodded. "Boss, truth be told, it's not your excellent tea leaves that I'm after. Mainly, if I don't help you drink some, your good tea leaves will go moldy and be wasted." "That won't happen," Shen Mingfeng said indifferently. "If I can't finish them, I just give them away." "Don't do that." Wu Jinsong quickly interjected. "Giving them away is even more wasteful. Letting your beloved employees drink them is the most efficient use." Shen Mingfeng shot Wu Jinsong a glare. "Giving you tea leaves is a small matter. Just refrain from annoying me regularly." Wu Jinsong chuckled, not offering any further retorts. Instead, he turned to Chen Zimo. "Mr. Chen, it's been quite a while since I last saw you." Chen Zimo smiled. "Oh, do you miss me?" "Of course. I've missed you dearly," Wu Jinsong replied, then shifted his tone. "Mr. Chen, when are you taking me for that foot bath you mentioned last time?" Chen Zimo looked puzzled. "When did I ever say I'd take you for a foot bath? That detail isn't important. What matters is when we go," Wu Jinsong said, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. It finally dawned on Chen Zimo that Wu Jinsong was trying to play a trick on him. However, ever since his marriage, he had not visited a bathhouse. And after receiving his reward, he had not truly relaxed. Thus, facing Wu Jinsong's antics, he found it rather agreeable. It would be a good opportunity for him to unwind as well. After all, he had no immediate plans, so he replied, "How about tonight? We can go to Hai Tian Kong." Upon hearing the phrase boundless seas and skies, Wu Jinsong's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He promptly gave Chen Zimo a thumbs up, exclaiming that the boss was indeed generous. Boundless Seas and Skies was the most upscale leisure club in Qinghe City, a place neither Chen Zimo nor Wu Jinsong had yet had the pleasure to experience. At that moment, Chen Zimo turned to Shen Mingfeng with a smile, inquiring if he would like to join them. Shen Mingfeng rolled his eyes at Chen Zimo and retorted, "If you can convince your grandfather to join, then I might consider it." Chen Zimo chuckled. "Uncle, you truly are a devoted son." Chapter 65. Skill is not important. What matters is appearance. "Zimo, you've been divorced for quite some time now. Aren't you considering finding a new girlfriend?" As night enveloped the city, Qinghe was ablaze with lights. Wu Jinsong was driving Chen Zimo's Bentley, gliding smoothly along the boulevard, his face adorned with a lascivious grin. Chen Zimo gazed out at the nocturnal scenery and replied with a smile, "Finding a girlfriend isn't akin to selecting vegetables at the market. It requires a bit of fate. Doesn't it?" "Fate? Huh?" Wu Jinsong laughed, his hand resting on the prominent emblem at the center of the steering wheel. "Zimo, if you take this winged car out on the street, you'll have an abundance of fate awaiting you." He then turned his head to glance mischievously at Chen Zimo's lap, adding, "Besides, if a machine sits idle for too long, it tends to rust. Once it starts creaking and groaning, that's when the trouble begins." Chen Zimo shifted his gaze back from the window and looked at Wu Jinsong. His eyes filled with playful banter. He leisurely responded, "And yet you criticize me? If I recall correctly, you've never had a girlfriend either. Your little machine has been idle for quite some time, hasn't he it? I wonder if it's already rusting." "Absolutely not," Wu Jinsong hastily protested. "Mine is regularly maintained." Before long, the Bentley arrived at the entrance of Boundless Seas and Skies, where valets were readily available to assist with parking. After exiting the vehicle, the two men walked directly through the grand entrance. Although their attire was rather ordinary, the staff of Boundless Seas and Skies greeted them warmly, proclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests." Guided by a server, they proceeded toward the front desk. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice reached Chen Zimo's ears. "Chen Ge?" Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see his former colleague, Luo Zhengyan. "Is that really you, Chen Ge? I thought I was mistaken. What are you doing here?" Chen Zimo asked, somewhat perplexed. He knew that despite Luo Zhengyan being unmarried, he typically wouldn't frequent such establishments. Furthermore, given Luo Zhengyan's modest income, he wouldn't likely indulge in such expenses. Among Chen Zimo's former colleagues, Luo Zhengyan had been one of the closer acquaintances, having even visited Chen Zimo's home in the Jinhua community. "I'm here to drive for General Zhao. He has had a bit too much to drink tonight." Luo Zhengyan replied somewhat reluctantly. "General Zhao? Zhao Yuanbo?" Chen Zimo raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Luo Zhengyan nodded in affirmation. Zhao Yuanbo was Chen Zimo's direct superior at his previous company. Although his title was merely department head, he preferred to be addressed as General Zhao. Chen Zimo did not delve deeper into the matter, but instead asked Luo Zhengyan, "He called you here just to wait for him?" "Yes," Luo Zhengyan nodded with resignation. "He took a client for a foot massage and told me to wait here for him." Chen Zimo shook his head, recognizing this as Zhao Yuanbo's typical behavior. During his tenure under Zhao Yuanbo, Chen Zimo had experienced a similar situation, after which he ceased to heed such requests, leading to a growing discord in their working relationship. Although the company claimed Chen Zimo was dismissed due to poor performance, he was well aware that Zhao Yuanbo had long wished to see him gone. Choosing not to dwell on Zhao Yuanbo any longer, Chen Zimo turned to Luo Zhengyan and asked, "How long do you expect to wait for him?" "I'm not sure," Luo Zhengyan replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps until after midnight." Chen Zimo glanced at the time and said, "It's only a little past 8. Come on, let us go have some fun." "Forget it. I can't afford it," Luo Zhengyan declined, quite candidly. Chen Zimo, understanding his situation, offered, "I'll treat you. You won't need to spend a dime." "That won't do," Luo Zhengyan persisted. "Chen Ge, I know you've been divorced and are starting over. You're unemployed now, and you have your father's medical expenses and monthly support to consider. I don't want to waste your money." Luo Zhengyan's words caused Wu Jinsong, who had been silent until now, to ponder that this man seemed unaware of Chen Zimo's current circumstances. Chen Zimo merely smiled. The reason he valued his friendship with Luo Zhengyan was precisely due to his selflessness and consideration for others, though such traits might be disadvantageous in today's society. Chen Zimo still preferred the company of such individuals, finding their presence comforting. At that moment, Wu Jinsong approached, grabbing Luo Zhengyan by the arm. "Brother, don't worry. Zimo isn't as broke as you think." With that, Wu Jinsong pulled Luo Zhengyan toward the front desk, saying, "Go on, enjoy a foot massage. He can afford that much." But Luo Zhengyan attempted to refuse, but Chen Zimo seized his other arm. "Zhengyan, just follow my lead." Not wishing to decline further, Luo Zhengyan earnestly said, "Chen Ge, let me call General Zhao first. I need to confirm when we'll leave." "All right, go ahead and inform him," Chen Zimo agreed. Understanding Luo Zhengyan's position, as Zhao Yuanbo was indeed his direct superior. As Luo Zhengyan stepped aside to make the call, Wu Jinsong leaned closer to Chen Zimo, whispering, "Zimo, this brother seems a bit too honest." "Perhaps a little," Chen Zimo nodded. "But being sincere isn't a flaw, is it?" "Not exactly a flaw," Wu Jinsong chuckled. "But honest people can struggle in today's society." Chen Zimo had to concede that Wu Jinsong's observation held some truth. However, Luo Zhengyan was still young. If memory served him right, he had only graduated from university a year ago. In a few years of navigating the complexities of society, he would likely develop a sharper edge. Before long, Luo Zhengyan returned, his expression slightly agitated. "Chen Ge, General Zhao said I should just wait in the lobby and not go anywhere." "Come on, brother, why bother with him?" Wu Jinsong insisted, pulling Luo Zhengyan along. "You're not his personal chauffeur. He can call for a designated driver himself." At this point, Luo Zhengyan ceased to resist. He figured that by the time Zhao Yuanbo finished, he would be ready to leave as well. The three of them then proceeded to the front desk. "Miss, we would like a room, please." Wu Jinsong beamed at the receptionist and said, "Please bring us 3 more therapists. Their skills are of little consequence. They must be stunningly beautiful." He then pointed at Chen Zimo, exclaiming, "He'll pay the bill." In a luxurious private room of boundless skies, warm yellow lighting created an alluring atmosphere. Chen Zimo, Wu Jinsong, and Luo Zhengyan reclined on their respective foot massage sofas, each accompanied by a young and attractive female therapist. The therapists wore deep V-neck tops that revealed a hint of their alluring figures, paired with form-fitting skirts that accentuated their legs, further captivating the senses. Though identical in attire, each therapist possessed a unique charm, and the room was filled with laughter and a flirtatious ambience. "Is this your first visit to Boundless Skies?" inquired the therapist attending to Chen Zimo, her sleek ponytail swaying rhythmically as she massaged him. Chen Zimo, eyes closed, replied softly, "Yes, it is." "No wonder there are no familiar faces," she smiled, then asked, "Is the pressure to your liking?" "Quite good, indeed," Chen Zimo praised, though his words were somewhat insincere. "If you find it satisfactory, remember to request me next time," she encouraged. Chen Zimo opened his eyes and appraised the ponytailed therapist, finding her undeniably beautiful. "All right, what's your number?" he inquired. "Number 88, she replied, shifting her hands to a different position. "What do you do for a living?" asked Wu Jinsong, who was being attended to by a therapist with a cherubic face. She wore a perpetual, sunny smile, her hands resting playfully on Wu Jinsong's thigh, blurring the lines between massage and caress. "I work in renovation," he said, placing his hand over hers. "You must have noticed, my hands are rather rough." The cherubic therapist giggled mischievously. "I prefer them smooth, actually." "And what do you like?" Wu Jinsong asked as their hands lightly brushed against each other in the rhythm of the massage. "I like them without roughness," she replied, and Wu Jinsong laughed heartily, understanding her subtlety. Meanwhile, the therapist beside Luo Zhengin wore black-rimmed glasses, exuding maturity and intellect with a hint of allure, resembling a caring older sister. This choice was intentional on Wu Jinsong's part, as he believed Luo Zhengin needed guidance from someone understanding. True to Wu Jinsong's expectations, Luo Zhengin, who was somewhat naive, appeared slightly uncomfortable. "Do you have a girlfriend?" the bespectacled therapist asked gently. "No, I don't," Luo Zhengin replied, shaking his head. "Are you still in college?" "No. I graduated last year," he stated. "You must have had a girlfriend during college?" Luo Zhengin shook his head again. "No, I didn't." "Have you truly never dated anyone?" she asked, her smile warm. Luo Zhengin replied honestly, "I have never." The therapist chuckled softly. "What a waste of precious years." Luo Zhengin momentarily looked puzzled. Wu Jinsong chimed in. "Zhengin, what's the use of that iron rod?" Laughter erupted in the room once more. Luo Zhengin, seemingly confused, felt a hint of embarrassment. At that moment, an abrupt ringing of a phone interrupted the laughter. "It's my phone," Luo Zhengin said, pulling it out to check before answering. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." As he spoke, the room fell silent. Chen Zimo opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward Luo Zhengin. Given his knowledge of Zhao Yuanbua, he anticipated that this call likely bore unwelcome news. As expected, Luo Zhengin's brow furrowed further as he listened. "Mr. Zhao, I don't have any money on me," he said, visibly distressed. Chen Zimo immediately understood that Zhao Yuanbua was asking Luo Zhengin to cover his bill. "It's not about repayment. You should know that most of my money is sent back home." "Mr. Zhao, I really have no way," Luo Zhengin continued, but before he could finish, Zhao Yuanbua hung up. Luo Zhengin's expression darkened. "What's wrong?" Chen Zimo inquired, concerned. "Chen Gu," Luo Zhengin hesitated. "Mr. Zhao doesn't have enough money and wants me to settle the bill for him, promising to reimburse me later. Just tell him you don't have the funds," Wu Jinsong suggested nonchalantly. But Chen Zimo knew the situation was more complex. Luo Zhengin shook his head, sighing. "Song Gu, I told him I don't have money. But he insisted I figure it out, saying I must pay for his bill tonight, even if I have to borrow." Wu Jinsong looked incredulous. How can someone be so shameless? His remark elicited laughter from the three therapists once again. However, Luo Zhengin remained serious, his expression grave. Chen Zimo regarded him intently, stating firmly, "Zhengin, let me be candid. I've faced a similar situation before." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengin turned to Chen Zimo with a pleading look. Calmly, Chen Zimo continued. "I once accompanied someone to entertain a client. That night, we opened a couple of bottles of Mao Tai, which exceeded our budget. He asked me to cover the bill, promising reimbursement later. Did you agree?" Luo Zhengin asked, curiosity piqued. Wu Jinsong and the therapist turned their attention to Chen Zimo, intrigued. Chen Zimo chuckled. "Of course not. I told him 4 words." "What words?" Wu Jinsong pressed. With a slight smile, Chen Zimo replied, "Go to hell." Luo Zhengin was taken aback, while Wu Jinsong burst into laughter and the therapist joined in as well. Soon, the laughter in the room subsided. Chen Zimo looked at Luo Zhengin and advised, "Zhengin, you must decide how to handle this. However, if you don't wish to be taken advantage of, you must stand your ground and show that you're not to be trifled with." After listening to Chen Zimo's words, Luo Zhengin fell into deep contemplation. Before long, his expression grew resolute. "Chen Gu," he said earnestly, "thank you. I know what I need to do." Chen Zimo nodded, thinking to himself that Luo Zhengin was no fool. He simply needed to be a bit bolder. Subsequently, Luo Zhengin took out his phone and called Zhao Yuanbo back. As soon as the call connected, he shouted into the phone, "Zhao Yuanhua, to hell with you. I'm not paying for tonight's bill." After that, he promptly ended the call. The others in the private room gazed at Luo Zhengyan with astonishment. Chen Zimo was entirely unprepared for Luo Zhengyan's fierce retort. However, he felt that Luo's approach was simply magnificent. Wu Jinsong gradually extended a thumbs up to Luo Zhengyan, exclaiming, "Brother, that's impressive." Luo Zhengyan scratched his head and chuckled, "Brother Chen, did I match your earlier fervor?" Chen Zimo nodded with a smile. "Your momentum just now surpassed mine back in the day by leaps and bounds." Just as Chen Zimo finished speaking, Luo Zhengyan's phone rang again. Chapter 67. All men understand. Long live understanding. Luo Zhengyan glanced at the caller ID and then turned to Chen Zimo. "Brother Chen, it's Zhao Yuanbo calling. You've already fired the first shot. What are you afraid of? Answer it." Wu Jinsong encouraged from the side. Chen Zimo also nodded at Luo Zhengyan, urging, "Zhengyan, be assertive. He can't do anything to you." "All right." Luo Zhengyan nodded, then answered the call and switched to speaker mode. As soon as the call connected, before Luo could utter a word, a furious roar erupted from the other end. "Luo Zhengyan, are you out of your mind? Zhao Yuanbo, you're the one who's insane. Your entire family is insane." Luo Zhengyan shot back defiantly. He then glanced at Chen Zimo, seemingly asking, "Brother Chen, am I being assertive enough this time?" Chen Zimo smiled wryly. It was indeed quite assertive, perhaps even a touch reckless, leaving no room for retreat. However, Chen Zimo recognized that Luo Zhengyan had no intention of allowing himself an escape route. Zhao Yuanbo, undeterred, retorted, "If you continue like this, you can forget about coming to work tomorrow. Just pack your things and get lost." Luo Zhengyan countered, "On what grounds do you tell me to get lost? Is your salary coming from me? Though your salary isn't my responsibility, I can still make you leave." Zhao Yuanbo sneered, "Who do you think you're scaring? Do you really consider yourself the boss of the company? Humph, believe what you want. I can get rid of Chen Zimo just as easily as I can get rid of you." As soon as Zhao Yuanbo's words left his mouth, a heavy silence fell over the private room where Chen Zimo was seated. Even Luo Zhengyan seemed to forget to continue his retort, turning his gaze toward Chen Zimo. "Brother Chen, this." Chen Zimo's eyes narrowed slightly. He had long suspected that his dismissal was orchestrated by Zhao Yuanbo behind the scenes, but he had not anticipated hearing such a confession directly. "Brother Chen? What Brother Chen?" Zhao Yuanbo's voice crackled with rage and confusion. "Luo Zhengyan, who are you with now?" Chen Zimo glanced at Luo Zhengyan, signaling him to hang up the phone. Luo Zhengyan decisively ended the call. "Zhengyan, do you know which private room he is in?" "Yes." Luo Zhengyan nodded. "Take me to him." With that, Chen Zimo stood up. Wu Jinsong also rose to his feet but blocked Chen Zimo, warning, "Zimo, don't act impulsively. Violence is unacceptable." Chen Zimo, however, offered Wu Jinsong a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I know my limits." He then turned to Luo Zhengyan, saying, "Zhengyan, lead the way." The two then opened the door and stepped out. Seeing this, Wu Jinsong had no choice but to follow. However, he turned back to the three bewildered technicians and said, "You all stay put. Wait for our return." "Boss, by the time you come back, I'm afraid it'll be too late," one technician replied. "If it's too late, we'll just add extra time. Just don't leave." After saying that, he hurriedly exited to catch up with Chen Zimo and Luo Zhengyan. The trio arrived at another private room and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A voice emerged from within, one that sounded familiar to Chen Zimo. However, it was clearly not Zhao Yuanbo's voice. Yet, the familiar tone eluded Chen Zimo momentarily. He looked at Luo Zhengyan with suspicion. "Zhengyan, are you sure this is the right place?" "Yes," Luo Zhengyan affirmed confidently. "I saw them enter this room." With Luo Zhengyan's confirmation, Chen Zimo was about to push the door open when a voice interrupted him. "Luo Zhengyan, do you dare to come here?" Following the voices, Chen Zimo realized it was none other than Zhao Yuanbo. Zhao Yuanbo's gaze fell squarely on Chen Zimo. "Oh, I wondered why Luo Zhengyan was so audacious today. Turns out it's because of you." He approached Chen Zimo with an arrogant swagger, smirking disdainfully. "Chen Zimo, I heard you've recently gotten divorced. How unfortunate for you to face so many calamities. Losing your job, getting divorced, and your father falling ill. Why does misfortune cling to you so?" Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengyan glared at Zhao Yuanbo with fury, eager to retort, but Chen Zimo restrained him with a hand. Only Wu Jinsong, standing by, looked at Zhao Yuanbo with thinly veiled derision, muttering under his breath, "What a clown." Chen Zimo, maintaining a calm demeanor, addressed Zhao Yuanbo. "Zhao Yuanbo, my dismissal was your doing, wasn't it?" "Huh, I knew you'd catch on," Zhao Yuanbo scoffed, his arrogance unabated. "So what if I did? What can you do about it? You'll find out soon enough." With that, Chen Zimo forcefully pushed open the door to the private room. Zhao Yuanbo attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Upon entering, Chen Zimo spotted a familiar figure lounging on a foot massage sofa. "Mr. Yan, it's truly you," Chen Zimo exclaimed, stepping into the room. The individual reclining on the sofa was none other than Yan Jihua, the owner of Jiangnan Biyuan and Yanluju. The familiar voice Chen Zimo had heard earlier belonged to Yan Jihua. Furthermore, during lunch at Yanluju, Yan had mentioned having social engagements that evening. However, Chen Zimo had not anticipated such an encounter. Yan Jihua was equally taken aback upon seeing Chen Zimo. "Mr. Chen, what brings you here?" Wu Jinsong, who also recognized Yan Jihua, was astonished, exclaiming, "Boss Yan, so you indulge in this as well." Luo Zhengyan, observing the interaction between Chen Zimo and Yan Jihua, was equally surprised. Yan Jihua was a crucial client for Zhao Yuanbua. The fact that he knew Chen Zimo was unexpected, and they appeared quite familiar with each other. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanbua stood in a state of confusion. What was happening? His important client, Boss Yan, actually knew Chen Zimo? And why was Yan addressing Chen Zimo as Mr. Chen? Why was there a hint of courtesy in his tone? A wave of unease washed over Zhao Yuanbua. Yan Jihua, initially surprised by the appearance of Chen Zimo and Wu Jinsong, soon smiled nonchalantly. "We're all men here. After a long day of work, it's normal to unwind a bit." "Rest assured, Mr. Yan," Chen Zimo replied with a smile, "I won't mention today's events to your wife." "Haha." Yan Jihua burst into laughter. "Mr. Chen, should I interpret that as a threat? How could that be?" Chen Zimo bestowed a reassuring smile upon Yan Jihua, saying, "Have you forgotten? I am a man too." "Indeed." Wu Jinsong nodded in agreement from the side, exclaiming, "Long live understanding among men." However, Zhao Yuanbua regarded Chen Zimo with a look of uncertainty, glancing cautiously at Yan Jihua, and inquired, "General Yan, do you and Mr. Chen know each other?" Chapter 68. Snatching his client before Zhao Yuanbua's eyes. "Yes." In the spacious, airy private room where Yan Jihua resided, he beamed as he replied, "Mr. Chen is my neighbor across the way. He resides in the Tingzhu Pavilion, directly opposite my residence at Yanliuju." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanbua felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and the smile on his face stiffened. How could this be? How could Chen Zimo genuinely know General Yan, let alone be his neighbor? The crux of the matter was that how could Chen Zimo possibly afford a villa in Jiangnan Biyuan, where property started at a minimum of several million? However, after careful consideration, Zhao Yuanbua concluded that such a scenario was utterly implausible. Having known Chen Zimo for quite some time, he was relatively familiar with his circumstances. There was no way Chen Zimo could have purchased a property in Jiangnan Biyuan, much less a villa. Thus, he was convinced that Chen Zimo must have employed some trickery to deceive Yan Jihua. Yan Jihua, continuing the conversation, smiled at Zhao Yuanbua and remarked, "If you had informed me sooner that you also knew Mr. Chen, our collaboration would have been settled long ago." To Yan Jihua, it was apparent that Chen Zimo's presence alongside Zhao Yuanbua implied a mutual acquaintance. What Yan Jihua remained unaware of was that while Chen Zimo and Zhao Yuanbua indeed recognized one another, the nature of their relationship was far from what he assumed. Zhao Yuanbua merely chuckled at Yan Jihua's comment. Meanwhile, upon first encountering Yan Jihua, Chen Zimo was already contemplating how to deal with Zhao Yuanbua. He organized his thoughts and spoke, "General Yan, Zhao and I were once colleagues at the same company, and he was my direct superior." "Oh?" Yan Jihua expressed his surprise. To him, Chen Zimo's ability to acquire the Tingzhu Pavilion indicated a person of considerable means. Their connection with Zhao Yuanbua seemed to suggest some business dealings. Yet he never fathomed that their relationship was one of hierarchy. Indeed, Chen Zimo nodded, continuing, "I was just recently unemployed. And today I discovered that my departure was orchestrated by General Zhao." This statement directly indicated the extraordinary nature of his relationship with Zhao Yuanbua. Yan Jihua grasped this immediately, realizing that the dynamics between Chen Zimo and Zhao Yuanbua were not as he had envisioned. Zhao Yuanbua, upon hearing this, offered Chen Zimo a derisive smile. "Chen Zimo, your resignation was due to your own work-related issues. It has nothing to do with me." Yet, Chen Zimo merely cast a dispassionate glance at Zhao Yuanbua, choosing not to respond, and turned back to Yan Jihua, asking, "General Yan, what progress have you made on the project with General Zhao?" Yan Jihua pondered briefly before responding, "We are still in discussions. However, tonight's conversation has gone quite well." This served as a subtle acknowledgement of Zhao Yuanbua's efforts. Although he sensed the palpable tension between Chen Zimo and Zhao Yuanbua, and recognized that Chen Zimo was evidently trying to disrupt the proceedings, he understood that business must prevail over personal grievances. After all, they had already invested considerable time in negotiations. Chen Zimo comprehended this reality as well. For a businessman, profit must take precedence. He harbored no illusions that a single statement would persuade Yan Jihua to abandon his collaboration with Zhao Yuanbua. Instead, his aim was to negotiate a beneficial exchange with Yan Jihua, effectively wresting Zhao Yuanbua's client from him. Moreover, having spent ample time at his previous company, he possessed enough insight to ensure Zhao Yuanbua's exclusion from the deal. He then gestured toward Luo Zhengyan, stating, "General Yan, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Luo Zhengyan." a former colleague of mine, who is now working under General Zhao. Yan Zhihua appeared somewhat puzzled, not understanding Chen Zimo's intentions behind the introduction. He had seen Luo Zhengyan in the car earlier, but had assumed him to be merely a driver, unaware of his name. Nonetheless, out of courtesy, he offered a polite nod to Luo Zhengyan, who promptly returned the gesture. Zhao Yuanbo, standing nearby, was equally bewildered, unable to decipher Chen Zimo's motives. With a subtle smile, Chen Zimo continued, General Yan, if you choose to negotiate the terms of collaboration with Mr. Luo Zhengyan, I can assure you that we can offer you even more favorable pricing. At this declaration, Luo Zhengyan was taken aback, realizing that Chen Zimo intended to seize Yan Zhihua's business from under Zhao Yuanbo's nose, attributing it to himself. However, he was perplexed as to how Chen Zimo could guarantee a more advantageous price. Yan Zhihua's reaction was one of mild astonishment, coupled with a flicker of interest. Mr. Chen, are you truly capable of offering a further concession on pricing? Throughout his discussions with Zhao Yuanbo, he had consistently sought to negotiate lower rates. A reduced price would lower costs and increase profits. Yet, Zhao Yuanbo had been quite firm, maintaining a position that was acceptable to Yan Zhihua, with little room for negotiation. Nodding, Chen Zimo replied with a smile, absolutely. Impossible. Zhao Yuanbo interjected decisively, General Yan, the price I have provided you is already the lowest my company can offer. There cannot be any further reductions. Moreover, Chen Zimo is a dismissed employee of our company, and his words should not be trusted. Zhao Yuanbo's argument held merit, and he cast a pointed look at Chen Zimo, adding, moreover, other statements may also be deceptive. His words were double-edged, subtly warning Yan Zhihua not to trust Chen Zimo's assertions. Yan Zhihua remained non-committal, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Yuanbo's insinuation. In contrast, Chen Zimo wore a confident smile. General Yan, should you have any doubts, there is no rush. Tomorrow, I will have Zhengyan contact you with a new proposal. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanbo erupted into laughter, mockingly. Chen Zimo, you're overstepping, aren't you? Do you think you can dictate terms as if this were your company? Turning to Zhao Yuanbo, Chen Zimo calmly replied, the company may not be mine, but you will soon see whether I can influence your company's decisions. With that, Chen Zimo dismissed Zhao Yuanbo from his thoughts. After exchanging brief farewells with Yan Zhihua, he departed with Wu Jinsong and Luo Zhengyan back to their private room. Once Chen Zimo had left, Zhao Yuanbo swiftly turned to Yan Zhihua, urging, General Yan, you must not trust Chen Zimo's words. His work ethic was lacking during his time at our company, and his capabilities were subpar, which is why he was dismissed. What he tells you about further discounts is merely a deception. Yan Zhihua, however, merely smiled, replying, General Zhao, let us revisit this matter tomorrow. As he spoke, he glanced at his phone to check the time. It was getting late, and we should conclude our discussion for the evening. If I return too late, my wife will likely call to check on me. Very well. Zhao Yuanbo, not wanting to press the matter, offered, allow me to arrange a ride for you. No need. No need. Yan Zhihua waved his hand in refusal, asserting that he would take a taxi himself. Ultimately, however, under Zhao Yuanbo's insistence, he called a cab to ensure Yan Zhihua got home safely. Yet, upon returning to the private room, Zhao Yuanbo found himself in a state of worry. Since Luo Zhengyan won't lend me money, whom should I turn to for assistance? At the same time, a nagging thought surfaced in his mind. Could Chen Zimo truly influence the company's decisions? Chapter 69. Return to Hongyu Company. Brother Chen, how did you manage to have the company lower the quotation for General Manager Yan? In the private room occupied by Chen Zimo and his companions, 3 beautiful female technicians resumed their duties. Luo Zhengyan remained puzzled by Chen Zimo's earlier remarks to Yan Zhihua and couldn't help but inquire. Hey, what's going on? Wu Jinsong interjected with mild annoyance. Zhengyan, we're here to enjoy ourselves, so let's not discuss work anymore. We've already wasted enough time. If we delay further, the lady's time will be up. Handsome, didn't you mention extending the time? Asked the youthful technician attending to Wu Jinsong, a smile gracing her face upon hearing his words. Yes, let's extend it. Wu Jinsong nodded eagerly, then turned to Chen Zimo. Boss Chen, shall we extend? Chen Zimo shook his head, chuckling. Then let us extend it. In the end, Zhao Yuanbo did not reach out to Luo Zhengyan again, seemingly abandoning his hope for a loan. The following day, Chen Zimo and his companions awoke at Haikou Tiankong. The 3 female technicians had long departed, and Wu Jinsong wore an expression of lingering desire. Boss Chen, we must come again soon. Can't you come by yourself? If I go alone, I can't afford it. Well, at least you're self-aware. After freshening up, Wu Jinsong returned to his workplace, Fangsuan Jijian, to continue his labor. Meanwhile, Chen Zimo took Luo Zhengyan to the parking lot of Haikou Tiankong. Observing the Bentley before him, Luo Zhengyan's face lit up with astonishment. Brother Chen, is this car yours? It is indeed mine. Just relax and drive. Chen Zimo replied as he settled into the passenger seat. Luo Zhengyan cautiously took his place behind the wheel, still incredulous. Brother Chen, what if I accidentally damage it? If it gets damaged, that's on me. Chen Zimo laughed, encouraging him to drive without worry. We're at Wu Jinsong at the wheel. He would have already pressed the accelerator hard, speeding onto the main road. Only Luo Zhengyan would be so meticulous. However, it wasn't long before Luo Zhengyan guided the car onto the thoroughfare. Brother Chen, how much did this car cost? As they hit the road, Luo Zhengyan's demeanor relaxed significantly, and his speech became more natural. All told, over 3 million. Over 3 million? Luo Zhengyan exclaimed in shock. Brother Chen, how did you suddenly become so wealthy? It's all just luck, Chen Zimo replied, offering no further explanation. Before Luo Zhengyan could arrive late, they reached Hongyu Company, the very place where Chen Zimo had previously worked. Stepping back into the office area of Hongyu Company, he was enveloped by a sense of familiarity, both with the surroundings and the faces within. Oh, Brother Chen is back. Brother Chen has returned. Brother Chen. Many greeted him enthusiastically. During his tenure, he had cultivated quite a favorable reputation among his colleagues. Of course, not everyone held him in high regard. Hey, Lao Chen, I thought you were fired? Why are you back? The speaker, Qin Hansheng, was a staunch supporter of Zhao Yuanbo. Given Chen Zimo's contentious relationship with Zhao Yuanbo, the two had always been at odds. Chen Zimo, however, chose to ignore Qin Hansheng, directing his attention instead to another female colleague. Has General Manager Yang arrived? She's in her office. Then I shall go find her. We can chat later. Chen Zimo politely remarked, bidding farewell to his former colleagues as he headed toward General Manager Yang's office. No sooner had he left than Qin Hansheng remarked sarcastically, "Humph. A man who was fired still has the audacity to return." Another interjected, Brother Chen's father is ill, and I heard he got divorced, leaving with nothing. He must have run out of money, and is now looking to Yang to get his job back. Humph, a person like him could never be reinstated. Luo Zhengyan, overhearing their disparaging comments, had no intention of defending Chen Zimo. He merely thought to himself, Humph, you have no idea of Brother Chen's capabilities. If you did, you would surely be taken aback. Just then, Zhao Yuanbo emerged from his small office. What are you all congregating for during work hours? As Zhao Yuanbo's reprimand rang out, the employees of Hongyu Company dispersed, murmuring among themselves, isn't it still 2 minutes until work officially starts? Exactly, we haven't delayed work. Why all the fuss? Humph. A mere junior supervisor thinks of himself as a high official, meddling in everything. Zhao Yuanbo, of course, did not catch these mutterings. His gaze fell upon Luo Zhengyan, and he thought to himself, Luo Zhengyan, you're the next one to be shown the door from Hongyu Company. At that moment, Qin Hansheng moved closer to Zhao Yuanbo, saying, Zhao, Chen Zimo has returned. Chen Zimo has returned? Zhao Yuanbo was taken aback, surprised that the young man had indeed come back. Where is he? He went to find General Manager Yang. What does he want with her? Zhao Yuanbo questioned, puzzled. Could it be that he has a way to wrest the deal from Yan Jihua's grasp? Impossible. What can a dismissed employee do to sway General Manager Yang? Qin Hansheng chuckled. Zhao, I suspect that Chen Zimo has returned to plead with Yang to let him come back to work. How do you know? Zhao Yuanbo countered. Look, Chen Zimo is jobless, with no income, divorced, and starting from scratch. His father is ill and in need of expenses, and he himself has to cover living costs. If he doesn't return to work, how will he survive? Zhao Yuanbo nodded, acknowledging the validity of Qin Hansheng's analysis. Nevertheless, a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Qin Hansheng leaned closer to Zhao Yuanbo, whispering, Zhao, you absolutely cannot allow Chen Zimo to return to work. I understand, Zhao Yuanbo replied. Once he comes out, I will seek out General Manager Yang to discuss the matter. With that, he turned to head back to his office, while Qin Hansheng followed a couple of steps behind, asking, Zhao, when can I expect reimbursement for the bill I covered for you last night? You shall receive it as soon as the expense report is processed. Qin Han's face displayed a hint of perplexity, yet he could only reluctantly acquiesce. Very well, then. Chapter 70. Call him Brother Chen. Address him as President Chen. President Yang's full name is Yang Hong. He is the principal shareholder and the actual operator of Hongyu Corporation. Chen Zimo approached the door of Yang Hong's office and knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing Yang Hong's voice, Chen Zimo pushed the door open. Good morning, President Yang. Yang Hong looked at Chen Zimo in surprise. Chen Zimo, what brings you back? Chen Zimo had been dismissed, and Yang Hong was the one who had signed the termination. Although Chen Zimo had been somewhat distracted at work due to her father's illness, it was largely influenced by Zhao Yuanbo's machinations. According to Zhao Yuanbo, Chen Zimo's reputation with Yang Hong was far from commendable. Chen Zimo confidently took a seat directly opposite Yang Hong. In the past, her demeanor in this office had never been so casual. Yang Hong regarded her curiously, uncertain of her intentions. President Yang, has the company's troubles not yet been resolved? In truth, Hongyu Corporation had been grappling with financial issues for quite some time. This was no secret within the company. Since salaries were consistently disbursed on time, few paid heed to the financial predicament. Only Yang Hong and the finance department were fully aware of the situation. In reality, while the company appeared calm on the surface for the past few months, Hongyu Corporation was teetering on the brink. Internally, the financial shortfall was widening, while externally, the market environment was growing increasingly hostile. Without a new turning point, Hongyu Corporation might collapse within a few months. Yang Hong frowned, puzzled by Chen Zimo's words. What do you mean? With a smile, Chen Zimo replied, President Yang, I can assist you in resolving your financial issues. Resolve my financial issues? Yang Hong was further confounded. How do you intend to do that? Through investment. Yang Hong's expression conveyed skepticism. You have the means to invest? Indeed, Chen Zimo affirmed confidently. Yang Hong regarded her with a blend of doubt and curiosity. How much can you invest? How much do you need? Chen Zimo inquired. Yang Hong contemplated for a moment before stating, at least 2 million. That is no problem. Chen Zimo nodded. But what percentage of shares can you offer me? 10%. Chen Zimo shook her head. That's insufficient. I require at least 30%. Impossible. Yang Hong countered, shaking his head. 30% is far too much. I cannot justify that to the other shareholders. With a slight smile, Chen Zimo remarked. If I recall correctly, your own shares account for over 70%, right? Yes. That's no secret. It's easily verifiable. In that case, 2 million for 30% is hardly excessive, Chen Zimo added with another smile. Moreover, I shall not involve myself in company management or decision-making. Yang Hong pondered for a moment before responding. If you add another million, I will agree to grant you 30%. I anticipated your counteroffer. Chen Zimo replied with a subtle smile. However, I have additional conditions. What conditions? Yang Hong asked, intrigued. First, terminate Zhao Yuanhua and Qin Han. Second, appoint Luo Jing'an to take over Zhao Yuanhua's responsibilities. Third, negotiate a further reduction in the price offered to Yan Jihua. Upon hearing Chen Zimo's stipulations, Yang Hong furrowed his brow. Chen Zimo, I understand you and Zhao Yuanhua have never seen eye to eye, but they are both here for work. Surely, termination is excessive? Chen Zimo replied directly, President Yang, Zhao Yuanhua has certainly spoken ill of me to you since my dismissal. In an instant, Yang Hong grasped the situation. Chen Zimo seemed to be investing in Hongyu Corporation to resolve its financial quandary, but her true intentions lay in seeking retribution against Zhao Yuanhua and Qin Han. Although the 30% stake would require 3 million to break even, potentially taking 4 to 6 years, for Chen Zimo, it was more about vindication. I agree to the first two conditions, Yang Hong nodded. However, I do not understand why you insist on further reducing the price for Yan Jihua. Chen Zimo smiled gently. Because Yan Jihua is my neighbor. Your neighbor? Yang Hong queried, puzzled. I recall Yan Jihua resides in the Jiangnan Biyuan Villa District. Suddenly, Yang Hong's expression shifted. You also live in the Jiangnan Biyuan Villa District? Yes, Chen Zimo confirmed. I live directly opposite Yan Jihua. This revelation astonished Yang Hong. He had been conducting business in Qinghe City for quite some time, but had never acquired a villa in Jiangnan Biyuan. He was aware of the caliber of individuals residing there. The fact that Chen Zimo had moved into the villa district after her dismissal led him to question whether she was, in fact, a scion of a prominent group, merely experiencing life in the corporate world. Yet, what sort of elite could engage in such an experience for 3 to 4 years? Well, President Yang, Chen Zimo interjected as Yang Hong fell into contemplation. Can you agree to all 3 of my conditions? I can, Yang Hong affirmed, but he returned to the initial inquiry. President Chen, how can I trust that you possess sufficient funds to invest in my company? Chen Zimo, without further ado, retrieved her phone, not to display her bank balance, but to show Yang Hong her recent substantial expenditures, such as purchasing a Bentley, acquiring the Ting's Hooding, and paying for renovations at Fankenzijian. These financial records were adequate to establish Chen Zimo's credibility. Yang Hong observed the evidence and finally believed her. Thus, he decisively agreed to Chen Zimo's 3 conditions. After all, Yang Hong was not short-sighted. Once Chen Zimo invested in Hongyu Corporation, she would become a shareholder, granting her access to the circle within Jiangnan Biyuan, which would greatly benefit the company's future networking opportunities, a far greater asset than the 3 million she was investing. President Chen, Yang Hong smiled, even altering his address to her. When shall we sign the agreement? Preferably today, Chen Zimo replied nonchalantly. Once signed, I can transfer the funds to the company's account. Otherwise, I fear I may have second thoughts by the end of the day. Haha, that won't do. Yang Hong laughed heartily. You have already pledged 3 million to me. Yang Hong would not allow Chen Zimo to reconsider. This was a remarkable opportunity for Hongyu Corporation to penetrate Jiangnan Biyuan's Villa District. Although there was a chance to enter the circle through Yan Jihua, the relationship between Hongyu Corporation and Yan Jihua was merely one of collaboration, which could be severed at any moment. Therefore, having Chen Zimo as a shareholder was undoubtedly more reliable. Let us summon Luo Jing'an, Chen Zimo suggested. He can draft our contract. Absolutely, Yang Hong agreed readily. Yang Hong, in the work group, tagged Luo Zhengyan. Before long, there was a knock at the door of Yang Hong's office. Come in. Luo Zhengyan pushed the door open. He cast a peculiar glance at Chen Zimo before addressing Yang Hong. General Manager Yang, you summoned me? Zhengyan, I need your assistance in drafting a share transfer agreement with General Chen. Yang Hong replied with a smile. I intend to transfer 30% of my shares, valued at 3 million, to General Chen. What? Luo Zhengyan exclaimed, looking towards Chen Zimo. Chen Gu, does that mean you will become our shareholder? Chen Gu? Yang Hong admonished Luo Zhengyan sternly. From now on, you shall refer to him as General Chen. Chapter 71. The dismissal of Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hanqing. After Yang Hong and Chen Zimo's instructions, Luo Zhengyan excitedly departed to draft the contract. After all, with Chen Zimo's arrival, he would be taking over Zhao Yuanbua's position. For Luo Zhengyan, who had only graduated a year ago, this was a monumental leap, transitioning directly from a frontline employee, bypassing the team leader role, to becoming a department head. Moreover, Chen Zimo was now the second largest shareholder of Hongyu Company, second only to Yang Hong. Although Chen Zimo was not heavily involved in management, having his support meant that Luo Zhengyan's future prospects within Hongyu Company would undoubtedly flourish. What Luo Zhengyan did not realize was that not only he, but the entire Hongyu Company would grow to an unimaginable height in the future. After Luo Zhengyan left, Chen Zimo turned to Yang Hong. General Yang, we can now summon Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hanqing. Yang Hong furrowed his brow, hesitating. General Chen, dismissing him is merely a procedure. Do you really need to confront him in person? Absolutely, Chen Zimo replied with a smile. My dismissal was the result of Zhao Yuanbua's underhanded maneuvers. This time, when I dismiss him, I want to make it clear that it is I who is doing so. Yang Hong chuckled lightly. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. Afterward, Yang Hong called Zhao Yuanbua. Old Zhao, bring Xiaoqin along and come to my office. After hanging up, Zhao Yuanbua emerged from his office, looking bewildered. He summoned Qin Hanqing and asked, Did you see Chen Zimo leaving General Yang's office? No, Qin Hanqing shook his head. I just saw Luo Zhengyan go in. And then he emerged looking quite jubilant. I have no idea what transpired. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanbua's confusion deepened. Noticing Zhao Yuanbua's expression, Qin Hanqing quietly asked, Zhao Zong, what is the matter? General Yang just called me and asked me to join you in his office. Oh, Qin Hanqing pondered aloud. Zhao Zong, do you think it's possible that General Yang has agreed to Chen Zimo returning to work? Perhaps he wants us to reconcile our past differences and collaborate harmoniously moving forward? Zhao Yuanbua nodded in agreement. That seems likely. But I do not wish for Chen Zimo to return. That's simple, Qin Hanqing suggested with a smile. When you meet General Yang, adopt a firm stance. Tell him that if Chen Zimo is to return, you will resign. That way, General Yang will have to choose between you and Chen Zimo. He will surely choose you. Upon hearing this suggestion, Zhao Yuanbua frowned. That won't he do? It would be akin to pressuring General Yang. Zhao Zong, this is not pressuring General Yang, Qin Hanqing explained. If you and Chen Zimo continue to work together, it will undoubtedly affect your work efficiency, which would be detrimental to the company. Besides, the company is currently facing a challenging phase, and your relationship with Mr. Yin is crucial for the company's revival. Qin Hanqing's words plunged Zhao Yuanbua into deep contemplation once more. It must be acknowledged that his reasoning held merit. Presently, Hongyu Company seemed to be progressing steadily. However, the financial gap was only set to widen as time marched on. Thus, an influx of funds was imperative for the company to maintain its trajectory. Currently, Yan Jihua represented Hongyu Company's most pivotal hope. If Zhao Yuanbua could secure this deal with Yan Jihua, it would be tantamount to extending the company's lifeline. In light of this, if General Yang were forced to choose between Zhao Yuanbua and Chen Zimo, he could only favor Zhao Yuanbua. For only Zhao Yuanbua could usher in a turning point for Hongyu Company. Yet, recalling the events of the previous night at Haikou Tiankong, an unsettling feeling began to stir within him. After all, Yan Jihua had openly acknowledged that Chen Zimo was his neighbor. Thus, the current Chen Zimo could very well be a different individual altogether. However, he found himself with no way out. Having contemplated all this, Zhao Yuanbua resolved firmly. All right, we shall proceed as you suggested when we meet with General Yang. We must resolutely prevent Chen Zimo from returning to the company. The two then made their way to Yang Hong's office door. After knocking and receiving a response, they entered, ignoring Chen Zimo, who sat to the side. They approached Yang Hong's desk directly. Zhao Yuanbua cast a fleeting glance at Chen Zimo before addressing Yang Hong. General Yang, what do you need us for? Yang Hong glanced at Chen Zimo before speaking first. Old Zhao, Xiaoqin, I indeed have something to discuss with you. General Yang, is it that Chen Zimo is returning to the company? Qin Hanqing interjected eagerly. Yang Hong shot an exasperated look at Qin Hanqing. No, not so. Both Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hansheng exchanged puzzled glances, sensing that the situation was unfolding contrary to their expectations. Yang Hong, unperturbed by their reactions, continued, "Old Zhao, Xiaoqin, I just conferred with General Chen, and it has been decided that you are not suited to continue working at Hongyu, so we plan to dismiss you." What? As soon as these words left Yang Hong's lips, both Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hansheng were taken aback. "General Yang, what is the meaning of this? Why are we being dismissed?" Qin Hansheng inquired anxiously. Yang Hong shot another disapproving glance at Qin Hansheng, feeling that the latter was stepping out of line. His direct superior, Zhao Yuanbua, had yet to voice any objections, yet Qin Hansheng was the first to speak. Conversely, Zhao Yuanbua seized upon Yang Hong's key point. "General Yang, you mentioned you conferred with General Chen? Are you referring to him?" "Yes," Yang Hong affirmed with a nod. "But," Zhao Yuanbua appeared utterly baffled. "Wasn't he already dismissed? Why would you consult him about our dismissal?" Chen Zimo smiled, interjecting, "Because I am now a shareholder of Hongyu Company." He emphasized, "Moreover, I am the second largest shareholder." "This is impossible." Qin Hansheng interjected once more, not waiting for Zhao Yuanbua to respond. "Chen Zimo, have you employed some underhanded means to deceive General Yang?" As he spoke, Qin Hansheng turned to Yang Hong and said, "Mr. Yang, you must not be swayed by Chen Zimo's deceptive words. Moreover, Mr. Zhao is currently coordinating with General Yan Jihua. This contract is pivotal for extricating the company from its quagmire." Yang Hong cast another sidelong glance at Qin Hansheng, contemplating internally that the young Qin was indeed correct in his assessment. Zhao Yuanbua, equally disgruntled, interjected, "Mr. Yang, you are well aware of Chen Zimo's circumstances. He divorced with nothing to his name, and he has been borrowing money for his father's medical expenses. How could he possibly have funds to invest in the company? How do you know I lack the means to invest?" Chen Zimo replied with a faint smile, calmly regarding Zhao Yuanbua. "Humph," Zhao Yuanbua scoffed. "We all know about your divorce and your financial struggles over the past year while caring for your father. Tell me, where could you possibly procure money for investment? Perhaps I could win the lottery?" Chen Zimo inquired with a grin. "Do you really think you possess such luck?" Qin Hansheng interjected derisively. Sensing the brewing confrontation between Chen Zimo and Zhao Yuanbua, Yang Hong interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Now, looking at you, Zhao, I and General Chen have made our decision. You and young Qin should pack your things and leave. As longtime employees, there is no need to create a scene in the company. Rest assured, the compensation due will be provided." Upon witnessing Yang Hong's demeanor, Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hansheng's expressions turned exceedingly grim. The unfolding events were not only contrary to their expectations, but had surpassed their capacity for acceptance. "Mr. Yang," Zhao Yuanbua said, his face stern, "you must understand that I was on the verge of signing the deal with General Yan Jihua. That's unnecessary." Yang Hong waved dismissively. "With General Chen's investment, the company's financial stability will be restored. But what if he deceives you? That's not your concern," Yang Hong reiterated, raising his hand. "I've made myself abundantly clear. You should proceed to human resources to process your resignations." "No, Mr. Yang," Qin Hansheng interjected again. "We need to see the funds from Chen Zimo enter the company's account. Otherwise, if he has indeed duped you and we leave, the company will find itself in dire straits." Though Qin Hansheng's words ostensibly reflected concern for Hongyu Company, they were, in truth, an attempt to witness Chen Zimo's downfall. "That's not necessary," Yang Hong shook his head. "I have faith in General Chen. You should take your leave." "Mr. Yang," Qin Hansheng began, but was halted by Zhao Yuanbua's hand. "Young Qin, there's no need to continue. Mr. Yang is resolute in his belief in Chen Zimo over us. Further discussion is futile. Once we depart, and if Chen Zimo fails to provide the funds, only then will Mr. Yang realize who truly had the company's interests at heart." With that, Zhao Yuanbua cast a frigid glance at Chen Zimo before turning on his heel and exiting Yang Hong's office. Seeing this, Qin Hansheng pointed a finger at Chen Zimo, uttering a harsh comment before following Zhao Yuanbua out. With a resounding bang, the office door was slammed shut by Qin Hansheng. Yang Hong gazed at the closed door, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. He shook his head and turned to Chen Zimo, remarking, "It appears that dismissing Qin Hansheng was indeed the correct decision." Chen Zimo smiled lightly. "Mr. Yang, you will soon find that all the decisions you made today are ultimately sound." After Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hansheng returned from Yang Hong's office, they wore expressions of discontent. The two walked in silence directly to Zhao Yuanbua's personal office. This scene did not escape the notice of others in the office lobby. What is wrong with them? Why such long faces? It seems they've been reprimanded by Mr. Yang. Serves them right, especially old Zhao, who loves to wield his authority like a scepter. That Qin Hansheng is equally detestable, always pointing fingers at others. "Oh, you've got that wrong. It's not merely arrogance, but rather a display of unwarranted bravado." This comment elicited a chorus of laughter in the office. Only Luo Zhengyan, engrossed in contract work, shared a knowing smile, realizing that after today, these two would likely no longer be seen in this office. With a resounding thud, Qin Hanxing forcefully shut the door to Zhao Yuanbo's office. Zhao Yuanbo frowned, his displeasure evident, yet he said nothing. However, Qin Hanxing launched into a complaint. Mr. Zhao? There's no way that impoverished Chen Zimo could possess any wealth. How could Mr. Yang place his trust in him? Besides, you are the most crucial individual in the entire Hongyu company. Mr. Yang is clearly blind to that fact. Enough, Zhao Yuanbo said, taking a seat at his desk. His expression frostbitten. Regardless, since Mr. Yang has chosen to sever ties with us today, we shan't remain here with our tails between our legs. You should head to Human Resources to begin the resignation process. I will join you shortly. Mr. Zhao, are you truly giving up so easily? Qin Hanxing still protested. If it were merely a matter of being dismissed by Mr. Yang, I would accept it. But it's clear that Mr. Yang has been misled by that Chen Zimo. If we leave now, we'll be playing right into his hands. What do you propose we do? Zhao Yuanbo glared at Qin Hanxing. If Mr. Yang chooses to believe Chen Zimo, what recourse do we have? It's simple. We must expose Chen Zimo's deceit. Qin Hanxing asserted confidently. Yet Zhao Yuanbo understood that the situation was far more complex than that. Yang Hong was a seasoned veteran in the business world, having navigated the competitive landscape of Qinghe City for over a decade. Could Chen Zimo, despite his cunning, easily deceive someone of Yang Hong's caliber? Furthermore, upon learning last night that Chen Zimo was neighbors with Yan Jihua, Zhao Yuanbo had initially been skeptical. However, he now considered the possibility that this connection might not be a fabrication. Analyzing the situation, it became plausible that Chen Zimo had the financial means to invest in Hongyu Company. Yet, he felt a deep-seated resentment. After all, they had barely managed to oust Chen Zimo, only to see him return as the second-largest shareholder of the company, and now he was directly responsible for their dismissal. With this thought, a fierce anger surged within him. Mr. Zhao, we cannot simply walk away from this. We must devise a plan to unmask Chen Zimo's ruse. Qin Hanxing continued. If we can expose his deceit, not only will it tarnish his reputation, but the company will undoubtedly require your assistance in liaising with General Yan. At that point, it will be Mr. Yang who comes begging for you to stay. Zhao Yuanbo, however, shook his head. Enough, young Qin, you should leave now. Qin Hanxing cast a long, deep glance at Zhao Yuanbo, sighed, and then exited the office. Once the door closed behind him, Zhao Yuanbo retrieved his phone, locating Yan Jihua's number and dialing without delay. Hello, General Yan. Mr. Zhao? What is the matter? General, I personally advise you to steer clear of any collaboration with Hongyu Company. Why is that? Because Hongyu is a company devoid of credibility. Chapter 73. So you are a habitual offender. Emerging from Zhao Yuanbo's office, Qin Hanxing stormed towards Luo Zhengyan's desk, his face a mask of fury. Zhengyan, pray tell. What did General Manager Yang discuss with you in his office just now? Zhengyan was taken aback, and then cast an irritated glance at Qin Hanxing. Why should I disclose what General Manager Yang shared with me? Zhengyan retorted. Are you conspiring with Chen Zimo to deceive General Manager Yang? Qin Hanxing directly interrogated. Are you out of your mind? Zhengyan scoffed, turning his gaze back to the computer. What are you working on? Qin Hanxing pivoted to peer at Zhengyan's screen. I am drafting the equity transfer agreement for General Manager Yang to Chen Zimo, Zhengyan replied candidly. This revelation left Qin Hanxing utterly astonished. Chen Zimo has genuinely become a shareholder of Hongyu? Why would I jest with you? Zhengyan replied. Do you think I am joking? But, Qin Hanxing expressed disbelief. Where would Chen Zimo acquire such funds? He cannot possibly have that much money. Ha, Zhengyan chuckled derisively. You dare to claim that Chen Zimo is financially lacking? Do you know what car he drives? What car? A Bentley, worth over 3 million. This revelation left Qin Hanxing speechless. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was previously driving a car worth over 100,000. How could he be dismissed and then end up in a Bentley? Believe it or not. But do not bother me. I must complete this agreement promptly. Zhengyan began to usher him away. Meanwhile, their conversation had caught the attention of nearly everyone in the office lobby, sparking a wave of hushed discussions. Brother Chen has made a formidable return. Has he really become a shareholder of our company? I wonder if it's true, but I believe General Manager Yang will announce it soon. Most importantly, if Chen Zimo has indeed invested a substantial sum, our company's current difficulties could be swiftly resolved. That would be splendid. I was genuinely worried about the company facing sudden bankruptcy. Now that 1T happened, with Brother Chen's strong entry, we can work with peace of mind. Just how much money did Brother Chen invest, I wonder? Naturally, inquiries were directed at Zhengyan, who had drafted the equity transfer agreement and was thus familiar with its terms. However, Zhengyan refrained from divulging any details, stating, Please do not put me in a difficult position. If General Manager Yang wishes for everyone to know, he will announce it later. How is your father's health? Chen Zimo. In Yang Hong's office, he offered Chen Zimo a cigarette and inquired. Much improved, Chen Zimo replied, accepting the cigarette. He has been taken to the first hospital of the capital. He should be discharged in a month or so. Oh, will he recover completely? Yang Hong handed Chen Zimo a lighter. Chen Zimo took the lighter and lit his cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. The doctor says he can recover, though the treatment might take a while. Time is no matter. Recovery is what truly counts, Yang Hong agreed, exhaling smoke. He peered through the haze at Chen Zimo and continued, when will you be moving into the Jiangnan Biyuan Villa district? It's still under renovation. It should be completed before the Spring Festival, but I intend to wait until next year to move in. Oh, I see. Yang Hong took another puff and added, so? You have a good relationship with General Yan Jihua? Hearing this question, Chen Zimo chuckled inwardly, realizing that Yang was probing him. He smiled, shaking off the ash into the ashtray before responding, we get along quite well. My Ting's Hooding is right across from his Yanliuju. I even had lunch at his place yesterday. Are you familiar with the other residents in the Jiangnan Biyuan Villa district? Pretty much, Chen Zimo fabricated. We see each other often in the same neighborhood. Just then, Chen Zimo's phone rang. Your phone? Yang Hong gestured towards the device on the table. Chen Zimo extinguished the remains of his cigarette in the ashtray and picked up the phone. After glancing at the caller ID, he chuckled, speak of the devil, and he will appear. With that, he placed the phone back on the table, pressed the answer button, and simultaneously activated the speakerphone. Good morning, General Yan. Good morning, Chen. The cheerful voice of Yan Jihua resonated through the line. Chen Zimo glanced at Yang Hong and said into the phone, last night, did your sister-in-law discover anything suspicious? Not at all. The other side sounds relaxed, as if talking to an ordinary friend. I have experience in this area. Your sister-in-law surely found nothing amiss. Oh, so you are a habitual offender. Haha, you are not wrong to say that. Yan Jihua laughed heartily. Next time, we should hang out together. I'll teach you a few tricks to help you deal with your wife. Are you trying to drag me into your schemes? So I won't dare to report you to your sister-in-law? Chen Zimo jested, glancing at Yang Hong. At that moment, Yang Hong's expression grew slightly peculiar. He discerned from the exchange that the rapport between Chen Zimo and Yan Jihua was more familiar than he had anticipated. Hey, Chen, I consider you a brother. So do not treat me like a Japanese spy, Yan Jihua voiced, laced with mock lament. That will depend on whether your teachings prove genuine, Chen Zimo replied. They are undoubtedly authentic. I will not hold anything back. The two shared a knowing laugh. Then, Yan Jihua shifted the conversation. By the way, Chen, I just received a call from General Zhao. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo turned his attention back to Yang Hong, feigning ignorance. Zhao Yuanhua? Indeed. He advised me not to collaborate with Hong Yu. Why? He claims that Hong Yu lacks integrity, enjoys discarding partners once they have served their purpose, and is facing financial issues. Thus, the risk of collaboration is too great. Yang Hong's countenance darkened gradually upon hearing this. Zhao Yuanhua's words were a direct blow to Hong Yu's reputation. Chen Zimo, however, remained unfazed. He has already been dismissed. It is only natural for him to harbor some resentment. After all, it does not affect me in the slightest. Chen Zimo offered Yang Hong a reassuring glance and then addressed the phone. General Yan, to be frank, I have now become a shareholder of Hong Yu. Zhao Yuanhua was also dismissed by me. Now I understand. In that case, I can proceed with the collaboration with Hong Yu. However, regarding the price you mentioned yesterday, Chen Zimo smiled. Rest assured, I'll reduce it by 5 points. Is that fair enough? Haha, that suffices. Yan Jihua's voice conveyed satisfaction. Thank you, Chen. Yet, Yang Hong's expression bore a hint of reluctance. However, he refrained from undermining Chen Zimo at that moment. Let us finalize this arrangement. I will have Zheng'an contact you later. Certainly. I will treat you to a meal at Haikua Tiankong soon. Haha. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. As the call ended, Yang Hong furrowed his brow. Chen. Reducing the price by 5 points seems excessive. Chen Zimo merely smiled slightly. Yang, one cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of the child. Chapter 74. Public announcement. As noon approached, Zheng'an finally completed drafting the equity transfer agreement. After printing it, he promptly delivered it to Yang Hong's office. Chen Zimo and Yang Hong exchanged glances, confirming that there were no issues, and promptly proceeded to sign the contract. Subsequently, Chen Zimo transferred 3 million directly into the account of Hong Yu Company. Only after Yang Hong received confirmation from the finance department regarding the arrival of the 3 million from Chen Zimo, did he finally feel a sense of relief. Although he had seen the transfer record, it would be disingenuous to claim that he harbored no doubts. After all, he had sacrificed one of his key subordinates, Zhao Yuanhua. For this deal, Mr. Chen, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration, Yang Hong said, rising to extend his hand to Chen Zimo. The way he regarded Chen Zimo had shifted from that of an employer to a co-partner. With the arrival of the 3 million, Hong Yu Company had successfully navigated a particularly challenging period. Yang Hong felt a long-awaited relaxation wash over him. Chen Zimo also stood, smiling as he clasped Yang Hong's hand. Mr. Yang, may our collaboration be pleasant. Come, let us step outside, Yang Hong urged, leading Chen Zimo out of the office. I intend to announce your status as a shareholder of Hongyu in front of all the employees. Not just that, Chen Zimo reminded as they walked. We should also announce the dismissal of Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hanqing, as well as promote Luo Zhengyan to supervisor. Yang Hong paused momentarily. If the two dismissals were publicly announced, it would irrevocably sever Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hanqing's prospects. However, he did not deliberate for long before smilingly agreeing. Very well. Let us announce them together. He then opened the office door, stepping out with Chen Zimo, while Luo Zhengyan beamed behind them. He could hardly believe that just last night he had been coerced by Zhao Yuanbua to drive, and now he was stepping into the position formerly held by Zhao Yuanbua. This only reinforced his conviction that aligning with Chen Zimo was undoubtedly the right choice. Everyone, pause your work for a moment. I have several announcements to make. Yang Hong called out as he and Chen Zimo entered the office hall, instantly capturing the attention of all present, including Qin Hanqing, who was seated at his desk. Even Zhao Yuanbua, who had been hiding in his office, seemed to have heard the commotion and stepped out. With a broad smile, Yang Hong scanned the room and began. Dear colleagues and partners, the first announcement I would like to make today is that your old colleague, Chen Zimo, has now acquired shares in Hongyu Limited, becoming a shareholder of our company. Let us extend our congratulations. As Yang Hong's words concluded, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted, accompanied by cheers. Welcome back, Brother Chen. What do you mean, Brother Chen? He should now be addressed as Mr. Chen. Welcome back, Mr. Chen. Luo Zhengyan, standing behind Chen Zimo, clapped particularly enthusiastically, his joy evident. Chen Zimo responded with a smile, recognizing nearly everyone present. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hanqing wore dark expressions. Qin Hanqing, in particular, was baffled as to how someone he perceived as a mere impoverished individual had suddenly transformed into a shareholder of Hongyu Company. After a brief moment, Yang Hong gestured for silence, and the room quieted down. All eyes were fixed on him, awaiting his next announcement. Yang Hong's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. I now wish to announce my second piece of news, he said solemnly. In light of the conflicting ideas of Supervisor Zhao Yuanbua and employee Qin Hanqing with the company's developmental direction, we have decided to terminate the employment of both individuals. We thank them for their contributions to the company. Unexpectedly, as Yang Hong concluded his statement, the hall erupted in cheers once more. Bravo, Mr. Yang. Well done. Supporting Mr. Yang's wise decision. Apart from a handful of individuals, the overwhelming majority reacted with joy and excitement, leaving Yang Hong somewhat taken aback. While he was aware that Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hanqing were not well liked among some employees, he had not anticipated such overwhelming enthusiasm regarding their dismissal. It further solidified his belief that terminating their employment was indeed a prudent decision. As for Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hanqing, witnessing this scene, they felt a burning humiliation. They had often clashed with many in the office, yet they never expected their departure would elicit such jubilation from their colleagues. It was clear that there was no longer a place for them in this environment. Zhao Yuanbua returned to his office with a grim expression, hastily packing his belongings. He had no desire to remain there for even a minute longer. Qin Hanqing, on the other hand, retreated to the restroom, seeking refuge from the gleeful gazes directed at him. At that moment, he recalled how he had looked at Chen Zimo with a sense of schadenfreude when Chen was dismissed. Now, he too experienced a similar sentiment, though it was a most uncomfortable feeling. Chen Zimo noticed the commotion regarding Zhao Yuanbua and Qin Hanqing, but felt no sympathy for them. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Revenge, after all, is meant to inflict discomfort and sorrow upon its targets. After a while, at Yang Hong's signal, the room gradually quieted once more. Yang Hong donned a smile again, surveying the crowd as he continued. Due to the vacancy created by Supervisor Zhao Yuanbua's departure, we will now appoint Luo Zhengyan to assume his position and responsibilities. Let us offer our congratulations. Applause erupted again, though not as fervently as before, yet Luo Zhengyan still received a portion of the accolades. Whispers of conversation quietly circulated. I recall Luo Zhengyan came in with Mr. Chen this morning. Yes, he also drafted the share transfer agreement for Mr. Chen. It seems Luo Zhengyan has been aligned with Mr. Chen from the very start. Fortune favors those who choose the right allies. Chapter 75, Granting Chen Zimo an Opportunity? In late August, with the arrival of autumn, the sweltering heat of Qinghe City dissipated following a night of rain, leaving a refreshing coolness in its wake. Chen Zimo was roused from his slumber by an urgent phone call. With his eyes still closed, he fumbled beneath his pillow for his phone, groggily answering, "Hello? Good day. Is this Chen Zimo?" "Yes, who is this?" "I am delivering a package. I have a parcel for you that requires your signature." "A parcel?" Chen Zimo's mind cleared slightly. "Where have you taken me?" Over an hour later, Chen Zimo drove his Bentley back to the residential community where his parents lived. Approaching the security booth, he called out to an elderly man inside, Uncle Zhang. As he spoke, Chen Zimo pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and handed it to Uncle Zhang. "It's you, Zimo," Uncle Zhang said, accepting the cigarette and gesturing towards a table nearby. "Your things are over there." "Great." Chen Zimo picked up a piece of mail from the table and exchanged a few brief words with Uncle Zhang before heading back to his parents' home. Unbeknownst to him, at a nearby milk tea shop, Li Wensheng had already called Li Pingping. "Sister, Chen Zimo has returned. He just entered the community." "Good, keep an eye on him. If he tries to leave, stop him. I'll be there shortly." "Understood." After hanging up, Li Wensheng gazed at the Bentley parked within the community, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Mine, all mine. Chen Zimo, your wealth, your car, everything you possess will soon belong to me." Chen Zimo opened the door and stepped inside. He first brewed himself a cup of tea and, after settling onto the sofa, tore open the mail. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a court summons. "Huh." Chen Zimo chuckled softly. "At last, I can see the progress of my 4th billion-fold critical mission." This was a court summons from Li Pingping, initiating a lawsuit for property reallocation. The court date was set for September 7th, leaving him with nearly 10 days to prepare. There was no need for haste. Currently, Chen Zimo held a crucial piece of evidence in his possession. Thus, he felt no anxiety regarding Li Pingping's lawsuit for property division. He placed the summons on the table and lifted the steaming tea cup, savoring a gentle sip. Just then, his phone rang again. Setting down the cup, he glanced at the caller ID. "Su Xiao?" He answered. "Hello, Su Xiao. Boss Chen, I need to request some time off. I have to return to school soon." "Return to school? Why?" "It's almost the start of the new semester. I need to report back." "Oh, right." Chen Zimo recalled that September was indeed the time for students to return. Having graduated over 4 years ago, he momentarily forgot this detail. After some thought, he suggested, "How about this? When you report back, bring my mom and Yeye to the capital as well. It would be a good opportunity for Yeye to visit her grandfather. And I'll join you then." "Sounds good." Su Xiao agreed readily. "It's settled then." At the entrance of the community, Li Pingping alighted from a taxi. Wearing a sun hat and a black mask, only her eyes were visible. She glanced at the security booth before sneaking through the community's entrance. Uncle Zhang in the booth noticed the heavily disguised Li Pingping, finding her attire somewhat peculiar. It was not sunny today. Why was she so bundled up? However, he recognized her silhouette as someone familiar from the community and chose not to intervene. Li Pingping navigated her way to the door of Chen Zimo's parents' home without incident. Cautiously checking her surroundings, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock." Hearing the knocking, Chen Zimo curiously looked towards the door. "Who is it?" "Chen Zimo. It's me. Open the door." Li Pingping. Chen Zimo immediately recognized her voice, but had no desire to open the door. "I don't want to see you. Leave." "Chen Zimo. You've received the court summons, haven't you? I'm here to offer you a chance." "Oh, a chance?" Chen Zimo questioned, intrigued. "What kind of chance?" "Open the door, and I'll explain. If you don't speak, then leave. I have no interest in what you have to say." Chen Zimo resumed sipping his tea, showing no intention of getting up to open the door. "Chen Zimo, you." Li Pingping outside the door was exasperated, but took a deep breath to calm her rising anger, lowering her voice slightly. "Chen Zimo, if you agree to divide your current assets with me, I will withdraw my lawsuit." "What did you say?" Chen Zimo was taken aback. "You want half of my assets?" "Yes," came Li Pingping's assured reply from outside. "I know you have 10 billion in your account. You signed a clean break agreement when we divorced, meaning you concealed this 10 billion, which is marital property. Once the court convenes, according to your signed agreement, you won't receive a single penny. But if you agree to give me 5 billion now, I will withdraw my suit, allowing you to keep at least 5 billion. "Huh." Chen Zimo laughed. "Li Pingping, how could I have been foolish enough to marry such a shameless woman like you? Get lost. I don't need your so-called opportunity. Whatever happens in court, I assure you, you won't get a single cent from me." "Chen Zimo, don't go too far." Li Pingping's voice rose, clearly infuriated. "I'm trying to help you, and you repay me with insults? Leave quickly. You should know you're not welcome here." Chen Zimo's attitude was equally unapologetic. "Fine, fine." Li Pingping gritted her teeth, her face a mask of fury. "Since you refuse my kindness, we shall meet in court. I'll see how you beg me then." With a huff, she slammed the door before turning to leave. Once the commotion outside ceased, Chen Zimo shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. Why did I ever choose to marry her? After storming out of the community, Li Pingping was met by Li Wensheng. "Sister, how did it go? Did Chen Zimo agree to give you half of his money?" "Not at all." Li Pingping replied coldly, shaking her head. "He not only refused, but also insulted me." "He insulted you?" Li Wensheng's anger flared instantly, his fists clenching involuntarily. He glared fiercely at the community before turning to Li Pingping. "Sister, since Chen Zimo is so ungrateful, I'll stop being courteous." "Yes." Li Pingping took out her phone. "I'm calling Lawyer Han right now. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me in court." Chapter 76. Guaharan's acting skills in the capital, within the confines of a certain office building. Daniel lounged leisurely in his chair, a lascivious grin plastered across his face as his gaze remained fixated on the screen of his computer. The women from the East are quite appealing. Suddenly, his phone rang. He paused the video on his computer and answered the call. Hello? Daniel. Based on the data provided by our internal sources, we have identified a direction for the project assigned to you by Haofeng Technology Company, Limited. A calm male voice resonated from the other end. So soon? Daniel was genuinely surprised. The data reference given by the internal personnel was crucial. Had Liu Haoran and his team been afforded another 2 weeks, they might have discovered a direction as well. Understood. It seems that Liu Haoran's team possesses considerable strength. You must expedite Liu Haoran's relocation to the Eagle Nation. With his involvement, our research in artificial intelligence may well achieve unparalleled excellence on a global scale. Rest assured, all conditions have been met, and I shall promptly proceed to Haofeng Company. Very well, I will first send the results of our research to your email. Daniel ended the call and resumed admiring the display on his computer. After a mere 2 minutes, his phone chimed with a new message notification, a fresh email. Subsequently, he powered down the computer and exited the office. Haofeng Technology Company, Limited. In Guaharan's office, he settled into a comfortable position, leaning back in his chair. His gaze was intently fixed upon the computer screen, his brow occasionally furrowing in concentration before relaxing again. His fingers moved swiftly across the keyboard, producing a rapid clatter. When his hands finally paused, a contemplative expression graced his face. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from his office door. He casually called out for the person to enter, though his eyes remained glued to the screen. The individual who entered was Zhang Qingfeng. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but, upon observing Guaharan's demeanor, wisely opted for silence. Guaharan merely glanced at Zhang Qingfeng before redirecting his attention back to the computer. The two shared a tacit understanding, refraining from conversation. Zhang Qingfeng seated himself on a nearby sofa and began to fiddle with the teaware on the table. After a considerable interval, Guaharan finally ceased his typing and flexed his fingers. "Qingfeng, what is it?" he inquired, rising from his desk to sit beside Zhang Qingfeng. "Have you completed your work?" Zhang Qingfeng asked, placing an empty teacup in front of Guaharan and pouring him a cup of tea. "Yes." Guaharan nodded, lifting the teacup and downing its contents in one go. "I have finished the writing for this morning, although adjustments will still be necessary." He set the teacup down, and Zhang Qingfeng promptly refilled it. "The data has been sent out for 2 days now," Zhang Qingfeng said, continuing to manipulate the teaware. "It appears Daniel has yet to respond. Do not be so anxious. Perhaps their research pace is not as swift as ours." Zhang Qingfeng smiled, acknowledging the possibility. At that moment, Guaharan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was the company front desk. He answered directly. "Mr. Gua, Mr. Daniel from Nolan Group has arrived." Upon hearing this, Guaharan smiled. "Please escort him to my office." After hanging up, he turned to Zhang Qingfeng with a grin. "Speak of the devil. Here he comes." "Daniel has arrived?" Zhang Qingfeng exclaimed, a look of surprise crossing his features. "I instructed the front desk to bring him to my office." Guaharan replied. Indeed, less than a minute later, there was a knock on Guaharan's office door once more. After Guaharan called for the person to enter, the door swung open to reveal Daniel, beaming as he stood in the doorway. "Mr. Gua, Mr. Zhang," he greeted warmly as he stepped into the office. "Mr. Daniel." Both Guaharan and Zhang Qingfeng responded, rising to greet him with equal warmth. After exchanging brief pleasantries, they all took their seats. Zhang Qingfeng even poured Daniel a cup of tea. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang," Daniel said gratefully, lifting the cup to savor the tea with an air of sophistication. "The tea from Xia country always invigorates the spirit." Haha. Zhang Qingfeng laughed heartily. "Mr. Daniel, do you also have an appreciation for our tea?" "Not so much an appreciation as a gradual adaptation," Daniel replied, mirroring the modesty characteristic of Xia country. "I initially found it challenging to enjoy, but over time, I have come to appreciate the leisurely experience of tea drinking. In Xia country, tea is integral to self-cultivation." Guaharan also lifted his teacup but did not gulp it down like before. Instead, he took a delicate sip. Thus, the three gentlemen engaged in light conversation centered around tea for a while. Eventually, it was Daniel who steered the discussion back to business. "Mr. Gua, Mr. Zhang, regarding the project you presented to me previously, our group has identified a promising direction." "Oh, so soon?" Zhang Qingfeng expressed surprise, though inwardly he felt a tinge of impatience towards Nolan Group's previous pace. Guaharan remained composed, smiling as he asked, "Mr. Daniel, may I take a look at it?" "Of course," Daniel replied without hesitation, as the subject matter was not confidential. He then forwarded the files from his email to Guaharan. Guaharan rose and moved to the computer to begin his review. As he perused the document, his initial expression of delight transformed into one of excitement and fervor. "This is remarkable," he exclaimed, Mr. Daniel, your group is truly exceptional. Why did I not conceive of this approach myself? Daniel chuckled lightly. It seems Mr. Guo is quite pleased with the direction we have proposed. Pleased indeed. Guo nodded vigorously. Your group's efficiency surpasses my expectations. As Zhang Chengfeng brewed more tea, he suppressed a smile, silently appreciating Howard's performance. Daniel nodded in agreement and seized the moment, saying, So, Mr. Guo, regarding your company's relocation to the Eagle Nation, can we proceed with the next steps? Absolutely, Guo replied, resuming his seat on the sofa. Mr. Daniel, I have many invaluable core members on my team, and I wish to bring them along. That is splendid. Daniel responded with enthusiasm. In the Eagle Nation, we are eager to welcome talents from all fields. Regardless of how many individuals you wish to relocate, it is entirely permissible. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Chengfeng furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Thank you for your support, Mr. Daniel, Guo continued with a smile. In light of this, I would like to inquire whether the 200 million Eagle gold we previously agreed upon could be transferred to me in advance. You must understand that those who are willing to follow me across the sea need to settle their families. As you know, housing prices and living costs in the capital are not inexpensive. Thus, this relocation fee is no trifling matter. Upon hearing Guo words, Zhang Chengfeng comprehended his intent and could not suppress a subtle smile. However, he remained silent, raising his teacup to mask his expression. Daniel, on the other hand, displayed a hint of discomfort. After contemplating for a moment, he cautiously replied, Mr. Guo, how about this? Once you and your team have arrived in the Eagle Nation, we will transfer the 200 million Eagle gold to your account. Rest assured, there will be no delays or deductions. Guo shook his head. Mr. Daniel, persuading my team solely with words is somewhat challenging. Moreover, the journey I embarked upon with President Zhang to the land of eagles may very well be one from which we shall never return in this lifetime. Thus, it is imperative that I make suitable arrangements for both myself and President Zhang's family. I trust you will comprehend this and extend your support. Daniel remained silent. However, he was no fool. He understood that if Guo did not set foot on the soil of the land of eagles, the 200 million Eagle gold would not be easily dispensed to him. Yet, the request proposed by Guo was indeed reasonable. He bowed his head in contemplation before speaking. Mr. Guo, your request has not been previously articulated, and regrettably, I cannot acquiesce to it at this moment. However, I can report back to my superiors and ascertain their stance. That will suffice. Guo nodded decisively. Then, Mr. Daniel, I shall await your favorable news. With a resounding thud, Daniel closed the office door behind him. Zhang Chengfeng finally finished the tea in his cup, no longer needing to hide his smile. He placed the cup down, beaming at Guo. Howard, who taught you this clever maneuver? Guo chuckled. It was entirely my own idea. Haha, Zhang Chengfeng laughed heartily. Who would have thought that you, a quintessential engineering type, could engage in such cunning tactics? Guo reached for his cup, smiling. It's unavoidable. Once you attain this position, certain matters must be contemplated. Zhang Chengfeng nodded in appreciation and then inquired, So, does what Daniel offered align with the data we provided? At this, Guo smiled knowingly. As it happens, it corresponds precisely with the data from Case 3. Case 3? Zhang Chengfeng pondered briefly before slowly articulating, that refers to Zhu Tsongnan? He scoffed, pulling out his phone. I shall call the authorities and have him apprehended. No need to rush. Guo interjected. Let us hold on a moment. Hold on for what? Zhang Chengfeng, though perplexed, halted his actions. Guo took a measured sip of tea, gently placing the cup down before continuing. If you apprehend him now, the funds promised to us by the Nolan Group will evaporate. Zhang Chengfeng quickly grasped the situation. Chuckling in realization, Howard, you're becoming quite the schemer. He then contemplated aloud. However, I believe your request is somewhat outrageous. Will Daniel and the Nolan Group acquiesce? They will, but not entirely. Guo speculated. They might concede a portion, but the full 200 million will not be forthcoming. Within the hour, Guo's phone rang once more. Upon seeing the caller ID, he smiled. It was Daniel calling. Perhaps an agreement had been reached on their end. You should answer it quickly, Zhang Chengfeng urged from beside him. Guo nodded and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Daniel. Mr. Guo, I have consulted with the group. And regrettably, the 200 million Eagle gold cannot be dispersed to you prior to your arrival in the land of eagles. Daniel's voice conveyed a sense of regret over the line. Cannot be dispensed? Guo's voice carried a tinge of disappointment. In that case, I shan't press the matter. However, I still need to discuss my company's relocation to the land of eagles with my team. Mr. Guo, our group has a compromise. Daniel's voice continued through the phone. We are willing to offer 30 million Eagle gold as the initial settlement for your company's team. This 30 million is separate from the 200 million promised to you. Once you and your team arrive in the land of eagles, the remaining 200 million will be given to you in full. The Nolan Group truly is generous. Gua Haoran mused inwardly upon hearing Daniel's words. They were willing to allocate an additional 30 million Eagle Gold for his team's resettlement. It is worth noting that this 30 million is not in summer currency, but in Eagle Gold. At the current exchange rate, 30 million summer currency equals over 200 million summer currency. This sum exceeds the investment offered by Chen Zimo by more than double. Nonetheless, Gua Haoran refrained from giving an immediate agreement. He responded ambiguously, Mr. Daniel. I indeed feel the sincerity of your group. However, this 30 million Eagle Gold is insufficient to cover the resettlement expenses for my team. Then how much would you estimate is required for your team's families? Daniel inquired. Approximately. Gua Haoran feigned deep thought. I would say around 60 million Eagle Gold. Very well, I can assure you that the group will cover this 60 million. However, initially, only 30 million will be available, with the remaining 30 million to be transferred after you and your team arrive in the Land of Eagles. At this point, Gua Haoran could not help but sigh in resignation. It seemed that Daniel, or rather the Nolan Group, was not easily swayed. 30 million is still 30 million. This amount is substantial for Haofeng Technology Company, Limited at present. Furthermore, Gua Haoran worried that if he pressed his luck further, the risk of exposure would only increase, potentially resulting in receiving nothing at all. Therefore, Gua Haoran decided to take the offer and avoid the possibility of ending up with empty hands. All right then. Gua Haoran's tone was tinged with reluctance. I will endeavor to persuade my team to proceed to the Land of Eagles promptly. Mr. Daniel, I hope the 30 million is expedited. Rest assured, Mr. Gua, within 3 days, the 30 million will certainly be transferred to your company's account. After hanging up, Gua Haoran smiled at Zhang Chengfeng beside him. We secured 30 million. Zhang Chengfeng also wore a smile. That is quite a sum. It translates to over 200 million summer currency. Well then, once the 30 million arrives, you may report to the authorities, Gua Haoran stated. Fear not. Zhang Chengfeng nodded with a grin. Neither Zhu Tsongnin nor Daniel can escape justice. Chapter 78. You represent me. In the province of Biennan, in the city of Kang. At the Tianchi Billiards Club, Zhang Zhenghu, sporting a bald head and clad in a white shirt, was poised over a billiards table, lining up a shot on the 15 ball. After a few tentative adjustments, Zhang Zhenghu struck the cue ball with force. With a resounding crack, the cue ball collided fiercely with the 15 ball. The cue ball ricocheted twice before settling back on the table, while the 15 ball smoothly rolled into the far pocket. What a marvelous shot. Absolutely stunning. Brother Hu is incredible. He made that long shot look effortless. His skills could easily earn him a place in the World Championship. The surrounding voices brimmed with admiration. Unfazed, Zhang Zhenghu passed the cue stick to a nearby subordinate and nodded at a man in a black shirt standing off to the side. He then made his way towards a distant sofa. The man in the black shirt promptly followed suit. Upon sitting down, Zhang Zhenghu casually opened a bottle of cola and took a substantial swig. What have you discovered? He inquired, looking up at the man who remained standing respectfully before him. The man in the black shirt slightly bent forward and whispered, Brother Hu, the brothers from Qinghe City have sent word that Chen Zimo's ex-wife, Li Pingping, is currently stirring up trouble, demanding a lawsuit against him to claim his assets. According to information obtained from her brother, Li Wenxing, Chen Zimo indeed possesses 10 billion. When Chen Zimo divorced Li Pingping, he signed a clean break agreement, so her intention is to seize the entirety of Chen Zimo's fortune. Zhang Zhenghu took a swig from a half-empty bottle of cola, set it down, and then gestured with his hand. The man in the black shirt instantly understood, promptly retrieving a pack of cigarettes and lighting one for Zhang Zhenghu. Zhang Zhenghu inhaled sharply, only for the smoke to escape from his nostrils. Will Li Pingping win this lawsuit? The man in black pondered. It remains uncertain. Just as he was about to return the cigarettes to his bag, Zhang Zhenghu pointed a finger at the adjacent table. The man in black halted, obediently placing the majority of the pack on the tabletop. However, from the intel gathered from his brother, there was a significant likelihood of victory. A significant likelihood? Zhang Zhenghu raised his eyes to the man in black. How significant? The man hesitated, estimating, perhaps 70 to 80%. Zhang Zhenghu took another drag, exhaling a smoke ring that slowly ascended amidst the green haze, eventually vanishing without a trace. Then let us keep a close watch on Li Pingping, Zhang Zhenghu remarked nonchalantly. If she manages to acquire that 10 billion, we will take action against her. If not, we will consider targeting Chen Zimo instead. The man in black appeared somewhat perplexed. Brother Hu, why is that? Zhang Zhenghu glanced at him once more and replied. Do you not find Li Pingping and her family rather foolish? It would be far simpler to deal with such a foolish family than to tackle Chen Zimo. The man in black nodded hastily. I understand. I will make arrangements at once. In Qinghe City, beneath the Hongyu Company, Chen Zimo parked his car and proceeded towards the building. Upon entering, a throng of individuals called out to him, General Chen. Some were offering compliments, others were being courteous, and some were simply teasing him. Yet, There was not a single hint of sarcasm among them. Chen Zimo responded with a smile. After all, they were all familiar faces. He made his way directly to the door of what had once been Zhao Yunbua's independent office, now transformed into Luo Zhengyan's private workspace. Zhao Yunbua and Qin Hanxing had long since departed from Hongyu Company. He knocked gently on the door, and a calm yet polite voice from within invited, "Come in." Chen Zimo entered. The moment Luo Zhengyan laid eyes on him, he immediately rose from his seat. "General Chen, you are here so early." "Oh." Manager Yin mentioned he had matters to discuss with me today. Since I had some free time, I thought I would come over early to wait. Luo Zhengyan's office was modest in size, with his own workspace occupying a considerable area, leaving only enough room for a small sofa in the corner. "Please take a seat." "General Chen, I will fetch you a glass of water." As he spoke, Luo Zhengyan started to step toward the door. However, Chen Zimo stopped him, saying, "No need. I just had some in the car." Chen Zimo settled onto the small sofa, gesturing for Luo Zhengyan to join him. "So how are you finding it? Still adjusting?" Chen Zimo asked with a smile. "At first, it was a bit unfamiliar, but I have acclimatized significantly now." For Luo Zhengyan, this was a substantial promotion, not merely an elevation in position or salary, but a boost in confidence as well. Previously, he had been just a junior employee, fresh out of university, without any notable background, rendered nearly invisible within the company. Not only Zhao Yunbua, but even Qin Hanxing often spoke to him harshly. Perhaps it was his timid nature or his weaker disposition that prevented him from standing up for himself. Yet, now he was transformed. In Hongyu Company, he was not merely a department head. He was Chen Zimo's representative within the organization. Behind him stood the company's second-largest shareholder. Even Yan Jihua's collaboration with Hongyu Company and the performance attributed to Luo Zhengyan was due to Chen Zimo's influence. Thus, Luo Zhengyan felt an immense gratitude towards Chen Zimo, firmly believing that as long as he remained loyal to him, he would not go astray. Of course, Chen Zimo's elevation of Luo Zhengyan to his current position also implied that he viewed Luo Zhengyan as his proxy within Hongyu Company, especially since he had invested capital. Although 3 million was inconsequential to him now, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He surveyed Luo Zhengyan's office, although he was quite familiar with it. It appeared somewhat cramped at present. "Zhengyan, do you think this office is small?" "It's adequate," Luo Zhengyan assessed. "For me, it suffices. I believe it to be small." Chen Zimo chuckled. "I'll speak with Manager Yang about getting you a larger office. If the company refuses to cover the expenses, I shall take care of it myself." "General Chen, please don't." Luo Zhengyan softly declined. "I am merely a department head. That wouldn't be appropriate." Yet, Chen Zimo replied earnestly, "Zhengyan, you are representing me in Hongyu Company. I do not care how Manager Yang treats his subordinates. As for my people, I shall not shortchange them." Luo Zhengyan, not foolish, quickly grasped Chen Zimo's intent, promptly agreeing, "General Chen, I will defer to your arrangements." Chen Zimo smiled. When did Manager Yin say he would arrive? Luo Zhengyan glanced at the time, estimating, in about 10 minutes. "Very well, then I will go see Manager Yang. You may continue with your tasks." With that, Chen Zimo rose and exited. Luo Zhengyan stood to see him off. After Chen Zimo left, he resumed his seat, smiling as he muttered to himself, "General Chen is the best opportunity I've ever had to turn my life around."